Okay, we're on day 20 now, guys. Day 20. And I started it. Day 20 has begun. Okay. F-35. Oy vey. Oy vey. F-35 indeed. Oy vey. Oy vey. Guys, can...
By the way, the share price took a hit as well just now. The share price for Lockheed Martin took a share price as a result.
Take a hit when they're going to get $200 billion?
No, the share price of the F-35 manufacturers.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, yeah, I that was something I was thinking. I was thinking the American military-industrial complex, they kind of this ability where they demonstrate such skills to produce advanced weaponry has taken a huge hit in this war, especially when you look at the defense interceptor missiles. So that makes sense. So I thought, yeah, that could harm the share prices, but then I thought, like, obviously I'm not a shares guy, so I don't know. I assumed that the fact that they're gonna now go to war and Trump's asking for $200 billion, which he's then gonna give to them, that their prices would go up. But I guess it shows I don't know much about shares and stocks. Let's put it that way. But guys, is it working?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
And so I just say that they're going to be paid big time for a new generation of weapons. Clearly, Iran's missiles, drones, unmanned aerial vehicles are the future. And Hexas, when he was coming into the department, talked about those things. So the industrial complex is going to make money no matter what.
Hey, when the time's appropriate, I wanted to ask Mancos about military hegemony in the South China Sea, if we could.
Okay, well, while he takes him a minute to unlock his phone, Simon, check your DMs. I just wanted to see what this VCOT thing is and why it's going up 600%. Manko, see there? Come on, you could have unlocked it by now, Mankos.
What are you talking about? Unlock what?
Oh, Andrew asked you a question. I was trying to sneak a question in.
No, but no one responded to him and said, I don't know if you guys are... He said, yeah, I want to do this, and I'm okay with it. He can ask me whatever he wants.
Okay, yeah. Now, let's talk about establishing an empire. All right.
Sorry, Andrew, I'm going to give it straight to you. Apologies. The F-35, because someone's asking in the chat, it's been hit. I assumed it landed, but actually that was an incorrect assumption. The F-35 has been hit, and its location is unknown. Its location is unknown. So we don't know if it's been taken out completely, but the F-35...
Suleiman, yeah, Captain Tim Hawkins, a spokesman for U.S. Central Command, stated that it was flying a combat mission over Iran and subsequently forced to make an emergency landing. The aircraft landed safely and the pilot is in stable condition, and the incident is under investigation. So that's the statement they made.
Where did it land?
I mean, it didn't land in Iran, some other country.
Where did it take off from?
Oh, it could have taken off from super far away, maybe.
Yeah, we don't. So I did see that, but again, these guys lie a lot. Like, for example, now they're lying about the fact that that they was like, they're not even admitting that Iran hit it, and then Iran just released footage of it being hit. So,
is there footage, Suleiman?
Yeah, we've all posted it. Yeah, we've posted. It's all over X now. I posted it. Everyone's posted it. So yeah, sorry, Andrew, you were going to ask a question or something. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Now, we hear our friend Mango's talk, and he's representing the American power of the Monroe Doctrine, corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. The manifest destiny is the mighty and great American empire. And we can all agree that the United States has established a global dominance. How did we do that? Through our Navy. And we get that through the influence of sea power. It's a brilliant study. If you ever want to go in deep into Alfred T. Hay Mahan, who is an English scholar, that's how the Royal Navy established its dominance. Since 70% of the world is ocean, the mightiest power always must have the strongest navy in the world. Now, as all empires come and go in their cycle, we all know, and no fool is going to say, no, not America, it will last forever. That's a foolish statement. So what's painful is for Americans to realize that the American dominance is fading. It's waning slowly and painfully into what we're seeing as a global dominance. Now, global dominance means there's no the big players, China's coming on the scene. And we see Russia making its moves. It's going to be the big three. Of course, the BRICS doing their thing, and India doing their little, quote, games. But here's what's happening in the South China Sea, even though we're talking about Iran. I'd like to go back to Iran, but since we want to talk about China, the established fact is the most evil is evil, and evil makes right when might makes right. We went into the Spanish-American War. Poor Spain was innocent, totally innocent. The United States claimed that Spain had mined Havana Harbor when the USS battleship Maine was hit in the Battle of the port of Havana. And it wasn't the Spanish. They pleaded innocence, but America still declared war.
Andrew, you're on
And
like
the reason,
all these
let me finish. Let me finish, please. So America established Puerto Rico, Cuba, Guam, and the Philippines. We just said they belong to us, no questions asked. Now, we have established those as coal stations. That's when the white focus on white. You got to be white makes right? The Great White Fleet, we established our dominance with these coal stations. Now we see a change. China is now expressing their dominance in the South China Sea. Have they established that dominance? No, but there's an ever ongoing battle. And what Mango said was correct. They are battling mightily for those Spratly Islands and those key island chains and atolls off of the Philippines. The problem is the United States, to be honest, cannot protect everything all at once. So we're seeing a battle going on there. But if we could shift back real quick to and China knows that. They're letting America bleed out. They're letting us bleed out slowly, just like the Russians did. We do not have a total dominance in the South China Sea, although it's a battle, but thank God for our submarines. And I'll land it by saying this. In the Persian Gulf, we're now going to see a completely new, different naval warfare. This is calling to the Iranians and saying, you got your playground in the Persian Gulf. Now you're going to play our game in the deep blue water. We're going to establish our dominance with our submarines out there in the deep. And I will say this again. Why are we letting those tankers go through without sinking or taking them, as Manko's brought up? We could take them because we're allowing them for a purpose. And Sully even posted a space on there. This again tells me that the U.S. is playing with China behind the scenes to work out a deal. And Simon has been going over this and over this again. We're seeing it playing out militarily. I really believe that.
Okay, we've got some more breaking news. Wave 65 was carried out for the first time using the Nasrallah Advanced Guidance System. The IGC said the Haifa and Ashdod refineries, one of the largest part of the Zionist regime's oil refining, along with a range of security targets and military support centers of the Zionist regime in this region, were hit by a precision-guided missile in Wave 65 Operation Sadiq 4. In this Operation Wave, which was carried out with the code Ya Abba Abdullah al-Hussein and dedicated to the martyrs of the IRGC aerospace, the Nasrallah system, the advanced and guided, was used for the first time. Also, Qiyam and Zulfikar medium-range missiles hit US targets and interests in Al-Harj base, the main fuel support base for F-16 and F-35 fighter jets and US AWACS spy planes. Sheikh Isa base, the command center and control center and data center for combat communications of the US terrorist army, and Al-Dhafra base, with precise hits by medium-range missiles and solid and liquid fuel. Qadr, Hyperbreaker, Qiyam, and Zulfikar. In addition to that, we said Trump requested $200 billion from Congress for Iran war, and he said Biden gave $300 billion worth of cash and military equipment to Ukraine and did not rebuild anything. We wanted to have a vast amount of ammunition. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down by giving so much to Ukraine. They gave so much. It's a small price to pay to make sure we're tippy top. We mentioned about that. Also, he mentioned about not putting boots on the ground. Trump says it will be a surprise when he puts boots on the ground. I will not be putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly would not tell you. Well, I guess he didn't say that then. Why wouldn't you inform allies before attacking Iran? He said, we wanted surprise. Who knows better than surprise than Japan? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Bro, this guy. Monko, he's attacking your boys. He's attacking your boys. You know, let me repeat that. He goes, why didn't you inform your allies before attacking Iran? Trump goes, we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? This guy, bro. He's a different breed, bro. He's a different breed. That's hilarious. Trump said he didn't help with Iran war, but then says countries need to stand up. Trump says he doesn't need help with Iran war, but then says countries need this. By the way, the Japanese prime minister there, she's getting embarrassed, which is hilarious. So we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else, but I think it's appropriate that people step up. Trump continues to cry about the Strait of Hormuz. He said, we don't use the Strait of Hormuz. We are defending it for everybody else. NATO doesn't want to help us defend the Strait, and they are the ones who need it. Trump said Japan is really stepping up in Iran war, unlike NATO. Okay, interesting. So I don't know how Sanai Takahashi is helping, but he's saying they are. Japan PM says Japan's Prime Minister Sanai Takahashi condemns Iran's actions. She's a fool. Trump on Iran says the Navy is gone, the air is gone, the anti-aircraft equipment is gone, we're flying whatever we want. Nobody's even shooting at us. He says that while the F-35 just got taken down, which is hilarious. Trump on Kirk Island said, we can take out the island anytime we want. I call it the little island that sits there. It's totally unprotected. We've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because rebuilding them would take years. Trump on Netanyahu, he said, I told Netanyahu not to attack oil or gas facilities anymore, and he will not do that anymore. Okay, that's the latest news in that regard. Let me just see if there's any more. Yeah, I mentioned that. Okay, cool. That girl, was there anything you wanted to add for that?
Yeah, no, Trump is definitely a different breed. I'm just listening to the headlines, and like you said, he's saying that we didn't get hit or anything like that as a F-35 was just taken down. So just a different breed with the lies, but also with the disrespect. She is sitting there taking a bunch of disrespect.
Goive. Hassan. How you doing, my brother?
Hello, good. Thank you. How are you doing,
I'm doing great. What's your thoughts on this attack on Haifa and this attack on the energy infrastructure? Hassan has been left gobsmacked.
Yeah,
we can't hear you.
Say that was
no,
for me the most important thing, because it can't be that
you need to repeat that because you broke off until now. Okay. Doc, I remember I interrupted you. You were saying something. Go ahead.
Oh, I finished, Julie. Yeah, I was just telling what Marcos that the South China Sea, China is definitely trying to establish a firmer foothold there. They need resupply points.
Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool.
Go for it.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, Andrew. No. I was just saying that was for me the main one of the most important things is that Haifa gets struck. They did hit it. I did see one important strike. I don't know how sensitive that strike was, but the feeling for me is it should have been wiped out in response to what they did in the gas facilities in Iran. So yeah, but look, they responded well by hitting Haifa, and also they hit Ashdod. It was good to see that the infrastructure is being weakened. This is a war of attrition. It'll be interesting to see, do they continue to escalate or are they going to back down? Because the colony doesn't really understand de-escalation, de-escalation means that it becomes weaker and it can't achieve its objectives. So I expect more escalation, but we'll see what shape it takes.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see indeed. Simon, just to you, you mentioned like how bad things are. I believe the oil prices now are closing up to 115. The market's gonna be closed for a long weekend, right? How does that impact things? Because obviously prices won't change, right? Simon?
All right, yeah. Yeah, so this is 115 is the psychological price at which there was massive intervention. And so you'd expect them to do extreme measures in order to try and get it below crashed again. So last time they got the price down from 115 to $88. It was 115 in the futures market on a Sunday over the weekend, and then it came back down to a low of $88. And that was based upon Trump announcing on Truth Social that he doesn't expect the war to go on. Iran's annihilated, it's almost over. Then easing sanctions on Russian oil on water. And then also having the G7 announcement to drain the strategic petroleum reserves. Everybody will be draining their strategic petroleum reserves right now because out of need for consumption of their oil reserves and their LNG reserves. So the strategic petroleum reserves will organically be drained, even if not by massive intervention. I'm not sure to the extent by which America has said that has started doing it, but and then the additional announcement today was that Iranian oil on sea will have sanction relief as well. So these are all measures in order to try and contain the price. I still believe, I couldn't prove it, but there has been intervention with the Treasury reserves, which is a tool they have in order to intervene in markets. And I think they've built a very large structural short position in oil. And so we won't get transparency on that. But I think they're running a short position, and that might be getting, they might continue to intervene in the futures market. What that does is it effectively it gambles the American economy on either Manco's scenario playing out, where they can actually take control of the strait and open it through brute force, or a deal being reached, in which case the IRGC and US reach an agreement that leads to the opening of the strait. But in terms of we already have structural inflation in the economy right now, and every day the strait is closed, the impact of that gets bigger, and the issues we're going to have around global supply chains, hoarding, food shortages. India, I think, had enough fertilizer in their strategic petroleum reserves to meet this year's crops. But if they can't replenish and it lasts longer, so I don't think the Indian fertilizer risk is as big a risk. But they still have to get their LNG supply chains, which has been met by Russia at these prices. So yeah, another week above 115, and then if there's any kind of escalation cycle that takes it above 115, that US structural short position is going to create more of a systemic risk. And the inflation impact is just going to be significantly worse until we enter into that more severe demand destruction. And 3 months down the line, more severe intervention from the Fed with those dynamics that Jerome Powell's out and Kevin Wallace is meant to be coming in. But the immediate impact that people are going to experience is just, the price, the inflation, goods going up, there's going to be immediate impact, and you should start to see it already, particularly with filling up people's cars and everything around that.
There's been news, I don't know if you reported it yet, so I'm on the strikes towards Haifa and Tel Aviv right now, new missiles incoming.
I think Suleiman said it was like wave 67 or something like that. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. Another wave's coming in, and it's maybe they're not done yet with the Haifa refinery, and that was like their initial strike, because maybe they've obviously got a calculation for how much damage they have to give in return for the damage that was caused on the gas fields in Iran. So that might be another strike on Haifa. Let's wait and see what happens there. But obviously they're not relenting. I saw Trump said that he told Netanyahu to not hit the gas and oil facilities again. Clearly, the whole region and the world has been spooked by what's happened over the last 24 hours, and they don't. I actually believe Trump doesn't want this specific thing to escalate. But whether it's in his hands or not is another matter. But I think it's very difficult. You know, a broken clock maybe is right twice a day. He might, on this occasion, actually being saying the truth. Usually, I'd say whatever he says, believe the opposite. But maybe he's genuinely spooked.
Simon, can I ask a question regarding the price that we pay at the Bowser? Is it based on futures, or is it based on the actual average price of crude that's supplied by all the major suppliers?
Well, it's very geographically located, and then it's regional as well. So, gas stations can charge whatever they want. They're private businesses. I don't think there's any regulations around price gouging that I'm aware of. Maybe someone knows otherwise. Depends. I think that's very jurisdictional. But yeah, I mean, it's based upon, so different supply chains will hedge using futures contracts, in which case you can lock in the price for the whole delivery of that shipment. And then right down to the bottom line gas station can charge whatever they want. So it's just free markets and market dynamics, depending on the price that they contractually locked in at the point of getting the starting point of the shipment. And prices, the issue we're having right now is prices are becoming dislodged around the world. Before it was somewhat of a global price. But futures is just a way of hedging. You take out a derivatives contract, it adds some cost to the equation, but it gives you price stability. And so then when you ship things, you insure it, and then you can also get a price locked in that then sets the price at which it goes into the next layer of the supply chain.
Makes sense. Because, for a period when it was sitting around that $99 per barrel, I think last week, although that sort of price was stabilized for about a week, we just saw an exponential increase in the price per litre in Australia, to the point where I think today it was sitting about $2.90 per litre, where last week, the week before that, sorry, it was sitting about $2.40. So it has been, rising over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, so Australia, obviously, you got supplies that people are getting from Australia, Guyana, Brazil. Those are like net beneficiaries, other than Russia, and then the corporate interest in US. And all of those are connected to Chevron and Exxon as well. I'm not sure about Australia, but the hoarding mentality, and then the force majeure contracts, and then the cancellation of insurance. All of those are going to add like a premium, based upon like an ever changing situation that changes, hour by hour in the initial phase and day by day at the moment. So all of those, the ability to cancel a contract for reasons outside your control. Then the reason for insurance to cancel for reasons outside their control. And then also whether there's a government policy around a lot of countries are deciding to keep all of their resources and hoard them. That can all impact local price.
Yeah, a lot of our terminals have gone to 90% capacity ratio. So if you let's say put in an order, you're only going to get 90% of that at this point in time. It hasn't hit Victoria as yet, but most of it is in our New South Wales and regional sites at the moment. But we're expecting that to come to Victoria if this continues on. We do have a force majeure in our contract. Our contract is with the state government, and if there's no supply, well, then we can't deliver. Based on what's required.
I haven't studied Australia much. Like, do you know like who you mainly export to and what like your like do you partner with anyone? I don't know Australia too well.
So we get most of our oil. So we produce some of our own oil, but the most of our finished oil we get it from Asia. So 70% it comes from the Asian countries, so the likes of Singapore and China. And the majority of their crude comes from the Middle East and comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So we are affected by it.
So you have oil, but you don't have any internal refinement capacity. You do all that in Asia.
We have reduced the amount of refining in Australia based on a Greens policy. So they're trying to ramp up the amount of refining that we do in Australia, but it's not a quick and simple exercise as you could imagine.
Okay, so you were here same as like Europe and UK and all the ESG stuff, and then you started structurally trying to
Absolutely.
change net zero and all that stuff.
Absolutely. So in the
Thanks,
business that
Larry
I'm in,
Fink.
I've got yeah, exactly. In the business I'm in, I've got 400 buses that I need to transition to zero emission buses in the next 8 years, which is a massive undertaking, as you can imagine.
Have you guys rolled out like carbon credits or anything like that?
No, not as yet.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be probably something we'll accelerate this year with our digital IDs, carbon credits, work from home to preserve energy. The technical industrial complex are gonna lap it up to build their police and surveillance state and social credit score control grids. Definitely.
Yeah, look, Australia does have an opportunity. I mean, there is a lot of green or renewable energy that we probably there's opportunities to get renewable energies. Um, Unfortunately, we haven't seen the effect of the renewable energy projects that we spent billions and billions on. Um, but they are saying that we are going to see a reduction in prices once these renewable energy projects are completed, which they envisage are going to be halfway, middle of this year. So we'll wait and see, I guess. But we've seen a massive increase in prices for our gas and electricity over the last 18 months.
Interesting. I'm just gonna see if I can get my camera set up to do a market update with Solomon. Anyone want to chime in? Anyone got anything want to?
Test your camera out, Simon. Don't let them distract you. Don't let them distract you. See if it works. See if
It's
the
these
Mossad,
Aussies, man. It's these Aussies.
see if the Mossad hasn't taken you out. Conscious, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. Do you want to give us an update as well on casualties? Conscious.
Yes, just give me 1 minute. I'm entering my office.
Sure, just jump right in as soon as you get it. In the meantime, let me go to a Silver Sailor. Was there anything you wanted to add? Okay, Sia, go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
ready
Cassius.
now.
Brilliant.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you very much, Sulaiman. Actually, I tried to speak earlier, and then I had a meeting I had to go to. So unfortunately, there was an update from the occupied West Bank last night that there were 4 women killed and 13 injured in the West Bank. That is the new addition to the list of the countries. In terms of numbers, the Iranian casualties increased the number of people killed to 3,130, and the number of injured civilians is around 19,320. Still, the numbers from Israel and USA are very hidden, let me say. Like the number of killed people in Israel, I say around 18 from different sources. But the number of injuries in Israel is more than 3,700. For the US, we have 14, mostly military personnel, and 200 injuries. This doesn't include the agents which are classified as national, secrets and so on. And for Lebanon, unfortunately, the numbers are increasing rapidly. We have around 1,000 people who lost their life and more than 2,430 who were injured. Iraq, the numbers are 61 killed and more than 23 injuries. UAE, also the numbers went up. Now they have 13 reported deaths and 200 injuries, more than 200 injuries. For the Kuwait, the number of the deaths still 6, but the injuries are on the north of 67. Bahrain, they increased the number of injuries as well. The number of dead people, it is still around 2, but the number of injuries is more than 43. The rest of the countries stay the same as yesterday. Hello?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that update. We were listening in. Suleiman and myself are just trying to get ready to give a market update, so he might not be able to react, but I'm sure he was listening.
No, excellent. Yeah, I was just making sure that I did not drop in the
Yeah,
way.
thank you so much for sharing those numbers. What's kind of like the source on those? Are those like
Yes. Yeah. Very good question, Simon. These are mostly from Reuters and Al Jazeera live tracker. However, for the Iranian numbers, I added another source, which is the human rights activists news agency, which focuses on reports from Iran. And I saw that Reuters started referring to them recently. In addition to the Red Crescent and Lebanese Ministry of Public Health, Wikipedia, they also have a tracker. And there are national statements, coming from different countries.
Appreciate that, Conscious. Appreciate that. And I could just see some breaking news, and this is actually Simon's alley. Oh crap, where's it gone? Sorry guys, the phone's kind of crashing a little bit. Okay, here we go. SEC Chair Paul Atkins says the SEC interpretation on crypto assets is just the beginning. Okay, that's just lame. Thought there's something bigger than that. Okay. What have we got? I am
so
here.
I should be in the StreamYard room now.
Yeah, Simon, did you see my text message? I need about 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just basically what it is. I've got this video scheduled to go out, and then I want to do your interview, and then put that out for like 2:30, and then we're on time for everything. So yeah, we're gonna go live with Simon on the video at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, guys, and he's gonna give us a market update. Simon, you're gonna cover. I think you said you're gonna cover. You're gonna cover. You're gonna cover. You said you promised me, Simon. You promised me extreme excitement. You told me that you're gonna tell me how bad things are in the Gulf, and this was gonna be my early Eid Mubarak, my early Eid present. Is that what's going down?
No, good news and bad news, but we'll cover the golf. We'll cover like the latest that happened. Yesterday was a major day in markets, and then we'll cover a little bit about the dynamics in the golf, the winners and the losers, and the impact I think it will have. So you'll enjoy some of it, and you'll want to push back on other parts.
Oh my god, he can just never. He can just never ever.
Don't worry, you can enjoy it. Ryan Dawson will make up for it afterwards, and you can enjoy that one.
Hello. Interview at.
He'll tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. What we got here? What? I don't understand. It says the White House is not. Oh, sorry. The White House is not considering a ban on oil exports. I don't know what that means. Why would that be news, Simon?
What was that? Say it again.
The White House is not considering a ban on oil exports.
All right, yeah. I mean, that's an awful policy, but effectively, they were looking at a hoarding strategy and just using everything internally for America. But then they were going to do a ban on exports for all of the oil and energy exporters in America, which would have been incredibly a disastrous strategy. So I think they just came to realize that that's ridiculous.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, it
Trump's
just
given.
means like Europe would be absolutely screwed if it couldn't. It would then just be left with one source, which is Russia.
Here's a question to them, Mom, if you don't mind me
Yeah.
asking, just a point of
Yeah,
discussion. So far you've seen that they hit oil, and then it might be that everyone puts that on hold for the time being. What, given that everyone sees that the Republic responds and does, the damage is symmetrical. Okay, the weapons are asymmetrical, but the damage is being done symmetrically. If you hurt us, we'll hurt the global economy. If you do X, we'll hit Y. They've got an answer to everything. What are they going to do in terms of infrastructure now? What do they target? Because let's say they go after, for example, desalination plants, then they could hit that in the colony as well. They could hit it in the region. If they hit any other infrastructure, power, electric generation, whatever it is, they'll face the same consequence. So what is the colony's next move now?
Yeah, from my perspective, just keep hitting. There's a reason why they're targeting the Gulf energy and oil infrastructure more than probably Israel itself, because there's I think there's two missions. One is to economically destroy Israel, and the other is to have the financial impact, which is where it's the Gulf energy infrastructure. But if you wanted to escalate, then you just shut off the Red Sea, and target whatever you can target to stop those alternative pipelines and energy
No,
sources.
that's not my question. My
Yeah.
question is the for Suleiman and for everyone else. What is the strategy now for America and Israel, or the entity, the colony, in terms of they've realized that there's going to be like a response which is devastating for everything that they do. So that what do they, if they continue to kill civilians, or are they going to go? What's the strategy now? Which infrastructure do you target? Militaries or on the ground? What do you do now?
Yeah, this is why I know it's gonna sound like I'm trying to jump out of answering this question, but it's not. They actually are stuck. Like from a strategic perspective, they can't continue doing what they're doing. So if they continue what they're doing, this is gonna be a major problem for them because they're not able to continue it on in the sense of you can't just continue doing what you're doing because what you're doing is just destroying basic infrastructure. And what I mean by basic is like houses, buildings, sports complexes, these type of things, warehouses, And those things don't cause the benefit that you need. Those things don't get you where you need to be. And so you need to either, you only have two choices. You have escalation or de-escalation. So one is to make a deal, but I already explained why I don't think that could happen. And then the other one is escalation. So it is to try and go for Karg Island. It is to try and go for a ground invasion. The fact they're trying to get $200 billion does seem to suggest that there's going to be a ground invasion. So that's the only thing they could do, because they're not hitting Iran's military sites. He keeps saying Iran's destroyed, and then Iran's just destroying everything they want, and he's begging yesterday for Iran not to hit. And look, we're not going to hit your oil, you don't hit our oil. But I'll expand on this in a bit of a second. Beatrix is here. Beatrix, was there anything you wanted to say, promote? Because we've got a video coming out, and I know these guys listen to you.
What is going on, guys? Listen, Haifa refinery was boom, boom, boom today. It was bish, bash, bosh. Qatar and Saudi Arabia were attacked by Iran in response to a hit on the South Pars oil field. That video is now out. If you look in the nest, which is above where you can see Suleiman on your screen on the X space, you will see the tweet pinned. When you open that tweet, there's a YouTube link in there. If you press that YouTube link, it will take you to the video. And let me do it right now. And I want everybody on the YouTube space link to come to it as well, please. So I want everyone. I think Suleiman's going to post the link. Suleiman, are you posting the link in the YouTube?
I did it. I'm so fast. I'm like Superman.
But you know what? There's a lot of chat since then. So now that I'm promoting it, could you do it again, or shall I do it?
Yeah, I'll do it. You're basically saying, you're attacking the chat. You're saying they're not smart enough to find the link, but yeah, it's fine. I'll send it. I'll do it again for them.
I want you to do it. So, guys, when you go to that link, when you click on that link, right, from the tweet in the nest, when you click on that link, it takes you through to, give me 1 second, because we're going to do it together. You see Suleiman there on the screen in his navy hoodie, and it opens up a page, and you can see him saying, like the stream. So the way you like the stream is, you see the little X on the right hand side? Press that X, that will minimize your chat, and then press the thumbs up. I've just done it. And then underneath where it says comments, you can leave a comment. So I just say, hello, everyone. Give them a wave. And once that's done, press the X again, and then press left, swipe left on the comments bar, swipe left. And when you swipe left, it will take you to the live chat, and we're all in the live chat. That's where we're going. So I want everyone to open that link. First, press that link. Press that link, and it will take you to the video, and give that video a thumbs up. And then we'll come through to the live chat. And here we are in the live chat. People are moving across. I appreciate everybody who's moving across. I want everyone to move across. It's a short update video. I get a lot of people saying, oh, can we have short update videos to find out what we've missed? We want to know what we've missed. This is a really quick recap with images and all, showing you what you've missed today. Breaking news was that Haifa refinery was hit. Qatar and Saudi Arabia were attacked by Iran in response to the hit on South Pars oil field. This has been happening since yesterday. In case you've missed it, this is the best place to catch up. I see X-Commerce has made itself over. Thank you so much. Soul Infinite is over. Soul Infinite is saying Simon's the best. Seth Marshall says hello. Thank you guys for joining. Saad Mandu's our mod. He's here asking everybody to subscribe to the channel and like the stream. Thank you so much. Let's have a look. Josh Alfont, thank you. Peach198 says thanks, Suleiman. Everyone's on here, guys. I want more people to join, please. Samira's here with a red wave present. These are all guys coming over from our YouTube stream, right? The YouTube community are piling in here. I want the X community to join, please. We've got over 2,000 people here. Please go up to the tweet, which is just above where you can see Suleiman on the space. Above that, you'll see a post. Click on that link. Click on the link inside that tweet. It's a YouTube link. And it costs nothing to subscribe to Suleiman. So when you come there, press the bell icon, right? Minimize the chat by pressing the X on the right-hand side. If you press the X, which is just under the video on the right-hand side, press the bell icon. The bell icon, it's free to subscribe to Suleiman. So when you press that bell icon, you'll get notifications of all his interviews and videos that go out straight away. Also, give it a thumbs up and then come and comment. X here. Yes, Seth Marshall. You're an X person. I get you, Seth. Thank you for joining. Seth's come over from X. So let's see who else is here. Musti. Musti says Beatrix fell for the trap again. I have no idea what you're talking about, Musti. One Pappy says, yes, sir. Thanks, guys. We salute. Hi, yes, Pappy. SDS News says, here, ma'am. Thank you. Abbas Heather says, bless you all. Soul Infinite says, bish, bash, bosh. Yes, we are bish, bashing, bosh. Listen, Haifa refinery was bish, bash, boshed. Qatar and Saudi Arabia were attacked by Iran in response to the hit on South Pars oil field. If you want to know about it, come to this video now. Hardcore refining, boom, boom, everywhere, Dabby says. Absolutely. Wendy says hi from Belgium. Hi, Wendy. So Saad Zafar says hi. Glenn Dem says hi. Hi, guys. Really appreciate you joining. Share the link out. Get more people in here. Let's get this video really going. These are the little updates that people come up and ask for all the time. Can we have a recap of what's happened overnight? And these are very important developments. If you've been listening to Simon on the space, if you've been listening to Suleiman, this is going to impact us all in a major way. So again, please go to that YouTube link above where you can see Suleiman on the X space. Click on the tweet you see there, which says Haifa Refinery, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Click on that post, that tweet, open it up, and then press that YouTube link. And it will bring you to YouTube. And I'd like everyone to come to YouTube and press the bell icon. Musti says, Sully only acts nice if you do this. Still no boycott. No, I can't boycott. It's too important. Once the Iran war's over, I'll boycott for good. I promise you. Numero gives the boom, boom, boom. Yes, absolutely. Boom, boom, boom sign. So guys, come on over and join here. Anne Taylor says here, thank you, Anne. Make sure you guys are liking the stream and pressing the bell icon for the channel as well. So like the stream and press the bell icon. And share the link out, guys. Let's get people in here. It's just I don't even know how long this video is. It's a recap video, so it's not very long. But come here, give us a comment, say hello, tell me where you're from, and let's chat. Appreciate everyone who's come here. Let's have a look. I might have missed some of these messages. Hardcore refining, Gabby says, yes, absolutely. I see all the comments, guys. Come on over. Make sure you like the stream, give it a thumbs up, press the thumbs up. You can do that by minimizing the chat, by pressing the X. Underneath the video on the right-hand side, there's an X. Press that X. Then you see a thumbs up button. Press the thumbs up button. And to the left of that, you see a bell icon. Press the bell icon. It's free to subscribe to Suleiman on YouTube. Subscribe to Suleiman on YouTube, and then you'll see all his videos, all his interviews. Everything will be available to you. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps a lot to make sure that we get the news out there. And that's the most important thing, is to make sure that we get the news out there. So the more that we get interaction on these, the more the algorithm picks it up. Jang Lahore says, hi from Pakistan. Hi, Jang Lahore. Dr. Sarab says from Indonesia. Hi, Dr. Sarab. Welcome, guys. Make sure that you actually put the thumbs up to the video. And even more importantly, make sure you press the bell icon to Suleiman's profile. So press that X underneath the video on the right-hand side, give the stream a like, and then go to the bell icon. Press that bell icon, right? So if you press that X to minimize the chat, press the bell icon, and that way you'll be subscribed to Suleiman's YouTube, and you'll see all his videos come up. Endangered Species gives a lovely smiley face. Hi, Endangered Species. Appreciate you. So we're getting loads of love here. NPC Assassins on here. Oy vey, brother NPC. Welcome. Thank you. Make sure you like the stream and just give the Suleiman's profile, press the bell icon, subscribe to it. Irfan Qureshi says, hi, Queen. Hi, Irfan. SDS News says, hi. I'm from Cali via London. Hi from Cali via London. Hi, guys. Malik Yusuf says, hello from Singapore. Appreciate you, Malik Yusuf. Thank you for joining. I love Singapore too. Let's get going. Sally Infinite says, I'm Simon's biggest fan. Looking forward to Sully's interview in 5 minutes. Samira says, lovely smoky picture coming out from Haifa. Samira loves it. So if you don't like Iranian resistance, you're in the wrong group. If you like Iranian resistance, you need to join. You need to join this chat. Let's see some love in this space. Let's see some love on the stream. So go to that link just one last time. Above Suleiman on the X space, you see a post pinned. and it says Haifa refinery, Qatar and Saudi Arabia attacked by Iran. Open that post and you see a YouTube in there. Click on that video you see. Come on over, give it a like, give it a thumbs up, press the bell icon and say hi and tell us where you're from. That'd be great. Over to you, Suleiman.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, like that video, share it. Listen, I always tell you don't listen to Beatrix, but I would say this is the only time you should maybe think about listening to her, and that is to like the off. There we go. Get ready. You got your camera sorted, Simon?
Yeah, how's it looking?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
All right.
Okay, guys. 1 second. Let's put that there. Okay, guys. Hopefully you can hear us. Let us know in the chat before. We're fine, right? Nice one. I've subscribed, twinned, and shared. Just let me know if it's working, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna assume it is. Let's go. I just want to welcome financial expert and Bitcoin OG Simon Dixon onto the show. The financial market is in flames. Yesterday we saw Israel attack South Par's energy field in Iran, which produces 90% of Iran's energy within the country. Iran responded. They hit Saudi Arabia. They hit Qatar. And Qatar's energy, which I believe that it's impacted at least 20% of Qatar's energy. And right now they're hitting Haifa energy as well. One of two major ports, actually, and both ports are being hit by Iran in terms of Israel's energy supplies, and there's a blackout. So energy on energy war is happening over the last 24 hours. Trump did say and promised we're not going to hit energy anymore. I've told Netanyahu not to do so. But that being said, oil prices have increased, and we've got Simon Dixon on giving us the live updates about the market, what's happening, and then giving us an overview as well. Simon Dixon, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Okay, great intro. If I'm a little bit lagged, I had a bit of issues with my laptop, but the show must go on. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear.
We can, yeah.
Okay, so three big things happened yesterday. You gave the biggest news, which was that there is significant escalation in terms of infrastructure around liquefied natural gas, LNG. And that was a significant escalation on all sides. That so far pushed the price of Brent crude oil up to an average of $115. But we're getting a lot of disjointment in global oil prices. So within America, they're still around the 90s, below the 100 mark, very volatile. But at the other extreme in Oman, they're approximately $150 per barrel as well. Now, this was mainly targeting around the LNG infrastructure. But really, the price of oil has kind of set the benchmark for the point at which intervention happens. And so immediately that was met with Trump calming it down. As we always say, they have the truth social narrative saying that Israel did it without us. Please don't attack Qatar again. They're an innocent victim in the process. Trying to, de-escalate it via Truth Social. The second thing that happened as well is there was a policy switch, which was that they're looking to review and ease sanctions on Iran for their oil on water at the moment. And so a similar action to what they did with Russia. So now we've had sanction relief for very specific targets with Russia and Iran in order to control the price of oil. This is because their strategic petroleum reserves are calming but draining, because it is only so far you can go with the strategic petroleum reserve. And given that there was a process to try and approve a military industrial complex stimulus check of $200 billion, it looks like we're getting very conflicting messages there. So we can see that the military operations and the financial operations are very much working in two different paths here. And one of them, the military operation, is signaling a long-term strategy. Yet financially, we know that there are genuine economic consequences, very important deadlines. So getting right back to the economic side, yesterday, Jerome Powell, in one of his final meetings at the Federal Reserve as Federal Reserve Chair, gave a very dry announcement. It was the FOMC, meeting, and basically, as we were expecting, rates were not cut nor increased. So that was completely neutral. However, there were adjustments on what's called the dot plot. That's where you look forward a year and you try and forecast from Federal Reserve data whether they think there's going to be rate cuts or not. And it was implying that there isn't going to be rate cuts. Now, the Trump administration was looking to regime change the Fed and get Jerome Powell out because he wasn't decreasing rates. There's a reason why Trump wants rates decreased. It's because there is a strategy to roll over the debt with short-term treasuries. Now, when the Fed controls rates, it effectively means, the 1 week, 2 week, 1 month, 2 month, 3 month treasury bills. But they don't control the cost of the long-term debt, which is the 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, and other types of longer-term duration treasuries. The idea was that if you can regime change and push down short-term interest rates, you can roll over the debt short-term. And if markets were functioning, as they should, then you'd expect those longer-term rates to come down. But the market's doing the opposite. As the strategy gets more and more desperate to force down the short-term rates, the longer-term rates are going up. And so we had a slight tick up on the 30-year treasury to about 4.9%. Once that gets structurally above 5%, that's problematic. If that stays there for a long term, and as you start to try and decrease the short-term rates, but the long-term rate is going up, this means that the rate of mortgages goes up, the rate of credit card debt goes up, the rate of auto loans, and really fixing the mortgage market and getting interest rates. The average mortgage rate is about 6%, and you need to get that down below 6%. This will push it up, so it's moving in the wrong direction. That means you've effectively knocked out real estate as a mechanism for growth in the US economy. So then you need to look at what else is there as mechanisms for growth. Well, we've talked about the AI and data center build out trade. That has a lot of consumption of minerals, technology, just construction, infrastructure, and it was a massive source of stimulus from both governmental side, but also two other sources. One was private credit. Now we started to see significant stress in private credit. So you've knocked out government stimulus, you've knocked out private credit, but now you've got a third source of the growth, which is foreign direct investment. That's the $18 trillion that Trump is always bragging about. Now, if you knock off the largest contributors to foreign direct investment, which is the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds, now you have stress in the largest source of growth. You also have, both the real estate and the AI and data center build out phase, but also you've got higher energy costs. Once you have higher energy costs, the number one input for these artificial intelligence is obviously electricity. It consumes and guzzles electricity, at an insane rate. So really, you have knocked out the major source of growth. So what's the alternative to grow? Well, you have to do a big print and you have to do a stimulus into the military industrial complex and building out infrastructure around energy. So all the growth is really coming from those few companies at the expense of the American people. So Chevron, Exxon, and much of that infrastructure that benefits from these higher LNG and higher oil prices. But they can't have it go too high, because once it goes too high, you get demand destruction, you get a recession, you get reduction in consumption, and therefore you can't sell as much oil, and that knocks down the price just simply because you've hit the demand there. So that's kind of the game that we've been talking about. So yesterday you had the escalation that drove up the price of oil and energy and hit some of that energy infrastructure in both Iran and the Gulf countries. You also had the Fed meeting as well, and then that started to have its impacts on the mortgage market. So all of that spells the third punch that came along yesterday, which was a really hot print on PPI, which is Producer Price Index. That means that this was from February's data. That does not factor in the war. It does not factor in the supply shock. It does not factor in any of the inflationary impact that we have seen since this war started in March period. And so what happened is the annual PPI rate came in at 3.4%. What PPI is it is a 3-month leading indicator for what consumer price index is, CPI. And so obviously, when you're talking about the average American, you have the consumer price index, you have the cost of your mortgage and your rent, which is long-term interest rates, and then you have your energy as well. If all you're doing is paying the interest on your higher mortgage and your energy prices are going up, you got nothing left for consumption. And so that's what takes us into a structural recession, which I think at this stage, even if the Strait opened today, we are already in that inflationary cycle. So you got the PPI that will then have an impact on the CPI. Then you have the oil supply shock that's not factored in. And so we enter into structural inflation. There is no reversing that train right now. And the longer this goes on for, the longer the Strait is closed, the more you guarantee a structural recession and greater demand destruction at the end of it. And so the only way, as I said in the previous updates, to fix this is to get the Strait open, which means significant concessions with Iran and the IRGC, and a de-escalation in the war, or an escalation that somehow, through a miracle, opens the Strait today. Not like we do a ground invasion and then we take over infrastructure. That's a long-term strategy that the military-industrial complex wants, but the financial-industrial complex is managing and saying this has to have a shorter-term solution. So that's everything that happened yesterday. It was a major day. You had a triple punch. In summary, you had the oil price and energy price shock. You had the fact that interest rates won't be going down, and you had the PPI inflation print. All of that points towards stagflation. And so, that kind of drives us into the questions, and then we'll do a few questions around what's happening on the Gulf side. So obviously the source of foreign direct investment was primarily the Gulf countries through both defense and artificial intelligence.
Simon, just before
just
before you go to the Gulf, I got a few questions on some of the things you said. I just didn't know when to jump in. So you mentioned about the long-term rates, and you mentioned 4.9% it was at now, and 5% would be critical. What was the percentage just before the start of this war?
We were down to about 4.6%.
Right.
And that was producing the mortgage rates at still above 6%. And there was a policy to really try and get those rates down to unlock the mortgage markets. Now we're up to about 4.9% as a result of this.
Okay, and you also mentioned the PPI is at 3.4%. Again, same question. What was it before, and what level of shift has there been?
Yeah, so it was PPI was 3% and CPI was 2.4%. you'd expect both of those to go up. That's a really hot above expectation.
That's a significant jump then, right?
Yes, significant, yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing you mentioned was about AI. One of the industries was AI and data centers. AI and data centers require a huge amount of energy, a significant amount, to the point where the people who are working on AI are looking at other avenues to produce that energy or to try and direct that energy. With the current war that's going on between Iran and Israel and the Gulf states and America, and specific attacks on energy, the cost of LNG going up, the cost of oil going up, is there a risk that you could end up having an almost AI bubble collapse because of that? Not because of the situation, not because of the AI development, but because of the requirements that's needed in order to facilitate it.
Yeah, this puts the AI companies under severe stress. We've already started to see reactions. So ChatGPT and OpenAI, they came out and said they're going to be focusing more on the corporate side rather than the retail side, because a lot of people are using ChatGPT for free, and that's consuming a lot of energy. And so now they'll be thinking about, well, how do we charge a lot more to enterprise clients? And maybe they have some packages for retail, but they're going to be focusing on the enterprise side. Also, that kind of plays into the China play because they built infrastructure that makes it significantly cheaper. You're not getting the same level of quality of AI, but it's at a cheaper infrastructure, is what many people say at the moment. You also saw companies like Meta. They have decided to close their virtual reality metaverse division. They also said that they're looking at laying off 20% of their staff so that they can dedicate it to these data center build outs. Now, if the price of energy goes up, that's going to be a significant energy guzzler. And you'd imagine that there could be some mergers and acquisitions here instead of the biggest IPOs that were going to go public on the market this year, were Anthropic, XAI in terms of SpaceX, and also the ChatGPT through OpenAI. If those IPOs don't go through, then this would be a real death spiral for the AI trade. And I'd expect Google and Apple to probably come in and make some strategic acquisitions in distress. And then if it is down to Google and Apple, these are global institutions. If they want to copy the China infrastructure, then they would look at buying significant energy resources from China and significant infrastructure from China. Now, also the dollar's been rising, which makes the cost of manufacturing in America more expensive. So this is working against the whole, national security strategy of rebuilding the manufacturing base of America. And you'd expect those companies to turn to China in the AI trade.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then you wanted to speak about, well, if you want to do it now on the next episode, whichever you prefer, but on the Gulf states.
Yeah, should we call it quits there and do the Gulf on the next episode?
I think that's a good idea, because I like these like chunks, because everyone enjoys them, because they're nice short chunks which everyone then is able to watch. But Simon, appreciate that update. Any other last comments on the update? Because it's so much with the energy crisis, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll just say, prepare yourself. Like the price of gas in Europe has gone up another 30%. And so there, we are in a price crisis. There will be in various regions food insecurity. And, the Asian countries, like we're already seeing the effect of Venezuela and Cuba getting massive blackouts. That's taken down hospital infrastructure. Yeah. That's an act of terror in Cuba. Yeah. We've got to keep an eye on those types of things. But also Bangladesh, Vietnam, Philippines, various other things. We'll cover those. But on those ends, people need to prepare for this stuff. There will be supply chain issues. There will be shortages similar to what we had during COVID. And there will be significant increases in energy until the strait is open.
Yeah, I completely agree. Guys, you can find Simon on his YouTube channel, which is Simon Dixon 21, and also his X page, which is Simon Dixon twit. So do make sure you give him a follow because he gives really good analysis, market updates, financial information, and as you just heard now, important advice that we all need to hear, but especially at a time where there may be scarcity and prices are going to inflate so much that an average American, an average European, an average person from the Middle East or anywhere in the world is going to start struggling. I'm sure we're going to talk about it in the next one of the next episodes, which is he's talked about there being a possible financial crisis. He's talked about there being a recession, but many are saying that there could even be a depression. So we're going to talk about that as well in the future. But Simon, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We really do appreciate you.
Okay, thanks, Suleiman. I'll see you on the next one. And anyone that's watching this on my channel, make sure you follow Suleiman, where I'm giving all live commentary with a bunch of other people as well. So let's go over to X and we can discuss all these things in real time.
Brilliant. Yeah, guys. And Simon's channel, follow me. It's Suleiman Ahmed X. Follow my channel, guys. Anyway, appreciate it.
And your YouTube.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube, Suleiman Ahmed X. I appreciate it, Simon. Thank you so much. Appreciate you as always.
All right.
Thank you. Right, guys, that was Simon Dixon giving us a market update. Golden, to say the least, as always. These updates are so good. Like, they are just so good. And the reason they're good, in my view, is because it's like a 20-minute update. It's not too long. It's nice and concise. And so for that reason, you know, we can all get on board with it. Because sometimes, I'll be honest with you, I do switch off sometimes when it comes to the financial stuff. Because I kind of know it, and then I don't really want to. For that reason, you know, so we can all get on board with it. Because sometimes, I'll be honest with you, and they are the financial stuff. Because I kind of know it, and then I don't really want to know the ins and outs. So this is really good, where we get these updates, and they are concise, on the point. Okay, we're back on the X.
That was really good.
What was that? Beatrix?
Yeah, that was really good. And do you know what, Simon? I don't know if I forgot to tell you this, but somebody the other day when you came on, and somebody on there, I won't tell you who it is, on our YouTube chat, was like, Simon's right up against that mirror. I've never seen him so close up. And this lady was so fascinated. She was like, I'm going to make Simon's picture my DP. I'm going to make it my background on my phone. That's such a cool look. Like, literally, you're gaining fans for all sorts of reasons, Simon. You have no idea.
Oh, this is my boomer setup in the hotel on the move. Like, yeah, I don't know what was going on with my laptop today. I think like it literally blew up my laptop. I'm gonna have to try and figure this one out because it was I think we had some robot effect today. But yeah, no, I yeah, the mirror behind me, I don't know what to do about it, but I hope it's okay.
Yeah, I hope so too, Simon. That sounds a little bit scary, to be honest, that it happened so suddenly.
There's some Pegasus thing
yeah, I
going
hope you
down.
managed to fix them. Yeah, do you know what? I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, whoa, you know, there's all sorts of things, isn't there? We live in a world of pager attacks, so then anything is possible. You guys left us on a cliffhanger, though, literally. Oh, we'll talk about the Gulf countries next time. It was like, no, do it now. Like, what a cliffhanger. We're going to have to tune in again to hear what you've got to say about the Gulf countries.
No, it's good that we keep it short. Like, I think Suleiman was like, "When's Simon going to stop talking? I got questions, bro." But he didn't get his questions in.
No, it's always a hard one because, yeah, I did have a few questions, but at the same time, you don't want to disrupt like your flow as well because you'll have like certain points you want to pull out. So, no, I think it was really good, and then I just asked them at the end, so I think it was bang on. It was awesome, guys. I do give Simon a follow on X as well. He's always giving us real news and real information in real time. Okay, let's get into the conversation. Let's break it down. Lots to go through and lots to speak about. Okay, I'm gonna bring some people up. Okay, and I need to edit this, and I want to get it out straight away, to be honest. But yeah, that was good. That was really good. Some would say it was gold, pure gold. Retweet the space, guys. Reshare the space. We're live. We're going. We've been going 24/7. This is day 20. We're now 3 weeks into this war. This war is now 75% longer than the previous war, the 12-day war. We're now on day 20. Let me go to... Okay, why are people glitching out? Are you there? Okay, let's go to Saracen. Saracen, jump in with your thoughts.
Hi, Sulaiman. How are you? And thank you to the listeners. Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim listeners as well. Yeah, just some thoughts. I was surprised when I saw that the F-35 was shut down. Well, not shut down. I beg your pardon. Was struck. And what I found really surprising is that this thing was struck side on. And obviously, this is raising a few questions in the mind of the world. Number one, this plane that's supposed to be untouchable with stealth is obviously not invincible, but more so, I think, is making a mockery of the United States and its allies, where they making statements to say that Iran has been incapacitated. And yeah, I just want to share a thought that I find it very encouraging for Iran that they were able to pull this off. I do have a question perhaps for Simon, I think, and that is that I'm seeing that Trump made a statement where they're saying that they could forego the sanctions on Iranian oil in the meantime. Obviously, they're facing a supply a question, right? So the question I have for Simon is, strategically for Iran, does it make more sense that if the United States does make this request, that Iran just says, we don't jump at your will, number one, and number two, we will suffer the consequences of not selling our oil, but we will teach the world a lesson that you will know the consequences of low oil supply, and therefore we won't open our oil. Do you think there's a chance that Iran could do that, to make that statement? Do not strike us again, because we will bring your oil down.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question in financial warfare. So, Iran is a very unique economy at the moment because it's completely insulated from the global impact, obviously because it's had decades of sanctions. And so it built its whole economy around an insulated economy, and being able to control imports and exports via the Strait. And pretty much 90% of its oil is sold to China. So it has a massive structural risk in that its economy is dependent upon China. But at the same time, it's created a very unique scenario where its economy is insulated from whatever happens in the global crisis, unless we ended up in a situation where there was massive demand destruction, a global financial crisis and recession, and China, their economy is severely impacted, and so therefore the demand of oil eventually goes down on the China side. But even in that situation, sanction relief doesn't really matter, because they're buying Iranian oil, whatever happens. At the same time, Iran, depending on whatever relationship or agreement China and Iran have, which I don't think anyone's privy to, unless I'm mistaken, then as the price goes up, it obviously means that things get more expensive in China, but also Iran receives significantly more revenue, which it can then use in order to reinvest in its military and whatever it needs to do in order to outpace the impact in other economies. So it creates a complete economic dependency upon China. And so China could rug pull, but at the same time, China has a structural partnership that circumvents the sanctions. Now, what the relief would do is it would take the Iranian oil that can be sold to somebody else, and it would allow it to strategically negotiate who that gets to. And that could be somebody that historically wouldn't have purchased from Iran because of sanctions. So it doesn't really impact from my side because China would have bought it anyway. So it doesn't really impact the supply or the price, but it does allow Iran to negotiate with whoever needs to purchase that oil and whoever gets the sanction relief. And so I don't see it as let's constrain the supply, our supply of oil, in order to create worse oil prices. I think it's more, who it actually goes to. And Iran, I think, will continue to export, for as long as they possibly can, because they will need to continue to do that. Their economy and their GDP has been really hit by sanctions. It goes up and down depending upon different agreements. And at the moment, it would really rely upon that source of revenue from selling its oil to China.
Thank you, Simon. So, in your estimation, do you believe it's more likely that Iran will engage in this offer, but perhaps just pick who it sells its oil to, essentially, versus saying no and keeping the oil out of circulation?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to constrict any of its supply. It would only constrict if its infrastructure makes it where it can be constricted. But in theory, it could. No, because effectively, if China and Iran wanted to create some kind of squeeze on oil, they could do it together. But I don't think that's in China's interest. I don't see that really being. I don't see that being a tool. I think a more effective tool is targeting infrastructure as as their infrastructure is targeted. And so it has a double whammy. Yes, they lose some of their infrastructure, but at the same time, it then impacts prices as their infrastructure is, and so as they retaliate, it then impacts prices again. So really, it's a very interesting game theoretical situation, and I do think that in this, as long as Iran and China are working together, and China can leverage this situation to get what it wants, um, I just think it's game set match. Really, I don't see an alternative here.
Thank you, Simon. That's really fascinating insight. Suleiman, if you're okay with it, I just have a quick question for Andrew, if that's okay with you. Yeah. With the F-35 being struck, obviously, if it can be struck, it can be shot down. And I would imagine that both from the pilots who might have been feeling a sense of security being inside this amazing piece of technology and feeling the confidence in this machine that they're flying, this surely does change the confidence that they have, number one. But number two, I would also imagine that the people sending out these sorties, that they also start to question that if one really does get shot down and the tech ends up in the hands of Iran and as well as China and Russia, does that change the strategic game of how Israel and the United States decide to send the F-35 into Iranian airspace?
You there, Andrew? I think he's taken a little break. 33 minutes, I think. He's been doing a long shift.
Yeah, I can imagine. Um, no worries, and that's fine. Just one thing, Suleiman, as well as Beatrix and Simon and Andrew and all of these other folks. I think it's absolutely astonishing that hour in, hour out, day in, day out, that you guys are here keeping the energy up to keep us informed, ensuring that we're getting the latest information. And the amazing thing is, 20 days later, you're still here completely high energy, unsubsided. And thank you so much for allowing us the space so that so many of us have space to come to. Thank you so much.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm sure Sully and Beatrix heard it, but they're juggling a few things. I think he's probably trying to get a video out at the same time as listening, so I'm sure he appreciates that. Is there anyone? I'm not a co-host at the moment. Is there anyone on the stage that would like to jump in?
Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. SOI, you got your hand up. Do you want to go?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Simon, can you hear him?
Yep.
Yeah, so my question is for Simon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard what you had to say about, the financial forecasting. For me, I feel like there's a few flaws in the way that it would play out. You keep asserting that Iran has a MIC of their own, which is arming proxies in the region, correct? For me, I just see there's like a big flaw in that line of thinking, because you're saying basically people from the Iranian side are enriching themselves via funding and arming the proxies in the region. But if they were like a financially incentivized people that were just looking, to basically enrich themselves, the amount of money that Iran has lost due to the sanctions put on them, if they were compliant with Western interests the way that the rest of the Gulf was, they would have made trillions of dollars. And I just don't see how they're a quote unquote MIC of their own, because they're not making like anywhere near the Western powers military industrial complex. I just don't see how that's like a thing where you think that they've just benefited off of the proxy wars essentially.
Yeah, so I think you added a lot of opinions on top of what I said, and the limitations of language and the emotion of the situation means that it's I search for the right words, and sometimes I can't put the right words, and then it comes across in a different way, and it's really hard with Iran as well. So the IRGC is an economy within a country, and they have certain assets that they effectively control and manage, including the banking system, the ports, the infrastructure, the military, and various because of sanctions on the economy, various trafficking operations in order to try and circumvent those sanctions so that they can continue to function. Then you have the traditional model of funding militias in order to achieve negotiation leverage for either the IRGC or the economy, the country. Now, the country was subjected to sanctions, and IRGC was a function of reaction to the terrorism that was inflicted upon Iran that started really way back and escalated in 1953 when the democracy was overthrown, and MI6 and CIA did a coup in order to ensure that the oil could never be used, and the attempts to nationalize it in the entire history that we've had. Once you have a sanctioned economy and you have a revolution, then you have an economy within within a country. And so the government is separate to the IRGC. And if you follow the money around the IRGC, you end up with a self-sustaining infrastructure. And once you have a self-sustaining infrastructure, and then you partner that with the fact that you have to work with Russia and you have to work with China, then they have strategic goals. And for them to effectively purchase infrastructure from the IRGC to circumvent sanctions on the country, you then end up in circles that also have their own internal corruption. And so it's way more nuanced. Then you have private interest within that. And whenever you try and change a model away from a forever war model to a regional stability model, there are a bunch of private interests, corporate interest, foreign country interest, mafia interest, cartels, trafficking interest, and they have all their own blackmail operations and various other things. And so it's when you get in the nuance of reality that you start to see that there is different interests within the IRGC that would have a different vision for what comes next, and they're incentivized in different ways. And I think it's delusion to say that this group of people are completely different from all other humans because they are ethically superior and all aligned. I think that's delusion. And I don't think it helps us understand and analyze what's likely to be the dynamics at play. And so that's all I'd, kind of say. Just think about reality, think about your situation, and then understand how incentives work. But the big issue is that America and the British Empire tried to take over the oil, and this created a series of knock-on effects that led to the situation that exists today. Then you have self-interest, and then you have the defense of that interest. And when someone external comes along, like China says, we would like regional stability, you then have a dynamic that causes many problems. And that's the nuance that I think people need to understand. It's not as simplistic as framing it as these people are holy, these people, are superior ethically, and they're all the same and a monolith.
I wasn't asserting that they were like ethically superior. My point was more so to the fact that you're saying that these mafias that are benefiting off of the war machine on the Iranian and Russian Chinese side. What I'm trying to say is that if these people are financially motivated, there is so much like more options for those people. And I get that you're saying that there's hardliners, and that's essentially the whole point of this war, is to take out the hardliners from stopping the stabilization of the Middle East. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, it feels like if there is such a large component to the IRGC that is benefiting off of the war machine, like, wouldn't they benefit more from aligning with Western interests? Like, I get that there's different factions.
They tried to align with Western interests, and Western interests wanted to steal their oil, sanction them, regime change them, and overthrow them, and that led to this effectively resistance economy and everything that happens in these different in these different things.
Right.
So they wanted to. This is why I said the primary issue is the West, and then Israel. The dynamics that emerged was this whole thing of Iran's about to get a nuke, Israel's in a fight for its survival, but in the end, the Western military industrial complex saw a great way of taking advantage of that divide and conquer. And then once you're there, an economy sets up, and then there's self-interest that people try to preserve and protect. That's it.
Got it. All right. Thank you for that.
Thanks for that, Sol. Just want to welcome Darkside onto the stage. Darkside, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Doing well, Sully. Great space. Good to see Simon, Beatrice, Andrew, Doc. Yeah, you just kind of, I keep, reminding myself that war is really unpredictable. And as much as we think we have our thumb on what the different interests are, things can go sideways. And I'm kind of staring at Taiwan right now, thinking, I was doing some research. They really are completely reliant upon the Strait of Hormuz for energy. And certainly China would like to squeeze them to some degree. I don't know how hard. Um, it's just crazy times, man. It's just wild. So,
What about in terms
you
of
know,
we were discussing with Simon this energy crisis? All the countries are being hit. The oil infrastructure, the LNG are all being hit. I believe Simon said the oil prices are close to 115 now. What? Just give us an idea from the financial perspective what your thoughts are about what's going on.
yeah. So, I mean, there's multiple oil prices right now. You've got WTI trading, sub 100, Brent trading up around 110, and then Dubai oil, Omani oil trading up around 160. So, this is just not a healthy market, obviously, but it just shows you how much leverage Iran has in this equation. And they can almost force the US into a ground invasion if they want to. And none of us want to see that, I don't think. Certainly I don't. Um, just misadventures all for, that Joe Ken interview. The last time I was up, I was talking about that. I thought it would break the internet. And look, he laid it out there pretty clearly that this is Israel's war, and that we didn't have any business fighting it, that we had no interest to go in. There was no immediate threat to the U.S. And then he's been as far as to say, the Charlie Kirk situation, he was shut down from investigating by the FBI. And at the same time, the FBI is now investigating Joe Kent, but they're not investigating the pedophiles, tied to Epstein. So where does that leave us, right? I think over half of our country here in the U.S. is completely despondent over, the rule of law and the way it's being applied. So I'm not sure what to make of it. I'm kind of in the camp that this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better, if it gets better at all. And I just don't trust the players involved here, specifically Israel, to try to de-escalate. It seems like we're just going up the escalation ladder. Haifa was hit today. They will now turn around and hit back. The U.S. has warned Israel against bombing energy infrastructure. I don't trust that they won't. False flags are certainly at play now, and the energy sector is in complete stress. We've been saying for a while they need to get the Strait of Hormuz opened yesterday, and quite frankly, I don't see a path to getting it open in the near future. And if I was Iran, China, Russia, why in the world would I bail out the Western powers that have been causing havoc in the Ukraine? Because I think all this does tie back to Ukraine. So I'm not very optimistic, Sully. That's all I can say.
Yeah, yeah. And what's your thoughts on just from the financial market? Like, where do you see this goes? It's about $115 now. How do you things are gonna occur?
Well, like I always say, right? The price doesn't really matter. It's, can you get the oil? Um, price can be manipulated. They can print money. They can, you know, you know, manipulate price, but you can't print oil, and you can't print gas, and you can't print fertilizer, and that's the issue right now. So I don't, I never try to predict price. I'm kind of with Simon on this one. It's almost impossible to predict price, but you can predict, and you can clearly see that there are shortages, and those are going to get much worse. And feels like a couple weeks from now, if we're in the same situation or worse, um, I don't know that it's repairable. And maybe that's what they want. Maybe that's what these lunatic psychopaths want. Maybe they want to bring the entire global financial system to its knees, and it will. We're going to start hearing about derivatives exposure, counterparty risk, failures, more force majeures. All of this just brings the financial system to its knees.
Yeah, yeah, that's the biggest concern about the financial market going to its knees. Can it ever, or you or Simon can explain, but can it ever be like I know Simon was saying if it goes past 160 it breaks, but what does that actually mean in a tangible sense?
So when you say it breaks, like it breaks economies, it causes demand destruction. But look, it's not just oil, right? Like it's not just diesel and gas we're talking about. We're also talking about natural gas. And you can't have that much demand destruction, at the power plant level. Natural gas, is used to fire power plants. So, Taiwan still needs to run their power plants. So it breaks things in so many ways. But again, there's only so much demand destruction that can take place. Certainly on the oil diesel side, right? You see less shipment, less goods moving. That's clear to understand. But the natural gas side, the fertilizer side, the food side, those are, how much demand destruction can you have in food? So I don't know, Sully. I'm not optimistic.
Hi guys.
Breaking just. Oh, do you want to go, Hassan?
No, it was me. I was just gonna give some breaking news and give it straight back to Simon. The This is why I said I told you guys. Y'all like, oh, guess what? The colleagues, the Gulf are gonna wake up from this. They're gonna realize they're not protected. They're gonna wake up. They're gonna grow a pair. And I said, listen, who they are. So the US approved emergency arms deal worth $11 billion for UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan. Hilarious. Sorry, back to you, Simon.
Could you say that again, Silly? I cut out for a bit.
Yeah,
It's an arms deal.
The United States of America have approved emergency arms deals worth about $11 billion for the UAE.
What's interesting about the timing of that as well is Qatar basically is saying that they may need to do force majeure on 5-year LNG contracts that would affect Italy, Belgium, Korea, and China. The estimated annual losses from these facilities are about $20 billion of cancelled contracts. So there's mass renegotiations that are happening around these weapons purchases, renegotiation of LNG contracts, cancelling 5-year contracts on previous prices, and then we'll cover this one tomorrow, Silly, as well.
Hassan, you want to say something?
Sure, a leopard doesn't change its spots, it seems. They always say that, and I guess it's true to some extent. I just want to correct something about ethical superiority. I think the world sees now with greater clarity. You have the Epstein class and regime on one side, which rape children, which kill children, and you have moral actors, and there's good people and there's bad people, and that's been the story throughout history. That's why the religious people amongst us believe, Christians and Muslims will believe that there's been prophets who have come along before, whether it's Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, other prophets in between, that they've come to teach human beings how to behave ethically and to be superior ethically. And when you look at the Islamic Republic of Iran, it's been grounded in the ethical morality. Sunnis and Shias alike, and Christians and non-Muslims alike appreciate the institutions and the religious morality of the leadership there. They're
Hassan,
definitely ethically
your
superior.
mic's not great,
1 second, let me just change the mic. 1 second.
No problem. Let's go to Manko in the meantime.
Yeah, I did see the video of the supposed I don't know what that was, missile against the F-35, and I have to say there's absolutely no way that's real. It has to be fake. There's multiple reasons, but the main one is that the video depicts a direct hit with a huge fireball if that happened, the F-35's gone. Like, there's no way that it flies back to base and successfully lands. The only way you can have a situation where it could be damaged and have to go make a landing but not actually be destroyed would be if it was a relatively small explosion and it wasn't a direct hit. It was like a proximity fuse some distance away and just did some damage or something. And it's also kind of hard because the F-35 only has one engine. So if the engine's damaged, it's never going to get back to base. It's one of the like controversial things about having one engine instead of two, where if you have two engines, maybe you can limp back with one. But yeah, I don't think that's real at all.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me now, Suleiman?
Yeah,
Is it
we can
clear
hear
now?
you. Yeah, go ahead, Hassan.
Cool. Yeah, so I was just speaking about ethical moral superiority. So we see in history and we see today, those who understand the Islamic Republic understand how the revolution took place and understand the principles on which it was founded. Not to mention there's clear differences between rats, like those in the Jewish colony who hide in their shelters, while you have the Islamic Republic, the leaders, the very leaders, are willing to put their neck on the front line, and that includes the leader of the RGC, includes the leaders of every institution. They have a system in place which allows them to be replaced. And not only do they sacrifice their own selves, and they also they are willing to even sacrifice their own family in defense of the principles of freedom, of liberty, of sovereignty. And there's a big difference between those who engage in pedophilia, who engage in blackmail and dirty tactics, and those who have bared with patience, immense patience, despite the leverage that they've had. They've shown the world the leverage they've had, but they've restrained themselves continuously over and over again until the point where they had no choice. There's a huge difference between those who lash out at any point in time to establish their power and those who maintain humility, who live in a simple way of life. When you have a leader who lives in a simple home and he talks and he walks the talk. What he preaches, he practices. There's a big difference between regimes who send their children to resorts to drink and party, and then you've got the principles of the Islamic Republic where you have their children on the front line dying, defending the Islamic Republic. There's a big difference between those two, and definitely you cannot compare the moral superiority. There is definite moral and ethical superiority with the Islamic Republic, and everyone in the world, all the discerning people in the world at least, know the difference between the two.
Hassan. And yeah, I disagree with Manko. I know he thinks it's not real or whatever. First of all, the claim that the F-35 landed back is based on American claims. Also, the blast could be where it hits a wing or hits a certain part of it as opposed to the specific engine blowing up. So there are many different possibilities on what happened in terms of the hit. That being said, what we know is the F-35 has been hit. This has been confirmed by the Americans. The only point that they claim is, as they always do, that they never admit when they've been hit. And they never admit if the fighter just been taken out, and they try and make it look like nothing's happening. We know so many Americans have been murdered, they won't admit it. We know so many of their equipment has been taken out, they can't admit it. And the reason they can't admit it is because they need to sell. There's a sales incentive and a military incentive to lie. So there's actually a number of reasons why they would be lying about this. But yeah, there was visuals of that. It's not AI. Let's go to Soapbox. Soapbox, go ahead. Soapbox. Okay, dropping you. Let's bring this. Wait, why is a guy who's blocked me requesting? This guy Alpin, bruv, he's gonna throw you out the space. Dude thinks he can request in my space while he's got me blocked in his dreams. Okay, let's go to let's bring this guy up. Let's bring good guy. Okay, let's bring him up. He seems like a good guy. And then we'll give you some of the news in a few seconds. Okay, let's bring this shit.
UK, the yields are going through the roof again.
What does that mean? Can you explain?
Just means that the UK economy is looking more and more distressed in terms of loans to the UK government. The costs that they have to pay on a gilt is just like the 2-year bond has gone up to about 4.5% now. So the UK is looking under severe distress at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
this is all the mistakes that the UK made over the last 10 years is coming to fruition.
Yeah,
Internal destruction of their own country.
and maybe more importantly, the Japan bond market's in free fall as well. Um, Look, global bond markets are in trouble, and as much as you want to focus on stock markets or gold or silver, it's all about the bond markets. And if they lose control of the bond markets, things go really haywire. And this goes back to the force majeure, Simon. Right? Like these bond markets can't handle counterparty risk and counterparty exposure through all different types of contracts. And one of the things we talked about is, people losing money in oil and gas, that spreads to interest rate swaps, interest rate derivatives. The entire system is interwoven together. So, UBS doesn't just have exposure to oil and gas, they have exposure to interest rates, they have exposure to gold, silver, everything. And all of these markets are going crazy. And that's not a bug in the system, that's a feature. Something tells me people want to see this happen. I don't know why, but this is that reset that you're talking about, Simon. You need chaos to create a reset. And I'm concerned. I'm actually really concerned that we'll see some form of that great taking that I was talking about the other night. That that we're going to see absolute chaos in the derivatives complex. And if banks begin to fail, the policy response from the DTCC and other global clearing concerns becomes really interesting. Everybody expects a bailout. I'm kind of in the bail-in camp, and they've set the rules so that they can do sheer havoc to global financial markets. And to Simon, your point, they get to scoop up assets for pennies on the dollar. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah. Let's go to S17. S17.
Yeah, hello, Suleiman. Hello, Simon, and hello, Beatrix. I just want to say thank you for holding the space 24/7. I regularly jump in and listen to you guys. I'm from California. The question I have for you, Suleiman, is what is the Yemen and the Houthi angle in all of this? Because they've been relatively quiet. Have they conducted any operations, or what do you foresee in the future in regards to the Houthis?
What was that? S17? Say again.
My question to you is, in regards to the Houthis, what do you anticipate happening in the future? Are they going to conduct any operations? Are they going to get involved? What do you see happening?
Okay. Good question. So, by the way, your mic's not great, but I did get what you said. So with the Houthis, I believe that they are going to be specifically gonna get involved. Now the question mark becomes, in what way are they gonna get involved? And I believe that what it is they're gonna be used as a mode of escalation. And so if the escalation is required at the right time, they'll cut off the Red Sea, and that'll just turn the world into an even more global financial crisis. So they're there for additional escalation, and I do think that they will jump in that situation at that time.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I did mention I'm from California, and I just wanted to share something with the space. And Myron talked about it. And Myron, I believe he said, and I quote, most Americans are dumb, most Americans are stupid. And I agree wholeheartedly with that statement. People in America, and specifically in California, do not know what's going on. And I just want to thank you for holding this space down and really sharing what the news is happening.
Appreciate that. Appreciate your statement on that. So thank you so much. 1 second.
Yeah, I think the Houthis could take the price of oil above $120 if they can enforce a blockade in Red Sea.
Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, so the Red Sea is the alternative pipeline routes that both Saudi, UAE are able to get about $6 to $7 million of oil out into the market. The daily average is 20 million barrels. And so if you then, if the Houthis, which historically they were able to enforce a blockade of all shipping through the Red Sea, and there were two operations to try and stop it. One was under the Biden administration, where they did significant airstrikes. Another was under the Trump administration, where they did significant airstrikes. Those ended in a negotiation and a ceasefire between the Houthis and firing rockets at Israel and the opening up of the Red Sea, which led to the ceasefire in Gaza, which obviously has not been met. But it was at at that stage, it was the peak of a starvation campaign, a famine campaign, unbearable bombing, and it was a peak genocide at that point. But that led into a ceasefire, and that's when the Houthis then reached an agreement with Saudi Arabia as a result of UAE and Saudi escalations happening. So there's currently an agreement between a ceasefire. The Red Sea is open, and there's an agreement between the Houthis in Yemen and Saudi Arabia. If they decided that if or when they decide that they want to blockade the Red Sea, then that really cuts off where there would have to be a significantly reduced, constraint on the amount of oil that's leaving the market, and so that would probably push the price of oil above $120. It already is $150 within Oman, and it would put more stress on the Asian countries, and then those Asian countries would apply leverage onto the U.S. markets, and the U.S. would suffer the accelerated inflationary impact. So we're all tied together in this, and that would create more stress in Japan, UK, Europe, which are the ones that could effectively have a cascading effect on the American financial system too. So
Well, and
Thanks for
Simon,
that,
it
Simon.
doesn't even.
Thanks for that, Simon. Just 1 second, man. I'm going to give it to you. Guys, it's just I kind of forgot about it. I've got like a really bad memory. But I've got another tweet in the nest. I put it in the YouTube super chat as well. Obviously, you guys heard my interview with Simon live only an hour ago. So obviously, you probably don't want to listen to it. That being said, I do need your help and support. And so if you can do me a favor, if you can open it up on a separate tab, or even watch it again if you want to. It's only, I think it was only like 15 minutes long. But yeah, it's if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. We've got 20 legends in there already. Saad's in there. Hiba's always in there. So is Saad. Sierra's in there. It could be Sarah. The Irish and the Wellness Warriors in there as well. So guys, if you can open it up, answer that is in there. If you guys can open it up in a separate tab, there's 500 people on the YouTube. I believe there's 2,200 people on the X Space. If we can get like 100, 150 people open this up on a separate tab though, so they can watch it while it's on a separate tab, that would be awesome. If you can do that for me, that would be really, really helpful. And as I said, this helps us get a lot of people. I've seen someone in the chat saying, oh, can you get Scott Ritter? Can you get X person? Can you get Y person? Yeah, it's easy to ask me to get people. But the only way I'm able to get people is if you guys support it and actually watch the videos, because they do look at the number of people who are viewing. And I was speaking to, for example, Daniel Davis, and he's like, "Oh, I'm getting like hundreds of requests a day to do interviews," and he's chocker, and so they have to be selective on who they're gonna do the interviews with. So, if you can do me a favor and open in a separate tab, That would be awesome. And that's the only way we get people for these interviews, by having a large number of people watch these. So this tweet is in the nest. If you can do that, that would be awesome. And if you don't, then just don't ask me to get people for interviews then, because we basically won't be able to get people, because it's very simple. It works like this. You basically get people, they think that a large number of people are watching them, so they'll come back. And if they don't think a large people are watching them, they won't come, and they'll go to do interviews with other people. So if you can do that for me and us, so we can get these people in so that they can inform you and we can ask them the right questions, and we can help grow the channel so that more people become aware of it, that would be awesome. So yeah, if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. Let me see how many people are on here. I think we need Beatrix. They only listen to the chicks, man. They're Sims. The Sims! 41 people. What, Beatrix, are you here?
I'm here. I'm in the middle of something, but I'm here. I can
Bro,
speak though.
they only listen to you, bro. The Sims. Can you get them to open it up?
They're not Sims. They're very nice people. They're a good community. Guys, look, I want you to go, please. The link is in the YouTube chat, the YouTube stream that you're all on listening to this space. And look, we run that stream all day so that you actually can listen to it, so you don't have to have the pain of using X, because I know X is rubbish. It's even rubbish for me. So please click on that link. It'll take you 30 seconds. Go through. It was a brilliant, brilliant interview that Simon and Suleiman do. And they do it daily, so you can have a recap, right? We're in really serious times. So I'd like you all to go to it, give it a thumbs up, and put a comment in. And if you listen to it already, you don't have to listen to it again unless you want to. If you haven't, you can bookmark it. Press the bell icon on Suleiman's profile when you go there. So you'll know then you've subscribed to him. It's free to subscribe. And then you can go back and listen to it. It's really easy. And for everybody on the X Space, if you see Suleiman's profile on the X Space, I'd really appreciate it. If you go to his profile and just above it on the X Space, you'll see that tweet pinned. And it's got the first one on the left-hand side. That is the post. It'll be the one with the interview they've just done with Simon Dixon. It's a daily financial update. It's a short soundbite of what's going on in the markets, and more importantly as well, how it's going to affect all of us. And, you know, they'll be covering what we need to do to prepare. I've seen a lot of you on YouTube talk about buying this and how to preserve that and how to grow this. So this is your thing. You need to be sharing this with everybody. Take the link and share it with people. So I'd really appreciate it if you could all jump on there. Just click on that link. If you're on YouTube, the link is in the YouTube chat. You just click it there. It'll take you straight over. Go and give it a thumbs up. Go and give it a like. Listen to it. Put a comment in the box. If you're on X, please do the same. Suleiman and Simon are going to be giving us these gems of sound bites every single day, because I think things are going to get worse. And I think we're going to need to be prepared. I'm not joking. I'm thinking about what I need to stock up on now. This is how bad it is. And I'm not somebody who thinks like that. Because I don't even think that it's just that things are going to get pricey. I think it's the fact that things are not going to be available. That's what I'm thinking. So guys, please do that. And they'll continue doing these interviews for us, giving their time up for free every single day. And all we're asking you to do is press that link on YouTube or on the X Space. If you're on the X Space, it's just above where you see Suleiman. It's in the nest. Press it in the nest. Let me have a look, actually. Let me just stop what I'm doing and let me have a look. Where is this? Let me have a look how many people are on there. Here we go. Oil and gas fields bombed results in energy crisis. Let's have a look. Oh, come on, guys. We need to do better than that. That's terrible. Share the links. Get in there, please. There's no point doing this 24/7 if you guys aren't supporting it. We've got over 2,000 people here, over 500 on the YouTube. We need more than that. Come on. Get in there, please. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of me giving up my entire day, Suleiman giving up his day, Simon giving up his time? You know, we all sat on a space giving you news and updating you and giving you analysis and stuff to get the truth out there. So please do that for us. Get into that YouTube and get people in there. Share the link. That'd be a massive help. Suleiman, I'll pass it back to you.
Appreciate it. Let me just give some more news. The I-24 News says, in the last 24 hours, several rockets were launched from Syria towards Israel and Israeli Defense Force positions in the Syrian Golan Heights. The rockets fell in open air far from the border and Israeli defense positions. There are no casualties. Actually, let me pause this one. The IRGC spokesperson said the following. I'm about to tweet that out. He said, tracking 4 hostile aircraft in the country's skies, the defenders of... Where has it gone? The defenders of Iran's sky in Islamic Republic of Iran's army and the Islamic Revolution Guard have tracked and destroyed 4 hostile enemy aircrafts in our country's sky since last night. So they're saying they're taking out 4, not just that F-35, but they've taken out 4 aircrafts of the US and Israel. So that's interesting. I'm just going to post that out, to be honest. But yeah, that is the IRGC spokesperson. So breaking: Iran destroy 4 US and Israel aircrafts.
Did you say there's been rockets fired from Syria to Israel?
Yeah, that's what that report said from I-24 News.
Who would that be, Hassan?
There is a resistance group in Syria which is allied to the Islamic Republic, but I'm not aware that they have got any capabilities, to be honest with you. And they'd be very early days. I mean, look at where you see the Iraqi resistance, for example. Now it's inflicting a lot of damage on the bases, the American bases in Iraq. But Syria, I would imagine, is very early days, and I don't know. I wouldn't imagine they've got a particularly large capability at this stage.
No, I think they do, Hassan. If you remember, the SSA, they end up giving a lot of their stuff to Hezbollah, but Hezbollah only got a lot of their drones and many of their missiles, but mainly the drones from them. So the idea that they give everything up is possible, but I think there is a possibility they will have retained some stuff as well.
So my understanding is that the majority of the arms that have arrived to Hezbollah and the Lebanese resistance was via Syria, and it was actually easier to get them across than previously, surprisingly. And the reason is because the ISIS Julani lot are very cheap; they're very easy to buy out, and they curse all the resistance nonstop, but they're happy to take a few pennies to let some missiles and drones pass through. So I'm aware of them arriving there, but I wouldn't have thought there's any. If there is, I would imagine it's very primitive at this stage. If there is in Syria, and like because the issue with Syria has always been that it's very weak in terms of resistance ideology, very weak in terms of it's never really got involved directly. It's been more of a facilitator. So if there is, maybe they do exist, but I wouldn't imagine that they've got a particularly large capability.
Yeah, it's not voluminous, but I believe that they're the ones who. Well, I know this actually. They're the ones who help supply a lot of Hezbollah's. So, yeah, let's go. Apparently, Netanyahu's meant to be having an interview 10 minutes ago. So, has he had it or what? What's the crack? What's the crack with this interview?
I did say I suspect the rat's still alive. I did say that. I just find it difficult to believe that he's been killed so easily. I always suspected that. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how happens with that. Let's see if it's another AI video is the $1 million question. Let's see if it's another AI video.
What could you do at this stage to make people believe the video? Like, what could you do?
I think if there's a press conference with open press conference where you've got people asking questions to Netanyahu, and they're from all around the world, BBC, CNN, even the Western ones, but with a few other, maybe like Russia Tonight. If you got a few different people asking questions in an open press conference, then I think that would be sufficient.
Or if he just has 5 fingers in both hands in the video.
That's funny. That's funny, Doc.
But I also struggle to imagine that there's somebody who isn't like Netanyahu who isn't coordinating this. I believe that he's the brains behind the U.S. right now. I really believe that. Like he's directing the U.S. He's directing the the war tactics. The strike on the oil facilities was directed by him. I struggle to believe there's someone else who's directing it in this way. It's just got his footprints all over it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Well, we've got this press conference now, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see if he's alive or not. This is going to be the $1 million question. Where is Netanyahu, guys? Where is Netanyahu? What does the chat think? Is it going to be AI or not? Let me do a poll in the chat, actually, before he comes on. In the meantime, Laura, jump in, give us your thoughts. Netanyahu. Can't even see if I'm spelling this right. Netanyahu.
Hi, thank you so much for calling on me. I was just wanting to ask Simon, being so manipulated, I know you're saying it's the financial backers, but like, who is that? What bankers is it? Is it Lloyd's of London? Is it who?
I call it a financial industrial complex because it's a group of players that do different things. So Lloyd's of London is on the insurance side, but then you've got the large asset managers like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard that control vast amounts of capital. Then you have those that create fiat currencies, which is the banks, like Bank of
Okay.
America and all Chase. Then you have the investment banks, which are able to engineer these reconstruction, securitization, financialization, derivative complexes like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. And then you have the hedgies and the hedge funds that are able to, get access to capital, borrow vast capital, and take short and long positions like Jane Street and various others, hedge funds. And then you have the private equity and venture capital industry. So Silicon Valley, Founders Fund, different funds like DARPA that are connected to CIA intelligence routes. And then you have private equity, which is doing a lot of the private credit loans and private equity. And they're all glued together through mainly being public companies. And then those public companies are managed by the large asset managers. And so when you put that whole complex together, you're able to, push different capital flows, and there are more strategically important institutions. And so it's a whole complex.
Okay. And sorry, I'm just so new to this. That's why I really appreciate this space. I appreciate learning because I know everybody likes to come on here and bash on Americans sometimes because we are so propagandized is the only word I can come up with. Like we think we're smart because we read the papers and watch the news and studied in school, and we just through this space and other accounts, we're learning that we don't know much right now, especially with what's going on over in the Middle East. But okay, so how does that control Trump? Like how is I was a 3-time Trump voter. Like I really thought he was an anti-war, and I feel dumb. I feel duped, obviously. So who's controlling him? Is it just K Street? Because K Street is a part of all those other organizations you just mentioned. So is it just the donor class that is controlling him?
So there's a number of different mechanisms that corporate interests use and foreign interests use in order to control politicians. Firstly, the American system was designed as a pay-to-play system, where the more you contribute, the more you get, and every contribution comes with lobby interests. And so, if you look at the forces around Trump, you have lobbies, then you have corporate interests. I think someone's got a hot mic. Is that silly? Um,
I don't think it is.
all right.
That might have been me. I'm sorry. I'm kind of mopping and
Oh, no
talking too
worries.
at
If
the
you
same
can,
Oh my
time.
god,
My
it's the
bad.
chicks, bro. Why are you blaming a guy, bro? It's the
yeah,
chicks.
sorry, silly. I don't know why. Should have known.
Sorry about that. Should have
Yeah,
known.
mopping at the same time as asking questions
Mopping and
about
talking.
finance. Yeah. And then if you look around Trump, so like you've got the lobbies that are based around like ideology, like the APAC lobby, and that's the Israel First policy. Then you
Hmm.
look at the different corporate interests as well. So at the very top, you had like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is connected to both the military industrial complex and the technical industrial complex, and so he gets like a lot of funding from. Do you want to mute yourself? Yeah, that's it. He gets a lot of funding for to push forward technical agendas around. The second largest funder is the like the Bank of New York Mellon family. So that connects them to the financial industrial complex and other contributors. The third largest is Mary Adelson. The Israel side tends to be connected with war, and so you could broad those together into the financial industrial complex, Israel First policy, stroke Zionism. Those are his three top backers. And then on top of that, you have the APAC lobby that has significant influence over Congress, Senate, and all of those lobbies have influence over Congress and Senate. And then under the military, you have the deep state, which is like a transnational MI6, Mossad, CIA operations. They do blackmail operations, and they do covert, types of assassination, and various other things that they need to do in order to achieve private corporate interest goals, or different types of dark mafia networks and Zionist networks and various other things. At the same time, if you're a foreign country, then you can look at a fund that Trump has set up called Affinity Partners, which is funded by the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds to a few $1 billion, and then is managed by a Zionist, Jared Kushner, that's then connected to the mafia networks and blackmail rings. And so all around him, he has all of these different groups that collectively control. But if there was a institutional formula at the top of all of this, most of the corporate interests are like public companies. And so if you want access to capital and you want your share price and you want to borrow against your stock, then everyone becomes subordinate to this financial industrial complex. And so at the very top, um, you know, foreign policy is dictated via a deep state network, military network, and then you have to get technology policy, and financial policy. So I think he's mainly aligned with the finance side, but whereas like Biden was more mainly aligned with the neocon side, and so you get like these different types of alignments, but they all cross over.
Okay, so thank you for saying, because you pulled in a Democrat. What are we to do in America, honestly? Like, who's the candidate? Or is it just the whole system needs to burn at this point? And then what are we rebuilding towards? Because I thought the way the founders started the country, they thought about it. I thought it was going good until the finance came into it. But you're saying the finance was always a part of it? Always? Even during the founding?
Yeah, there's a couple of components to that. Firstly, the founders were the elites at the time, they were the landowners. And so the Constitution was constructed in order to protect the people from the tyranny of government, but it also protected the corporate interests from the tyranny of government. And so over time, various laws are put in place to stop monopolies and antitrust laws, and various other things. But pretty much it's always been controlled by, elites. And that's the same for every system. whether it be a monarchy, whether it be a dictatorship, whether it be a democracy. The wealthy tend to always concentrate power at the top. And I don't believe that voting matters. That's just my conclusion, because it's just a theatrical event to distract you. And certain parts of left and right like get implemented through policy, but the overarching major policy is dictated by the lobbies. And so personally, I think it's very theatrical. And then there is a uni party thing, and so by you believing that your vote matters and that changing the politician matters, you tend to be distracted from who's really controlling things. And it's a bit of an optical illusion. So I personally think that the way that people matter is through controlling their spending habits through boycotting, and also like where they invest their money. And I think your money is your vote, not the rest is just a bit of a farce.
Just some
Okay.
just some breaking news, Laura, before you go on. So yesterday it was reported that China had said to Taiwan that in order to solve their energy crisis, they can help them, support them through this very difficult time if they were willing to reunify with China. Today, apparently, I'm just reading Taiwan rejected that overture. So that's the latest news on that. But yeah, I want to hit Dark Side. What's your thoughts on that? And then we'll go back to you, Laura, but this is just kind of news.
Yeah, I mean, Taiwan
The
seems to
first
be the
thing is the
linchpin,
USS Gerald Ford.
simply
They had a
because
toilet
if
incident.
Taiwan is unable to produce energy, that would hyperinflate away the Western economies. 95% of the chips that go into everything from toasters to automobiles and everything in between are produced in Taiwan. Taiwan Semi is probably the most important company to the Western supply chains in the entire world. So I don't think there's any coincidence that they are trying to squeeze them from being able to power their economy. And China has the answer, right? China has the reserves in place, and they're suggesting, hey, through peaceful reunification, we'll take care of you. Now they'll reject it today, but that's why I think this goes on a lot longer than people anticipate, at least here in the West. But I think this is a move to try to take, in many ways, to try to take Taiwan peacefully. And I think China will support Iran as long as they need to keep that strait closed in order to bring Taiwan to its knees. I don't think most people are putting, and the U.S.'s desire to militarize Taiwan is seen as a great threat to China. I'm curious to get Simon's take.
Yeah, this is definitely a
Wait,
global
how is it a
reset and a
threat?
big squeeze. And so yeah, you can Russia, Trump representing American corporate interest, and China will definitely be looking to squeeze. And to me, because they're all engaged in diplomacy and they've all been negotiating the resolution to their various spheres of interest, I personally think there's more coordination in terms of divvying up the world and deciding what the world looks like. Um, so I think obviously there's a lot of public facing stuff, but I think they all know that World War III is mutually assured destruction, and so I think they've already decided what and people go off plan and power dynamics change and then they renegotiate terms, and so I think I think they thought that this would be a short war, and then the IRGC I think showed more resistance. I think military aligned factions have done false flags. There's even the potential that Russia decided that they could get a bit more out of this, and so they deviate on those agreements, and then things get renegotiated. But don't forget, Doc, the most a very important one. Not only is TSMC the economy, in about 5 years, probably both China and America can be independent, chip independent from TSMC and the infrastructure in Taiwan. But today they can't. But that connects to the Netherlands supply chain and the South Korean supply chain as part of that. Um, all of those, Europe and Asia, are both impacted by these oil stuff. Qatar is then squeezing LNG. And remember, the US military cannot function and the Chinese military cannot function without those chips as well. So if America's been depleting its munitions, and there's any need for, these, both the economy and the military and the financial system are all dependent upon receiving those chips.
If I may just ask then, America, China, I mean, do you think China would do that? Do you think China would try and take Taiwan right now? Because isn't Taiwan's new
China's not
leadership?
remotely ready to do that right now. They can't just do it at the drop of a hat.
I think it would be a really
Okay,
And
bad move for them.
why? You do.
I don't
Okay.
think, yeah, I don't think that's what they're thinking. I think what they're thinking is let's squeeze them to the point that they beg to be reunified, that they realize that their only access to energy is through China. And that I think is the play. I don't think the play is a military invasion of Taiwan. China's not bombed anybody in a long time, and I don't see them doing that. But if they're able to take advantage of this crisis, or even um, continue this crisis through their support of Iran, they potentially could bring Taiwan to its knees.
Yeah, militarily,
Yeah, if I could
Taiwan is very hard to
add on
invade.
militarily.
They've actually set themselves up like with with US Nick, and they've war gamed it out, and like as crazy as it sounds, it's actually really hard to invade a country no matter how small they are. And so it's even though it sounds asymmetric and crazy, but we're seeing that with the US, military and Iran right now. Whoever's invading has a significantly harder time than the one defending. I mean, even look at, Gaza literally was 60% kids and women, with, literally just a few rockets that they are able to put together, and no army. And still, like, it took, 2 years of operations in order to just decimate Gaza. But so it is never as easy as it sounds, and you can have these asymmetric setups where it makes it exponentially harder for the invader, and Taiwan's got that. But they wouldn't want to do it. It would just, right now, China looks great. It's not engaged. It looks like the one that engaged in diplomacy, and it's allowing America to just look really bad through its partnership with Israel right now. So it's just a really bad move to do that, I think. But yeah, squeeze it where it voluntarily wants to do it, i.e., not voluntarily, but they're forced to do it without military action. Of course, China would try and do that.
What you said, why China has no need, nor would it ever even think about doing that when it's winning the long game here. We're seeing it happen in Iran right now. We're seeing it happen right now. The United States is spread so thin. We have our 7th Fleet assets completely moved out of position. Just the fact that Tripoli's whole function is what? To guard against the China threat, the South China Sea. That Tripoli's been repositioned to now in the Persian Gulf region. And that's a huge note right now, China is playing the long game, and we can see it happening in economics. It's an economic war. And what Simon just said, there it is right there. Even if it wanted to, let's say, could it really on paper? Simon just laid it out hypothetically. Why would it ever want to even play that risk? So, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you so much again for your time, and thank you, Soli and Beatrix and Simon and Andrew and even Manko. I like you. Just you're a different side of it, so I enjoy listening to that as well. So I hope everybody has a great day and good luck through everything.
Hey, can I ask you a question? As like somebody that was a big Trump supporter, and like you're just catching up on this thing. Like, has it like been a bit of a shock for you? And like after just seeing like this, like do you feel like that this war in Iran was really about protecting the average American from a threat, or do you feel like
Oh, absolutely
like tell
not.
me how you actually feel?
I feel betrayed. I personally feel stupid for believing, his campaign promises. This is not America first. This has nothing to do with America first. And I don't like being lied to. I don't like the excuses. I personally don't care if Iran has nuclear weapons, if I'm being honest, because look at North Korea. America doesn't mess with North Korea. It gives them safety. So I don't care. And I heard somebody else say on this space a week ago or so, they said, use common sense. Even if Iran had the bomb, why would they bomb Israel? Because they've always protected Palestine. So why would they bomb Israel if they're just going to hurt the people in Palestine by bombing Israel? Again, common sense makes complete sense. So I just feel betrayed. I don't know which way to turn. I don't know what to do. I don't trust anybody anymore politically. They definitely do not have America's best interest at heart. Not when it comes to this war machine and the financial side of it. And that's the other thing. And I know I'm going to sound like probably like an idiot, but I need to know this. If they can just print the money, why can they not just say, oh, it's absolved, we owe nothing anymore? Why can't we just do that? If they can just print it, why can't they just absolve it in the same keystrokes?
Because nobody else would buy your bonds anymore.
But if we didn't do that, if we just cut all the debt and they don't buy why do we need to sell them our bonds? Like, can't we go back to 1919 where if they want to do something, they have to sell bonds to Americans and sell it to us, and then the American public could buy the bonds?
Okay, so the reason you don't default on your debt is because then no one will lend you money in the future. It's just the same as an individual in America. Why don't you have a 300 credit score, and why don't you declare bankruptcy and stuff? And the answer is you're not going to be able to get any credit after that.
But I don't think that was her question. Her question was, can't you print the money and pay down the debt?
No, the question was, why don't you just default? If you can print money, why don't you just default instead?
That was the question, but you know what? I like the way Simon's thinking. Why can't we just print the money and pay it off and be done? Just be done.
And it is a great question, and now you get to actually the structure of the dollar.
You mean print $30-something trillion? You'd have insane banana republic inflation then.
True, that is true, but we're already dying. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the answer is that the Federal Reserve System is actually fundamentally a Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
And basically, the Federal Reserve System was set up to lead to this exact scenario. It happened in the British Empire. And effectively, it's a structural monetary problem where you outsource the ability to create the dollar to the private banks because the government doesn't actually print the money. It's the private banks that create money every time they issue a loan. The Treasury actually only benefits from creating cash and coins. And what they actually did is they structurally made it where in order for a dollar to be created, somebody has to borrow it, and then there's that debt has interest on top, and the money to pay down the interest doesn't exist. And so you created a mechanism that enforces everyone to work to pay down the debt in a system where you end up inevitably, predictably, and guaranteed more debt. And then eventually you just keep offloading the debt. And so then bondholders control the government. The banks control the individuals. And the capital markets control the companies. And it's actually structurally why empires rise and fall. Because you create a fiat currency that is a debt where the money to repay the debt doesn't exist. So it's actually structured as a Ponzi scheme, and it ensures that you have a workforce that's always working, and that you have a subordinate class to those that can actually create the dollars, which is the banking class.
Okay. So basically,
Hey,
there's nothing to be done. Just what you
Now,
said.
if you were to print the money to pay down the debt, your stock market would crash, your bond market would crash, and you'd have inflation. And then a more stable currency would step in. So when Trump and Doge and Elon said that they were going to try and create the Department of Government Efficiency to pay down the debt, they were basically saying if we achieve our goal, we create a depression, which they can't. So it was all a farce to try and get a bunch of data together and just create a theater.
Hey, Simon, will you explain the petrodollar? I think that'll help clear things up. You can do it better than I can.
Well, yeah, in order to like maintain international trade, like currencies used to be backed by gold, and you can't print gold, you can only mine gold, and it's very scarce. And so the dollar used to be backed by gold. And what would happen is if the government took on too much debt, other countries could come along and say, "Oh, I don't want these dollars, I want the gold." And the British Empire and the American Empire used to have to convert those dollars for gold, and that would create a balance where the government can't just limitly take on debt and use that debt to extract all the resources out of the American people. And America basically wanted to fight the Vietnam War, and it effectively defaulted on its debt in 1971 and said that you can no longer convert the dollar to gold. And then after 1971, it used Israel, like Israel escalated a war in the region, and Saudi Arabia engaged in a oil blockade, just like this one, that created a ginormous shock that led to a real stagflation environment that we're probably about nations over King Faisal that did um, the the blockade, and it led to the creation of a petrodollar, where effectively Saudi and various other oil producers agreed to price oil in dollars, and then rather than holding those dollars, they would lend it to the US government by buying government debt. And then effectively, oil became the mechanism for enforcing the dollar. And this allowed America to print many more dollars and increase the national debt from, I think at the time it was probably like 5 trillion to now almost 40 trillion. But with all the money that was printed, what would effectively happen is those that controlled the money printer would end up with the real assets. And then the rich would get richer and the poor would get poorer. And you end up in a situation like you are today, where virtually all the assets are controlled by fewer and fewer hands. And once a country decides, okay, we're no longer gonna, if the value of the dollar starts going down, and they decide that they're no longer going to lend money to the U.S. government, then basically everything breaks, and you need to go to war to enforce people to lend to the U.S. government. And at the end of an empire, when it gets to like the real structural process where all value has been extracted by the hands of a few, your last attempt to save the currency is to use your military in order to force people to lend money to the US government. Otherwise, the dollar starts correcting and you end up with rising powers and civil unrest in the country and the change of empire.
which is
And that structurally happens every approximately 100 years throughout history.
well, I'm 46, and I feel like since I was in my early 20s with 9/11, I just feel like we've been on this merry-go-round. So this is basically this is the dollar trying to correct since I've been old enough to pay attention.
Yeah, so like you know, America was built upon a manufacturing base for the military industrial complex. And then once the after World War II, basically because America was like not bombed, Europe was destroyed. America effectively persuaded the world to come off the gold standard, but they promised that if you make your currency tradable for our currency, you can always get gold. And so the Bretton Woods system was set up, whereby America would hold the gold and anyone could trade their currency against each other, and then you could convert it to gold. But as soon as that promise came, it's because immediately, as soon as World War II ended, we went into a Cold War and then a Marshall Plan, and just kind of Wall Street funded both sides of the communism and capitalism, and even the Hitler regime and fascism, funded all sides in order to roll over the debt. And then as soon as the threat of communism disappeared, they had to manufacture a new threat. So 9/11 was kind of escalating a fake war on terror through false flag operations that was done by Saudi intelligence, Mossad, and CIA. And that created the justification for the destabilization and forever war models and that new relationship with the petrodollar in 1973. So since 9/11, 9/11 was designed to basically radicalize the Americans into believing that they were always under danger and that they needed to fight a war on terror. And then America terrorized the world as a result and funded groups like ISIS and Al Qaeda, used Israel in order to create carnage in the region, enforce the petrodollar. And then you had Sudan, you had Libya. Every time someone would try and price a currency in something that wasn't dollars, you overthrew Gaddafi, and Libya created a carnage that still exists today. Created carnage in Sudan, Iraq war as well, like when Saddam tried to price oil in euros. And then you put Iran and Iraq in a war against each other. You basically gave chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein. Eventually, when he wasn't playing ball, you waged a war in Iraq. And then you did the dirty war in Syria. And finally, the final war of the seven, I've probably missed a few there, was Iran. And so here we are.
I
I
just
knew you
have to
could do it better
say
than me. Thank you, man.
Just some
the other
1
thing.
second,
Oh,
Laura. Just some
sorry.
breaking news, and then I'll give it straight back to you. So quite a bit of breaking news, guys. Goy ve indeed. Netanyahu is alive. Netanyahu is alive. He said he's done a press conference. He needs to come up.
How many fingers did he have in that press conference, Sully?
Somebody get on my spot.
Okay, what is going on? Why would you interrupt me while I'm speaking? I should drop anyone who just does that. Okay, Netanyahu begins the press conference. He says, it says he looks alive. He said, I'm alive. You're all witnesses. He says Netanyahu says Iran is blackmailing the world with the Strait of Hormuz. He says Iran hits are hurting. He says Iran is trying to hit us. This hurts and continues to hurt. And this has caused casualties, losses, and injuries. He says, it's too early to say whether the Iranian people will take advantage of the conditions. We are working to make sure they will, but in the end, everything will depend on them. He said, we can bomb from the air, but that won't be enough. We need something on the ground. He also said they have destroyed all of Iran's fleet in the Caspian Sea. He says Iran does not have the ability to enrich uranium or produce ballistic missiles. He's living in a delusion of the ballistic missiles. I hate him right now. Okay. Netanyahu says he has turned Israel into a global superpower. He says no one can drag Trump into something he doesn't want to do. He says on Reza Pahlavi, he says Reza Pahlavi has been a force for good. In terms of the Strait of Hormuz, he said we need an alternative route instead of the Hormuz Strait. We should have oil and gas pipelines going west through the Arab Peninsula right up to the ports of Israel. Goive, the Pax Judaica Empire is thinking of alternative routes. Netanyahu says Iran sees Iran war ending a lot quicker than people think. He claims America is not fighting for Israel. So that was just some of the things he said in his press conference. Also on top of that, Saudi Arabia put a video out threatening Iran, a military video, and also Iran's spokesperson from Khatam Anbiya Central Headquarters has said that there are 4 US aircrafts that have been taken out, or Gary dropped. I think the news was maybe too scary for him. But he says they've taken out 4 aircrafts, and Saudi released a video message threatening Iran. What else have we got? And I mentioned the rest of it. Okay, that's the latest news, guys. The conversation's going on, but obviously every time there's breaking news, I will jump in to give you it, so you guys have got the news and information live as it's going on. Okay, back to. Okay, Simon dropped. Okay.
Can I? Oh,
Yeah.
Simon's dropped. I just want to say, that's that guy who's doing the press conference. That's a body double, Suleiman. It's not the real thing. It's a body double.
How do you know it's a body double?
Because it looks like a body double to me.
What does a body double look like?
It looks like that guy in the video.
That's hilarious. I need resistance to come up. Resistance is persistence. Beatrix has given you a good out. Come, my friend, come. Explain to me all the flaws in that video. I mean, one of
Hey,
the
by
things.
the way, Suleiman,
Yeah.
you never question Beatrix's expertise when it comes to Netanyahu's body. She studies it very closely.
Goy ve indeed. Chance, you were saying you said something important. You said, oh, there was no questions, right? Do you want to elaborate? Okay. Dude interrupted me when I was speaking, and then when I actually go to him, he drops. But anyway, one of the arguments that was being made was that, guess what? He didn't have any questions that were thrown at him. So that was interesting. And there's certain code words I can't say because people just start dropping as soon as you say those code words. So let's go to Conscious. Go ahead, Conscious.
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman. Actually, I have a question
Okay, I think
to
the space
Simon,
is
but
glitching out. I think that's what it is. Loads of people are getting glitched out and thrown out of the space. Guys, if you're getting thrown out of the space, either if you were a speaker and if you were a listener, as in if you were a listener and you were thrown out of the space, or if you were a speaker and you were thrown out, you weren't thrown out by us. It's obviously an attack on the space. So don't feel bad, just come back in again. If you can't come back in, then obviously we are streaming live on YouTube as well. So just to let you know that. But sorry, go ahead, Conscious.
yeah, my question is to Simon, but I think I don't see him.
Yeah, he's dropped.
So I'll wait until he's back.
Cool. Okay. Let's go to bye. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, hi. One thing, Simon, and hopefully he's listening and he'll jump back up, that I over all these as long as I hear him, he has such great financial stuff, but he doesn't talk about neoliberalism specifically, and how, the roots from the Mont Pelerin Society, created the monster that Milton Friedman under Reagan, and kind of created the world where people where everything has gotten to the place it has. And we in America really are. I mean, um why are these companies doing this? What's happening? I mean, that's neoliberalism, and we willfully went that direction, both parties, and along the way deregulation, because that's part of neoliberalism, because they ultimately don't want us to be a society. I mean, that sounds crazy, but we're actually not. We're called Homo economicus. It's all about the individual. Margaret Thatcher was quoted as saying, "There's no such thing as society anymore. It's only the individual," and that's what they want. They want everything to be out for themselves. Money only, and the government exists only to shore up marketplaces. I'm going to be brief about it, but it's a really important topic to understand when you're looking at all this financials. And there's a woman, her name's Wendy Brown. You can go on Spotify. She talks about this in depth. She's a political theorist out of UC Berkeley, and it's what she says is gold. Neoliberalism, that's what's to blame.
Awesome, awesome. What's up, everyone? How's it going?
Doing good, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Anything major that I missed in the past 6 hours?
You missed so much, bro. It's almost the end of the world and you were sleeping, blood. What's that all about? So, how?
Yeah, you know how it is. When you're a guy, you got to hold it down in all areas, in all aspects of life. But that's why I got you guys, though, right? To watch my back for when I miss things.
Exactly.
That's right, public. That's right, public. You got it, bro.
That's why we have this lovely space with these lovely people working 24/7 around the clock. Sully, Beatrix, Andrew, keeping us informed, and I'm really grateful for it. I'm really grateful that you guys sacrifice so much out of your lives to give us the news. I'm really grateful that Suleiman could be doing better things, but he spends his time with us to keep us informed. And so, at least I could do is share his work.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Okay, so getting back into the news. 60. I just seen a poll now that said that Netanyahu thinks that 66% of Americans think that Netanyahu is going to America is going to be sending ground troops to to Iran. Also, missiles are above northern Israel. Let's see what else news we've missed. Okay, we've got footage that's come out of Islamic resistance targeting the Israeli soldiers' house in Kiryat Shmona settlement in northern Israel. As you know, there was a journalist, a UK journalist called Steve Sweeney, and Steve Sweeney was targeted by Israelis while he was reporting in South Lebanon. If you saw the video on my page, he got bombed and hit. He's now like a legend, come back out, and you can see he's all wrapped up, taped up, due to the multiple injuries that he got. So this is what they do. Israel attacks journalists, and unfortunately, America is now following the Israeli method of attacking and targeting journalists. So yeah, that's that.
It's quite unfortunate they've taken a plays out of Israel's book targeting civilian infrastructure and journalists and stuff like that. Like it's not a good direction we're headed towards.
You're right. You're right indeed. We've got footage of Kiryat Shmona also being hit quite a bit. Okay, what else we got? Laura needs to keep her mic under control. I haven't got the patience of Simon. Okay, let me give you a bit more news. That was just some of it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. 65% of Americans think Trump will order a ground war in Iran, but only 7% actually want it. So most Americans have kind of resigned themselves to the fact that they're gonna have it under. They're gonna go to possibly a ground war. What else we got? We've got mention about Netanyahu and his Iran's former defense minister Galant says the US has an obligation to join Israel's operation in Iran. He said 12 billion, 13 days. The free world is being defined specifically here. Actually, there's a good one here. Post this. Okay, and the IAEA said that Iran's nuclear program is still alive. Let's see what else we've got.
You see what Netanyahu said about ballistic missiles?
Where he said that Iran doesn't have any more.
Yeah, that sounds like off-ramp narrative, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. It does. I was thinking that it did seem like that it was such a narrative. What's your thoughts, Simon? And some people did have questions for you as well, Simon. Conscious, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's true, we don't know what's true, but if he did say it, that's quite specific language. He's meant to say that, Iran is 2 weeks away or from creating a nuclear bomb, and he's about to blow us up. If he's saying they no longer have ballistic missiles, then I don't think he'd say something like that accidentally. That's to be interpreted as trying to craft an off-ramp narrative, I think.
Yeah, because he said that. He said, but then he did say, "Oh, we can't change things in Iran without a ground invasion." He just said that as well.
Okay, yeah.
With a ground offensive. Now that could be, for example, getting what you call it again, like Kurdish forces or various other forces to do it, or it could be a ground offensive in a different manner, which is American and Israelis aren't going to do it themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Israel can't even invade Lebanon without running away with diapers.
Yeah, that's true. But no, but they said it. They said the Americans and the Gulf are gonna do it, and they're gonna just provide intelligence.
Do I just start talking whenever?
You're meant to put your hand up, but yeah, you can talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. How do you do that? This is my first time.
Yeah, it's basically it's complicated when it's your first time. But like, do you know where there's like a heart button? If you press that, and then it'll give you like loads of different emojis. It's the one on the right, which is like the
I'm
hand.
sorry. Yeah, I'm
Nah,
sorry. I
no
just wanted to
worries.
say something real
Nah,
quick.
no
I just
worries.
wanted to say something
No
real
worries.
quick about
Go ahead.
what you guys were saying about attacking journalists, and I think that there's a very good reason for it. I don't think they're just attacking any journalists. When you have press that are team settings as the terrorist, that would make them a terrorist, right? That's not just coincidental, right?
Okay, so for example, let's take the one I just mentioned. So Steve is a British journalist from the United Kingdom, a white Anglo-Saxon man, Steve Sweeney. He is merely going to Lebanon in order to report. He's not a terrorist. I know you want to call anyone who is a journalist who's reporting on the truth as a terrorist, but he's merely reporting the news from Lebanon. Can you explain to me what actions he's partaken in that would result in him being called, that you would say that makes him a terrorist, other than reporting
No,
on the
I'm
news?
just saying. No, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. I worded it wrong. What I'm saying is the ones I've seen with the terrorists that have been killed have the press uniforms on, but then they're directly associating themselves with launching missiles directly at Israel
Yeah,
or
that's
in Lebanon.
okay. We're gonna deal with that, and so we're gonna deal with your lies and propaganda and fake news in a second. But specifically, rather than shift it, I've just told you about Steve Sweeney, a British journalist, who, by the way, are you Jewish?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I doubt that. But anyway, in terms of, because I'm just looking at your profile, it's just an
I'm
anonymous
Native
profile.
American.
Yeah, again, I doubt that. I'm looking at your profile and it's just anonymous. But coming back to it, the Steve Sweeney, who is
I'm
a,
Choctaw, Cherokee, and yeah, no, I'm Indian.
yeah,
Like,
again, I don't know because you're an anonymous profile. So, in terms of Steve Sweeney, he's a British journalist.
right. So just
Right.
one person.
Okay. So, do you concede that that person isn't a terrorist? He's reporting the news and he was attacked and fired on by Israel. Go ahead.
He ducked.
Who's the guy that was speaking?
Levy.
I can't see him.
Levy, your mic's muted. You have to unmute it on the bottom left-hand side. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear your propaganda. So just on the bottom left of your screen, press the mic button
No, I'm sorry. Yeah,
and then
my
start
screen
speaking.
went
There
blank.
we go. Yeah, go ahead. Suleiman asked you a question. I can't remember what it was, so he might be kind enough to ask you again.
Did you hear my question?
What was it?
Steve Sweeney, who is a British Anglo.
Yeah, I don't know enough about him.
Right. So, do you want me to finish my question and then you can try and understand it? I'm just
Yeah, my screen went silent. My mic turned off. My
again.
screen went black. Sorry.
Okay, again, you're interrupting. Try and control yourself and just listen to the question. So, the question is this: do you concede that Steve Sweeney, a British Anglo-Saxon journalist who went to Lebanon to report, and he was attacked, and by attacked I mean bombed, by Israel? He was doing his journalism and he was attacked for being a journalist.
I don't know about the guy. I don't know about him.
Okay,
But the ones
so
I
you're
have
ignorant.
heard
Okay, that's
about,
fine. Okay, that's fine. You're ignorant. So we'll
you're talking
look.
about one person.
Well, it's an example of a journalist just to demonstrate
Right, I
that
don't
there
know.
is just to demonstrate that there is
I
a
can't
just
concede.
quiet 1
I
second.
can't concede
Sorry? Oh, you
if
concede.
it's something I don't know about.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I just said. So you're ignorant. You're ignorant about the fact that there are some journalists who are from the West who are reporting on in Lebanon and in Gaza and have been targeted. So you're ignorant of that. That's fine. So let's put aside your lack of knowledge and ignorance and move on to other claims you made. So the next claim you made was that journalists in Gaza, whether they were working for various outlets, some of them were Western outlets, some of them were non-Western outlets, about 200 or 300 journalists were targeted. Other than Israeli claims that these journalists were working, where's the evidence that any of these journalists tried to bomb Israel as per your claim?
He's
If
checking with
you're
ChatGPT.
asking, are you asking me that?
Do you think I'm asking you? Do you think I'm asking your dad? Do you think
I
I'm
didn't
asking
say.
some random
I
person
didn't
on
say
the?
that.
Who am I having this conversation with?
I didn't say any of that. And you're saying I'm the one that's stupid.
You are
You want me to
extremely.
concede to
Oh
something
yeah,
I don't
you are
even know
extremely.
about?
Oh yeah, you are extremely stupid. That's not even up for question. But you.
I'm glad they're able to provide some due diligence in their sifting through systematic killing of what you claim to be as journalists are specific terrorists among terrorists. I think that identifies them as a terrorist. If they're next to terrorists, wouldn't that be guilty by association? They all should die?
Really? So you think if someone's next,
And some of the context of killing
stop
Israelis.
talking for 2 seconds. Let me deal with that one. I just want to say, because you'll deny it afterwards because you're very low IQ and not very smart. So what you basically just said is, if somebody is next to a terrorist, then just by guilt by association, they become a terrorist, and that you can murder them. Correct? This is what you said.
No, I'm saying
Okay,
if they
no.
are
Why?
actively
Okay,
killing in
Levy. Let me tell you something. You need to stop lying. I know it's part of your nature, but this is recorded not on X, just on X. It's also recorded on YouTube. I've got a YouTube chat who are basically relaying what you're saying and demonstrating your lies. So you said something and now you're trying to backtrack. Don't be a liar. Don't be a fraud. Be a man. Stand behind what you said, right? So you said just now, because we had many people who were shocked on this space, you said that if somebody is a terrorist and if somebody is even next to that person, they automatically become a terrorist just by guilt of us by association, and therefore that person should be murdered. Basically, what you're saying is if someone said that Levy is a terrorist, and then your child was next to you, according to your analogy, someone should be able to murder your child just by guilt by association,
No, I
just
didn't say that.
because they are next to a terrorist. Actually, worse than that. Such was the
No, 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 no,
such was
no.
the stupidity of your argument. You actually said, let's say your child was walking down the street and some terrorist was walking
You're
by.
saying a child. I'm
One
not saying
second,
a child.
quiet. You didn't say that. I'm explaining to you what you said. So let's say your child was walking down the street, and there was a terrorist on the street, and just by being next to them, just by guilt of by association, they could murder your child. Okay, let's say you said it wasn't a child, which you didn't even specify, but you're not smart enough to realize it. You're not smart enough to be very specific with your words. You have a lack of intelligence and knowledge. Let's say it wasn't even a child. Let me try and help you because you're too dumb to even make accurate statements. Let's say it was you. Let's say you were walking down the street and there was somebody who someone claimed was a terrorist. Just by you being on the street, being next to them, according to your claim, just by guilt by association, you should be murdered. Do you see the level of stupidity you have in your arguments? And what this actually demonstrates is that you are a terrorist.
The
Because
only
what you're
thing I've
basically
said
saying is you want to
is
murder people just
if
by
they are
their
with
presence, just by their proximity of a certain area, a certain region, a certain person. This is your mind frame. Actually, I would say, based on the statements, you are actually the terrorist who wants to terrorize people just by their location, just by where they are, even if they aren't even associated with someone, but just because they're in the proximity of that person, you want to murder them. You are
you
the
are
literal
fucking
terrorist
nuts,
here. But
dude.
do continue. Where's he gone?
He left. He left. He didn't know how to answer that, so he left. It was too much for him to take in, just too many words, I think, for him to process in his little brain.
Oy vey, oy vey. Oy vey.
I'd love to ask him like what he thinks the definition of a terrorist is, and who decides if someone's a terrorist or not.
I think that was way above his head. I would have went to
He
that.
probably just thinks brown people in the Middle East.
Well, he says he's Native American, so that would make him quite brown as well. If he's telling the truth.
By his theory, though, it means that nobody can ever report from a conflict zone
Exactly.
because the mere fact that you're there makes you a terrorist. That's
a
just
great point.
mental. Yeah, I just didn't want to make it to him because I don't think he was bright enough to understand. See, Laura, right? There was when you were talking to Simon earlier with your mic open while you were mopping, you said a couple of times that, oh my God, I feel so stupid. I feel so stupid. Like, I'm really stupid. You're not stupid at all, Laura, because all you did was you had faith in a guy, and you believed what he said before the election, and you thought he was going to deliver to for your country. And the reason you're not stupid is because you've realized, like a lot of other people have, that actually you were let down by him. To trust somebody and being let down by them doesn't make you stupid. It just means that you trusted them, but you're wise enough to realize that they weren't honest. Now, this guy who came up here, he's the stupid one. And hopefully you'll be able to see the difference. So I just want you to have a benchmark for yourself up there. Back to you, Suleiman. Oh my God, Jonah's here. I'm getting really suspicious now. The space is about to go down, or something's about to happen, or we're going to get tracked, or something's going to go
Don't
down. Jonah's
start.
come
You
up.
created a mutiny, and Suleiman let it pass, but I won't. It's called Boom Boom Tel Aviv, not Bish Bosh Tel Aviv.
I stand with
Right?
Joe.
Goldfish Bash
Joe,
must have
thank
been
you so
listening.
much. Sometimes I don't understand these Machiavellian attempts to
It's
Israel.
psychological warfare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's Bish Bash Bosh, Joe. You've been listening. It's Bish Bash Bosh.
I stand with Joe.
And I never met a guy named Levi who's not Jewish, by the way. He would be a first.
The first Native American Zio too.
What's happening? I heard Dark left. I was wondering if Dark was starting to come to my side, that this was all to crash the dollar, put in stables. Not crash the dollar, save it being the US global reserve, but then purposely attack the oil fields in order to crush the banks and usher in the stables.
Dark was going in about the bond markets being
It's
in
now
big trouble.
it's now
Yeah, that's
exploded the
basically
myth
crushing
that
the
the U.S.
banks.
is invincible, that it can stop anything that the
I
Iranians
actually
throw
don't know
at it.
much
According
about
to
the bond
US
markets.
intelligence reports, they were aware of possibly
Does
60 to
one of you
66
guys want to break
underground
it down a little bit?
bunkers
Do you have
where
time?
they had different locations of.
Simon, quick question, Simon. If Israel attacked the oil field, and that does put pressure on our banks, could it be Israel forcing our hand to have to stay and defend? Or does it play to your narrative or mine? Because there's so many ways that could go. Because it depends. Did America know and they're okay with it and they're just telling us that they're not? Did Israel act on their own so that to secure that we stay involved? Or what exactly? Because we do consume most of the world's oil, or at least we're the country that consumes the most by far, out of compared to other countries.
Um, so, well, my, so you're saying when they attack a bank, did they attack a bank?
No, not a bank. They attack the oil fields,
Yeah.
right? Which cause pressures to the banks, right? Could that be Israel making sure we don't leave? Like maybe we were going to cut and run, and Israel's like, no, you don't, not so fast. I don't know. That I just see that also being a possibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my kind of understanding of Israel is it is connected to Mick. So if you want a longer war and more profits for the military, then you do false flags, and now suddenly you get 200 billion approved by Congress in order to get a stimulus check to the military. So yeah, and then you get more leverage in trying to prevent the transition to the China-led regional stability model, which the sovereign wealth funds and the FIC are involved in. So, but if there's something that crashes America, like fundamentally turns America into a global financial crisis, I think Israel goes with it. I don't see how Israel does well and America does bad. Unless, can you think of a
Yeah,
scenario in
I
it?
think I think the whole world would. I just think if Israel did it on like there was no strategic advantage for anyone, for any country to attack that oil field,
Oh,
right?
unless you want
In
prices of
Iran.
oil up and
Right. Right. Unless
uh,
you want to pressure the banks,
yeah,
right?
or maybe the banks renegotiating contracts, because all of these energy contracts are being renegotiated, and maybe you wanted Qatar out for a second while America renegotiates its LNG that it's taking from Qatar right now in Europe. That would help.
Yeah. I mean, it could be.
So,
I
so
mean,
that remember,
that's why I said
there's
there's
not
so
just
many
Israeli
ways.
interest. there's deep state interests, there's Israeli interests, there's private corporate interests, there's Russian interests, there's all of them. So we don't know
Yeah,
who's doing all these things. But
right. And
yeah, I
that's why I'm
mean,
saying this attack
my
is
theory of what's
premeditated.
happening right now is all energy contracts are being renegotiated, force majeured, and then renegotiated on better terms. And obviously, America and Russia are taking a chunk of Middle Eastern business, and they're cashing in while it's here. So if you can just take out energy infrastructure, then you can get Qatar to force majeure, which it's doing, and then America pick up the new negotiation. And then also remember, Qatar's got investments in the Texas side, so it might just be a reallocation, but a strategic choke point for America.
But the weird thing is, you know that LNG field they hit was also belongs to Qatar. It was a partnership between Qatar and Iran.
Yeah, so Qatar's getting force majeured. Oh, the one in Iran.
Yeah, the one in Iran.
Okay, so
Qatar's getting in
look at
from
it
both sides.
purely commercially, and everything else aside. You take out Iranian and Qatari LNG field in Iran. Then you do the same in Qatar. Then you force majeure, and now that's a chunk of LNG contracts that were with Europe and Asia. Russia takes the Asian contracts, and America takes the European contracts. Job done. And you get to renegotiate them on higher terms. And Qatar has a bunch of the equity positions with Exxon in the Texas LNG plants.
Does Russia have the capacity to take the European contracts as well, or no?
Uh, my understanding is Russia
Gary
is
might
hitting
know actually.
capacity issues. I don't think they can cater for everything, so that's just bidding up prices because they're in a they're selecting who they're going to be selling to and who they're going to be servicing. But yeah, I think
Yeah, he kind of
America is
like.
going to get a major contract out of Europe.
So you think it was purposely done for America and Russia?
If you're asking me whether big oil or Russian / American big oil corporate interest are capable of either asking Israel or doing it themselves a false flag, I think they're more than capable. And remember, Israel needs leverage and negotiation at this point. And so if they can be useful to finance and the FIT contracts, then Netanyahu is still trying to negotiate his exit, and the future role of Israel in this multipolar world is being redefined. And so, if Israel were being useful for these major energy renegotiations, then that would give Israel and Netanyahu some leverage.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see that as a possibility. I just see others as well, and I really don't know which one it is. I really
Yeah,
don't.
I don't think any of us do, but we can speculate.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I do know that every energy contract in the world is currently being renegotiated, and there are winners and losers. I do know that's happening, and there are people that are loving this, and it's going to be really bad for the people, like because it's inflationary, it's recessionary, and I do know that once oil hits a certain price, it hits a ceiling, at which point they don't want it to be demand destructive, but they do want to squeeze on terms, just like China kind of, if we're to believe the announcement, China kind of was talking about a peaceful reunification with Taiwan in order to solve their energy crisis. I think they're all doing it right now. This is a once in a century event. This is the biggest event we've will ever live through in our lifetime, I think.
And do you think China would ever take Taiwan during this period?
Not through military. They'll do it through diplomacy or put them in a situation where they have to.
Why not through military? They took Hong Kong through military.
Would you say that? Yeah, I guess they tend to go through a cycle, right? Where they try regime change, they get favorable in those areas anyway. The 99-year contract expired. Then they do gentle changes on laws and policies and freedom of speech and various other things. Arrest a few people in the media, and then when there's some kind of riots, they do that. I wouldn't say that was. I mean, I think
It wasn't military. It was like police force more than military. But
yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean. They did take it by force though, to a degree.
I don't think so. It was contractual, and then they enforced the contract.
But a lot of people fled,
They did.
and
Yeah,
they did have a presence there.
They did stage a bunch of military right outside, though, also to be ready to go in case they needed them.
yeah. So yeah, but I don't think that translates to Taiwan, really. Do you?
I think it could. I don't see why not.
I think Taiwan has Hong Kong didn't have a defense pact with America, did it? With a vast military and agreements to protect or anything like that.
But aren't we pulling our assets from there to go to the Hormuz Strait?
That's the point, Joa. China's winning the long game financially and economically, because you said there's the answer right there. China's playing the long game. They've stretched the U.S. to its limits. The Persian Gulf is the perfect analysis. We could do a case study on that alone. The U.S. has removed its footprint in the Middle East when it removed its Fifth Fleet from Bahrain. And now here we have assets, Iranian assets, or you can say they're really China assets that are moving in and out of the strait freely. Why hasn't the U.S. either? Our submarines, believe me, can sink those assets, or as even Mango brought up, they could board them and say, nope, this belongs to us, but we're not doing that. We're looking at a global reset here. And Simon has been, as you know, Joe, Simon's been talking about this for, oh my God, over a year since I've been following him on this.
Yeah, and real quick, Joa, to answer your question, no, it didn't have anything to do with China. There were some THAAD missiles that were taken out of South Korea, and that has more to do with North Korea.
But also
No, I didn't
the
think.
Hong Kong government,
I didn't
I
think
think,
that.
was more on board with the change with China. I mean, I was there for all that, and it didn't feel like a a military operation or anything like that. There were
And I
Well,
protests.
had. I
China
helped. I
basically
lived there for
does.
3 years.
You guys
I
know.
helped a lot of people move assets to Europe when that happened. Like people were scared, Simon.
Of their
Well, you
They
guys
assets.
were.
Yeah, I
know
think
what
they all went to
salami
Singapore,
slicing
didn't
is.
they?
Sorry.
Do you mean? Yeah, the aggression was aggressive. It was like authoritarian.
Yeah.
It was exactly how they do it in China. If there was a protest in China.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I didn't want to make it seem like it was hunky dory, and I'm not getting what's going on. I mean, I had various friends from there who was like, "Yo, can you get me a bank account in Europe? I need to move out of Hong Kong."
Yeah, I left the year before. I went there when all the protests were kicking off, and then we left just in time before that happened.
Yeah, and by the way, you guys have heard of salami slicing, right? That's like China's main strategy, where they don't escalate all at once. They just creep, do it a little bit by a little bit by a little bit until they get pushed back.
Yeah, but all these were like the Taiwan, Macau, and Hong Kong. They were, they were like contractually and diplomacy the one China policy,
Mm,
and then they
Yeah,
were just trying
Macau
to
was
figure out
given
how to
back.
enforce
Oh,
it because it was such a change.
Well, by the way,
yeah,
Simon, they took Macau much, much, much earlier than they took Hong Kong, and that's because Portugal wasn't strong enough to really defend it, and they realized that. So they moved in a lot of communist infiltrators into Macau and totally destabilized it and staged mass protests and basically got the colonial leadership to abdicate and hand power completely over to the Chinese way, way before the lease expired.
Yeah, but no, the lease was over in 2000. They handed it back in 2000. They announced in 1998
I'm talking about
that they were
Macau.
giving back to Macau. Yeah, they announced in 1998 during the World Expo with
It
the
has
Chinese
been
leader on stage
Macau's
that
been
they were
under the
giving it back.
control of the Chinese since like the 1960s.
I understand, but they didn't officially give it back. Portugal still collected revenue from there. They didn't officially give it back till 2000. Like I had a lot of business in Macau. Like I know Macau intimately, and I'm also this Portuguese descent. So I have a strong connection to it. I was just
So
there
you
a year
know
ago.
it wasn't like Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong had a very separate
No,
identity.
nothing like Hong Kong at all. Nothing like Hong Kong at all. But there was no like big takeover. At least not when they handed it over in 2000. In the 60s, I'm unaware of what you're talking about. But I knew that it was almost cooperative because Macau was given as a gift. It wasn't given like Hong Kong was, which was taken by the British for them losing the opiate wars. Right, it was quite different.
Well, Mankos, continue on this. I'm sure you're aware of Burma. Well, we know Myanmar. Who runs that? The China, their military runs that. They absolutely control
Isn't it
Burma.
like a
Well, let's say
military
Myanmar.
junta?
Look at Vietnam. Let me just say this real quick, Mangos. The Vietnam, having lived there for 7 years, and we have a perfect example, Cam Bay. When I first was there, being in the retired naval officer, they wouldn't even talk to me when I was in different forums. And then all of a sudden, was invited to the Naval Academy to, talk to them, met with them. Why? Because they know that China is making a massive move in the South China Sea. And they're not even allowed to say China, by the way, they say the South Sea. But in reality, it's Vietnam's got their own prime minister, right? But guess what? China has to approve that becomes prime minister. They run their economy, and they totally control Myanmar. Oh, make no mistake, Southeast Asia is in China's. They got them in the palm of their hand. They don't have to come in and say we're now China. No, they work in the background pulling the strings. I really think that's what we're seeing here.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Beatrix, Beatrix, Beatrix. Is she here? Or she would say, is she here? Okay, she might not be. So guys, as per normal, I know it's a bit annoying, but it is the interviews we're doing. We have another video that's just come out. The tweet is in the nest, and it was with Sergeant Brian McGuinness. And if you remember, that interview is really good because Sergeant Brian McGuinness was speaking out against the war. He said the war is for Israel. He also, if you remember, had his hand crushed. He had his hand crushed because they were basically attacked him for speaking out in Congress about this war. And if you guys remember, I forgot that question. You all were like, oh, guess what? There's a question. You need to ask him that. So I asked him the last question before we were to wrap up. So that tweet's in the nest. If you can do me a favor, some of you may not have listened to it because it was at a specific time. Some of you may have listened to it. Whichever way around it was, do give me a favor and open it up in a separate tab and watch it. Let's try and get as many people in there. This guy is a veteran. He was physically assaulted. I believe his hand was broken. So yeah, watch that out. Click it. I'm gonna check now who's on there. I'll be chatting in there as well.
Let me have a look, Suleiman, because I'm here.
Yo, what?
I'm here. Right, guys, you can see it above where, if you're on X, right above where you see Suleiman, Brother Public, and myself, just above that, you'll see in the nest, there's a tweet, and it says, Iran war is for Israel. And that's Sergeant Brian McInnes. I did watch that interview, actually, and it was phenomenal. And yeah, people were screaming at you to ask him about his arm. And I thought he'd just twisted his arm, but apparently he was saying he's got pins and staples and everything in it, and it's in a hard cast, so real injuries. So Suleiman, okay. click on that link, guys. Go to that. I'm going to go to it now as well. There we go. I'm on there. Go over there and put a comment in. And everyone from YouTube, we're going to put the link in the YouTube chat. Can you put the link in the YouTube chat, please?
Yeah, I just did it. I did it.
Suleiman.
Come on, docs, press that. Press it.
Yes, please. Press it and come on over and say hello to us. These interviews are really good and they're really important. Saad, thank you. And let me say hi to everybody. Hello, everyone. Let's get this interview moving, guys. I want everybody in here. I want everybody to say hello. It takes a lot of time to get these interviews arranged and to actually make time to do them. Suleiman needs to make sure there's somebody covering the space. He does all the research in the background. He sets it up and he gives his time for it. So, yeah, Queen Finsov is there, of course. The chicks are always there first. It's the guys. It's the guys that take their merry little time coming over. Guys, come on over from the YouTube, please. Braveheart Lover says, thank you so much for all you do. Thank you, Braveheart Lover. Please share this link. Share the link for this interview. Share the link for the interview with everybody. Make sure that people come to it. That's brilliant. I'm seeing more and more people joining. Nosy Parker 4521 is there. Thank you. Ted Hendra, appreciate you. I always see you in our spaces and in our streams. Eddie W. Sully, thank you, Eddie. Saad is saying W. Sully and Brian. Ib Denmark says Suleiman. It is a great interview, Siddharth. Yeah, I really liked it. We have Andrew in there as well saying people need to watch this. I agree. People do need to watch it. Suleiman, did you check my message I just sent you?
Yeah, I did. I saw it.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, guys. Oh my God, come on, guys. Come on over from the YouTube and from the X. W Interview X Play Pictures says, absolutely, it was a brilliant interview. The mods on that other chat, please keep sharing the link and get people to come on over here from the live chat, please. Mods, Xplay, Siddharth, I see you guys here. Keep pushing the link over there and get them to come over here. Let's get people in here watching. Also from the X space, if you're on the X space, just click on it. It won't take you out of the space. Just go up to the nest. You see the post there above Suleiman on your screen. So if you scroll just above us, you can see Suleiman's profile on the X space where you're listening to us. Open that tweet. Click on that YouTube link. That's perfect. Look, more and more of you are doing it. Brilliant. And then click on that YouTube link and it'll bring you here. And then all you need to do is, underneath the video, you'll see just underneath the video on the right-hand side, there's an X. Press that X. Give it a thumbs up. Put a comment in that box. And that's it. And watch this interview. It's a really good interview. We did well getting him, actually, because I don't know how many interviews he's doing. He did a few, but he's not doing that many. So Numero says he's watching it again because it was a great interview. You're right, actually. I'm going to watch it again as well. ABC says, thank you, Silly. You are amazing doing these interviews. So they are appreciating it very much. Let's have a look.
Sully's wearing boxers. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Sully, they say you're wearing boxers. You have a beautiful suit on, jacket, but you're wearing your boxers. That's what their comments saying. Now, this
Oh
is
my God, that's
ridiculous.
fake
This is
news.
not true, people. This is fake news.
I'm wearing shorts on, Bloods, and now I'm wearing a jogging bottoms because it's so cold in flipping Tampa. Great.
You know what they were
Yeah.
saying today? They were saying that your suit's going to go in the British Museum when you come back because that's all they've seen you in. That's what Mufti was saying. He said that's going to go in the British Museum
They
when he
just
comes
hating on the
back.
suit because it's so good. Why are you hating on the suit? It's a legendary suit.
Oh, somebody's saying, Breestrix, I love it when you soft bully us into the YouTube. Hashtag simp. Don't be a simp. Just do it because you want to see this is great material, guys. Oh, look, Paulie the Great says, such a great man who speaks truth to power. Absolutely, I agree. He is. He's a great man who does speak truth to power. It's a really, really good interview.
That's one thing like people don't realize. Like a lot of these guys who leave the military, they could actually have like a really good career if they just stayed with a Zionist position. They get a lot of jobs, whether it's different like contracting jobs or speaking jobs or whatever it may be. So those who speak out against it, it always is detrimental to them career-wise and financially as well. So we should definitely be supporting these people for sure. Beatrix.
Yeah, absolutely, we should. And guys, you know that tweet in the nest? Everybody on the space, please share that tweet in the nest. Quote tweet it, retweet it. I see some quote tweets on there. Bing707, thank you very much. Says, great interview. I don't know, says, always amazing interviews. Come learn a thing or two. Come to the space. Go to the YouTube. All the interviews are on there as well. Appreciate you, I don't know. Thank you. Kathy says, no one wants to fight for Israel. Brian McGuinness. Then they broke his forearm radius and ulna. That's it. That's what they did, Kathy. You're absolutely bang on. Thanks for the quote tweet. Guys, I want everyone to go and quote tweet that tweet in the nest above where you can see Suleiman and Brother Public on the X Space. Go to that tweet and quote tweet it and retweet it. And we'll actually retweet some of these quote tweets. Well, Suleiman will, mine's in locked accounts, so it's a bit of a waste of time me doing it. But do quote tweet it, please, and retweet it. Let people know that this interview's out there. And then pop onto the YouTube and come and say hello to us. Yeah. Angela saying there are many in America calling for Senator Sheehy's resignation. We support you, Brian. You speak the truth for anyone of conscience. Yeah, he does. He does. Saad is saying £2 for you to view the suit in the British Museum. You're joking, aren't you? I wouldn't pay £2 to, like, seriously. You'd want to see it free after you've seen it for like 5 weeks on the stream. Sully for president. Yassine says, God forbid. Charlie says, don't let them hate on the suit. Smart, my bro. Smart. Eid Mubarak. 10 out of 10 for the suit. The truth hurts. Brian lays out the truth. He does. You know, I like Brian because there was that, who was it? Joe, what's his name, who actually just resigned recently, right? Who did the interview last night with Tucker. His letter doesn't mention, like, it's just from an American imperialistic perspective. I don't want us to fund Israel. I don't want our troops to come home in body bags. You know, this isn't our war. This is Israel's. But he doesn't mention the fact that, well, funding Israel for the Iran war or the Iraq war, you also just funded Israel for 3 years in a genocide. But he didn't mention that. So he was very careful not to criticize Israel in any other way apart from on this war. He didn't mention the innocent lives that are taken abroad. He only talked about the American lives. Whereas this, Brian McGuinness's interview, if you haven't already seen it, come and watch it, guys, please. It's really good. And in this one, he actually says that his wife is like, her origins are from Palestine, and she educated him on what happens there. And he talks about the cost to American lives and civilian lives abroad. Like, all life is equal, right? So I was really touched by him. He is very, very good. Oh my God, Queen Finsov is saying he is my Brian Armstrong. That's a terrible joke, Queen Finsov. But guys, do watch it, do share it,
I
share
just
the link. And with that, I'll
appreciate it.
pass
Yeah,
back
I
to
just want to
you.
play this audio. This is from let me just play this for you guys. This is Netanyahu from the press conference.
You can't do revolutions from the air. It is often said that you can't do revolutions from the air. That is true. You can't do it only from the air. You can do a lot of things from the air, and we're doing, but there has to be a ground component as well. There are many possibilities for this ground component, and I take the liberty of not sharing with you all those possibilities. It is often
So
said
there's him saying we need a ground component, and there's many possibilities on what one can do for the ground component, but he's not gonna share it with you right now. So that says a lot about what they are planning and what they want to do.
I can guarantee you it doesn't involve their soldiers.
Yeah, they said they're going to provide intelligence.
I think they're probably going to have soldiers from India or something. Do you know that? They were in Gaza. The Indians were. So this wouldn't
Wow,
surprise
that's
me.
the bromance. That's when Modi was there hugging and swapping, hanging all over him. That's that bromance. It wouldn't surprise me at all, Beatrice.
We are
Yeah,
the
same, Andrew.
motherland. You are the fatherland. Bold and beautiful Israeli woman. Okay, let's go to. Oh, wait a sec. Let's go to. What's his name again? Turing. Car Turing.
Hello, sorry, I'm also on YouTube following the chats. Sorry, my real name is Huma. Turing, Alan Turing is my science hero. I just wanted to ask, Andrew, do you have anything about the environmental damage having so much knowledge and experience? Because the health aspects from all these bombs. What do you say? Are there any environmentalists here who can speak to the climate catastrophe that these bombs are going to cause?
I'm
Thank you.
not an expert, but there are other members here on the panel that would be able to speak a lot more on it. But yes, of course, it is extensive in our Gulf War veterans and our Vietnam veterans from Agent Orange. It is horrific and extensive, but it's kept hidden really from the public. Also, real
Why
quick,
is it kept hidden?
ma'am, also I can say
Why?
this, in Vietnam, there are still hundreds, I don't want to use the exact number, of still mines and unexploded ordnance that even today, just do research about how they're still removing mines and things like that, and the destruction of Agent Orange in Vietnam is horrific.
Thank you. I love your voice. It's very avuncular. Is it possible that we could, Beatrix Suleiman, that you could invite environmentalists, because they are really, really worried about what's happening, the impacts on the health on people in Tehran, Lebanon, Gaza. So is it possible to invite someone like that to interview them?
I mean, I can
I,
invite
I can.
people, but like, what's the point? Like, look, I'm not being mean, but we've only got 80 people listening to that video, so it's like easy.
But you have Simon talking money, finance. I mean, the environmental impact is going to be
Yeah,
on
you're
the
not
health
listening.
of
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
billions.
I'm saying I can invite people, no problem, but it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of work, and you see the video that I just put out now. There's only 80 people live listening to it, so it's easy asking, but then people need to put an effort in and be watching these videos so that they can actually get to the audience, so that I can push them out. There's no point. People are not going to come. So I was speaking to someone. I was actually speaking to someone who's an expert on nuclear fallout to come in, but again, it's the same issue where if people are not supporting and watching, then it is what it is, isn't it? So anyway,
Can you
thanks.
do what Tucker does and charge for the interviews? So, start by charging £5 or the equivalent euros, dollars. Can you charge for the interviews? I would pay. I'm trying to give little bits of pieces of money in YouTube.
Yeah, money. I'm less bothered about money. I mean, I appreciate all the support and all the donations. It does help a lot. But I can like money. Okay, that's fine. But the more for me is that the actual interview gets out, and that's what the people who come on these interviews want. They get requests, like I keep explaining to you, from many different platforms, and they'll just go to the one that they can get higher viewership for. It's very simple. So if they have like 10 requests, and then they'll choose the top 5 what will get them the most viewership. It's really that simple how things work when it comes to people who want to be interviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Sulaiman.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sulaiman. I can address. I'm from engineering
Go
background.
for it.
I can address
Yeah,
the
go for it.
the pollution. Yeah. So for that, thank you very much for this excellent question about the environmental impact. And I can tell you, from air pollution to water pollution to soil pollution, all of this is impacted by this war. But I agree with you that this is not mentioned, in these political and financial discussions, but definitely there are concerns, and we will start hearing about them more, unfortunately, after the war is finished. Usually, when the war is raging, these topics are pushed aside. But, we heard about the black rain, which Tehran was seeing, and we saw some videos showing like how slippery it is, and it is not really normal. There is hazardous emission, which Andrew was talking about, because of these explosives are not friendly materials, right? There is groundwater contamination risk. There is when you have marine, all what we hear about these platforms in the Gulf region, and then there is water contamination and there is desalination. All of these regions are reliant on desalination. So you are desalinating water which is contaminated, which are not regularly there. So it is really, really big thing, and I think Sulaiman would be giving me more time later on when the war is not raging, and we will be talking more about environmental impact.
Breathe that conscious. What's your thoughts about? I don't know if you cover this, but actual if you want to explain to the audience the implications of nuclear fallout.
Oh yeah, yesterday actually I was trying to bring my perspective on that, because we have 80 years of no risk after the Second World War, and now the WHO bringing it up. I was really it kind of was confusing to me, because we in universities say like that this risk is very, very small. It's not zero, but it's very close to zero because of the risk of chain reaction. If it starts by Israel, for example, attacking Iran, this will enable other countries which easily come to mind, like Russia and North Korea, Pakistan, India, to use tactical nuclear weapons. The other thing is that we teach that this risk is only when conventional warfare is proven to be reaching dead end, which I asked Andrew yesterday about it. And it seems that this is a very fuzzy thing, because politicians can say, oh, we reached dead end because our objectives were not achieved. So I would say today, my fear of nuclear risk is higher than the day before yesterday, but I still think it is very low, not because of the morality of the politicians these days, but because of the fear of the countries which have nuclear weapons to feel that they have the right to use them. And that's I really hope that I'm correct, and this risk is still very low.
Appreciate that. Let's go to Carol. Carol, go ahead, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. This is my first time being on stage in your space. I'm regularly frequent X spaces, and I've been listening to your space nonstop since this war has gone on. I appreciate what you and Beatrix and all of your regulars and even the irregular guests, even the stupid guests who come on to speak propaganda and challenge you and try Beatrix's patience. They are at least entertaining and informative because it shows me that there are people who really don't know or want to know what's going on in the world. I retweet your space, I quote tweet, I ask all of my normie friends to come on in and take a listen. And especially since one of my areas of interest and my focus of my so called education is in economics. I regularly ask people to listen to you and Simon because I think that it's very informative. I'm an old lady in the Middle West in the USA. I went to college in the Middle West. I have a degree, a bachelor's of science and master's degree in economics, and I'm a lawyer in the US. A lawyer in the field of the fields of both investment banking and child protection. Many people say, wow, what two unrelated fields. Actually, they're not so unrelated when one opens one's eyes to see what and who has really been pulling the strings. Who is the hand in the glove that runs this world, at least during my generation, having graduated from high school and back in the old days, probably before you were born in 1982, and having obtained a degree in econ during the Reagan years, where we were instilled with, Reagan, Milton Friedman doctrine. So it's really, really interesting. As far as child protection goes, I've been an attorney practicing in the area of child protection, that is, prosecuting child abuse in the civil and criminal arenas in the US for over 2 decades. I've been a whistleblower and an expert witness. Anyone can ask me anything. I speak out in many spaces about child protection and what I've seen on the ground over the years, the horrors that I have seen on the state and local level in the United States that absolutely mirror what we are seeing in the Epstein files and what has been going on in the Western world for hundreds of years now. Ask me anything. One thing I can tell you is that it's usually the foxes guarding the hen house. That's a Midwest saying here. When it comes to child protection, non government organizations, charities that supposedly promote child welfare, those are the foxes guarding the hen houses. And small people, such as myself, if they have a moral compass and eyes open and any sense of moral bearing whatsoever, uh, the system will destroy you.
Suleiman, can you fix the audio on YouTube, please?
Yeah, bro. That's weird. We never had no issues yesterday, did we? I think it's once we gave it to Beatrix. I don't want to say she's the reason, but she may be the reason. So residents of Kiryat in the suburbs of Haifa. Okay, I'm right. In Haifa. People don't care about suburbs. In Haifa, report a strong smell of gas after Haifa refineries were targeted by Iran. Conscious, what could that be? Do you think it's possibly some kind of fallout? Conscious, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So the report is, let me read it again. Residents of Kiryat in Haifa report a strong smell of gas after the Haifa refineries were targeted by Iran. And I'm asking you, what could be the implications of that?
Oh, that definitely, like, if it is some of the hydrocarbon gases which are being released to the atmosphere, they can be very toxic. So I am sure they will be evacuating the places close to it. Like, there are some of these products which can cause respiratory problems, and some of them are really nasty. Like, depending, as yesterday, I think some of the speakers were saying, depending on what part of the refinery is really attacked, because there are different operations and different chemicals in different, like, for example, some of them are only storage, some of them are operation, which include, like, chemicals and catalysts. So the smell, most likely, for when I heard the news, it is some of the petroleum gases, like, butane, which has odor to protect the people. Like, so usually butane, it doesn't have smell, chemical, like, in its basic form. It is added. The smell is added so that people will feel it before they are hurt. So they have to go away. And the problem with that, which is the most common gas production for the, what we use in the, like, people in the Middle East use for cooking. The problem is that this attacks the nervous system. So it means that you would die sleeping if you are, like, in that area which is contaminated. But they add this smell so that you are alerted to it. So when you smell it, you open the windows or something, and then you avoid inhaling a threshold of it before your nervous system becomes not responsive. So you are awake, but you cannot act if you inhale too much of it. So that's why they add this smell to it. But as of now, I don't know exactly what are the chemicals. Most likely they are the butane, but I will look into it.
For sure, for sure. Does anybody have their hand up? I don't know if I see any hands up.
I do.
Okay, I do know. Go ahead.
I just wanted to come on here. I've been coming to these spaces for that Soli and Beatrix have hosted for a few years now. I'm obviously an American, and I was a hardcore Trump supporter. And I heard another woman come up here, and she said that she feels stupid, but I know a lot of us supported Trump. He said things that were completely outside the box, outside the realms of the norms of, forever politicians. And so I have woken up myself when I was posting about the genocide in Gaza, I obviously rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because a lot of conservatives are these evangelicals, and they don't even know, the difference of who, like, and they don't even know the difference of everybody's just ISIS terrorists out there, and they're talking about obliterating a whole peoples out there without differentiating, just like like saying all of these children in Gaza are Hamas. It's just it's insane. And then these people use the Lord's name like they're justifying this, and I'm like, I don't know. It's a horrible thing. But after being on these spaces, I've woken up to so much, and I've learned so freaking much off these spaces. Like, I take so much out of it. Like, I've been on here now for 20 days with you guys, not straight, because at night obviously I go to sleep or whatever, and I notice you guys are still on here when I come back, and I'm like, it's amazing. I was on these spaces for the 12-day war, and I just want to thank you guys so much for all that you guys do to keep opening the eyes, and for those who feel like they've been duped, we weren't duped. We believed the words that we heard because they were outside of the norms of the career politicians. And once again, we got sold out to APAC, to the Israel lobby. And that just seems to be the norms of America. And so until we get more people to wake up, which somebody also said a while back during the beginning of this, that elections in America are no longer going to be decided by necessarily Republican or Democrat. It's going to be, did you co-kiss that damn wall? Who did you pledge your allegiance to? Like, it's going to shift. And that's why they took out Charlie Kirk, because they couldn't have the young voices actually waking up to what's going on, right? Then this is their last chance. So I think they're giving it all that they got. But I'm proud of Iran for fighting the evils of the world for us. I love my country. I love our troops, but I think they're being used as pawns. And I want to see evil lose. I do, genuinely. It sucks that it's going to take so much pain for the West to realize that we need to feel the pain. Pain teaches you something that the highest mountaintops will never teach you. Pain will get you to change, and change quickly, if you don't want to stay there. And we need to just feel some pain. And unfortunately, it's going to cause suffering for us. But it's time. It's time that evil loses. And it's time that the American government loses badly. And that, I hope it changes people's minds on how they go forward with proceeding who lords over us, because we can't do this anymore. Like, I'm cheering for humanity at this point, and Iran is fighting for the world right now, and I think they know that. I hope they know that. I pray that they know that. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know. I am really happy to hear this from you, that you are aware of the dehumanization of Palestinians, which happened during the last 2 years and a half. And I like that you made the link between Gaza and what is happening now in Iran. And I personally don't think that the lack of support the US and Israel are seeing now, it would have been the same if Gaza genocide did not happen. So I appreciate that you made that link, and I personally agree
Oh
with
no,
you.
their lives. I mean, as I will never delete the hours of videos I have of these children being blown apart, not to go look at them savagely, but to remind everybody of the reality of what we literally paid for. How dare you claim the Lord Jesus Christ and then you slaughter children? I did not think in 2026 with everybody, oh, Jesus is coming. Jesus is coming to kill sinners, buddy. Sorry to say. And if you think
Yeah,
that blowing up children or systematically starving children out with sanctions is godly, oh, woe to you who call evil good and
yeah.
good evil. There's going to be a reckoning, and I will
Thanks,
never stand for that. Never. Don't act like I hate
thanks,
those
I don't
people.
know. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you and appreciate conscious. I just want to talk about something, right? A little bit different. I wanted Joel's take on it. Jen, are you there? Are you squatting for free on our space?
You caught me when my hands were full. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I want to take, is this normal practice, by the way? Maybe you and Mankos can give me some input into this. I'm finding this really bizarre. So America's decided to completely classify the funeral ceremonies of the American soldiers that are going to be killed in the war with Iran for Israel, and strictly prohibit any filming as well. Is that normal to have it classified?
I'll defer to Andrew and Manko. I know nothing about military funerals.
I've seen them. I've actually seen them. Andrew, they do film them, right? Normally, they're not classified, are they? Okay, I don't think Andrew's there. Manko, you there?
That is stuck.
These guys
That
are...
is stuck, Mike. I wish, I urge, I pray every single person
Yeah, I'm here.
listening can go attend a military funeral and watch the whole thing. Especially pay attention to the wife or the mother or the surviving member who receives the flag and listens to "Thank you for your service to honor country." Da da da. And then I want that person to talk to the grieving spouse, like I spoke to in Bakersfield, California, when my son, Second Ranger, 75th Regiment, who I lost him to, and right before I lost him, he lost his sergeant there, Sergeant Barassa. And Sergeant Barassa's wife, a young woman in her 20s, looked at me and she said, she could barely speak English. She said, ¿Por qué lo hicieron esto? Why did they do this? What was I going to lie to her? No, I couldn't lie to her, but I did. I told a little white lie. Well, he served his country. I'm very sorry. But the truth is, your son, your husband gave his life on the blood sacrifice of the altar of Baal.
But, yeah, Andrew, the question was that, I don't know if you heard what I was talking about, were you?
Yeah, parts of it. I'm sorry, I'm a little mobile right now. I heard parts of it about military funeral.
Yeah. So in this, let me just go back to it and just read it for you again, because I feel like you missed the point I was asking about. And I was asking Joa because I thought that I just wanted to have a discussion. I just wanted to start a discussion on something. And this is something that's been on my mind all day. So if you can hear me now, I'm just going to read it out to you. Let me just go back and find it again. America's decided to completely classify the funeral ceremonies of American soldiers killed in the war with Iran for Israel and strictly prohibit filming. I'm asking, is that normal? I don't believe it is, because I've seen funerals,
Well,
military funerals.
Well, not prohibited, but no, that's not true. They're not prohibited. Maybe there's been instances. I can't speak on that, but no, there's no one there watching. Hey, put that camera down. No, I've never observed that. I've been to.
But they're not classified by the government, are they? It's up to the family when
Yeah,
they want to do it,
yes,
right?
of course, absolutely, Beatrice. They're not classified by the government. The family, yeah, exactly. Now, there may have been an incident, I don't know, that I'm not aware of, but there's no one there standing there. In fact, here's the cold-blooded, heartless thing. In Dover Air Force Base, excuse me, when that meat suit, a sack of body dumped inside of a body bag, gets dressed up, cleaned up, packaged up, and sent home, it's a nameless body. But when that body reaches its destination, then it becomes really, really real. That's when the families go, hey, they told us there's only 6 casualties. What the hell? There's now 100. No, we'll find out it'll be in the tens of hundreds. That's what happened to Vietnam. I saw it. I'm tired of this. Speak up. And if they accuse you of being un-American, you tell them they can go to hell. A true American. I love my country. I serve my country. I put skin in the game. I love my country, and I will not watch my country walk into this, being dog walked into another useless war. And Beatrice, I'm sorry about taking up, but no, to answer your question, no, they do not prohibit filming that I'm aware of.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so either. And you know what? It just goes to
It's now,
show that my
it's now
suspicion is
exploded
that
the myth.
reason why they've classified it and restricted all information on it is because a lot more people are dying than they're telling us.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no other reason.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there's no other reason.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Yeah, but is there a good source on whether
It's
that even
disgraceful.
happened? Because I just looked and it's just some guy on Twitter saying it.
I know Fox News even said that they've got confirmation of it. You need to look it up. It's been on since this morning, Manko. And there's been no denial.
They're going to, especially in this war because of the age of the internet, they're going to be working super high to lock down all media exposing these bodies coming back. Oh, they will. Because even during the Desert Storm, the numbers were suppressed. I told you my personal experience. I was 20 minutes behind a terrorist attack on my base. 20 minutes earlier, I'd have been dead. And they kept reporting, don't talk about this with media. Don't talk about this. Nothing happened here. Move along. And then I saw on the news I think it was the ABC News that night. They were reporting, oh, there was a casualty. There was a casualty in Puerto Rico. Casualty? What the hell? Then there was one. No, there was 10 killed, murdered, all right, shot down, cold blood. And I lost 26 others. I don't even know some of the other survivors. 26 or some wounded. No, that's okay. Move along. Nothing to see here. Pack the meat suits up. Just pack the bodies up. Throw them in a body bag. Next. Keep fighting. Go to work. Stop it. This is insane. But they will suppress the numbers. Oh, they will. And I saw.
I think they're going to do more than suppress, though, Andrew, because like they're classifying all of these now. It's all classified, no photography allowed, and it's all classified. So if they're doing that,
I wouldn't be
then
surprised.
basically we're not never going to find out the real truth. But you know what? I was thinking this today, just a while ago, actually. I was thinking that somebody in America needs to set up some sort of a forum where people whose husbands or brothers or sons or fathers, whatever it is, come back injured, or they lost their lives in this war. They need to be able to I'm sure you must have an organization, like a non-governmental organization, an independent organization, where they can register their deaths so that you have some sort of truth coming out. There's got to be.
Look at Julius Assange. Yeah, WikiLeaks. I'll leave it there. Truth comes out. The truth always comes out. It trickles out, and it comes out slowly.
No, but Andrew, what I'm saying is there no organization in America where people do call up to register, a non-government organization, to say, my son came back? Is there no non-government organization that keeps track of the figures of soldiers that were injured or killed?
There's got to be somewhere, Beatrice. I haven't researched. I don't know, but there's got to be, I'm sure.
So then it's not good, Andrew, because the thing is, if it doesn't come to the top of your head, and you're a very knowledgeable guy in this field, and you know a lot of people in this field, if it doesn't come to and I'm sure there is one somewhere, but or at least I hope there is, but if there isn't, like the fact that it doesn't come to the top of your head, it makes me think that they're not really that well known, and it's not really that well used. It has to be proper mainstream out there where everybody knows, even like somebody who hasn't got military personnel in their family would know that's the organization where you need to get those facts and figures from. And I suspect that it's not there, to be honest. But I think somebody needs to set one of those up, especially for this war, because I don't think we're ever going to get the truth out of this war otherwise. This is crazy that they're actually classifying this. And I did think, the first day when they gave us the figures and they said 2, then they said 2 more, then they said 3, and I thought, okay, that's 7 so far. We knew, Andrew, on this space, that's not true. We knew it was more than 7. And then I think we even said that, I think you might have said that when they have their funerals, that's when we'll find out. When their bodies are given back to their families, they won't be able to keep that. But they can. They've classified it. No photography allowed. What are they going to do? How are they going to do the burial? Are they going to do a collective funeral for everybody? This is crazy. Like, they're dictating to the family of the deceased, Anyway, that was one of the pieces of news I wanted to cover. I do have some more news, but let's go to. I appreciate your input on that, Andrew. Actually, and then let's. You know what else I do
You
think,
could kind of
right?
hear the pain in Andrew's voice when he was talking about that. Seems like a big motivation for you, Andrew, to be constantly on these spaces all day.
Sir, words cannot describe. Words cannot describe. It's useless to try to use words. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, sir, for noticing that.
Yeah, Andrew, we appreciate you very much. To be fair, Andrew's actually been on these spaces and been the foundation of them right the way through from day one. Literally put in like solid hours. He was saying the other day that he fell asleep standing up making a coffee. Has a catnap here or there.
My wife even started getting angry day. I think we were 12 into it. She said, "What? Come on, man. What are you doing?" It's disrupting the family. I have a 13-year-old very active daughter, And my daughter's like, Dad, get in there, put your shoulder into it, And Omar, my brother Omar, I wish I could go on a whole hour about Omar in the space here. And my daughter was listening, and she was She got into TikTok. I don't have TikTok, and my 13-year-old, who's a light years smarter than me, was like, Dad, listen to this guy. Oh my goodness! Next thing you know, she shared it with her friend, and Suli's reaching that Gen Z, whatever they are, Alpha. In fact, she just got in the car and picking her up. She just finished wrestling or racket wrestling session. But she is like, Dad, this guy's got it. He's got it. So, no, we have to get the word out. The boomers and few boomers, most will not come around. Most will not, because they just live in their little, and I love them. Don't get me wrong. They live in their little isolated world. But I've traveled all over the world, literally. I mean, when I say over the world, I mean quite extensive. And I've done, multiple submarine patrols, Cold War, and fast attack submarine patrols in the Pentagon. And I've seen it in Desert Storm 1. I was in the Pentagon, and I've seen these things. And until people really, really realize what's going on, and I was standing in Beirut, Lebanon in 1982 before I went submarine warfare. I was with the Amphibious Assault Navy. And I was very upset about it. I'm like, God forbid, I don't want to do a tour with the Amphibious Navy. But unfortunately, I was in the middle of my class for class ranking, and the elite go either air, which I wasn't in the air community, or they go on the submarine community, or the combatants. And I had a 82 average. You're going to an amphibious ship. But you know what? Thank God I got assigned to that amphibious ship before I went submarines. Because you know what? I got to get up and close and personal like our Marines. Our Marines are extraordinary warriors. And Sergeant McGinnis, sir, I hope I get to meet you someday. I'm not even worthy to shine your shoes. And interesting, it was a Navy SEAL that went in there and really was the final push that broke Sergeant McGinnis's arm, by the way. Interesting, huh? But when I was in Beirut, Lebanon, I was so broken. I mean, broken. The carnage and destruction and smells, and it was horrible. And the IDF did it. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. Our rules of engagement: don't touch the IDF. We thought about the USS Liberty every night when I was on the night ride out there as an officer in charge of a patrol boat. And we came so close to killing some young Lebanese children. These are high school kids on a boat, and I got interdict contact bearing 258, 2 nautical miles. We went full speed. I had my gunner ready to go. And interesting, guess what my gunner's name was? Mango. I'm serious. I'm not making this up. And so Mango, after the Blazing Saddles, he's like, and I go, no, whoa, wait, hit him with the light. And there were teenage kids out there in a boat. And we almost lit them up. And we did check fire, check back in. I said, no, there's some kids out here. We had to escort them out. They wanted to practice English. They wanted to, hey, how are you, American? I'm like, please, kids, this is an amphibious assault area. You're going to get smoked out here. Smoked. You're going to be killed. You know what? Yeah, so what? We almost get killed every day. We lost most of our family members. They just wanted to talk. Come on, stop it. So, yeah, thanks for letting me rant. It's just something.
No, you're good, Andrew. Thank you. Yeah, I've been to Lebanon myself, and the war crimes committed there by the same evil that's actually targeting Iran. Now, the less said about them, the better. Horrific. What happened in Chevron and Shatila? I challenge everybody to go there once at least and just talk to the survivors that did manage to survive. Our countries are evil, absolutely evil. But anyway, let's move on. This is about Iran now. So, yeah, there was something else I did want to mention. Yeah, actually, it was this. So, I find it quite funny because the statement that Trump made this morning, literally, he was on his knees, right? And he was like, oh, look, I want to apologize to Qatar. Well, he didn't say that, but that's what it was about. The essence of his statement was, Qatar have given me a jet. They bankrolled me. Last time they were accidentally hit, I made Netanyahu sit next to me in the White House, in the Oval Office, I think it was, and call Qatar and apologize to Qatar in front of world media. This time round, I'm actually issuing an apology straight away, saying I didn't know about it, and Israel done it, and Israel's never going to do that again. And because Israel's never going to do that again, Iran shouldn't retaliate either. And I'm warning Iran not to retaliate. And Qatar definitely didn't know anything about this. And Qatar's the innocent party, and we'll never put Qatar through that. So he was on his knees for Qatar, right? Literally apologizing and groveling. And I did think this morning, I wonder if that's going to be enough or if he'll go a step further. How else can he actually pacify Qatar? And guess what? Boom, boom. Netanyahu came out today and done his first press conference out of hiding, came and had to own what happened and had to go on stage in front of international media and say, it was not America, it was us who did this. So maybe America does have a lot more power, or Trump certainly does, over Netanyahu than we think, or he holds the purse strings, who knows. Let's go to Parody. Parody, thanks for waiting, jumping.
Thank you very much, Beatrix. Shalom, shalom, public. Suleiman, long time we have not spoken. Glad to be here. Thank you for having these spaces once again. You know, I come here because of the intelligence you guys provide. Unfortunately, my intelligence services, there's only intelligence in words, but not actually
Netanyahu,
in
I don't
content.
want to be rude. I do apologize. I'm definitely going to let you jump in again. But resistance has come, and I need to ask him the $1,000,000 question. You know what the question is. I know what the question is. The world knows what the question is. Thanks to Hassan for 1799 AD. Bro, that AD is worth nothing now, Hassan. Your country has been taken out. It has been disseminated. It has been demolished. It has been destroyed. 17.99 AED, that's worth like 10 pence, 10 cents right now. Such is the level of destruction in your country. But I appreciate the thought. Thank you so much. But resistance, the $1,000,000 question. People are looking high, people are looking low, people are asking from the east to the west. Did we see Netanyahu today?
All I can say is look at his left sleeve. Look at his left sleeve. Go on the chat, go on the comments of these press conferences.
Yes,
Go on and have a look.
it kind of pops out magically. Look, that sleeve trick, it's a sleeve trick, okay? The sleeve tricks were promised to us 3,000 years ago.
Wait, look, is he asking you or is he asking me?
I'm asking you, resistance. I'm
exactly.
asking you.
This is just the beginning. Wait until you see all the other notices that we'll find out.
But what about the fact that he was asked some questions?
Yeah, and it's funny because I could link. What I'll do is I'll link in the purple pill a real press conference for everyone to have a look at what where he attended last year, and you can see for yourself, compare the difference between this conference and a real press conference that he was last year. What you'll see is that he actually he stands up, he walks around in a real press conference. In one shot, you see all the journalists there in the same shot as him, sitting down in front of him. Here in the live shot, the journalists they don't speak. They speak, but you can't hear them rather. So when they ask questions, they are muted for whatever reasons. You've got the staffer beforehand. You don't see him walking to the press conference, all right? And you don't see him walking away from press conference. You see the staffer at the beginning putting a script along. And how do you put if it's a live press conference, why do you need a script, all right? And also, who are these journalists? And are they also bought and paid for as well? Because where are they? There is no continuity in the scene. Also, the background is an AI background or a green screen background. So if you look at the flags, etc., they're all that whole background is fake. So that area is completely fake. You see his his left cuff magically reappears just out of nowhere. I'm sure there's lots of other notices that I can probably find as well, but it'll just take time. But yeah, this is definitely AI. The way to disprove it, the way to fundamentally disprove it, is have a live press conference with him in front of everybody in the same room. He walks in, everyone's taking videos, photos, flash photography, etc. He's walking in the street with everybody. He's walking in the Knesset. He's in the Knesset with everybody. That's how you disprove it. How you can predict now? You can predict off this that off the fact that he's dead. In a number of ways. So how can you predict that this theory is correct? Well, You're not going to see him going to the United States anymore, right? He's not going to go and visit Donald Trump and sit down next to him in the White House. That will, if he does, then that's confirmation he's alive. If he doesn't, for whatever reason, yeah, he's dead. You're not going to see any
What
state visits.
what about this claim that he had journalists asking him questions? Before you answer that, Hassan with another 17.99 AED says, "Hey Suleiman, I want to talk with you, with all of you." I mean, that's like 10 cents, another 10. You're gonna have to give us a lot more if you want to talk, first of all, Hassan.
Bro, start sending them Petro ones, bro.
In it, bro. Your currency is dead. Your currency is diminished, it's demolished, it's destroyed. So you have to send more if you want to talk, and then if you want to talk, come. But you're gonna get smashed. UAE is gonna be exposed. Sorry, Resistance. Go ahead. Answer the question about the journalists.
Yeah. So basically, there's lots of ways you can do this, especially now with AI deepfakes live. Right. So what you can do is you can employ a live swapping software. So tools like Rope Live or Deep Live Cam allows you to have someone like an image of somebody there, and then you just augment an AI in front of an AI deepfake in front of him, and he can carry out the expressions. Or you don't have to have a person there, and you just have the deep fake in front of that shot. Now, if you can see the press conference, that scene itself is a green screen or whatever fabrication itself, and then you just superimpose someone like Netanyahu. What happens is you have real time sort of generation where you can real time sort of generation of answering questions, and you can type those in and get him to speak, or you can voice control that to get him to speak with the AI. And so that's why you'll see these AI inconsistencies that you find in a whether it's in a recorded or in a live setting. You can't get away from it at the moment with this current technology. You'll always see these inconsistencies. So that's easy to prove that this is an AI and they're answering questions. What we need to know is, are these journalists, so-called journalists, in on it as well? Right? What do they see? What we want to know is, what do the journalists see in front of them? This is something that we don't have. So we don't have this one shot. I've linked it in the purple pill, a typical press conference from Netanyahu, where they're sitting down, where the journalists are sitting down in front of him. He's on the stage, and he's either standing on that podium talking, or he's moving around and showing some graph or chart or whatever it is, and you can see the heads of the audience in front of him, which are the journalists asking him questions. So we don't have that. We have this cut screen that we are, and we're led to believe that they're all in the same room, but actually it's not the same room, because one has got a white wall, another one has got another person sitting down in front of some cameras, etc., in a dark room. It's really weird. They didn't really make any sort of, it's not a cohesive scene that you'd expect, or a live scene that you'd expect. So when you put all these things together, the sleeve, the script, the cutaway of the split screen of the journalists, and the AI itself, Netanyahu AI deepfake, and the ability to now actually, with this current technology, you can employ certain live swapping software and live voice control software. It looks very unauthentic, and so. And I told you the way to prove it. This is how you can disprove he is alive. Now, don't forget, anyone that has forgotten, Ariel Sharon, they kept him alive not kept him alive. They pretended that he was or they kept him alive, pretended he was in a coma in the hospital for 8 years, and all of a sudden they announced that he's dead 8 years later. Right? This is what they do. This is how they. This is their trickery that they employ. Master of trickery. Now, this is, if the Iranians have
Hey,
said, just one more thing.
Yeah, Resistance, I just want to ask you something really quickly
Sure.
on that. Firstly, I thought it was a body double, right? I didn't think it was Netanyahu. But also, didn't his son
Yeah,
take the 7 days out that you have to in the Jewish tradition? You can't use social media or anything. And then after 7 days, he posted, and that's 7 days of mourning religiously,
yeah,
right?
exactly. So, fundamental point. He had 7 days of quiet period. He was non-existent,
And just
and
before you
that's
answer, Resistance, I just want to thank, Hassan has sent, what is it now, 185 AED to the chat. Appreciate it. And he's raw. How about now? Can I talk now? I don't know. I don't know. For an Emirati, I think the figure has to be a lot. I'm not sure. Resistance, what do you think? I think for an Emirati, the
No,
number's going to be a lot higher, right? What do
no,
you think?
it's Eid. Eid Mubarak is Eid. It's Eid, so he needs to be more generous than that. That's for sure.
But also,
You
he's
know, and
Emirati
I'm
as
thinking,
well.
and
He's a
Emirati as
UAE
well,
show.
mate. At least 1,000 AED. I'm sorry, but for him to
If you
be,
send 1,000 AED, I don't know how much that's worth. That's worth what, $10 or something. Then we might let you up. But go ahead, Resistance.
I thought Resistance was going to say it's Eid, therefore you should let him on even.
no.
Oh my God, Resistance, you're brutal.
It's charity. Eid is about giving to charity, and the people that are spreading the word of God and the goodwill of humanity. So that's Suleiman and this space and the people in this space. So absolutely, he should be given 2,000 AED, honestly, but that's only my opinion. So, but yeah, going back to this Netanyahu thing. Look, there's ways to prove it and disprove it. So those are the things, and you're right, Beatrix, absolutely. Why would his son, who loves his social media presence, absolutely boasts about it, just disappear for 7 days? That actually coincide with the fact that the mourning period of a family of a personal tragedy to personal death. There's lots of unanswered questions by this live stream, and trust me, just wait a few more days or wait another day, and you'll see lots of things uncovered, lots of inconsistencies uncovered. The fact is, we want to see him in a live setting amongst the people, or in a normal thing. I mean, you saw he went to Modi went to visit him. He hugged Modi in front of everyone, and all the press was taken flash photography with over him and Modi, and they were hugging, etc., in front of them. Why can't he just do the same thing? Like, why is it always this AI or green screen scene that he's in? It's just always the case. So I'm led to believe that the Iranian state media, the Iranian government, the RGC are correct. They killed him. They killed Ben Gavir. They've killed Israel Katz, Tomar, David Barnea, Yoav Galan. They've killed all of these guys because they're not nowhere to be seen, right? And the proof is the proof of life is on them, not on us, right? They have to, and the fact is that you have to publish how many videos now in the space of 4 days? Like 7 videos in the space of 4 days, upping the ante, bringing in Mike Huckabee, a fake Mike, a shape shifting Mike Huckabee. If you look at how from 1 minute he's normal face, and then all of a sudden he smiles and his whole head just rearranges, and lots of things. The pocket, the suit pocket on his lapel, that one just appears and disappears. Lots of things. So all of these, and the cafe scenes and all sorts of ring and disappearing ring and reappearing ring. If it was genuinely real, and he came along and then he said, "Look, yeah, those weren't me," etc., then yeah, actually it makes those videos not as relevant if he was genuinely real. But all of those combined with this really shoddy, not shoddy, but this really inconsistent, you know, really questionable live press conference, then yeah, it just confirms this is the best it can do right now. It confirms he's dead.
Hmm.
We need to not give another dollar until we see him here in the United States. Like, no money to Israel until you get summoned here and you're here. Like, you got to come pick up the check, Netanyahu. And if you want, bring your dirty laundry, because we know that you bring it anyway.
Well, that would be the advantage of the best thing about him being dead is that Trump is probably celebrating, thinking, "Oh my God, I don't have to see his ugly face again." Do you know what I mean? So I think there won't be any more state visits from Netanyahu, and I'll be surprised. And if it is, it will be some elaborate pretense, but he won't be seen in the Oval Office. That's for sure, sitting down as usual next to Trump. It will be some sort of controlled fabrication of AI if he ever tries to do that.
The problem is it's going to fool 90% of Americans.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the rest of the world, but I've tried talking to people that are really close to me. They don't get it. And I can't convince them.
Oh, there's people on his panel that are still convinced he's alive, right?
I'm one of them.
They're still Joa probably, Mancos.
Hang on, Joe, why are you convinced he's alive after all these AI slop videos of him? What convinces you? Why is he doing all this AI nonsense? Or do you not believe it's AI?
I don't believe it's AI, to be honest with you. Like the thing about the green screen, yeah, that's possible, but there's a green screen behind the guy that announced that Iran has hit 4 U.S. and Israeli aircrafts too. Does that mean that's fake? No. So like I don't see anything on there. The one video more than likely is AI. Okay, there's no doubt, and they're probably using it. Someone thought they were smart. They
But you
used it,
also don't
whatever.
you also don't see anything that convinces you that it's not AI, right? As has been pointed out, there's no live interaction with another person on any of his videos,
Spot on, Doc.
and you know I don't get it.
Yeah, but in AI you could do that. You could give interaction. Like
Yeah, but
there's no purpose not to give interaction.
do you think Iran's lied about babies being dead? We broadly assume that when Israel says that they've killed, we assume it to be true. So where's the
Oh,
presumption?
has Iran said that he's dead?
Yes, yeah. They said he's dead. He was dead several days ago, and they insisted the other day he's dead. They're trying to create this AI fabrication. They said it even again just a couple of days ago on Iranian state media. I have the post in my feed. They kept saying, "Look, and he is. We are very very sure he's dead. We talked to him. He's dead.
There's
Not
an image of him being taken the night he was bombed. It was like a sea of red ambulances. And one of the journalists who's based in Israel posted out saying something very interesting or
Al
something like that. I'll send
Mizrahi.
it to you if I can
Yeah,
find it,
Al
Joa.
Mizrahi said, "Oh, I think they hit
Yeah.
something sensitive there."
Yeah, exactly. And then there's a picture of Netanyahu being carried away on a stretcher. He looks smashed. I'm not joking. He looks absolutely
I
mashed
saw that picture. I
on the
thought that was
stretcher.
AI, to be honest.
No, and then like when you say that it could be green screen, fair enough, it could be green screen, but in one of the videos he's got six fingers. In another one he's drinking coffee, but the coffee doesn't even moisten his lips. And and they put that funny little shape on the
Yeah,
coffee. Um, as soon as you take a
the
sip,
ring,
like
The
that
the
moves.
the coffee one
the
didn't
ring.
didn't didn't as an avid coffee drinker, I with
Okay,
that has a lot of foam, an espresso, and if I drink it,
Joa,
it
Joa.
looks like it's the same.
Joa, the one that attended the coffee, this is like a 50-year-old guy, not a 75-year-old guy. Right? His skin was in very, very good shape. And also, if you look at the side
I
profile,
looked at the ears. I looked at the ears and the
okay, the
nose,
ears,
and he has a very distinct nose. His nose splits in two,
yeah,
right in the middle, on the
yeah.
tip. And that's what I keep looking for because I don't think AI would reproduce that in most cases because AI would think that was an
Yeah.
error or
So
shadowing.
in that, so if you look
But it
and
does.
if you look in the cafe
S-
scene, the side profile of his nose, in that one, it's almost like a rounded nose, whereas his nose is a bit, it's arching or concave in some ways, right? So that was clearly, and combined with his skin, that's not him. Then he goes outside in the mountains 50 kilometers away, and then his ring appears and disappears, just like magical. Obviously, that's clearly AI. There's no dispute about that, Joa. For us,
Yeah, but the ring,
how do you explain
the
it?
ring to me is an
How
angle.
do you explain it? How do you
Like
explain the ring appearing and
be,
disappearing?
because the ring disappears when he turns his
No, no,
hand.
no, no,
So
no.
depending on the shadowing on the ring, like I have an aura ring,
Joa,
right?
Joa, Joa,
And if I take a picture from above, you're going to see. If you take a picture where it's parallel to the ring, you're not going to
Joa,
see
you're
it because of the
coping.
shadow my
Joa, you're
finger places
coping.
on the ring.
Joa, you're coping, mate. You're coping.
I'm not
You
coping. I don't want the man to be alive,
have a
so
look
it's
at
not
the
a cope
video.
at
Have
all.
a look at the ring video. Just go. Just type.
I honestly would break open a bottle of champagne if that man was
Look,
dead.
it's not about
Like
breaking up.
it's not cope.
Forget about the consequences in the end. I'm just saying, just look at the raw footage that they published out. His hand is clearly, he doesn't move his hand away, turn it 180 degrees or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you can't see the ring. His hand is basically, you can see the backside of his hand, right? And you can see it. It's all the way through as he from his hips all the way to touching the chair, right? His That ring appears and reappears like twice, and then he puts his hands up in the air
But,
after
but
touching the chair. and then the ring again disappears. Right? This is
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why the ring is the most. As someone who worked in marketing for a long time, have been around cameras and shooting commercials, and even at the like equipment that's like 130, 300,000, to film stuff. Right? Compression kills so much when you transmit it, and shadowing on metal surfaces is always the one thing we need to look out for, because if there's aids in the back, people handing lights, things like that,
right.
it pops
So
up.
shadowing,
Right, so
I get it.
the reflection on the ring you can't control, so it's easy to make it see like the ring to me is the one thing that's like, okay, that doesn't explain it because I've seen this 1,000
Oh
times.
no, you don't. No. So let's break it down for you. Right? You're talking about compression and you talk about shadowing. This is in the top of the mountain, right? At a cafe 50 kilometers away in broad daylight where you can see the sun glaring on him, right? And it shows very clearly there's a huge clear contrast between the ring and his finger. There's no sort of compression anomalies there. There's no texture anomalies there. You clearly see it as he's moving in a fraction of a second from his hip, as he moves his hand from his hip to the just before he hits it, he touches the chair. You can see the ring, and he doesn't move his hands one way or the other. The hand keeps consistently moving in one direction, in one plane, and you can see the ring just disappear. And then all of a sudden, as he's touching the actual the chair, then it disappears. And then all of a sudden it reappears slightly, and then he lifts his hand above the chair again into the air, and you see it disappearing again and reappearing. These aren't sort of lighting effects, texture effects, or compression issues. They're nothing like that, because the lighting is actually very clear. It actually, if it was in a dark room, you could probably get away with saying that, but it's in broad daylight in a bright sunny day. There's no comparison. I would urge anybody in the panel right now to have a look at that particular shot. I've already put it in my feed, and it's literally a 2-second feed, a 2-second clip in mine. But you could check anywhere on X. It's literally a 5-second feed in total, and you can see for yourself how clear and distinct the appearance and the disappearance of the ring is. That's not to say that's not to include a lot of other inconsistencies.
On your on your timeline, because I'm looking again, although I did look at this before, but look again, it's not on your timeline, at least not
Yeah, I
in the
think it's in a
first
reply
five.
somewhere. It's definitely in my timeline. I've had it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll look at
Okay. Well,
replies.
let me
Yeah.
just put it in here right now. I think I've got it on my phone, so I can show it to you, so you can see it for yourself. I've even color coded it so you can see for yourself. So here's the 14-second clip. So I'm going to put it in the chat. Yeah. So add those. Let's see here. So you see here, and I'll add the others after that as well, so you can see all the pictures. It's actually very clear, right? Very clear. Part 2. I put some stills in there for you to have a look at. So it's actually very clear that you can see. So there's the video, and then there's also the stills. You can see the difference, and I put rings around them. So it's up to you. You tell me if that's a texture inconsistency or a compression issue or anything like that. It's not. It's actually clear as day. Now you've already said, Joa, that there's already there's definitely one that's AI, right? Just one that's AI already sort of compromises your theory that he's still alive, because there's no need for them to do an AI if they know he's alive, because they could use any other videos if he's alive.
There's, but resistant. There's not a content team on the planet today that isn't using AI to create content. And if that content is Netanyahu, they
Do
probably
you
do
think
it.
they're
I
making
mean,
content? Do you think they're making AI deepfakes of Keir Starmer and the government?
Yeah, I think there's one of Trump, to be
Do
honest
you
with you,
think that?
that it wasn't
Do,
Trump. His whole attitude was
okay.
different. I honestly think there's one
See,
that was
now
used
who's the
for Trump.
conspiracy theorist? See,
No, it's not conspiracy. It's basically the tools of every content team
no,
around the
because
planet
you
today
don't see
to use AI.
you don't see Mertz, Macron, Keir Starmer. You don't see any of them employing AI. You don't see them.
Yeah, I
There's
wouldn't
no need
expect him to yet.
because there's no need.
I expect US, Israel to be using AI today because they are the ones, and probably even China, um, to use AI for content production, even at the
I'm
highest
talking about
levels in the
deep
government.
fake of your own prime minister. This is different.
Yeah, I get that.
That's. I mean, and remember, they're already trying to introduce a law called the fake. Is it the Fake AI Act or whatever it is? I can't remember what they're trying to introduce. So that way you can't use deep fakes anymore. They're trying to put that into law.
Yeah, I understand that. And you think Donald Trump is like, sir, you got to get
No,
off the
no.
golf course
What,
and come in to do this
what I'm
video?
trying to say,
And he'd be like,
what I'm
but we could do a deep fake of you. He's like, yeah, just do the deep fake. I'll keep doing my 18 holes.
what
You think that's not
what I'm
happening?
trying to say to you is that the fact that they see this, governments see this as wrong, right? That it has to be some sort of catastrophe or a crisis to employ an AI, right?
Yeah, they hate counterfeiting too, but we print money like it's going out of style,
Yeah,
right? So
but
like one thing is okay for the government,
do you
another thing is for other
not see it,
people.
Joe? Do you not see how unusual it is to have 4 or 5 AI videos in the space of 3 or 4 days? And then you have this clearly fake AI interaction with a fake Mike Huckabee there as well. It's just ludicrous. The fact that they're having to double down, triple down, quadruple down on on him
Look,
being.
look, resistance. I hope you're very, very right, and that I'm wrong. That's all I can
No, no, I
say.
appreciate that, Joe. And it's not. I'm not trying to catch you out, or I'm not trying to do it in a dishonest way. I'm just saying I can see with my own eyes. I can use we can all use logical reasoning here to actually check that. I'm not anything special.
Yeah, and look, and I'm not saying it's not AI, right? What I'm saying is I doubt he's dead just because of
Now that's a different
politics.
story.
Other people would jump in his spot so quick, it'd be insane. Like Israelis are cutthroat even with each other. When they're not fighting other people, they're like that with each other,
I mean, look,
right?
the argument that he's not dead could still very well be true, right? He could be in a deep coma, induced coma, like as I heard before, and that they're trying to resuscitate him or something like that, and so he's out of action, and that's why they're doing the AI. Yes, but I am saying he's either in a deep coma and he's dead. But the fact is that there's lots of whistleblowers or lots of rumors swirling around after Iran announced, and they were so confident they killed him that they're saying, look, that he died. He died on the 8th of March. There's rumors. We've got unconfirmed sources that all say he's dead. The fact that his son had a 7-day period of mourning in accordance with the Jewish tradition of bereavement, all of these things sort of line up. Do you not think, Joa, to the fact that he's
I
dead,
not
the AI videos,
resistance. I can,
the sun, the constant trying to peddle of
can,
these videos in a short space of time. Um,
I just looked at what you sent, right? What you posted up about his
mm,
room, right? And if you look at the very first video that you post, I see the thing where he has his hand up and there's no ring, right? Or you could see semblance of a ring, and the other one you don't. This video is so compressed, it's insane. And the reason you could tell it's compressed is when he holds up his hand. First off, it's super blurry. You can see the compression. It almost doesn't look
Hey,
like
I
him,
got
to
to
be
let
honest,
me
to a
just,
degree. But
I'm
I
sorry.
you
typically,
can definitely see the
I
ring,
got to jump in here
and
because I know how compression works. And with that ring thing, that's not a compression artifact. That the color subsampling would have left at least the color of the ring there, and it's not a reflection. This is like my wheelhouse. This is what I do for a living. I'm not saying it is AI, but that is not a does not look like it's real. And with the cafe stuff, sure, there's explanations that there could be some interlacing artifacts because that's how they train these AIs to replicate stuff. There's lots of explanations for why these AI videos look fake, including the 6 fingers and all this stuff. They're just the AI is trying to do as best it can to go along with a pre-existing video. But there's nothing I've seen that has convinced me that they're real. And this recent press conference, yeah, it could be green screen. It doesn't have to even be green. I mean, I'm sure they have a studio set up for it all. I'm not convinced it was real. And honestly, if there's any country ever that would have the reason to do this, it would be them. And who is the most advanced and wants to take the lead, and when it comes to AI, it's them. Sorry to interrupt. I actually got to go right now, but thank you for listening.
No, thank you for your input. I mean, yeah.
Thank you, bye bye, and you're
I wish you
welcome on
would
the panel
stay
anytime. Sorry you had
because of
to.
the
Sorry,
compression.
bye bye, you had to wait because of Joa, and you're welcome on the panel anytime. But go ahead, guys.
So, Joa, so I'm going to open up to the panel. What do you guys now think now that we had a quote unquote live press conference?
I have a few comments I want to make, if that's okay with everybody.
Sure.
Yeah, Jim, you can. Me, I just think Joa's wrong. Resistance, he's just wrong on everything, really. But go ahead,
That should
Jim.
be a quote.
Thank you. I mean, from a theoretical point of view, if all these three videos, they should have come out from the press secretary of Netanyahu, from Netanyahu's office, from somebody from the government of Israel. If that is the case, why the first two they are AI and the third one it is not? So therefore, all of them are AI. That's one. So the sources, I mean, if Netanyahu goes on a press conference, okay, and someone is telling me that the government of Israel did not release those videos, somebody just made those up somewhere, and it is not live, it makes no sense to me. That's one. Two, the third video, if you have reporters sitting there, someone is going to come out in a day or two, say, look, I was there and I asked that question. Therefore, I think it's all are fakes. And what he needed to do, just walk outside like everybody else in Iran or in Lebanon or any other officials, say, look, I'm here. Here I am. Everybody take a picture. So I think we need to look into the source of those videos, who really released those, and I think is going to tell us a lot. Thank you. Just a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, did you see the comedy show with Mike Huckabee arguing with Grok, because Grok said that his interaction with Netanyahu was fake and it's AI, and then he responds to Grok saying, "No, Grok, it was real. I should know. I was there." Why would you even have to entertain that if it was real? Why would you do that? You're doubling down on the deception. That's what you're trying to. This is when a government tries to double down and try to prove to you that this person is alive multiple times in the space of a day and get other people to be involved in that deception. It's clearly it's definitely AI and it's fake, and they're covering up for either the fact that he's in a deep coma and he's really unattainable, or he's dead. And for me, Iran said he's dead. The reaction of Scott Bessent was really unusual. And look at how glum and depressed the people were in the national security meeting with Israel Katz and Ayel Zamir and those lot. They're all there, glum faces. They know, so they know it's not going well, and their commander in chief is dead.
I agree. I mean, the last video I saw, and immediately I noticed one thing is, he speaks and all of a sudden they cut it off. It's like someone asking a question. Then it goes on and on and on. And the first thing came to my mind is, why is that the case? Why they're not letting those reporters asking the question live, so therefore everybody can hear who that is? We don't know who that reporter is who's asking these
We
questions.
don't. I've never seen him before.
I mean, we don't. So there's a lot of questions on that, and that's the first thing came to my mind. I said, it makes no sense. all these talks on social media, news, and so forth,
This is for
saying
you,
all these
Sully.
AI, and the third one he came
So,
out,
boom,
he did too
boom.
much better than that. So
Bish bash bosh, Tel Aviv. It's that time of night where it's boom boom. I'm sorry, Jim. We just have to take a break to listen to Iran defending its
Sorry about that. I
territory.
just have to do it every time.
Whacking.
Another thing I was just wanted to say, guys, is so yesterday they published. Was it yesterday? Before yesterday. So they published the national security meeting with Israel Katz. This is after Iran proclaimed that he's dead. Now, I saw that video, and I remember that video because that video was on the 13th, not on the 18th or 19th. And then there's just only a few minor tweaks, and they had a blurred. They had a section which blurs the TV, which blurs one of their monitors. The reason why they blurred that monitor, and I checked, it's the same video, but they have the same. They're wearing the same clothes. It's the same two guys, and it's not Ayel Zamir. It's these other two guys that I've seen in that national security meeting on the 13th, and the so I know it's them, and I know it's that day. So they're wearing the same exact clothes, exact facial expressions, exact pose, everything. There's only a couple of differences in terms of spot the difference. Was they blurred out one of the TV screens in this latest one, but they didn't blur out in the original one, and that because when they did an AI fabrication of Netanyahu in front of in the national security meeting, that clearly it was fake AI, and it was debunked now that he wasn't next to Israel Katz and Ayel Zamir. Do you remember that one? That was just a couple of days ago. He's sitting in that room, and they talked about the vents are they're all different venting, and it's clearly AI. In front of him in that desk, in that scene, there was this really unusual looking monitor, and everyone said, "What the hell is that? It's not a TV. It's not a monitor. It's some sort of unusual." So it was clear it was an AI sort of interpretation of some monitor, and so you had like electronics guys just commenting saying, "Yeah, this is nothing. This is a fabrication. It's clearly part of the AI." So they added it all up with the venting, with the different lighting, the background, and then the monitor. They said, "Yeah, it confirms that scene was AI." So anyways, so they blurred it this time with Israel Katz, with this sort of AI video of Israel Katz. And I was looking at it last night, and I said, "Yeah, this is definitely." I remember this is the 13th, and so they blurred that monitor, and I'm thinking they couldn't make a real monitor because it was AI, so they blurred it instead. Because why would you blur anything else? There's nothing there. I could see through the blur that it's some sort of monitor, right? But it's because of the fact that they were caught out with Netanyahu in that meeting in that same office. So I'll pull it up and put it in the purple pill for you to see spot the difference between the two press conferences, so you can see what I'm saying. But it's those exact three, but Israel Katz is in the middle, which leads me to believe if this is a fabrication. The one that's recent of supposedly Israel Katz in this national security meeting, that means that he's also dead or not, he's disappeared somewhere. So again, I'm just following what Iran is posting, and Iran intelligence and Russian intelligence is saying. This is what they're saying. They're saying, these are the people who are dead, and all I'm just looking at is to prove it is, well, they would not exist.
Just 1 second, please hold that thought, resistance. I'm just trying to get something done. Joe, I've sent you a few tweets about Netanyahu, but the last one I've sent you is Suleiman's video. Brother Public's trying to put it in the nest. I don't know, it's not giving him the option.
The format,
could you just
has
stick
the format changed or something? Like I remember you just used to click on the share and then it would bring you the option.
Yeah, mine doesn't work either. Joa, can you put that in the nest? Does it work for you?
Yeah, let me try.
Please. Guys, exciting news. Suleiman's next video's out. And we're going to put it in the nest in a second. It's just, it doesn't work for me anymore, Brother Public, because like this X is updated and it's pants, really.
Yeah, X is having its glitches and stuff. But Mr. Abundance came up to weigh in on the AI videos. I believe he's short on time.
Yeah.
Let's see if Joe, let me know if you put it in. the nest?
Yeah,
I'm trying. Hold on. Casey.
in this share button, you gotta scroll really far to get to the button now. But you wanted me, yeah, I gotta go soon. But on the
Here, I'll send it to you. Have you got it,
Yeah, it's in there. I
Yeah,
see
I
it.
just put it
Brother
in the
Ivy?
nest. I put it in the nest.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you so much. Guys, this is a video. This was a really good collaboration that Suleiman did with Rathbone. And it's what Ali Larijani's assassination means for Iran and peace talks. Remember, he was the negotiator. So this has gone live now. I'd like everybody to go over there. Click on that link in the nest above where you can see Suleiman and Brother Public and myself. And everyone from the YouTube as well. Siddharth, can you take it over and put it in the main YouTube chat for me, please? And ask everybody to come over onto this one. We need to get people in here. People may have seen it already. Give it a like, guys. Give it a thumbs up. Make sure you press the bell icon and subscribe to Suleiman's YouTube channel. Let me just say hello to everyone quickly, and then we're going to go right back to where we were to discuss if Netanyahu is indeed truly alive, as Joa believes, and we're going to debunk everything to show that he possibly could not be. I mean, it's wishful thinking. I really want him. I need to see proof to believe it because I just want it so badly. You know what I mean? But yeah, guys, go over here and say hello to everybody. Come over to the YouTube. It's live now. Rathbone and Suleiman. It was a brilliant collaboration. Their collaboration's always good because it's good fun and it's informative. And they've obviously met each other and hung out, and you can see the energy between them. It's very relaxed when they talk to each other. But it's about Ali Larijani's death. He was the negotiator. Why did Israel take him out, and what does it mean? So please do go over there. I want everyone from YouTube to go over there from the Spaces chat on YouTube where you're watching the live stream. Siddharth is posting the link in there. Please take that link, come over here, and say hello to everybody. I'm in there already, so come and say hi to us all. And from the X, please, guys, from the X space, go to the nest above where you can see Suleiman. Click on that link. Hi, Siddharth. Hi, Jack Sound. I see you guys. Hi, Buzzy Sue. Click on the tweet in the nest above Suleiman. And once you've clicked on that, click the YouTube link in that post above Suleiman on the X space. There's a post above Suleiman. Click on that post, click on the YouTube link, and you'll come to Suleiman's interview. I see you all. I see you, Ann Taylor, Kathy Lloyd. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. Make sure you give it a thumbs up. Make sure you go and press the bell icon as well. Appreciate all of you. And share the link around, guys. Share it in your YouTube, share, in your DMs, on your X space as well. X space on your X profiles, share it there, share it in your DMs, get people in here. I really appreciate it. I'm going to keep an eye on it, and I'm going to keep chatting to you guys. In the meantime, I'm going to give it back to Resistance. And Joa, look at the other messages I sent you, right? That's the one that Brother Resistance and I were talking about. That swarm of ambulances that night. That's the night that Netanyahu was killed. That's the night that it happened. Look at that. Look at that image. Look at that video I sent you. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
they
Yeah,
wouldn't.
I'll check it out.
They wouldn't put.
I've seen these. I just didn't analyze it the same way. So I'll give it a second look.
Yeah, and also, before we go to Mr. Abundance, I put in the purple pill Israel Katz press the national security meeting from the 12th and the 18th. It's the 12th and the 18th. So have a look. I did the screenshots myself because I was just looking at why they were so similar, because those two people are so on either side of him are unique. I haven't seen them before, and they got one of them's got a really funny face, and no offense, it's just he's very easy to remember, and the other one with his pose it's also fairly easy to remember, and the fact that Israel Katz wearing identical clothes, so it's all, and that they were pushing that out yesterday, or before, is it yesterday that they were pushing this out, that he met again, and they're showing that video footage, but there's lots of things that are either blurred or missing, or things have changed, but no one bothered commenting about it. But I was just looking at it because I wanted to I wanted to cross-reference that with what Iran and Russian intelligence are saying, and if it's true or not. But yeah, Mr. Abundance, go.
Isn't that video, Beatrix, with all the ambulances? Isn't that the night they hit the bunker and there was like a mass
Yeah,
casualty event?
yeah.
So couldn't it be from that? Supposedly there was like 200 or 300 people dead. Like that would cause that amount of ambulances.
Wasn't it? It was a sensitive site. It wasn't really about a mass casualty event.
Well, we don't know if it was a sensitive site.
What?
We just
Oh,
all we see is that there's
so
100 ambulances on the road.
no. It wasn't ambulances. If you look at it, right, it was a lot of security cars, security personnel cars, and that's what a lot of the red cars were. If you read the report, that's what they said they were describing. Ambulances and a lot of security were there. So national security and police. So not. It seems like they were describing a real sensitive area that they've been hit, that was hit, not necessarily a mass casualty event area.
But it is the same day as the mass casualty event.
Yeah, but I mean, look,
right.
They could probably say it's other people are saying mass casualty event. The Haaretz and them and co are saying that to probably trying to cover up that it's actually that number of emergency services and security services that elicits some sort of mass casualty event. But actually, it's why would they have so many security people there? So I can see the point. Maybe they're trying to hide it, cover it, whatever. But it sounds like it's a very sensitive site, according to Alon Mizrahi as well, and a few other Israeli journalists and commentators. But Mr. Abundance, do you want to speak? Is he there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just real quick, and then I'm gonna jump off, but Brother Public asked me to weigh in on the AI videos, or on the videos on whether or not they're AI. And I think personally, I think Joe is in this camp that I do think he's alive, but I do think, and for context, I worked not on video models, but I did work at a large lab. Um, uh, I can't really. Anyway, so I do think that there are at least portions of the videos that are are AI generated. That's just in my opinion. If you look at them, like they have that characteristic softness that's in AI generated content. I do think that some of the stuff that people have put screenshots of out like frames from the videos do appear to have artifacts that are related to AI generation that wouldn't normally appear, even if there was compression um, in a video, right?
Yeah,
And
Mr. Abundance, with Netanyahu in the cafe scene, we already know there in 2021, I think it was just after the lockdowns opened. Hence why you got a lot of people wearing masks. So he was at that cafe then. And then he also made another appearance, I think in 2024, as shown in the till as well. The data, the till that you can see. So he made a couple of appearances there for whatever reason. The one was to promote businesses opening up, and the coast is clear after the COVID pandemic, and another one, I guess, is to promote businesses in general in Israel. So that's why. So they could use original footage and augment that with AI artifacts there, and that's what I think that's happened. I don't think he's all of it is AI.
when I say AI artifacts, I mean, or when I say artifacts, I mean like a word you'd say, I guess, is like distortions, anomalies in the video, right? Things like people have pointed out the ring, for example. Issues with the fingers are quite common issues, well known with AI video and image generation, but for the most part, they've been sorted out. They're not. It's not as big. Like a very large glaring error, like six fingers, um, isn't so common anymore. I think it's easy to spot, and it'd be even less likely for some kind of um,
But have
like
you
let's
seen the
say
still of the
prototype
six
model.
fingers? Have you seen the still of the six fingers, Mr. Bones?
Maybe. I think so.
Yeah, because it just seems like it's between frames, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so too. I don't think 6 fingers. I think it's
But I
between.
gotta jump off, guys.
Yeah, I
I see.
personally think that, and I don't think that that's what makes that AI. There was loads of other tells, artifacts there. His teeth disappearing, the ears moving too much. There's lots of things that they were just inconsistent. His nails, fingernails disappearing and reappearing. There's lots of things, and you can't call that compression or whatever, or poor quality blurring. It's not. It's these are just typical AI artifacts that you'd likely to see. I personally don't believe there were 6 fingers. I think when you're moving around, if you move a pen, just move a pen around frequently, you'll see it's like a solid, almost like a solid pen. The quicker you move it. So I agree with you there, Joe. And I'm not one of those trying to peddle that out. What I'm trying to say is I'm looking at the more nuanced inconsistencies in the AI videos, and they are very clear that they're AI. Even some of the more nuanced ones is where they're showing in the cafe, they're showing the phone, and the phone's got its camera on, and it's not actually showing the actual correct background of the phone of that camera shot. Things like that people notice that actually maybe video these sort of AI video programmers are actually missing, or they just took it for granted. But obviously, the more that we comment on all these fabrications and inconsistencies, the more that the next video will be optimized and fine tuned to eliminate some of these. But there's always going to be some until the technology is almost perfect, and then that's when we won't be able to know. So we're lucky that we're just on the tail end of the inconsistency, the AI limitations right now, because once AI improves in a few months' time, we won't be able to notice. So yeah, that's what I could say here for now. What do you think, Solly and Beatrix? Do you think that he's still alive? I know, Beatrix, you said he's not, or you hope he's not, but after now, what I said, what do you think?
Yeah, I didn't watch his press conference today. Because I just find him quite sickening to watch, to be honest. But I did read some of the captions. And do you know what? Like, just before I answer your question, I cannot believe he said this. I just read this now, right? Because I've been watching a few little clips of what he said. Oh, come on, open up. What is wrong with this phone? Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna, because I just bookmarked it. Let me find it and open it up. This phone's just being a bit gay. This app is being gay. It's not my phone. It's the app on this phone. Okay, what he said today was, right, he said, I can't believe he said this. He said, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan, because if you're strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Like, why is he taking Jesus Christ, peace be upon him's name like that? What's that about?
So I would love to weigh in
Do you
on
know what I
that.
mean? Yeah, who's that
This is
speaking?
Andrew.
Oh, Andrew, of course you can weigh
Yeah,
in. Go ahead, Andrew. Why is he taking Jesus Christ, peace be upon him's name like that? He's saying Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. What?
I'm literally, when I saw that, I immediately went in making notes, and I'm definitely going to blog that. I'm going to study that out. But what we're seeing here is the profound amount of apostasy, heresy, but blasphemy. It's blasphemous, because what he's doing, he's striking out against Christianity, and here it comes. He's slopping, and I'm going to use the Zionist, that agenda they've used, and they've dog walked the Christian Zionist into that cult. But now what he's doing, the real baby Netanyahu, let's be honest, he's not that stupid. He would never say that, but I think quote, who's ever handling this, it's a mockery. It's basically telling Christians, hey, you know how we really feel about Jesus Christ. And they really do. They hate Jesus Christ with a passion. Now, that's the truth. And if anyone calls me anti-Semite, do the work, do the evidence. They hate Jesus Christ, and he's mockingly attacking that. saying, "Oh, that this is a mockery to Jesus Christ. It's very blasphemous, and they're doing it to show their true intent." Netanyahu would never do that. Everything he's always, "Oh, we love Christians." He brought what's his name in there, Officer Tatum in. "Oh, we're hugging on the Jews love you Christians." No, they cannot stand them. The truth really way down deep. So that is huge.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew, do you know I'm going to say something to you, right? So it made my blood boil when I saw that. It made your blood boil. I can hear it as well in your voice, right? And the fact is, you saw it and you said you were going to go and look it up. Do you know a lot of the people now, Americans, that are against this Iran war, and that would probably see that statement and say, "Oh my God, look, they don't like Christianity." Those people stayed quiet during the genocide when churches were bombed and Christians were killed in Gaza, right? One of the oldest churches in Gaza that dates back to the age of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, I think, or even BC. That church, and Suleiman remember the name of it because he's better at these details, something it was called, I can't remember. That was bombed in Gaza. And these MAGA Christians, they stayed quiet because they saw it as a Palestinian issue. Like, what the hell? If you're not going to defend your religion when they spit on your people and bomb your churches, when are you going to defend your religion? It's very popular now to be against the Iran war, but why weren't you speaking up for Christians for the last 3 years? And you see them, Andrew, they're probably the people who DM you, do you know what I mean, and call you a Hamas sympathizer. They're probably the same ones. But go ahead, Andrew.
Thousands over 15 years, I've received thousands of hate mails and comments. "I'm the devil. I'm the worst example of Christianity. I'm a Muslim. I'm Hamas." And mostly it's "I'm satanic," and they even quote scripture inappropriately. But when I provide a preponderance of biblical evidence based on intense studies laid out I've worked with a PhD, a great man, Dr. John Hinton out of Harvard University. He is a linguist and a King James Bible apologist, and I provide evidence, and they can't argue, so they attack me personally, but they hate Jesus Christ with a passion. In fact, one of the persons I've exposed, Mir Tasfati, has 1 million YouTube subscribers, Facebook subscribers, and I got one of his videos and I saved it, but unfortunately I didn't download it to my hard drive. I posted it on my video. He was telling Christian evangelicals in his overpriced tour groups, "Hey guys, stop using the C word. Don't use the word Christian. We don't do that. You don't chill with that Christian stuff." And this is a Messianic Jew. I've had a Messianic Jew, this woman. She started imprecations. She went through a 3-series list of imprecations, cursing me and bringing ancient curses upon me, my household, my family. And she went through a list. She was possessed because I gave her scripture. I said, "You're saying this," and she started screaming, "Stop using scripture. Stop using scripture." They can't handle it, but I've done the research, and that's what I'm working on right now. In fact, this is crazy. When I saw that, I immediately started. I'm preparing a study on this now, bringing in 3 of my studies on why he would say that. There's a big reason why he would say that, but really, Netanyahu would never use those words because that's what he pulled him in. So sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Andrew. I just wanted to kind of get Joe back up because he just left. And I wanted him to stay on because we were having a discussion with him. And he just left. So I've just messaged him and asked him to come back up. Joe, if you're listening, please come back up. We're going to go right back on topic. So come on up.
Beatrix, speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Hopefully he'll come back. Go ahead, Resistance. He's got no, but never mind.
Not a problem. Do you remember the AI video of Netanyahu just a few days ago? I think it was the first one, where he, in this AI video, a deep fake of him, he proclaims, "We're not just this war shows that we're not just a regional superpower, but Israel is a global superpower." The irony of a deep fake to replace a dead prime minister proclaiming that Israel is, a global superpower. That is ridiculous irony, and it's almost like gaslighting because of the fact that we know that the real truth and the deception that they commit all the time. Another thing in the comments, I just noticed after, because I posted those pictures of Netanyahu in the cafe. One guy, bye, he commented saying, "This is my job. I own the 75K camera. You are correct," referring to my post about the Netanyahu in the cafe in the mountains. So I'd love to hear some more experts who can come up and say. So far, we've got a lot of these experts are saying that it's, or a few now experts are saying that actually, yeah, they're clear fabrications, AI fabrications. So there's multiple ways you could do this. You can augment them off original videos, old videos, or you can make completely new ones, bogus ones, like in the office, like in his office behind a green screen with all this fake flags and waving curtains. So there's lots of ways to do it.
Resistance there. Hey, resistance, to back you up, and I can't weigh in on an expertise on the actual video and how it's doctored, but the language, I'm sure you're aware that Netanyahu would never say anything to antagonize Christians. He was bringing them into his camp carefully. He would never say that. The real Netanyahu would never make a profound, horrific, blasphemous statement like that to Christians.
Oh
Well,
no, he would, Andrew.
no, well,
I don't know where you've been, but
Can
he
I chime in
absolutely
real
would.
quick? Could I ask something real
Yeah,
quick?
sure, sure. Go ahead, Brother Oman. Then I just want to read something out
I
because I've
think,
got something
and
bookmarked. Go ahead.
Beatrice, I think
No,
you
go
should
ahead.
mention.
Read. If I was just gonna say, no, actually, read it. Read what you need to read. I want to say something else.
It's not. It's not even long. It's quite funny actually. So you were there actually, Brother Omar. You know that statement we covered in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew was there as well. That Donald Trump wrote with Qatar. That Qatar didn't know about it, and Qatar had no part in the bombing of the pipeline. Do you remember that one
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the South Pars
Yeah.
gas field? Yeah,
Yeah.
it got community noted. It got community noted on the
Well,
White House page saying, contrary to Trump's claims, the US was informed of the plan ahead of time and had no issues with it. According to American and Israeli officials, President Trump approved the strike. It got
wow.
community noted.
Oh,
So
wow.
you know what? Now Trump is going to realize, let me send it to you, in fact, right? Let me screenshot it as well so that, because they're going to probably delete it. But now at least Trump's going to realize that Zio's run this frigging app. Right, let me send it to Andrew. How you can have a look at that. Look, it's community noted. Let me send it to you as well, Brother Omar. You can have a look at that. There you go. You both have a look at it. Anyway, so over to you. I was so excited when I got community noted because now you're thinking, who is lying? Is it Israel or is it Trump? I hope somebody sends it to the Qatar Foreign Ministry so they could see it and realize that Trump's just a lying little scumbag. But anyway, go over to you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, I honestly don't have much experience to chime in on here. I was just like trying to see if we could look at the macro vision of why would they try to keep his image alive if he's a warmonger with ICC after him and a lot of crimes to test for, and what would be the point of all these AI videos? Like, I'm just trying to think between myself and out loud here. Like, okay, they make one video, two video, three videos, four videos, and we keep thinking he's alive. But what do they gain out of this? If he's dead, there needs to be some kind of administration change or Knesset change, or things need to change, obviously. So, what would you guys think would be the point of doing all of this just to keep his image alive when in reality he's hated by most of the people in Tel Aviv right now? There's a civil war going on right now. They're looting and kicking and punching each other over materialistic stuff, and it's pretty wild down there. I mean, I have family members that are claiming that things are really escalating, especially here in Jordan, where people are protesting about the closing of Al-Aqsa Mosque. So things are getting really heated, and they're trying to turn it into a holy regional war, a holy war actually, here for just from here in Jordan. And all the university campuses are completely closed off. A lot of streets, almost in front of some in the U.S. embassy until the police came and the brigades came and took him away. So, what do you guys think would be the whole point of try to keep his image alive when he's hated by the world and he's got so much things on blackmail and this and that? So, what do you guys? How would you guys chime in on that?
I mean, Omar, I think you've answered your question there. because you said they're fomenting, and it's really unstable there. It's on the brink of civil war. He's hated by at least half the people, but they all agree with him on the Iran aspect, or 64% or whatever it is that agree with him on the Iran war. The opposition agree with him, but it will cause chaos. It will cause chaos, unlike in certain Islamic countries, or certain countries like Palestine and Iran. You know, if you take out a leader, a decapitation, it doesn't. They are obviously upset and devastated, but it doesn't affect them. You know, because they don't. They recognize that we are temporarily here in this world, but majority of Israelis, this is what they employ what. So you know, they are. You know, the common thing that they say: every accusation, every accusation is or as a confession, or every confession is an accusation. I can't remember what they said, but basically they're saying, so whatever they accuse other people of doing, they do it themselves, and whatever they want to inflict on you, they would be susceptible themselves of that attack. So that's why they do it, because they think, well, this will hurt them because it would hurt us. So that's why we take out the supreme leader. That's why we take out all the commanders as well, and because that would devastate us. And this is how you know, ideologies that are extreme and brittle, they crumble when the leadership, especially those three, Netanyahu, now even Neftali Bennett, Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, etc. They're all disappeared for whatever reason. Maybe you can say I think they're dead, but you can probably say they're not. But
What if they're absolute cowards and they've disappeared because they're scared for their life? And to answer Brother Omar's, oh, Andy wants to jump in. We'll go to Andy as well. To answer Brother Omar's question, and that's a really good question. The thing is, right, I actually have thought about this, and I thought, Israel don't like losing, right? They'll never tell you the real state of affairs in terms of the destruction caused in Israel, the number of people killed. They wouldn't even tell us how many people got killed in Gaza. Do you remember that? Like, according to them, nobody got killed in Gaza. Do you know what I mean? Like, there were no dead people, no dead
Yeah.
IDF people. So they're lying little scumbags anyway. Number one. Number two, in this situation, given that Israel's being bish, bash, boshed, no politician in Israel's want to stand up and say, I'll become prime minister right about now. They'd rather put out deep fake videos, AI videos of Netanyahu, and let this deep fake AI videos carry the can for the destruction across Israel. And then when it's all bish bash bosh and everything, and it comes to rebuilding time, they'll say, oh my God, you had a heart attack this morning and died. And now I'm the new prime minister and I'm going to fix everything up for you. Don't you worry. Here, here. Don't be upset. Do you know what I mean? That's how it's going down, I think, because who's going to want to, like, literally the civil war on the streets of Tel Aviv? People don't know where to go. These are victim people. These are not Palestinians. They can't be in bunkers more than 2 hours. They're all crying and fighting down in the bunkers. They come up to take a breath air and they hear those sirens that you play us every night, Brother Omar, going, ooh. Then they run down in the bunker again, and then they're fighting on the streets and they're being told to go and serve, and they're saying, no, we're not going to serve. It's horrible in Tel Aviv at the moment. You know what I mean? So who wants to take control of that? No one wants to take control of that. What
Yeah.
do you think, Andy? Yeah, you think, Brother Omar? Good?
Yeah, you want
Yeah.
me to jump in?
I mean, man, it's a valid point. I thought about it like so much that it kind of got me so confused within myself, and I stopped knowing how to analyze it because, like you said, it's exactly how you said it. And then, in this turmoil, it's like who's going to step up? No one really wants to step up, especially knowing that fighting Iran is going to be something that's going to be extremely stressful and draining. And the October 7th, the flood of Aqsa was a beginning. So they're like, if this is the beginning, then what could be the end? So really, who would want to step up? Just like you said. But also, what I see is resistance points does have a valid point. So it's like, God damn, it's like sorry for, but it's so frustrating. Like, what's the point? But at the same time, it makes a point. You know what I'm saying? It's so weird. Go ahead,
Yeah, I
brother
love
Andrew.
what you said there, that you're so tired of analyzing it, you got confused within your own thoughts. That happens to me as well. Love it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all of these evangelicals literally justify Netanyahu or his AI, whatever the heck it is, straight up declaring war on Christianity, basically admitting, yeah, we Israel are the evil Genghis Khan fighting against Jesus Christ. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Ted Cruz, all these fake Christians, justify is like they're straight up literally admitting we are fighting against Jesus Christ. That's exactly what Netanyahu or that AI is admitting, and it's straight up blasphemy. They're declaring war on every single Christian, every single Muslim. It's this Zionist ideology is completely evil and rotten to this core. And this like Netanyahu, whatever Israel, wherever the Antichrist comes from, it's going to rise up from that land. That's all I'm going to say. I've never seen anything more disgusting statements. It's this complete blasphemy. They want Christians dead. They want Muslims dead. These Zionists, they don't care about anyone who legitimately follows their faith. They want dead. They want to eradicate anyone who legitimately follows their faith and is a good person dead. This is a battle of good versus evil, and this is the final battle. And I think, and this is why they're making so many mistakes. They're losing, so they're just saying stupid stuff like this, and they're going to lose more support. It's like everyone's seeing this, and people are going to be like, "What the heck?"
Yeah.
And then you have Trump joking about Pearl Harbor. It's like all these people are literally coming undone. It's almost like obviously they're not robots, but what this is like is they're like robots that have completely malfunctioned because this plan they had in place for generations has gone off the rails, and they literally had this plan. They were going to kill the Ayatollah. Iran was going to collapse. It didn't happen, and now they're panicking, and they keep making mistake after mistake after mistake, and they're going to compound their errors until the entire Zionist entity comes crashing down.
Breaking news, guys. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Missiles coming towards Tel Aviv right now. They're above the skies of Tel Aviv. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv coming
Boom,
soon.
boom, Tel Aviv, goy vey.
Exactly. Incoming missiles. Central. Coming to Central Israel. It is boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Goy ve, yeah, goy ve indeed. Goy ve indeed. Okay, I've tweeted that out. Let me see if there's anything else going down. I'm also hearing unconfirmed reports that a second F-35 fighter jet might have been taken out. A second F-35 fighter jet may have been taken out. Okay, let's bring this guy up. Okay, who was it? Who was speaking? Was it Resistance?
Yeah, I think it was his
Yeah,
turn.
I was speaking, but well, Beatrix was actually commenting and made a good point answering Omar's question
I
as
mean,
well.
I wouldn't go that far.
I knew it. You know what? The minute you said she made a good point, I thought he's not going to let me have that. He's not going to let me have that one. I tell you.
So
Yeah,
I brought Hassan up here. He's been begging to come up. He didn't pay you 1,000 AD Resistance, but I thought, you know what? I'm such a generous guy that I'll bring him up. Uh, Hassan, give us your thoughts on you dropped. The pressure got to him. He begged to come up so badly. He begged and he begged and he begged so bad he starts sending AED, which we know is not even valuable anymore because their country is being destroyed, decimated, demoralized, and then he drops after having him up.
look, those AED will be like rupees tomorrow.
Exactly. And I'm talking Pakistani rupees, so they're going to be worth a lot less, even less. Okay, he's come back up. Hassan, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Sulman. How are
I'm
you, man?
doing great. I'm watching Tel Aviv get destroyed. I'm watching UAE get destroyed. Give us your thoughts.
Man, the thing is that, yeah, I agree with you that UAE is not doing good. And to be honest, I don't have any sympathy to UAE. I'm a Pakistani, so I'm not an Emirati, so I'm not going to push any propaganda against UAE, to be honest. So, yeah, like, I'm a personal trainer, so I do have a lot of clients who have been European and everything. So yeah, they are running away, and I'm from Pakistan, so we are better hardened country. So yeah, for us it's normal, but for them it's not normal. So they are running away, and no doubt about it. So yeah, my view of this war is that I really wish and I really hope that my iman is that it's really gonna Iran is really gonna conquer this and they're gonna win in the end. Though everything is against them, yeah, they are weaker and everything. What thinks that, but I don't think that. And about like I do have a lot of thoughts, but I really want to contribute in it because I have been really hearing you guys for a long time. I have been hearing you guys when Pakistan was against in war with India, and when there was 12 days war, I've been listening to you guys. I've been listening to you guys since the start of this war, and I really want to stay on this panel and contribute because I really am into in geopolitics and everything, and all day I'm into all the geopolitics, what's happening around me, everything, and I really don't want to push any agenda or
Thank you
anything,
for
any
that,
propaganda.
Hassan. Appreciate it. That was kind of a bit of a letdown. I mean, we appreciate your position. You better watch it as well. They might deport you, so you better be good. You better be good, sir, because they'll send you back to Islamabad, and it's not going to be great for you. So these guys are rounding people up in UAE. If you disagree with them, they'll deport you back to Pakistan, back to
Man, the thing
Islamabad.
is that they don't
Where are you from
control
in
the
Pakistan?
risk and everything. I'm from Lahore. The thing is
They'll
that
send you back to Lahore. They'll send you back to Lahore. What's that mosque
man,
in
the thing
Lahore
is
called?
that
What's that mosque
I
in?
work hard and everything. The thing is that if
They
they
don't care.
send
They
me
don't
back
care.
to
They'll
Lahore,
deport you, bro. Then
no
you'll be in
worries,
Lahore.
man. No worries. The
What's
thing
your
is that
mosque? What's that name of that mosque in Lahore? That big one? Is it Badshah Masjid
they
or something?
Basha Masjid, right? The
Yeah,
thing
they
is
send
that
you back to there, bro. That's you'll have to go to Badshah Masjid and start praying that you're allowed to go back again. But anyway,
the
jokes
thing.
aside. Okay, Hassan, cool. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Let's go to Ed. Ed, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Not a problem. Thank you guys for actually working hard and keeping this space, going. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you really well.
Okay, all right. So I was here actually last week, and I had a question for the panel about, what if maybe CIA or Mossad wants to kill Bibi? Like, he's hard to negotiate with. He doesn't want to actually get any deal done. So I had that question even before he actually disappeared. So, and right now, if you think about it, it's really hard to tell. We cannot say it because, publicly they don't say anything. They put these videos of him, but Trump never mentioned him, all these days. He doesn't talk to the USA media at all. He's not out in the public assessing the damage or situation like he used to, like almost, every day. So, yeah, we have to ask right questions, and it's hard to tell, I'm really like, I'm confused. This is something that I think that maybe he's gone, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Sully, could I talk real quick on that point on
Yeah, of
this
course you can. Go
Netanyahu
ahead,
video?
Andrew. Jump in, brother.
Yes, this is very. Sam, sit. This is very important. I'm feverishly, like crazy, to get this out. Putting this study together on what Netanyahu is really saying to Christians and to the West, and I put it together, put it in this space. But bottom line, he's quoting an older interview he had with Time Magazine back in 2019. Let's say, I'm sorry, 2023. But what he's saying in essence, and I'll summarize it right here. He's saying, look, world, we have to understand that being moral or just is not good enough in a dangerous world. Evil, ruthless enemies like Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran, they repeatedly have called for genocide. They're really the genocidal barbarians. So we can't say, oh, Jesus is good and benevolent and loving. No, we can't stand for the good guys here. We have to fight hard against evil, being like fight fire with fire. So his whole entire worldview is shaped by the Jewish history of persecution despite ethical superiority and Zionism. And this is the whole Zionism emphasis on Jewish self-reliance and military power. Don't go into the Jesus, do as Jesus would. It's very blasphemous and it's anti-Christian. I put it in the nest here, Sully.
Thanks for that.
Sully,
Yeah.
can I read out a comment from the guy with the 75K camera? He said that this is his job, that's what he does when it comes to digital artifacts or digital imaging, and he agreed with me. He agreed with
Of course.
me. He said so. Basically, after those pictures I posted, he reversed his pictures and made thermal portraitizations of them, and you can see in the reply to mine. And what he wrote was, he's just away, but what he wrote was, this is a false cut. If you look at the pictures that he converted from my pictures that I did, this is a false color image to explain something that doesn't convince me this is real, and instead appears to be AI trying to look real. If his hand was entirely blown out, then it's reasonable that the ring color would disappear. This shows that it's not the case. Further, only 1 out of 4 shows the ring which appears to be reflecting a spectral light source, except that it isn't possible because his hand is in the shadow, which means the reflection is from the entire sky, and that means the ring should be clearly visible in others. These are facts. I can explain. So basically, yeah, he said, I can explain. It's important to find as close to the original source when scrutinizing. I noticed the 6-finger thing, and yeah, it almost looks like that can happen in a normal video because that can happen with interlaced video, but most cameras aren't interlaced anymore, which means, and I don't have the rest of it because he said it got very glitchy, but he screenshotted what he was trying to respond with there. So that's his interpretation. His analysis of the cafe video in the mountains, or the scene in the mountains, and commenting on the actual images and the video of that. So yeah, just making a point there. I'm sure we can probably get a lot more sort of digital experts, photography experts that can chime in on this as well.
Just some more breaking news. Breaking news: Israel is being pummeled right now. Israel is being pummeled right now. And did I mention? I don't know if I mentioned this, cause your boy is feeling a bit lazy today. But that a second F-35 fighter jet was also hit. A second F-35 fighter jet was possibly hit. We're hearing this. We're hearing this right now. So yeah, that's crazy.
Can I also say something again?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, bro.
All right. I just want to say that we're not going to be, we cannot trust them at all. We cannot trust Mossad. We cannot trust Israel. They've been lying all this time and they're good at lies. So, yeah, we cannot trust them.
Why did you trust him in the first place? Like,
No, I never trust them, but I'm just saying.
bro, what is that? You're like, bro, guess what? I've got a very good. Okay, I'm in that mood again. I'm sorry. Forget it. I know. I can't. I've got a very good idea. I've come up with something very unique. We can't trust the Mossad. It's like, bro, yeah, we know. We know we can't trust the Mossad, bro. Thanks for letting us know. Okay.
So I've got a post, right? The official Israel account, which is the government, Israel's official X account, the country's official X account, says We wish Eid al-Fitr Mubarak, because it's Eid now officially, to all our Muslim friends in Israel and around the world. Eid Mubarak. May this holiday bring peace, joy, and shared hope for brighter days ahead. I have news for them. They ain't got no Muslim friends. No Muslim like them, no Muslim support them, no Muslim want to be friends with them. That's the first thing. The second thing is, on that video today, Brother Resistance, did you see his sleeve and his
Yes,
white shirt? White,
I said
yeah.
that.
See, it's AI.
That's the first thing I said when Sully asked me, "Do you think he's alive or dead?" I said, "Look at his sleeve," and that's just a tell. But I'm sure there'll be others that some beady-eyed guys on or people on
Breaking
the
news,
net.
breaking news. Another more alert. More alerts in Tel Aviv. More alerts in Tel Aviv. Oi, ve, goy, ve, goy, ve.
There you
More
go.
alerts in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is being smashed up. And there's now more alerts.
Bish bash bosh. Oh, they wanted you to. Samira asked you to do
Wait,
a
you already
poll.
got reprimanded on your attempts to commandeer to Israel our battle cries.
Joa's reprimand doesn't mean anything. Jonah's
It
reprimand,
means a lot,
but
actually.
Samira said on the YouTube chat, she asked if you can do a poll if it should be bish bash bosh or boom boom or
Guys,
both.
they're not even gonna
So
get
I'd
that
like you to
option.
do that.
They're not. Samira, sort your life out. You're not even gonna get that option. You're not even gonna get that option. Sort your life out. Rejected.
Can I say something real quick, Sully?
Sorry?
Can I
Yeah, of
say something
course. Go
real quick?
ahead.
About this whole Antichrist and them wanting to bring him back. I mean, I know it sounds kind of far fetched, but I kind of like to think outside the box sometimes. But in reality, what we're seeing is look at what we're discussing. Is he alive? Is he not alive? Is this footage real? Is it AI? Is it this? Is it that? When we know from much many things and many hadith and many in the Quran that the Antichrist comes with one eye. So from what I thought as a just food for thought, AI, when you say a, basically a I from the eye, so it's like AI. It's one eye, and it's basically kind of like disinforming us and making us seem like what is true and what is not true. So it's just food for thought, and I don't know if it makes sense or not. If it's probably outside the too much
Nah,
outside the box,
people do say that
but
they think AI is gonna be the job, but I don't agree with that because you know my position on that. AI is dumb. I told you guys so many times. AI is
it's
retarded.
not.
AI can do nothing. It's
It's
just a
not even
basic
AI. It's
LLM.
machine learning.
But the person who will have all the power is the one who controls the AI. So this is why I actually explain this because I know that there is actually a lot of people who say what you said, Omar. They basically say, "Oh, guess what? AI is going to be the Antichrist." For me, AI doesn't have the intelligence, the capability, the ability to do that. They're just LLMs. But the one, and this is the one who is going to be, if you want to call it like that, will, or the all powerful one on earth, will be the one who controls the AI. And so this is why you're seeing a race towards AI, because if the race towards AGI was that, but that AGI will have full control anyway and autonomy, then the race would not exist. It would be irrelevant who got there because everyone was getting there to the same point. But the reason there's a race between Zuckerberg and Ellison and Musk and China and all these is because he who controls AI controls the world.
Yeah, and that's actually true from what we know. The Antichrist walks for 40 days, and people follow him, the ones without faith. So yeah, it does make
Also, guys,
sense.
more
I
breaking
guess
news, breaking news. It's like it's Eid Mubarak, but one day early. It's like it's Eid Mubarak, but one day early, because I'm just seeing now Israeli vehicles being barbecued, yes, barbecued in Lebanon. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv.
Bish bash
No,
bosh.
no. I was like, let's stay quiet because I still think something was gonna come. You cannot comedy our battle cries and enjoyment.
It's bish bash bosh.
Beatrix, can I ask you? Can I make a point?
Yeah.
You know, you said about Israel wishing us happy Eid, etc., to all the Muslims. Why have they shut down Al Aqsa Mosque for praying and being anywhere near praying as well, and then getting their soldiers now to just forcibly remove all worshippers the last 5 days? Look at it today, even.
Oh,
I
they've
put it
always done that
in the
during
purple pill.
Ramadan. They've always done that during
Yeah,
Ramadan
yeah.
and
So
before.
what? So all this happy Eid, and we wish all the so this is the third
No,
holiest.
happy Eid. I think you misunderstood. When we were saying happy Eid, we're celebrating the fact that Israel's getting destroyed.
No, no, no. I'm not talking about you. What you said. It's what
Ah,
Israel said. Israel said happy Eid.
Suleiman probably didn't listen because I was reading it out. But if you explain to him what I read out, he might actually listen.
Yeah. So
Literally.
yeah, I didn't hear.
Beatrix put out a post from Israel's official, Israeli government's official handle, saying "Happy Eid to all Muslims, and we wish all peace during this time." It's blah blah blah, all that fake stuff. So that's why I was just commenting. How can they say that and be genuine when when they've locked the Al-Aqsa Mosque and prevented anyone from worshiping there, the third holiest site?
Yeah, this is just a facade because they always wish happy Eid, happy Ramadan, and then in Ramadan they be even more aggressive towards.
Do you know the difference is this Ramadan? Ben Gavir is not in the streets terrorizing them with his henchmen. It's just the henchmen right now without Ben Gavir. Can you believe that?
Exactly. I wonder why.
Exactly. Instead of going to the national security meeting, because he's the national security minister, by the way, instead of that, he posts a video of himself inside some, I don't know, is it a museum or something like that, posting about and then saying that he's going to increase the amount of weapons to the West Bank. That's what he posted a couple of days ago, or is it yesterday? A lone picture of himself, video of himself. That's it. And he's meant to be he's been neglected. He hasn't turned up for like 8-9 days as well in either the national security meeting, being the national security minister, and also the military security council as well, which he likes to attend. So I don't understand these people. All the ones on the list, they haven't attended for like 8 days. David Barnea, all these Netanyahu, Ben Gavir, they're all gone. They've been very, very negligent in their duties, and at the height of wartime. It's crazy.
I'm just posting this out, guys. There is so much videos of Israel being destroyed. So right now we've got
Bish bash bosh.
live cam. Okay, I need to drop this co-host. Live camera footage of showing submission impact. Or
So
live camera
Deborah
footage
Irvin
of.
said,
Sorry, yeah.
Deborah Irvin on the YouTube chat says, Bish bash bosh and Siddharth's so disappointed in you. He says, Paul is not needed. It's boom boom. Samira says, Paul is needed. She wants you to do
Right,
a
I think we
poll.
need a
She's saying,
cleansing.
do
We
it.
need a cleansing of these chicks. This is the problem. Like I have got, I think like 9% chicks, and this is the problem. Like I need to get to Simon's level, and there's like 0 to 5%. Live camera footage
And
of
then Going
myself.
South says, Beatrix, I've now named my iPad Bish Bash Bosh. Going South even naming an iPad after Bish Bash
Okay,
Bosh. So
I think we
cool.
need a cleansing. We need a cleansing of the chat.
Oh my God. Musti says, time out, Samira. This isn't a democracy. Look at
Exactly. Musti
Musti, right?
knows he's
Little
right. He's
dictator.
right. Musti is right. Okay.
Hi, Sully. Hi, Beatrice.
Go ahead, jump in while I'm.
Hi, it's Paul here again in Australia. How are you going, everyone? Thanks for having me up to the mic again. I've just got a couple of questions. Do you guys have a deep dive into the traits of fascism against, highlighting the traits of fascism that that places like Israel, governments like the Israeli governments and the US governments portray, and contrast that with other players in the mix? Because I sort of feel like if they if regimes or governments were less fascist, then they'd be considered to be better faith actors, and therefore you'd probably get more peace and less war. That's my feeling. It's what I've always sort of believed, and I come from a heavily nationalistic military family with a long military history. Unfortunately, I wasn't blessed with the physical capacity to go through all that because of some congenital disabilities, but I was still involved with the whole peace versus war paradigm, and I've always opposed war, and I feel like this is just another example, but it seems like I always keep on coming back to the behaviour of the regimes, the proponents of war, and it seems like the fascists have it. Does anyone disagree or agree? Thanks.
Thank you. Your mic was a bit low, but I think we got it about your disagreement with fascism. Guys, I'm just watching this, and Hezbollah is absolutely obliterating the diaper force in Lebanon. They're trying it, but they're failing. They tried it, but they're failing. It is not looking good for them whatsoever. It is carnage for them. Let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, yeah, Israel's absolutely getting pummeled. I mean, it's so funny seeing all these people that literally don't know history, and they're like, "Oh, they're going to dismantle Hezbollah," and it's like Hezbollah's been around since 1985, and Israel has gone in there and ran away with their tails in between their legs. How many times? Hezbollah is going to be here after this war because they're the only people that actually care about Lebanon's sovereignty. The government's completely Zionist controlled, sold out their country. They told the actual military to stand down. And it's like, hey, military, stand down. Let's just let Israel conquer our country. It would be the equivalent of if the United States government told the military and is like, okay, stand down. China and Russia are going to invade. And then the only people standing up were organized militias and everyday Americans with their guns. And that's basically what Hezbollah is. Hezbollah is an organized, basically militia that's standing up for the sovereignty of their country against a government that's already controlled by a hostile force. And Hezbollah needs to really be the one running that country because they're the only people that actually care about the sovereignty of the Lebanese people. It's really depressing to see that they've been villainized as this horrible terrorist group when they're the only ones that have the interests of their people at heart. And I think a lot of people in the West are starting to wake up to that because I mean they're seeing Israel as the invaders clearly, Hezbollah as the ones defending themselves. They're seeing they're seeing the buildings get destroyed in Lebanon. They're not seeing Hezbollah just randomly destroy civilian targets. So they're seeing who's on the moral side, and it's just clear as day now to people that Hezbollah are not the terrorists, Israel are, and people are waking up to that, and it's just really great to see.
Yeah, for reals. For shizzles.
Sully, have you seen the videos of the destruction in Bat Yam, which is south of Tel Aviv, the suburbs of Tel Aviv? It's crazy. They look like Gaza.
Wait,
I put it in the purple pill. The poster verified it on chat on AI as well because they bombed that like in the middle of the like maybe 10 days ago, 8 days ago. I remember Bat Yam, but they bombed it again last night. And now look at the scenes. That is really that's crazy destruction there. You see just piles and piles of rubble, lots of buildings just destroyed. Just like
yeah, the situation in Tel Aviv is exponentially worse than what they're claiming. Remember, we're only getting these images despite the fact there is a media blackout things are much, much worse than what they are claiming and what they're stating and what they're allowing out. There's no doubt about that whatsoever.
This is partly why I think Trump or whoever is asking for $250 billion, because I think they're trying to. Because I think Israel is in such a deep mess right now. They're losing a lot of. They're losing like billions, and the damage itself. They have to have money to pay for. Just not to pay for the reconstruction, but to pay for the clearance to allow normal society to function. So I think they're asking for billions right now. They're lobbying the American government to so they can pay for all this damage.
Well, that's going to be separate. That's separate to the 200 billion. Is that what you're saying, though, right?
Well, no, I mean, look, let's not pretend this. Even if they get the 200 billion, this is the last amount of money. But right now,
Yeah, it's not.
they also need
That's what I
operating
mean by
revenue.
separate.
Yeah, they also need operating revenue because there's no businesses open or hardly any business open. Obviously, tourism shut down. There's no one working. There's clearly lots and lots of businesses are non-operation for multiple reasons. So, and to run a country is still cost. It needs to cost a lot of money. And so where's the revenue coming from? So this is why I'm saying they've got some revenue, but it's not a lot. And then that's why they need to ask the American taxpayer for money to tie them over during the war as well. And then that's not so they might have out of the 250 billion, they might want to take 75 billion, right? And then the rest is for America. And then they'll ask again. America will ask again after the war or during another period during the war. They'll ask for another 100 or 200 billion, and then they'll ask another 500 billion at the end of the war for all the damage to Israel and all that stuff. If assuming Israel survives.
Guys, I can't explain how much, but Israel is getting absolutely destroyed right now. They are they're getting annihilated. Absolute destruction. It's boom boom Tel Aviv. Iranian missile just hit Haifa. I can't even keep up with all the content. It's like so much. It's crazy.
I was gonna keep putting those damn sirens, but I know it's gonna get annoying for most, so I stopped. But they keep
Put it
on
on right
coming.
now, bro. Put it on right now for the content.
Oh, now they're gone. Now that we want them. As soon as they come back, I'll put them.
Yeah, for reals, for reals.
Sully, do you imagine what the other space is talking about right now? I mean, what level of cope are they going through? I mean, they must have their own sort of fantasy right now.
The other spaces will basically be Manco, all of them, all the Mancos. Like, just saying, come on, bro. You get a little taste of that anyway in this space.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that he's Captain Cope, that guy. I mean, everything is either an AI fabrication, everything is fake. They destroyed the military, destroyed the navy. No, they didn't shoot down an F-35. They tried to hit it, but then it landed safely, and all that rubbish. I mean, look at the.
But to be fair, actually, I'd say they're worse than Manco. Like these guys basically are claiming on the other spaces, they're like, oh, guess what? Israel and US have destroyed everything. They've got nothing left. Iran's like completely out. Iran's like got no response, and they're just begging. And what they're saying on those spaces is crazy. I think Joe was saying that in the Zionist space, with about 10 real people in there, that they were saying that, oh, guess what? Like using the nuclear bomb, like why you should use it or why you shouldn't, why you should use it, and what's the merits of it, and these type of things. So those are the type of conversations that are happening elsewhere.
And the Palantir guy in there too, silly.
Exactly. And so our position is we don't want war. Like, just this is what differentiates us. We don't want war. We want peace. And okay, we're celebrating Israel getting destroyed, but this is basically a defensive mechanism. We just want peace, right? And in reality, these people want war and destruction. And this is self-defense. And so when Israel's getting hit, it's like basically someone punching a bully back. And you're like, oh, wow, like this bully's getting punched back. And this bully who's been abusing everyone for 80 years and just getting away with it is now getting some kind of comeuppance. That's the framing of what's really our perspective on this. These people are horrific. Like, these people just don't mind genocide and destruction. And this is where I left on October 7th, because I was pushing back against this propaganda and I wasn't agreeing with it. And I understood what the game they were playing. In that time, they were playing this game of And I figured it out then, obviously, that they were, and that's why I pushed back on it. And I think everyone realized that I was right, that they were pushing propaganda in order to manufacture consent to basically turn Gaza into a parking lot. And that's literally what they said. They said it needs to be turned into a parking lot. So this was the kind of language that was being used before.
Yeah, I mean,
And it,
go on, Andrew.
this, oh, go ahead.
You go on, Andrew.
Yeah. Okay. This goes back to what he said, Netanyahu's quote there about Genghis Khan over Jesus Christ in that ruthless, barbarian, unimaginable, just power over, might makes right. And as I'm going deeper into this, I'm trying to doing this on the side, but I'm going into a deep study on this. This is phenomenal. And I just briefly again, it's definitely clear that he's making a geopolitical statement using theology, right? Where might makes right. You can't be a turn the other cheek Christian. But see, before he in 2019 he didn't use Jesus. But see, when you use the J word, that triggers them, the Zionists, immensely. That's why they use the vowel game, and I go into the valve game where they use the Yeshua versus the Jehovah. But what happens is, and this is going to blow your mind, when he uses this favor of using using the J word Jesus, this goes to the very heart. He's now personalizing. This is why this is so blasphemous for Christians and Muslims, because now he's personalized Jesus Christ is to be, hey, you don't want to be this effeminate nothing, just sitting there, just effeminate little nobody. You got to be Genghis Khan, and that's what we are, because might makes right. And this is their whole logic, and this connects to that maniacal Pete Hegseth in that Christian national, it's called Dominion Theology, the sword in the Bible. This is why it's so demonic.
Yeah. Again, I mean, this is why they need to be extinguished and removed. And I just hope that this Iran will win and win for the world, not for just for Iran. That's what they're doing. They're actually fighting for the world.
Yeah.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, like, what do you think about? Is this going to be? Is this going to be the last of the APAC Congress people?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This is what I was trying to explain to others. Like, there'll be a small, hopefully, the dream is that there's a small impact on them in the sense of there's some movement. Maybe you get 5%, 10% of people who are not APAC controlled, but they're gonna win for a while, in my view.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right, Suli. That's money. It comes down to money, 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 money.
Exactly. I mean, Joe will explain to you that, largely speaking, whoever has the most money tends to win. That's how it works.
It's depressing.
Matt Getz will tell you he had a front row seat to that train wreck. He said, "Whoa, no, I don't want to get involved in this. We got to be honest here." Boom, they booted him so fast, made all these false claims, and yeah, he's gone.
Paul, did you want to speak? Or YK, got your hands up.
Hey, good afternoon, y'all.
Hey,
How are
YK.
you? Hi. So I've been like MIA for the last couple hours because I was busy, but I caught up on everything. And y'all see the new video of BB?
Yeah, what do you think, YK?
Um, I don't look at it through, or at least I try to keep theology aside. But I think he's a madman. One, I don't think the video's real. Two, and I think that.
YK, your mic's not great.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but your mic's not great.
Okay, hold on. I'll go down and come back up.
No problem. Go ahead, Andy.
Wait, and we're talking about Matt Gaetz and how they forced him out of there with the allegations for going against them, correct?
You can talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, exactly. That's what they do with every candidate. that goes against the system, like James Fishback running in Florida. He got a record crowd, the biggest in 10 years, at the University of Florida College Republicans event. And then, like, the organization that oversees them is now saying, oh, we have to disband the University of Florida College Republicans because at one of their events, somebody did a Nazi salute and it's anti Semitism, which is complete BS. Even if one person did do that, that's not a reason to disband a chapter. They're mad that that chapter is siding with James Fishback, who said if he is elected governor, he will take all of the bonds that Florida invested in Israel and pull that money from Israel, which is hundreds of millions in bonds, and invest it in the state of Florida. Someone tried to burn down his house. They're trying to scare this guy out of the race. The guy was literally on Tinder trying to reach, using that to connect with female voters. They booted him off Tinder because he was reaching out to so many female voters, and this is exactly what they do. Anyone that runs against the system, they try to destroy. And Fishback is one of the few good candidates we have, because the other guy, Byron Donalds, he's a full Israel supporter, preaching the Judeo-Christian values nonsense. There ain't no Judeo-Christian values. Don't merge religions. You have your own separate religion. I'm not forced, because that the whole Judeo-Christian values, obviously, it's a ruse to get us to support Israel. No one's buying that crap anymore. Byron Donalds has $50 million behind him. He got $5 million in donations from various AI groups. They're moving the Palantir headquarters to Miami. So they need Byron to win for whatever evil plan that they have. And they can't let someone like James Fishback, who's actually running for the right reasons, get in the way of that.
But it's good that James Fishback is getting a lot of momentum, and the more that they try to minimize him, dismiss him, the more supporters he'll get. So that's good, and I just hope.
Exactly. Sneako's done live streams with him. Tucker, he was on Tucker. Nick Fuentes has given him his support. So it feels like the dissident right has all kind of rallied behind him. Like all of the people on the right who have platforms that are against Israel are all rallying behind him, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and Florida is so controlled by these Zionists. They're changing the education system as well. They got $386 million in Israeli junk bonds, basically, which they better. It's in their best interest to get those out while they are actually worth something right now. And the Israeli stock market is at all-time highs. So I think they're best to do that. And the shekel is actually stable. So I think they really are. They should be advised to pull all that out and invest it into all these community projects. I just hope that other states and other candidates rise up as well. And really, it seems that it's clear. Mamdani, whether you like him or not, is beside the point. But he was against the grain, and he started this. And then all of a sudden, now others are catching on, and Fishback as well is another one. So I'm hoping.
Yeah, Fishback said that Memdani's running on affordability is kind of what inspired him. Like, obviously, Fishback's on the right, but affordability is not a right versus left issue. It's an American issue, and that's an issue that both parties need to tackle. And I love what Fishback said. He's running on DEI 2.0, defund everything Israel. That's something that both parties can get behind. And Fishback has laid out the political realities of Florida, that it's a red state, a Republican's going to win, and it's a matter of what type of Republican you want. So he's encouraging Democrats to register as a Republican to vote for his campaign, because on the Democrat side, you have a former Republican, this David Jolly guy, who's now running as a Democrat, who's obviously a Zio. And so you're not going to get some anti-Zionist candidate on the Democrat side. So you're going to have James Fishback, or you're going to have a Zionist that supports Palantir being in Miami.
Exactly. I mean, look, did you see the video of Elisa Slotkin on Breaking Point? I mean, trying to pretend that she's some sort of humanist or pro Palestine or whatever, and it just completely backfired. We saw right through her. She's an ex-CIA agent, pretending, posing as some sort of liberal humanist Democrat or whatever. It's just ridiculous. We can see right through them. And
We have the ex-CIA agent Abigail Spanberger as governor of in Virginia. She's the governor of Virginia. That's a letter, and people are running around saying, "Oh my God, Tucker's a Fed, Nick's a Fed." Like, how about we worry about the actual former CIA operatives that are actually in positions of power instead of accusing people who are speaking out of being like that's what they want us to do because we've been duped and there are agents. They want us all turning on people who are speaking out. This is a Fed, that's a Fed. Let's worry about actual Feds who are governors of large states.
speaking of potential great candidates, Michael's on from the ASAPAC party.
Hi, Michael. How you doing? Just before Michael goes, guys, we have got a tweet in the nest. It is a short from the interview we did with Larry Johnson. It's in the YouTube comments and it's in the nest above. If you can do me a favor on that, if you can basically do me a favor, watch it, like it, and share it. It's only like a minute or something, I think. And if we can get the comments above 50 and the likes above 100 on there, that would be awesome. It's a minute and 40 actually. I've just looked right now. So yeah, if you can do that, that would be awesome. I can't figure out how to really edit the kind of thumbnail on it, which is kind of annoying me. But yeah, do that for me, guys. That would be awesome. That tweet is there. It's in the necessary. You can change this in the mobile app. But, I'm on the mobile app and I can't see how to change it. Okay, guys, yeah, just check that out for me. That would be awesome. Like it, share it. Let's get, last time we got 100 likes or 150 likes. If we can do that again, that would be awesome. Okay, edit.
Let's get 200, guys. Don't listen to
Oh,
Suleiman with his 100, 150. Let's get 200 likes. Let's bish bash bosh
wait,
that short.
what?
Uh-oh.
How do I? Let's what? Do you want to just,
Co-opting in a regime.
do
Who'd have
we,
thought?
they're trying to do a regime change, yeah. What did you say, Beatrix? I think you got confused maybe.
I asked them to bish bash bosh that short. Watch it, like it, share it. Show Suleiman it is bish bash bosh.
Is it safe to take up a position against the
I think
co-host
it's
in
the best
the
space
room, the
going
room
right
founder?
now. I think this is the best space going on X and probably on the whole internet because I feel, and I think others do too, that we can speak freely here and that we are not going to cower, and Solomon does not cower to, and Beatrix does not cower to the Zio censors who would shut us down. And, you know, as a PAC is not a party, by the way, we are a PAC, that is a political action committee supporting candidates from whatever party to unseat these Zionists from office. Now, it's a harder job than you think or may imagine, or maybe you do imagine how hard of a job it is. There's opposition from every side almost. So, on the one hand, if we endorse white Republicans, we're called white nationalists. On the other hand, if we endorse black people or Hispanic or Arabs and Muslims, we're called other names by the white nationalists. And then we try to support candidates who we believe align with us perfectly, and yet they are somehow, some of them cower before the powers that be. And this is a shame. I would say that the Zionist mentality is much deeper than people realize. It is not just a political ideology. It becomes a psychology. And it penetrates fairly deeply into people's thinking. So they become afraid of language and words that might be called and things like that. This is a shame, and we definitely need to realize what we're dealing with here. This is a very serious enemy, and they will do nothing short of murder to silence the opposition. We've seen this time and time again. So, I mean, look at how they've treated the Palestinians. Look how they are treating the Lebanese. This is insane. They are now, and then they tried to bomb, to fire a rocket at the RT reporter who was reporting on the effective ethnic cleansing of Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and cutting it off from the rest of Lebanon. This is it's unbelievable. So they're trying to break Lebanon apart, and they're trying to destroy Iran, of course, at the same time after destroying Gaza. And these people are still in utter misery. Let us not forget about that. And it is incumbent upon Americans to overthrow the enablers who are allowing this, who are making this happen. It's incumbent upon us to get rid of these Zionists from the government. We must do it. It's actually a moral obligation. And that's what I'll say for now. Thanks so much for having me.
Appreciate that. Dr. Michael Wyke, you're back up again. Jump in.
Yes, hey, sorry. I don't know. My space and Twitter have been glitching out for like 2 days, but 100% agree with what Michael was saying. I was listening to Andy and Resistance speak. I get that there's people who are what's the word, campaigning and stuff on the same things that we agree on, but I have zero trust. And I don't mean to be like a black pillar or anything like that, but it seems like that the minute they get to Washington, they turn into like a swamp monster. So it's like, how are we supposed to find someone that you know is going to stay firm in everything that they say? Because it seems like once they get there, they get scared.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. But it's just like once they get there, it's like they get scared and they lose all of their morality. And as far as like war, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, sorry. Because my connection keeps saying that the connection is messing up. I have no idea what's going on. But as far as the ongoing war or not war, I just I don't know. I was in here a couple days ago and we were talking about like what should happen to the terrorist state because that's what I will only be calling them from now on. Um, and I said, you know, we should keep the moral compass. Like Iran is doing a phenomenal job by keeping the moral compass, but like each and every day that it goes by, it's making me feel like that they just need to like flatten it. It just needs to be gone because the things that they do, I have no words because I'm gonna go because my
Cool. Okay. Were you gonna say something about resistance?
Yeah, I just wish that YT would not be fearful and not walk in trepidation. No, the facts are the facts. She said, and that's why I want to talk to her. Don't be afraid of saying, "Well, I don't want a black pill." No, no, no. We see it. We have the evidence. It's the facts. We're laying it out, dear heart.
yeah. I mean, being outside of the matrix, you see everything, and it is frustrating because sometimes you just feel powerless. But I think we all just need to do our bit and spread the message for as long as we can while we have these sorts of liberties online.
By the way, Israel, because I was too busy trying to sort this short out. It's like I was struggling with it, but I managed to figure it out. But basically, coming back to it, Israel is being decimated right now, bloods. Israel is being absolutely destroyed right now. significant smashes of Israel. Israel is not. Israel is not able to deal with what's going on. They are getting decimated. Yes, decimated. Um, we don't make the rules, but listen, these guys decided to start this war, this attack, because they think they can bully anyone and everyone, and this time it's not gone their way. That's the reality of the situation. And they're not liking it. They're not liking the fact that things are not going their way. So, oh, what is going on? Yeah, that's this. Okay, I don't like this. So, let me 1 second. Yeah, so it's not going their way. Let's go to Snoop Style. Snoop Style, jump in.
Again, very good afternoon, good evening, and a very good morning to people in Australia. I wish you and your families are all well. Solomon, this is the third or fourth time I'm in your life, and each time I've appeared, you have been having a rest, understandably. This year is a special year, especially tomorrow. First is a Friday. Second, the most important is the Eid. And the third is the Nowruz. This has never happened in the history, all three in one go. Never ever. Never Nowruz and Eid been together in the same in history, together, on top of that on a Friday. That's first. And I want to wish everyone a happy Eid, Eid Mubarak, happy Nowruz, and happy Friday to everyone. Unlike most of you that wants BB dead and Ben Gavir dead and his wife dead, his son, I don't. I want them to have the Chiron moment. Stay in coma for a year or two, wearing a nice nappy, putting themselves, let it burn, and get bed cramps. Let them suffer like they suffered the people of Gaza. That's my wish. That's my true wish. I hope you somehow understand me, but those images that has come out of Gaza for the past 2.5 years is unbearable. And for him to just fade away because of thanks to my people is unfair. He must, they, all of them must suffer. Not just die, it's boom, dead. No, they must suffer.
Brother, when you die, if you know what happens when you die, if you did a lot of bad deeds, you are wait.
But I want him to
Okay,
suffer.
but you wait when you die. This is in Islam. When you if you've done a lot of bad deeds in this life, when you the period where you're waiting for the day of judgment, you are already in excruciating pain based on the deeds that you've done. So it's worse than any coma, which I don't believe you're even conscious in a coma. You're probably asleep. So I wouldn't want them to be in a coma. I want them to either be in a debilitating state or die, and ideally die, because I don't want them on this earth. They don't deserve to be.
You see, when they're in coma, I'm sure the hospitals in the blue state will not be able to keep them as they're loved so much. I hope they end up in a nice Indian hospital. That's my wish. Nice Indian hospital in Bombay or Delhi, and they suffer properly. And nobody gives a damn, and nobody will ever change those
Sorry
nappies.
about that, but I think Modi will make sure that he's given the royal treatment in India.
Eh, at the moment, Modi is in the biggest shit of all shits you can think of.
I agree.
Once he has lost his boss, and his boss no longer around, and people have seen his true colors, next is Modi. And after when Modi's term comes out, that people when we never talk about people of Kashmir is next to become free. That's me.
Haifa is being destroyed right now. Haifa is being destroyed. Look at the imagery that's coming out. it is being decimated. Haifa is being destroyed really badly right now. Absolutely decimated.
I would have thought Haifa would have been mostly finished by now. They've been hammering it now with going on 20 days. Can you imagine now, Sully? I mean, they're like Ryan said, there can't be a port operating there at all now, and then the refineries.
Well, you sound quite antiseptic there, Andrew. So I just reject it. Reject your attack on the special people.
Did you hear what Yair Lapid just said? He said while during his speech, he said, "You announced about Netanyahu. You announced the destruction of the Iranian missile system and the Iranian missiles that fell during your speech. This is just an insult to Israelis."
Say it again, sorry?
Yair
Yeah.
Lapid said to Netanyahu, "You announced the destruction of the Iranian missile system and the Iranian missiles that fell during your speech. This is an insult to Israelis."
Oh, okay.
Hey, can y'all hear me
Can
now?
any of the... No, it's not. Your mic's still not good. I don't even get why you dropped earlier as well. But what I was saying was... What I was speaking of... Oh, shit, what was I going to say? Oh, it's chicks, bro. This is why we don't want chicks on spaces.
Is it about the destruction of Tel Aviv?
No, I was gonna say this about Yair Lapid. Like, I think what he's trying to say is, oh, guess what? You said that you've destroyed their missiles, and the missiles still impacting you. But such is the level of lack of comprehension of these people, the lack of articulation of these people. You don't even understand what they're saying. First of all, the second thing is that what's worse than that is, I actually think that this guy Lapid would actually he was supporting the war. So he
Yes,
is. So there is no difference between these people. They just try and play the
there
game. It's
isn't.
like the Democrat and Republicans in
Yeah,
America.
yeah, they both support the war. He said, we have our personal differences nationally, domestically, but we support him in this in regime change in Iran and this war." So he supports them. So, but yeah, he's showing his differences slightly here. But come on, what do you expect? I mean, you can't expect an AI to feel anything. Of course, they can't see anything either.
Yeah, this is true. This is true indeed. Okay, I've got it back up now. I think I sorted it out. Guys, there's still the tweet in the nest of the Shah in celebration of Boom Boom Tel Aviv. I don't know why I'm feeling so tired today. But anyway, in celebration of the Boom Boom Tel Aviv, I'm still grafting. Still putting out all these shorts and videos. But yeah, in celebration of the Boom Boom Tel Aviv, do me a favor and the video in the nest, like it and comment on it. Let me see how many likes and comments. Did Khaleesi manage to get you guys to do it or not? Did Beatrix manage to get you guys to do it or not? Let's see. 51 likes and 18 comments. Come on, guys. We can get the comments up to 50 and the likes up to... Well, she's at 200. I didn't think you guys could even do 200. I was saying 100. But I'm putting the link in the YouTube again. And the link's in the nest as well. Pump it. Pump it. And actually, he makes a great point on this, Larry Johnson. He talks about something. He said this about 10 days ago, actually, or 5 days ago, whenever we did the interview with him. Actually, we got him coming on again on... and this is what I mean. I keep getting the interviews. I'm doing my bit. Will you guys do your bit? We've got Larry Johnson coming in on Monday. And we've got Daniel Davis coming on Saturday. And who we got? We've got Simon Goddard coming tomorrow. And we've got a few more I'm trying to line up. So your boy's putting the graft in. Your boy's putting... It's above Suleiman's profile. Your boy's putting the graft in. He just needs you guys to put the graft in. Retweet, like the video and comment on it. It's a little short video, like a minute clip or something. A minute and 41 seconds. Comment on it and like it. It's about... I don't know what Beatrix is saying, but... Okay. Cool. So, And the YouTube guys are like, what's a nest? Don't worry about it. You're on YouTube. You ain't got no nest. I put the link in the comments. Oy vey, bro. Oy vey. Like it. We got 65 likes. So we need 100, bro. We need about 50 comments. Okay. Dr. Michael, I got a question for you. All right. Your pack is obviously working really hard, fighting against the Zios. When's your first? Is this a guy you're telling me to interview? Let me check him out. What's your what's the first primary or election that you guys have got coming up?
Yeah, we have the primary in Florida is the biggie coming up in August 18th. And then New York is also coming up in August. I don't have the exact date on me, but we're out ahead of it. This Aaron Baker, of course, taking on Randy Fine is our biggest hope. And then Mike Wilnow is taking on what's his name?
Is it Brian Mast?
No,
Who?
another guy.
Who? Sorry.
Yeah, he's taking on. I can't remember.
No.
Right
Which candidate are you talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Mike Wilnow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, he's taking on Webster. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're trying to knock these people out, and we can't do all of them, and but we're doing as many as we can, and with the right candidates, and so it's a tough thing to do. We have to thread the
It's
needle.
not easy. It's not easy. Quick question to you, Dr. Michael, because I've not been keeping up to date with it. Although I'm in an area where they talk about it a lot. I don't know what effort they put in. They were like, "Oh yeah, let's do it. Let's help out Aaron Baker," but I don't know what they did. But how's it looking for Aaron Baker?
Well, we don't really know. There's not been any decent polling yet, but I think he's got a really good presence, and he's been working really hard on the campaign trail. I mean, he literally goes door to door himself. The guy's a hard worker. We're going to be running some billboards in his district there that are going to slam Randy Fine so hard they won't believe it. We had 2 billboard companies turn us down, but a third finally said, "Okay, we'll run it." Then the other ones, they told us they were afraid to run it because, first of all, it would go viral and that would affect their other boards. I don't know. In any case, they didn't want to get involved. So these IOs have a grip on commercial things too. It isn't just the government, of course. So these commercial interests are some of them are afraid of being associated with anti-Zionism. They're afraid how it might hurt their business elsewhere. But so we did find one, and we're going to be running a big billboard, and we're going to run a campaign. Guy Christensen will be introducing this campaign, and it will run. We're going to run as many billboards there as we can. We're going to get at least one victory. We're going to go after other places too. New York with Jose Vega, of course, it's one of our big ones, but that's such an expensive market that we don't know if our money could put a dent in it. So we're focusing where we have some efficacy.
Give our website name.
And then for people that don't know, it's aza-pac.com, aza-pac.com. Help us help them.
In New York, in New
Hey,
York,
Mr.
though,
Mike.
couldn't all of the people
Dr.
that went out and
Michael.
knocked on doors
Dr.
for
Michael.
Mamdani help Vega?
Sorry, what did you say, Andy?
Said in New York, couldn't all of the people that were volunteering for Mamdani go out and help Vega in that race?
Yeah, they could. And we would encourage them to do so. We can't control that. Jose has a great presence. But a part of the left has disavowed him. This is so tragic. He's a leftist, and we don't care about that. I love his energy. He has great policies. He wants to get money to stop flowing to Israel so that one of the poorest districts in the United States, in the Bronx, could have a chance at survival. I mean, it's horrendous there. So he wants to do that. He has a great presence in New York. We would love to do advertising up there, but it's prohibitive. We'll do some, but it's very prohibitive. we don't have the money yet. So we can't spend money we don't have. Every dollar has to be accounted for as well. We can't really run ads for him. We can run ads against his opponent. There's a lot of FEC rules involved. So that's one of them. But and we can't coordinate this advertising with the candidates either. And there's also the only limits we have on that the opposition ads. The only limit we have on that is how much money we actually hold. So we can do what we can, but we can't do everything without money.
Yeah, with Aaron Baker, the one advantage
Doc-
Aaron Baker has in that race is he's actually physically fit enough to go door to door, unlike Randy Fine. Randy Fine would get winded after going up the steps to 2 houses.
Yeah, and wait till they see the billboards that are going on I-95 about Randy Fine and some of the things he said, like starve away when confronted with the starvation of children in Gaza, like there's no suffering adequate for these animals. Let the blood flow in Gaza. I mean, this
2021, I sleep well at night. Thanks for the pick. And it was a dead Palestinian baby. What kind of monster says that? You remember he deleted that one, but that screenshot's out there.
Yeah. He said there's no suffering adequate for these animals. Let Gaza bleed, or let something like that. We're going to be putting, well, we shouldn't give everything away, but those will be used somewhere. And we're going after him hard.
This is
Dr.
another race
Dr. Michael,
we need to get Democrats to vote in this primary, and because it's a Republican district, so we need to encourage Democrats to register as a Republican and say, look, if you care about the suffering of Palestinians, you need to register as a Republican and get this horrible human being out of office. This is not about right versus left. This is about good versus evil, and Randy Fine's evil, and you need to register as a Republican to help defeat this man in the primary.
YK.
Can I just say something about the race? Because I'm working for Greg Stoker.
Yeah, go for it.
Here in
Yeah,
Texas,
go for it, Amanda. We
31.
love Greg Stoker. Go ahead.
Yes, I do too. The problem is he has to run as the Green Party candidate because you can't otherwise get on the ballot. The same thing is with McGinnis in South Carolina and Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar. They're being forced to run in the Green Party. The other thing too is I'm very good friends with a lady. She's my age. She's been political most of her life. She's a widow living in Jupiter, Florida, which is where Dan Bongino and all of them live. And she has been trying for probably 3 weeks to get a venue. She has Fishback agreed to come, and she cannot find a venue. All the restaurants, as soon as they find out who she's, having this event for, they're turning her down. And she said the biggest problem is the Republican Party. Right now, they're trying to take these candidates that AZAPAC, for example, is behind. Trying to get them. There is a concerted effort, and she was big in the Republican state party. She said, Amanda, they are literally trying to do whatever they can to have them removed from the ballot, even at this point. So it is a big fight. Please support Dr. Reckenwald and AZAPAC because it's going to take money to do these things, and we're not just fighting against the regular Zionists. Like it is the entire Republican Party that are. It's very, very difficult. So anyway, I just wanted to pop up and say that. Please support Dr. Reckenwald and AZAPAC if you can donate anything because it's really needed. Greg is, it's a to say a very small budget. It is a very small budget that we're working with right now, but we're trying to get the word out there. At least all of the other Republican candidates are gone, except for Carter, because it's a very conservative it's Trumpville, a Zionistville here. But Carter's 84 years old. He's been a congressman forever here. And but all the wackadoodles like Valentina Gomez, at least she's gone now. So yeah, we all need your support. and we will fight. I mean, we will fight, and hopefully Greg Stoker can be our next congressman, and that would be great, along with Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, and McGinnis. And if you don't remember, he's the one that Congressman Sheehy broke his hand while he was in his Marine uniform when he stood up to say something in Congress. So we really need your help. But Greg is a great candidate, great guy. I will tell you a secret. The guy's 6'5". Every picture I've seen him in, I just assumed he was like, 5'10", 5'11". And when I first met him, I mean, he towers over everyone. So it's a lot of fun. Great people working for his campaign. My son is also working for his campaign, so it's great. But anyway, thank you for letting me say that real quick, Suleiman. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to let you know what's happening in Florida right now. It is a mess because she cannot find any venue to host Fishback, and the Republican Party, she said, is absolutely fighting against her daily. So anyway, thanks so much.
Well, just on that, Amanda, first of all, we love Greg Stoker. He's a great guy. I actually spent a good couple of days with him in Texas, where he showed me a number of interesting places, to say the least, and some interesting people. So it was good times. Like Greg a lot. Great guy. Hope he wins. Actually, very honest guy. We actually interviewed him yesterday, I think, or the day before, but the video came out yesterday, I think. I don't know what it is. One of those anyway. I've got some clips coming out of him today, actually. So we love Greg. And actually, we interviewed Brian as well yesterday, and that video came out today. He's a really nice guy. As well, and so we hope all of those people win. They're really honourable men, really great guys. I don't know McGinnis other than the interview I did, but but Greg I know, very smart guy, very knowledgeable in military tactics. You guys should have been able to ascertain that from the interview we had, and very much a great, honest person. He's just so desperate for change, and he's a great guy, and he's an example of someone where he's very much far left. I'm not, but we get on together. And even in the interview, if you saw, he was like he had a slightly different opinion to me, and we can do that. What we know understand is we all need to be mature that the real enemy is Zionism. So great shout out to you, Amanda. Actually,
Yeah, well,
I think I mentioned you in the
Suleiman,
interview as well, Amanda. But sorry, go ahead.
I am like far right. Have been my whole life, but I will not vote for anybody at this point in my state that has an R behind their name, because that to me says pedo protector. I left the party after 44 years. So even though politically speaking, Greg and I would never, agree on everything, we agree on the most important issue that our country is facing right now. And until that issue is taken care of, in my opinion, nothing else matters. I mean, past that. So we can save those battles for another day. But I'm all on board, and he's speaking highly of you as well, Suleiman. So thanks.
Yeah, we like Greg a lot. Great guy. And let me just get some breaking news. Now we'll get Dr. Michael back into it. The box, and then we need to get Andrew's opinion on this once we've kind of finished this conversation. But just in case I forget this breaking news, let me say it now. The Boxer Amphibious Readiness Group, ARG, and its embarked 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 11th MEU, have deployed to the US West Coast and are expected to sail directly to the Middle East via the Indo-Pacific region. So more escalation and more military assets being moved to the Middle East. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Michael.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to chime in. We love all three of these candidates. I think they're being somewhat held hostage to the Green Party, but that's another thing. The bulwark, as Amanda pointed out, is the Republican side. So the different philosophy that ASAPAC has compared to all other anti-Zionist groups in America is that we're actually trying to chip away at that side of it, not trying to beat them with the other side, but chip at the actual bulwark of Zionism in the United States, which is the Republican Party. So that's why we're pushing and behind Republicans in many of these races. If we can find anti-Zionist Republicans, believe me, this is the way to defeat Zionism in the United States. It isn't anything else. It's that simple. And if the left would just stop beating on us while we're trying to do this job, that would really be nice.
Yeah, you get extreme people on both sides who are there who cause problems or whatever it may be. So yeah, that is it. But I one thing I know is that obviously the thing about Azapak is they're doing a great job, and I think they're gonna make some real important change. But there are some candidates who have a position that they don't want to take PAC money, so then they end up not being able to kind of take that. So I can understand that perspective as well. But yeah, we definitely appreciate all the work you're doing, Dr. Michael.
Thanks so much.
Hey, Dr. Michael, have y'all, after y'all do the Florida one, have y'all thought about going into some more southern states, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama? Because we have a lot of Republicans there and Democrats and independents that are, anti-Zionist, like lobbying money, essentially. Have you thought about going up there and kind of seeing where it goes from there?
Yeah, we've got candidates elsewhere. We've got candidates in the South, other than Florida. But yeah, we are looking for candidates all the time. Please send them our way. If you have tips, please send them to us. We can't be utterly omniscient about all this. There's 535 seats in Congress, and many of them are up. So there's a lot of candidates out there. If you have tips on candidates that you think we should support, let us know. That would be
Michael,
great.
have you contacted Track APAC, because they'll have a list of candidates that aren't paid by any Jewish lobby or Zionist lobby rather.
I
So
doubt they are.
those,
I mean, it's great. You should try it. The problem with Track APAC is they may not work with Dr. Michael because they're actually like far leftists, like Democrat,
That's exactly right.
AOC type. Yeah, is that what it is? Yeah. So because I know they like AOC kind of shills.
Yeah, they're associated with Act Blue, which is a pact to elect Democrats. So that's where all their money flows in and out. I mean, that's fine. If they want to do it that way, they can do it that way. I'll just say this: it hasn't worked. And the whole attack of the anti-Zionist movement has always been coming from the left, and it hasn't worked. You can't. It has to be at least a pincer movement, that you at least recognize that there has to be some pushback against the right from at the party level to try to get those right wingers out of office and get other right wingers in. Because why right wingers? Because that's what their districts will support. They're not going to vote for Democrats in some of these bastion of right wing territories, and they're not going to vote for Democrats or Republicans in these Democratic bastions. So you have to look at it that way. And we are not afraid of supporting right wing candidates. And that makes other candidates wary of us for some reason, thanks to a hit piece. But it's insane. I mean, everybody's got to grow a pair here because we're fighting a fierce enemy.
yeah, it's a metastatic tumor that you've got there, or a parasite at the very least, that is, in really taking over your body, and it's looking like it's terminal otherwise if you don't. I mean, I'm glad you're doing it, Michael, and I'm glad you're trying to support them. But yeah, if I come across, I'll certainly try and give you some tips if I found any. But I think everyone should as well.
No, for sure. I'll keep an eye out in the southern states. I actually have a relative that is kind of, they're connected to a lot of different people, but they are like super AOC kind of Democrat and not really willing to bridge the gap for a movement, I would say, that everyone agrees on. So just kind of putting their ideology aside, because I know them, maybe I can talk to them and see what I see, and I can get in touch with you.
Hey, Suleiman, I'm going to drop back down, but just quickly, thanks for bringing me up. You guys make sure you repost the space. I was texting my ex-military Air Force. He was an Air Force officer. We were texting earlier. I said they hit another F-35, and my son wrote back. He said, "Yeah, but don't worry, we took out all their defense missiles," and with all these like laughing emojis. He says the emperor has no clothes, and it's quite obvious now. So,
True.
yeah. Anyway, and he does listen to your space. I just don't let him follow me or like my stuff. I keep him incognito. But I appreciate you. I appreciate this space very much. And y'all have a good
Well,
day, but I'm
Amanda,
going to drop to
Amanda.
listening.
Well, first of all,
Amanda, wait.
Amanda, we appreciate you a lot, and I just wanna wish you a happy birthday because I heard it's your birthday today. So hope you have a great one,
The
and
big six.
appreciate
Yeah,
you a
thanks.
lot. Someone did send me a message.
I appreciate you too. It's the big 6'8", but I'm almost 11 years post pancreatic cancer, and so don't do what they tell you if you get diagnosed with that shit. And I've been blessed with, since I've been listening to you guys, I have been blessed with 4 grandsons, all under the age of 2.5. One's a week old. So I am absolutely blessed, and I have I am so blessed too that I'm allowed to be part of y'all's community here, and you're the reason that this is where I got my PhD in Zionism. So I appreciate you as well.
Appreciate you a lot, Amanda. Thanks, Andrew. Did you want to say something to Amanda?
Yeah. Pete, Amanda, she won't toot her own horn, but happy birthday, Amanda. Amanda's son that she's referring to is an Air Force Academy graduate, extremely brilliant young man, and for him to make those statements, that's profound. Thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome. You know I love you, Andrew, like a brother. Thanks so much.
Solly,
Yeah.
did you
Thank you,
did you
Amanda.
see
Yeah.
did you see Jackson Hinkle's message an hour ago? He posted the press conference clip, and he goes, "Wait, Netanyahu might actually be dead," and it got 2.2 million views, 33K likes.
I saw,
It, by
yeah,
far his biggest.
I saw that. I was gonna post something similar, and then I just because I've been so busy, I forgot. But yeah, I saw that's hilarious. We love Jackson as well, great guy. I think we did a collab with him a few days ago. Yeah, we did do a collab
Yeah,
with him a
yeah,
few days ago. Yeah, he's a great guy.
great. I mean, if that's getting 2.2 million views, or the rest of his posts are between like 30 and 200K views, but already that one's the biggest. So there's people that either are interested or agree with that, with his analysis there.
Yeah, it's easy content for sure. It's easy virality. Um, go ahead, Andy. Go ahead. Oh, before Andy goes, actually, guys, how come I've only got 87 likes on this? I need Beatrix to come here and be a head teacher against you. And start telling you guys, actually, it's 92. But still, I need Beatrix to come in here and start being a head teacher and attacking you. What's she doing in the comments? She's just chilling in the comments and she's like, oh, we love Amanda. Why would she be? Why would Beatrix be in the comments here now and not on the space? Chicks, bro. Listen, I've never ever tried to understand chicks because I think it's simply not possible because it's like trying to understand an alien race. So anyway, Dr. Michael, I can hear you, your chicks on it. She was giving you some right instructions there, Dr. Michael.
Yeah, she's a taskmaster over here. I'm telling you, man. Listen up, you know,
Leave him,
they
let
are.
him be, Dr. Michael's chick.
I told her
Let a
I'm the
man
boss
live.
here. I don't know what she keeps trying to usurp my authority. It's insane.
Get her
I said I
unlocked,
run
Dr.
this
Michael.
pack.
Get her unlocked.
I run this damn pack. I founded this pack.
Exactly. Tell her, bro. Tell her. I'm
So
causing
anyway,
domestic.
yeah.
I'm causing domestic issues in real time, and I'm loving it. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Let's go to Andy, and then we'll go to Dr. Dr. Atusa.
Yeah, I'm just going to say Michael explained it perfectly that you can't get an anti Zionist majority just with one party because you're always going to have some Zionists. We need a moral majority of Democrats and Republicans to get that. If we can get 55% Democrats, 55% Republicans that are anti Zionists, 75-35 in one party, whatever it takes to get to that majority, that's what we need to do. And we can't have this gatekeeping in the movement. Otherwise, it's never going to be a majority because the majority of this country does not want any more money going to Israel. But then they use these other culture war issues to divide us. Like, oh, if you don't support Israel, you're not loyal to Trump, all this other. And first of all, why the heck would anyone still be loyal to Trump at this point? It's a complete joke. But they use all this other stuff to divide us because you have the people on the left, oh, we can't work with the right because they're against because they want immigration control. It's like, I mean, yeah, I think the majority of the Americans did not want the 20 million people coming in that we had under Biden. And then you have the Nazi label, and it's, if you haven't noticed yet, the Nazi label is completely overplayed. That's literally a Zionist trick that they're now using to go after anti-Zionist candidates on the right. It started with Trump. Now they're using it to, when Trump is the furthest thing from a freaking Nazi, Zio-fascist, not a Nazi. There's a difference. And now they're now they're trying to call Joe Kent of all people a Nazi because he is a man of integrity who spoke up against the war. So we need to stop using this Nazi rhetoric to slander people who are speaking up and fighting for what is right. It's a completely tired, overused, played out playbook. It's like it's so tiresome. I don't think they talked about actual Nazis this much during World War II. It's so tiresome. We need to unite, and I would gladly vote for an anti-Zionist Democrat candidate. Like, I'd gladly vote for a Trent Uger over a J.D. Vance or a Marco Rubio because I know he's not going to try to send me to die for Israel.
Yeah. Let's go to Dr. Atusa. Dr. Atusa, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. Thank you for having me on the panel. So this is actually for Dr. Michael. You were saying to connect you with anti-Zionist candidates, and I have one for you. And I just messaged him, and he doesn't know about you and your organization. Do you know Robert Lucero? He's running for Congress for California District 34, and he's running against a Zionist candidate who's taken a bunch of money from APAC, and he's asking me to connect you with him. I don't know how we can do that. Robert
Fantastic,
Lucero.
fantastic. We
Yeah.
easily connect them. Just write Michael at azapac.com, Michael at aza-pac.com. And
Is that on your profile?
it is on my profile, I believe, yeah. Or
Okay.
Azapac
So
is on the
another
profile.
thing to
Yeah.
also, one more thing. He worked with Charles Eisenstein, the speechwriter for Bobby Kennedy, who was against intervention
Yeah.
and wars
Yeah.
during Bobby Kennedy's run for president. And so he would really appreciate your support. So I'll connect him with you.
We would love to talk to him. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and guys, I don't want to. I want everyone to realize one thing is because we are obviously speaking about this war because one thing about us is we're always on the side of humanity. We don't care what race you are. We don't care what religion you are. We don't care what culture you are. It's about helping the people in need. It's stopping stopping oppression from occurring. And I think it's an important point to note to mention Cuba. And the reason I mention it is because me and a number of our friends are trying to. This is separate. Don't want anything from the space. So just in case, I told you I keep the space separate from what we do privately. But why I'm mentioning it is because it's relevant to raise awareness that we're trying to get like a huge amount of money and medical supplies over to Cuba, and the reason is because it's really really bad, the situation, because of the sanctions. These evil I remember Cubans aren't Muslim. Cubans aren't Asians or whatever, or Arabs or whatever. So the reason we care about them is because they're human beings. And what's happened to Cuba, the extreme level of sanctions that have been placed on the country, and then to add to that, the fact that this crisis that's occurring, and then the attempt by the American regime to cause a coup, has caused the situation in Cuba to be horrific and horrendous. The electricity has just completely been wiped out for a long periods of time, if not completely. They have run out of hospital supplies. They've run out of support. They've run out of food. They've run out of a huge number of things. And yeah, if it's just something to raise awareness about, we should just remember what's happening in Cuba. And obviously, if there's a way of you guys through your own local charities or your own local situations, you can help those people out, that would be brilliant. But yeah, I thought it was really important to raise awareness about that, because what's happening in Cuba is a humanitarian crisis, a crisis that has been completely created and is man-made. And yeah, just feel for the Cuban people. We don't, I don't care about economy, or what I mean by that is whether you're, communist or a capitalist or a socialist, or, like I said, Muslim, Christian, uh, Jew, black, atheist, black, brown, white. It doesn't matter. Like, listen, these people are suffering, and we need to really think about them and see if you guys yourself can help them. I know some of my friends are trying to put things together, and I'm just saying this now because I was just sending a message to an organization, because we're trying to get some things across there. And I'm not trying to be like, oh yeah, do this, because I don't mention any of the stuff I do privately. When people used to tell me, oh, guess what, we want to fundraise on your space, I never used to allow it, because we never used to allow it, because we're always concerned that people are going to get scammed. But privately, we did a huge amount privately in the millions. So same here with Cuba. The thing is, it's very important that we raise awareness about it, because it is really, really bad. And the only reason it's on my mind is because I'm just sending a text message right now about it. But anyway, let's get back in.
how do we do this? How do we give these people some help?
I think code, like, I don't want to promote anyone, because I'm scared that like someone's gonna scam or something. So I'm trying to connect to somebody to try and get someone I know who can help facilitate it. But then again, my always concern is that, like, if I mention an organization, there might be scammers, and then I don't want to, like, because there's just too many like people who are within charity who scam as well, and I'm just a bit worried about that. But yeah, see if there's if anyone can do their due diligence and they know anyone, then that would be really good. Let me add cancel co-host.
I think I know who you're talking to about that. I think he might know very well.
Yeah. You might know the person. It's just I don't want to announce, because it's like later on you find out someone scammed, and then you're like flipping out, like, what's going on here. But the point being, it's really bad in Cuba, and this is why, when I get very annoyed about sanctions being placed, this is it, because this is the aim of sanctions, is to make poor people suffer a lot, and we don't agree with that. We don't agree with this kind of economic warfare that goes on against human beings. Beatrix, why are you in the chat typing away while you're on the space? Can you explain your behavior?
Yeah, because I like our little YouTube crew and I want to spend some time with them. But Dynamic asked me to come back up and give you a message. He said somebody go up there and tell Suleiman how to pronounce Cuba, because you're like Cuba. So they're literally spelling it and trolling you on YouTube. They're like, tell
Wait,
him it's
wait,
Cuba.
wait.
He's saying
So
it like the
funny.
Spanish. He's saying like the Spanish.
Exactly. This is the problem, Beatrix, because you've
Oh
never
my
been.
God, Brother Omar.
Brother
Like,
Omar knows.
seriously, let us troll
Brother
him.
Omar is a well-traveled individual, a well-accustomed individual, and so he has something which you may not have heard of, Beatrix, called culture. So yes, the Americanized version is Cuba, but in Cuba, they call it Cuba. So, Beatrix, don't try and colonize them.
I've been
What
to
they were.
Cuba and nobody called it Cuba while I was there. So
Well,
that's that.
that's because they thought you were some posh chick who probably wouldn't even understand the different types of pronunciations. I mean, when you were like, "Look here," they were probably like, "Okay, do we tell it it's here? Do we tell it it's here? Do we tell it's here, or do we just allow it?" And they're probably like, Let's just allow it. It's not worth the drama." Karen's gonna go crazy. They would say so. Yeah.
Oh my God, don't say that. Listen, these lot on YouTube are gonna now start trolling me with that again. Like, seriously, don't say that. They're
Okay.
so, like, in the morning, the minute I come on, they're on it.
What's the chat saying? Yeah. See, they all say I don't know. They're getting confused. They're pronouncing it in the chat. You guys are so dorky. This is the dorkiest chat I know.
I used to have the
Oh,
model for
Algo says, Algo's feeling neglected. Algo says Sully doesn't appreciate us. Oh,
But can you
he
explain
does. He
why
does.
you were
Okay.
like, we love Amanda, but then you said it in the chat rather than saying the space while she was up? That was like,
Because
what is
somebody
going
else was saying about somebody else was talking about Amanda, so I commented underneath their comment saying, "Yeah, we love Amanda."
on? Okay, cool.
I think it was the comment she made about she's not going to vote for anybody who's got R. She's going to vote for values now. It's not party political for her, and I think that really hit a chord with people in the chat.
For reals. For shizzles, as they would say.
Dynamic says he almost said Cuba right.
Dynamic.
Dynamic's on it.
The longer Sully stays here in the U.S., he's going to get a good old American accent here. We're working on him.
Well, the problem
Are
is,
you joking, aren't you, Andrew? That northern accent ain't ever going to go anywhere. Seriously, that northern accent, seriously. If I could get rid of it, I'd have got rid of it by now. Like, it's, oof.
don't listen. It's literally the best accent in the world. So let's go to Turkey Al Sharari. Go ahead, Turkey. Don't say you're a UAE chill, bro. Let's actually see where this guy's from. Oh my god, he's from Saudi Arabia. Go ahead, Turkey. You're using your emojis. Come on, Mr. Turkey.
You have to unmute your mic, bottom left-hand side. Unmute. Press that mic button on the
See
bottom
what?
left-hand side to
Listen,
speak.
see what I mean? See what I mean? When you guys were like these Saudis, they're gonna go to war with Iran, and I was like, bro, that ain't gonna happen. Don't worry about it. They can't even figure out how to unmute their mic. You think they're gonna go to war? You think
It's a turkey wishing for
you think
Christmas.
they're gonna? Do you think that these guys are gonna go to offensive war? Man is like, what? Ah! How do you take the mic? Oh, la, la! He's probably like smashing his phone at his mate or something. Like he's probably going crazy. He's probably like biting his phone or like bending it or something. Bro, no one's worried about these guys go to war.
Sully,
This, yeah.
Sully, you know what's funny? He's a Bitcoin maxi and interested in Bitcoin and AI.
Um.
Here's a question, Sully.
Yeah.
Suleiman, have you all thought to apply for the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest continuous space on X?
What is the longest space on X?
I'm telling you, this must be it. You should apply.
Yeah.
I'm checking it now. I'm checking it right now.
That's hilarious. There might be a longer one because some people may have done it for longer, but like had like two people on there or something. Yeah, we've been going for a while. We've been going for a while for sure. It is Eid tomorrow though, so we're gonna have to make a decision on that. But yeah. What were we
Sully, I
yeah.
mean, come on. You think Iran's going to stop during Eid bombing Israel? Come on.
Yeah, but I think I don't think Iran's gonna stop, but
So
because
you got to
that
keep coverage.
well, the thing is we need to at least spend a little bit of time with the family, isn't it, on Eid? So if they're being like neglected for like 3 weeks and I've not actually seen them. So anyway, so yeah, we might well basically the yeah, so we'll see. Let me work out what we're gonna do, but I'll let you guys know within the next hour or so. Um what was I gonna do? Okay, cool. Let's go to Josie. Josie, jump in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, did you still want to play that Tucker Carlson interview, or
No.
okay?
Oh,
I'm looking at the record for the longest space right
now
now
that
too.
you offered it, Josie, definitely not.
Uh-huh. Suleiman Hamed holds the record for the longest continuous X space with one that ran nonstop for 14 days, 336 hours as of mid-March 2026. Looks like it's you.
That was the old one. That was during the 13-day war. We've gone longer now. So we've gone for 90. We've gone for 20 days.
It probably didn't update. I asked Grok.
See, Grok, you're behind. This is what I mean. You're telling me Grok's the Jal, and it literally is like 6 months behind us. It's literally telling us a record from 2025. This is why I'm telling you, there's no way AI is going to be the Antichrist. It's flipping retarded. It's like a low
Sully,
IQ.
he said from mid March, and then that the 12-day war was in June.
Yeah,
What?
So Grok
says
said Mid
March
March.
2026.
Yeah, and then the 12-day war was in June. So
No, what does it say? Say again. Read it. Read that again, please.
Okay, Suleiman Hamid holds the record for the longest continuous X space with one that ran up non-stop for 14 days, 336 hours as of mid-March
Yeah, it
2026.
means like as of March.
As of,
So that's the last
oh,
time they
okay,
did
yeah,
it.
fair
Yeah.
enough.
let me see, did it happen in
No, it
March?
says
Did it
it says
happen?
as of, bro. Like, this is why they tell you why they
Well,
saying
it
the
could
Jewish
be.
IQ is
Sully,
higher than everyone
It
else.
could
It's
be.
literally fake news.
Sully,
Yeah,
it could be because if it's 28th of Feb till mid March, that's more than 14 days.
I told you AI is retarded, bro. I'm telling you, there's no way AI is gonna take over the world. I keep telling you guys that. Don't get duped by it. Don't get duped.
I won't.
It's not gonna take over
Sully,
the world. Yeah.
I'm not duped by AI. You know that, Sully. Come on.
Sorry?
You know I'm not duped by AI. You know that. Come on, Sully.
You're not what?
You know I'm not duped by
Oh
AI.
yeah, of course you shouldn't be duped by AI, bruv.
Suleiman, on
Yeah.
YouTube, right?
Yeah. What they're crying about now.
There's a couple of people. There's Astro saying that just FYI, I had to search for Suleiman's live YouTube today. Usually it's the first thing on my home feed. YouTube's coming after Sully. And then Huma said, yeah, same for me. She said you didn't show up on her. She said it's no longer at the top in YouTube for me. And then completely unrelated, but Saqib says, imagine Saudi is trying to figure out how to fly an F-15 but can't unmute a button on X.
That's hilarious. Oh yeah, I think it's because of you. That's why.
What do you mean? It's because of me.
Cause the you know the during the time period you ran, that one says limited on the monetization. So you must have been saying like a lot of bad words, or people must have been on your thing.
What? It's just those trolls that come in during the day, and there's no mods on during the day apart from me. So when I'm running the space and I have to be on there at the same time, if I even miss it for half an hour, they're all over it.
No, I'm
Saad
talking
is
about in
saying
the
same for
space. Like
me.
you might have said the R word a lot and these type of things.
What retard?
No, I use that word all the time. Grape. You're not allowed to say the real version of it, apparently.
Yeah, okay,
Oh.
so Suleiman, your longest space was the 13 day war in June 2025. Apparently, that your space is in March 2026. You were at 153 hours, was the longest that you ran before it crashed.
Hmm. Yeah, but we crashed.
So probably
But
because,
we crashed during the 12-day war as well a few times.
are you
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah, the problem is when you do the research I'm going through here, it looks like they're monitoring this and measuring it by spaces that continuously went without a crash or stopping, but they were up and running without. So it's going to be hard to find it, but we've got to be at a record somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, cool. Anyway, I'm not bothered.
Because I remember you ran for a long time without it going
Yeah,
down.
I think there was one point. Anyway, it's all good. I'm not really bothered about that. Okay, there's another Khalid who's come up. Okay, so someone's peak. Actually, this is too long. Let's see what else we got. Okay, go for it, bruv. Who's on here? Let's go to somebody speak before this guy speaks because I need to concentrate on this guy speaking.
Well, you're gonna go in. I was gonna talk about the Boxer amphibious ready group that's moving in also.
Oh yeah, Andrew,
Yep.
please tell us about that. Yeah, I want your thoughts on that. Go ahead. Yeah, I wanted to go to you in that. This is why I'm glad you remembered. I'm glad I announced it because I knew I'd forget.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, we have to excuse me. We have to understand something. The United States Navy has deployed a second ARG amphibious ready group. Excuse me. This one's coming out of San Diego. The Boxer. Boxer's designed a little differently. They're a dock landing. They carry those big LCU floating boats inside of its well decks, and it'll have with it the other LPDs, which launch marine launches. But okay, even if that's in place, we have two marine amphibious ready groups. Okay, so we're talking augmenting this up, I'm talking Marines here. I'm not talking about other Army groups, 82nd Airborne or anyone else. I'm talking Marines from an amphibious insertion. You're only looking over 5,000. And I understand they have their backups with Harriers and Helos, and they'll have Army and B-2, B-1 bombers backing them up. Who cares? And Amanda's son will weigh in on this. The Air Force will. I mean, we have Amanda's son even admit it. He's an Air Force Academy grad, an Air Force officer. Any time you engage and research it, please check my receipts here. Anytime the Marines do any amphibious assault, the absolute requirement is supreme air superiority. Without that air superiority, we're just sending those Marines into a kill box. I don't understand the insanity of this. I'm shocked from day one. I've said it 1,000 times here. It's where the insane becomes the unbelievable here. So yeah, I'll land it there.
What's your thoughts on the deployment though?
Yeah.
What's it going to be used for? Is I guess what I want you to
the only thing amphibious forces are used for, and there's only one thing, and that's to do beach assault. Marines establish a beachhead, or it's called a beach landing where they can set up. So it's definitely for a beach or a land incursion. It's a land incursion. It's their whole purpose and mission. That doesn't mean that we'll do it. We in the Iraqi war, the first Iraq war, General Schwarzkopf used a MEU off of Kuwait, and they just waited and waited. It pinned down the Republican Guard, thinking they were going to do it, but it was just a fake. So it could be just used for that, but we don't know. But if they do actually say attack or deploy, I can't even go there.
Yeah.
So it's basically putting the forces there. Everything's going to be in place to do it, but without that air superiority, Sully. But the whole purpose is to do an actual ground incursion.
What's how many troops are going to be on there by the time they're done using them?
5,000 total. Each Marine amphibious unit. I deployed with the 21st. We used to call them Marine Amphibious Unit, MAU. Now they call them MEUs in Beirut, Lebanon. And that whole force carries approximately 2,500 Marines and backup helicopters. So plus two ARGs, you're looking at 5,000 Marines total when the Boxer comes into position.
Get 5,000 coffins, unfortunately, Andrew.
Yeah.
What's that? 5,000?
Get 5,000 coffins, unfortunately, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. I can't stress this enough. And if someone says I'm just being an alarmist, well, research it. It's the It's the Marine Amphibious Doctrine 101. We used to do the briefings in the wardroom before we went into Beirut, and I listened to those Marine officers going through their battle plans. I mean, I sat right there listening to them. Air Force, okay, check the marks. 1, air superiority established. Boom. Air threats. Check. Ground force incursion threats. Boom, boom, boom. Rules of engagement. They go through everything in the battle plan, and we support them.
So just some more breaking news. Iran military spokesperson said the Zionist regime are planning a false flag operation intended to attack Aramco oil facilities in Saudi Arabia. So it seems like there's kind of like an unwritten agreement now that they're not going to attack each other, and that Israel is planning to possibly attack Saudi Aramco. We'll go to Red in a second because he finds it hilarious. But just before we do, go ahead, Andrew, you're going to finish your point?
Yeah, exactly. Without their superiority and without clear rules of engagement, if you're totally told without air superiority, I pray to God that Marine officer will be a colonel of that. I pray to God, he says that's an unlawful order. I will not follow that. I pray that commanding officer of that ship says, what the hell are you talking about, and resign. Just like Vice Admiral Ketcher did, just like Admiral Alvin Halsey did. Well, Ketcher was fired That should send a huge message right there. What they had to fire them, and please don't anyone ever tell me, oh, Raising Cain, he's a great. I don't care what his record is. He sold out. He sold out.
Yeah,
He should have said absolutely not.
he's sending his troops to the slaughter. And didn't you say, Andrew, that the expedition team that was going to be going there, they wrote their last will and testament or something like that? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, every time we deploy, we have to go through all that. We contact our loved ones. We make sure our USG insurance is set up and who our last will and testament, because we always know there's, even on a regular deployment, we lose up to a major deployment. We'll lose up to 60 some men killed and women killed in accidents. We lost a Marine helicopter operating off the North Atlantic one time, and it didn't even make mainstream news. 20 some Marines went down in a helicopter. Yeah, okay, move on. Next. Yeah, that sucks. Hey, what's for lunch? You get that mentality until those bodies start coming home to their families.
Cool.
Andrew, what's so special about this deployment from San Diego? Like, what's the difference between?
They're doing an augmentation. They're putting an augmentation together. To augment means they're increasing the power force to surge ashore. They're also going to use it as a secondary feign, FEIGN, to fake the Iranians, to think the Iranian army, to think IGRC, to think, whoa, are they going to combine it here? Where are they going to hit? I would suspect perhaps Tripoli to use the northern route into Cag Island or whatever, and then the southern Boxer group to come in and hit maybe in the southern. There's several landing spots that are somewhat favorable down in the G and C region. But again, so what? We're ashore. The shore is not a hospital. It's rockets. It's a kill box. I know it sounds like I'm some old man rattling here, but listen to the military experts. Listen to Colonel McGregor and Daniel. Yeah, Daniel Davis. He doesn't pull punches. He just lays it right out. And and some generals. Yeah.
Are they assuming that there is no military presence on Hark Island by the Iranians? Like, I mean, what
Do you
are
see? Yeah. No, you're right, dear. You can see this from just common sense. You'd have to make terrible assumptions there. But they don't need soldiers to fight when they stand there. They've got missiles coming in. And also, no one ever talks about the undersea. That was most of my career was in submarine warfare. Let's don't even talk about that with those UA under submersibles, those submersible mini submarines. They move like back fast, crazy. And, we're going to take them all out. Okay, see how that goes. There are so many threats. I'll set down the microphone here after I say this. If we really had air superiority, and that's the other thing too, we have to have superiority over the sea lines of communication. Translated to mean in naval terminology, you'll never do an amphibious assault unless you have thoroughly cleared the objective, both in the air and on land, and on the surface and under the surface. So we don't have the undersurface done. That's not done. I guarantee you that. We don't have air superiority. We also don't have surface superiority. So basically, we're saying, "Hey, Marines, let's go do it." And oh, by the way, if you've never met a Marine, they're wired differently. It's terrifying to see when they go into battle mode. They'll do it if they're told to do it. So yeah.
So guys,
I pray to God.
yeah, I appreciate that. I'm gonna, before I go to Red, where he can explain why he finds it hilarious. If you could do me, guys, I put a tweet. That's what I was gonna say. So I put a tweet in the nest. It is the new shot that's gone out. It's of Tel Aviv on fire. It's the collaboration we did with, what's his name, Rathbone. It's only 19 seconds. You can watch that for 19 seconds. Put a like and comment in there. I'll put the link in the YouTube, and the link is in the nest above us. Let's try and get to 100 likes. I mean, Beatrix thinks we can get to 200, but I don't think so. But even if we can get to 100, that would be awesome. If somebody could put the link in, say that or something, I'll pin you a message on the new one. But yeah, if you could watch that, if you could like it, if you could comment on it, if we can get 50 comments and 100 likes on there, that would be awesome. Would appreciate it. That tweet's in the nest. Tel Aviv on fire. It was the collaboration we did with Rathbone. Okay. Raid, explain to me what you found funny.
Hey guys, how you doing? Eid Mubarak to everyone. Happy Eid. Of course, a not so
Your
happy Eid
mic's your mic's
for
not
the.
great. I don't know if you're like sitting on it or whatever, but your mic's not great at the moment.
Okay, well, I'm in a restaurant, so I'm eating a stall. Let me finish and then come back to you,
Okay, do
Simon.
you know?
Eid
Wait
Mubarak.
before you go. Why did you find it funny that Saudi's gonna get attacked?
But you said you cannot hear me.
Yeah, but do you want to explain why? Well, this is your chance. You're not gonna come back again.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say not so happy Eid for the terrorist regime in Iran. It's getting butchered by the day.
What? Wait.
Of course,
Listen, Khalid, chill out, relax. I didn't ask you that question. I didn't ask you that question.
the terrorist regime in Iran.
Wait. I know you're in a restaurant drinking camel piss, but just relax for 1 second. You're not answering my question, what I asked you. I asked you specifically why you found it funny when I said that Israel was planning a false flank to hit Saudi Aramco. Can you explain why you found that funny?
You know, there's so many Pakistanis working in
Wait,
the Gulf.
I know they are. You guys treat them like second-class labor. This is why I have not just Pakistanis, Indians, Filipinos, a number of poor people. Yes, you abuse them. You guys treat them as third-class citizens. Yeah, I find that to be unacceptable, reprehensible. And it's not because they're Pakistanis, it's just any underclass. There's Nepalese people there, there's Filipinos there, there's people from a wide range of countries treated like an underclass, treated like slaves. Of course, you're right. Yeah, there is. I don't know why you're saying that as something positive. I see you as supremacists when you're talking about how you treat the underclass just because your great grandfather ended up stealing the land and falling into some oil. But that being said, that's not why I'm asking you. Try and understand the question. I know it's very difficult for you. Maybe you're high on camel piss, but I'm asking you specifically, why did you find it funny that Israel is planning a false flag to hit Saudi Aramco? Explain.
Well, you have to be grateful for these jobs. That's number one. And
Okay, again, try and control yourself. Answer the question I'm asking you. No, they shouldn't be grateful. There's are people who are looking for a better life and then you're taking advantage of them. You should probably learn from some Western values, some Islamic values where you treat all men equal. I got a super chat here. It says, went around the supermarket today to tell randoms that Saudi Arabia and Dubai are super gay, especially after all those statements yesterday. That's hilarious. That's just a super chat. But go ahead, Red. Answer the question. Your mic went off. Answer the question.
yeah, I mean, I keep on getting muted, so man, if
Yeah,
I'd
if your
like to
mic's
finish,
annoying.
I'd really
No,
appreciate
the
that.
reason you get muted is because your mic's like very echoey and very loud. So if I try and speak, you will not be able to hear me. So
Yeah,
the only choice I have is to mute you while I'm speaking. If you actually got a normal mic or you're in a normal situation, you went out, drinking whatever, it would be a
He's
different
in
choice.
a restaurant. How entitled do you have to be not to be able to just walk outside that restaurant to have a 2-minute conversation? Especially when you've been brought up to the biggest space ever. Like, he's not going to move. That just stinks of what his attitude's about. You got to put up with his noisy mic and his noisy background
Now I
because he
wanted to,
ain't going to move.
yeah, I just wanted to answer the question though. Go ahead.
yeah. Yet you all want to come to the Gulf. Everyone wants
Listen,
to
I
come.
don't want to come to the golf. So okay, you're not answering the question. So do you?
You're jealous.
There's nothing to be jealous of. You guys have no art, you have no history, you have no culture, you have nothing. You bring foreign women on across to your country to just shit on. You drink camel's piss. You've got not even your own food. You got nothing. Like you guys are nothing except the fact that you basically sold your country out. Either you sold your country out or your rulers are crypto Jews. I don't know what it is, but either you sold your country out, whatever it may be, and you're under the power, under the boot of the United States of America, who's under the boot of Israel. So you're under the boot, and you found that out, didn't you? Paid for life lessons, didn't you, when you were getting smashed up, when your oil field were being destroyed because of the actions of Israel. It was like, ah, la, 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 la. You weren't feeling good. So do you want to answer my question or should I just drop you? And you won't get another chance on the space again. So it's your opportunity to answer the question, or you won't be brought up again. Go ahead.
Well, this food is really good to step out the restaurant. I'm gonna be honest,
Okay,
Beatrix.
no worries. See you later then. Don't request again. So he begs and begs and begs and requests and requests and requests. They dream of coming up, but they never ever want to answer the question. This is an example of these guys' behavior. This is an example of Gulf attitude. This guy's I bet this guy's got no job, never worked in his life, His dad's giving him money that they found based on this oil that they found, and because they sold the country out to Western powers and to Israel. How embarrassing could it be that you're basically under the foot of the country that's under the foot of Israel? Like you're under the grand foot. Anyway, I think it was our fault. We were probably disturbing him while he was high on camel piss, and it was it wasn't great for him. So I think he was a bit. I don't know if you can get high on that stuff, but I presume you can because this guy sounded like he was drunk on it. But as someone who's never had it, I can neither confirm or deny it. Maybe someone could tell me. Hussein, what did you think of this guy?
It was really hard to understand him with all the camel piss he was drinking, but yeah, I mean it's another GCC simp, and it's funny because you preach that I don't want to get into like religion or whatever, but you preach you're a Muslim, but you're okay with your country supporting another country that is funding the genocide and the displacement of all the Lebanese, the destruction of Yemen and Iraq, but you consider yourself a Muslim. But again, I couldn't really understand him properly. He had too much camel piss in his mouth.
Well, do you think it's the volume of it in the mouth, or do you think it was just that he was high on it? This is because we've never experienced it. We can never do it. We're just making a lot of assumptions there, Hussein. We just don't know.
He might have been drunk, to be honest with you. I don't know. You know how they are.
Can
Now
you
all of a
get
sudden,
what? Can you get drunk on camel? I didn't know that you could. Like, we've never tried it, so we don't know.
well, they started opening up bars and stuff in Saudi Arabia. So I don't know. Maybe he was at one of those new
Oh,
bars.
maybe it's
So.
like you know how like when they do what's that thing called? I'm gonna sound so dumb now, but is it a shot or something? Oh, no, what's it called? There's some alcohol you put in and you put a bit of coke in it. What's it called? Coke and rum or something. Anyway,
A Jack Daniel and Coke or something.
yeah, some alcohol with a bit of coke, but then they're like, oh yeah, can I have a bit of camel piss? And
Rum and Coke.
Rum and Coke. Yeah.
Yeah,
rum
rum
and
and
coke.
Coke.
They're like, can we
With
have
a,
rum? Can we have rum and piss, please? Can we have some rum and camel piss?
Uh,
with a
It makes it
splash of
nice and
piss.
sweet. They go
A
to a coffee.
splash of piss.
They
Just
go
a
to
splash of piss, please.
Yeah, exactly. They go to a coffee shop and it's like, can I have 2 shots of caramel? They're like, I can have 2 shots of
It's
two
it's
shots of
Saudi
camel.
it's Saudi kombucha.
They're taking
So
the
yeah,
page out of the Hindu book, ain't they, Sully?
yeah. Actually, yeah, they are a match made in heaven for sure in that regard. Okay,
Why
let's
he
break the
said that you
conversation,
wanted to be in the Gulf is like the biggest lie ever. Like I'd rather be in
bro.
North Africa.
I'd basically rather be like in most places. The only thing good about the Gulf is that obviously what it used to be was that there used to be safety, but now you haven't got that because you got like missiles flying at you, you got drones flying at you. Like the one thing they had doesn't exist, and that's why everyone's escaping. That the other one is obviously being tax free, but again, there's many other countries you can be tax free.
But Sully, just to add to that, I mean, like especially places like Dubai,
Hmm.
they're infested with like all these immigrants. They're not really like most of Dubai now is just becoming like people from other countries coming in, like people like Ian Mile Chung, that simp, that cuck for Israel. They're all moving over there. So the country is honestly like it's losing its image. It's having all these random grifters come in and
Well,
staying there.
that's an important point, right? That no matter that's a good representation of who UAE is. So UAE is paying someone like Ian Miles Chung to do propaganda for them, but the thing is, he's not doing propaganda for them. He's actually harming their reputation because he is a representation of them. And this individual is not only an extreme Zionist, someone who had to escape Malaysia because of his hatred against Zionism and Muslims. At least the Malaysians were saying, wait a sec, why are you attacking Muslims while you're living in our country? Why are you being an extreme Zionist while there's a genocide in Gaza and living in our country? And so, because they were going to look into him, he escaped to an actual Zionist country, which is the UAE. But not only did he escape that, he was a paid shill for them, and he is paid a contract. From what I'm told, this is confirmed. So he is being paid by them. And so if he's being paid by them, he's a representation of them. And this is what he says. And when them 170 girls died, we know what his response was. He said, oh, guess what? Well, they were human shields. So, and he basically degraded the fact that they got killed. These are children who were double tapped. And he is a representation of the UAE. He's the representation of the Gulf states. And so this individual who came up, you can see now they've got this kind of arrogance in them, in the sense of arrogance about what? Like, if someone had arrogance because they've got a very high intellect, I would respect them. I'd be like, okay, like it's not good to have arrogance. I admit I fall into that trap, and there's no doubt about it. I have arrogance, right? But if someone has arrogance because like they are intelligent, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about someone else. I'd be like, okay, it's not good to have arrogance, but at least you're doing it based on intelligence. If someone has arrogance because they're an excellent athlete, it'd be like, okay, it's not good to have arrogance, but at least you're an excellent athlete. If someone had arrogance because they're good looking, again, you'd be like, look, it's not good, but okay, you're good looking. You know, you've kind of okay, you've not earned it, but you know, you've got it, whatever. But the arrogance here is based on what? Based on superficial creation of the country, which wasn't even created by them. It was that they were highway robbers that basically made a deal with the devil to take control over their country, take control over the land. And even now, they have no culture, they have no history, they don't have, and actually, the historical sites they have in their country, such as the retarded nature of these people, that okay, there is some people who maybe go overboard in these issues, but like this actual deep heritage cultural sites related to the prophet peace be upon him in their country, and they're just decimating them, they're destroying them, they're removing them. Even if you don't see it as a religious thing, fine, but it's even its cultural significance. Like, as someone who travels the world and takes it upon himself to view the wonders of the world, both now and the past, looking at the history. I went to Vietnam, and such beauty was seen in there, and I found it audacious that the Americans had even bombed some of these heritage sites when they were attacking Vietnam. So someone who loves history and loves culture, irrespective of race or religion, the fact that these sites in Saudi Arabia have been destroyed just demonstrates the psychology of these people. They don't understand history, they don't understand culture, they don't understand any of these things. And so you see it now why they have to pay someone like is a Cardi B to come to their land, millions of dollars to basically shake her booty, because this is what the society is. They've got to pay an exorbitant amount of money to be accepted, and that's all they want is acceptance. This is just the embarrassing nature of these people. But anyway, I'm gonna digress. Let me bring it back to the space. Let's go to somebody else. Let's go to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, going what we were talking about earlier with bringing more and more of these Marine units into the region. This is just a really dangerous thing that Trump's setting up, because I mean, Vietnam started with, oh, it's just we have a few troops there, and that's how they're going to escalate. Oh, it's a few troops. So, oopsie daisy, Iran sunk a troop carrier with 2,500 troops. Now we need to send in 200,000 troops to avenge those 2,500 that we basically sacrificed for Israel. I think what they're trying to do is they want Iran to basically sink like the Tripoli or whatever the other ship is called. They're basically going to sacrifice the Goyim to then use that as an excuse for, oh my God, Iran just killed 2,500 Americans, even though we're the ones killing them because we're sacrificing them. We're killing our own soldiers. And then they're going to use that as the pretext for the full scale ground invasion. Because and there's going to be people that were against that will be dumb enough to support that, not realizing that it's our own government that intentionally sacrificed their troops.
Andy, and another dangerous, alarming thing is that boxer, that's totally designed for putting boots on the ground, meaning from water to sea, where the Marines literally board these assault vehicles. They're floating little boats. I say little boats. They're barges, all right, like you see in the movies. But they're very advanced, but like the movies, and they get inside the well deck. It's called the well deck. We flood the well deck with up to I think about 8 feet of water, and then they scoot out the aft the stern, and then they just motor in on a shore. They're even far more susceptible to enemy fire, to being hit when they're out there floating, and they're only moving at about 8 to 12 knots. And I can't tell you how slow that is when you're fighting an asymmetrical warfare. It's I've been like, I'm stunned, shocked, saddened, sickened, even to use it as a threat.
The Iranians are laughing at us. They see these slow-moving ships, and the second they get within range, Iran's going to put them into the bottom of the ocean. Most likely, they're going to send ballistics at them. They could send 50 drones at it, and that's going to be thousands of Americans dead. It's absolutely horrific. They're sacrificing us.
Or hit it from undersea. that no one ever talks about. Yeah, absolutely. And we can't protect them. We can't. So
I think
yeah,
Iran's not going to use their undersea capabilities until they have to. They haven't revealed one undersea capability yet, so why use your undersea mines or undersea vehicles if you
yeah.
don't have to? Just take it out with the missiles and drones. Like if I'm Iran, I save them until I absolutely need to use those. I keep that in my back pocket.
Yeah. We have some pretty good evidence that up north in one of the tankers or two tankers they did use some, but you're right. We've not even seen the beginning of what they're capable of. There's so much to this asymmetrical war fighting and conventional. There's a guy that came on the space and a good, heartfelt gentleman, and he said, "Yeah," he said, "you're overlooking and he came on very angrily, and I don't remember if you remember, Andy. I think he was talking to you, or was he talking to Inevitable?" And he said, no, answer my question. Answer my question. Who has the greatest, most powerful Air Force in the world? United States. There you go. So no one's going to dominate our Air Force. Okay. Well, we're talking about conventional war versus asymmetrical threat. What does that mean? Well, why don't we sit down and have a little lesson here?
Exactly, and you
Sully,
have
I
these
think it's
MAGA
high
people. You
time.
have these MAGA people cheering it on. They think that this is going to be some heroic thing, and that some ship is just going to go in and invade some island, and that these people are all going to magically survive. And that's just not how it works. Like, you have these share generals on Twitter who have no clue how it works, and then it's going to happen, and they're going to somehow still find a way to justify the failure of this invasion and still support Trump somehow. They're going to say, oh, it's not Trump's fault. What's going to happen is this is going to fail. They're probably going to fire Pete Hegseth. Trump's going to throw Pete Hegseth under the bus, and then they're going to bring someone else in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, Sully, I think it's high time that that the resistance in South Lebanon starts liberating the north. And by that I mean they should and again, I'm no general, no war general or anything like that. I don't I don't know obviously like war tactics, but I mean they're evacuating the north occupied Palestine. I think it's about high time that some land starts getting annexed from the resistance.
I would say the one reason I don't think that's a great idea is Hezbollah has been so effective in a defensive position. The second they go on the offensive, that puts the advantage back in favor of the Israelis. Hezbollah has been dominating on the defensive, so let Israel keep destroying.
Why would they put them on the why would that give them the advantage?
Because the side that's defending their own land has the advantage. So if that puts Hezbollah as the advantage because they're in hardened positions on their own land fighting a guerrilla warfare. So the second that they go out into Israel, and that exposes them more to Israeli fire to get slaughtered by Israeli forces.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but again, like I said, I'm not a war tactics, I'm not like a war general or anything like that. But I think it's high time that they get a taste of their own medicine, and then like I just feel like yeah, the defense obviously, and Hezbollah has been successful in defending Lebanon and repelling back the Zionists on multiple occasions. But I think it's time, like now they actually start feeling what it feels like to get land stolen from them, and even if it's only a few miles or a few kilometers, whatever it is, they have to feel that kind of pain because until they feel that kind of pain, they're just gonna keep, starting wars year after year or starting conflict between its neighboring countries. And I don't know, in my opinion, and again, I don't know how it would work, but somehow, some way, they got to start losing land. And I'm talking about like contested land, like the Shabab Farms or the Golan Heights, something like that of that nature that wasn't even theirs to begin with. So.
Yeah, you know what it is? I don't think that would be the right move right now because you have to remember Israel's flopping so bad because they're making so many horrible decisions. And right now you have to remember, like Hezbollah, they're sending missiles and drones, and they are defending specifically within South Lebanon, where they know the terrain really well. Now, not to say that they couldn't take North Israel, but what they're doing at the moment is actually makes more sense. What they're doing is they're bombing northern Israel quite a lot, and you're seeing a mass evacuation of the north, and it's going to get significantly worse. And if you get it to be bad enough, and the Israelis need to retreat, it's going to be easy to walk in anyway at some point. But
Yeah, and I'm saying like obviously with the assistance of like Iran and the other resistance like from Iraq and them and you know I think honestly like first thing that needs to be dealt with is Syria and this Giuliani guy, and then once he's out of there, if they can successfully like get him and his whatever that you want to call his terrorist army out of there and kind of reclaim Syria back, I think that would be like the first move that should be made.
oh
Yeah,
no,
we call Al Giuliani. A lot of people have referred to him as his terrorist head choppers. I think that's a good nickname for them because that's exactly what they are.
yeah, I don't think that'd be the right move. That would get everyone against them. I think the right move is to defend Lebanon right now, especially when they're bombing Beirut. And then what you do is, once Israel's getting dominated and destroyed, and Israelis have actually left the north themselves, you don't even have to invade it. There will be all the Israelis will be out there. I wouldn't worry about Syria. Personally, I don't think that's the right move. But yeah, it is.
Yeah, absolutely. From what I'm not know anything really much about army maneuvering, but that's what Colonel McGregor said, and I think Davis said something about that too.
Yeah, cool. I didn't hear them, but I agree with them if that's what they said. You just got to make smart moves in these wartime situations, which is what they've been doing. That's why they're dominating.
And Suli, when you're talking about Haifa, please understand, no, they can't hammer it enough. They have to just completely make it nothing, decimate it. I was just saying they keep hitting Haifa. I would have thought by now that those pier port exchanges and the gas pipes are piping to connect to bring on fuel, or I should say oil, whatnot, that would have been knocked out, but they're still hitting it pretty hard, Sully. So, I mean, I guess they still have some more, or just, I don't know.
Yeah, Haifa is a very smart thing to hit. You take Haifa out of the equation, and then that's like Israel's main port. It has like 60% of imports come through Haifa. So you take that one out, and then yeah, they're gonna be struggling, and they've been hitting both ports, so it's good times. I mean, I'm just loving this strategy. You know, guys know during the 12-day war, certain decisions that were made, I was critical of. When I look at these 20 days, I don't even I can't even, unless you guys could think of something. I actually can't think of one decision they made that has been bad, even from a uh, even from a like day by day plan. Like I literally said, oh, guess I think I don't know who was on the space, but I basically said, because someone, I think it was Hassan, he was like, oh, why are they not hitting Haifa? I said, because the right move. You basically hit Saudi, you hit Qatar, and then the next day you hit Haifa, and that's literally what they did. Like it's just like I'm just agreeing with a lot. I don't know whoever came up with the game plan of this, and I know it's probably a number of different generals. It's literally the
Yeah.
plan I laid out, like myself, on these spaces
Yeah.
to you guys. It's just that because I did it like not in a kind of like reading it out, but it's literally the game plan I read out to you guys.
Yes, you did. Because you got pushback on that, and you said no, no, no. They got to first take out the GCC anti missile defense systems, then they'll move into supply chains, but then they're going to start hitting strategic essential targets. And even before they even hit IDF forces, they want to take out those resupply points. And you were absolutely right, Sully. That's when they start hitting Haifa. But to clarify something, I'm just going to give you one small example. When I was on the staff of Commander Submarine Force Atlantic, I hated the work. I mean, I was like, no, please, not me. Get in here, sit down. And for, I think it was about 3 weeks, my job was to go through those battle plans and literally imagine big volumes of details working out in war scenarios, war gaming, updating them, planning them. There's so much study that goes into this. They don't just start randomly blowing stuff up. No, it's a very analyzed, heavily analyzed plan.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do indeed agree with you. So I want to welcome Brian onto the stage. One second, Brian. Let me just quickly get to this bit, and then I want to welcome him. Guys, the tweet. Oh, you guys did it. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. You guys didn't.
Thank you.
In the guys, I destroyed that GCC Gulf State shill. Do I not get any love? Are you guys not gonna like this new video? It's only got 41 likes, 16 comments. There should be at least 100 likes. Demonstrate you're with me on the GCC. Like that video. It's pinned on the YouTube and on the X. It's in the nest. And like the video. We only got 41. Let's get it over 100 likes and over 50 comments. Listen, power to it's about Tel Aviv. It's about Tel Aviv on fire. Do it, guys. Let's go to Brian. Brian, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. What's your position on all this? I've not heard your position. Where do you
Well,
stand?
you're gonna hate me because I'm coming in to ask because I'm actually seeking some information because I'm wondering in terms of the title of the space, is this like 3D satirical chess where you're making fun of Trump for using the word obliterated and you're using the word destroyed to like make fun of how Trump said he obliterated? So like I'm just wondering or did I miss something when I was getting dinner? Like are these two cities destroyed or something or what?
What do you think's
What?
happening? What do you
Like
think?
so in the ticker up there it says Tel Aviv and Haifa destroyed. So is that making fun of like when Trump said that he obliterated Iran's nuclear program and obliterated the military, even though neither are fully destroyed? So were you guys making fun
Okay.
of Trump
Okay,
with
so
that?
no, I'm not making. So I'll ask you, what do you think's happening in Haifa?
Well, I mean, is the city destroyed or did a rocket hit the industrial oil area? I mean, those are two different things. I'm just wondering
What do you
what
think
either this. Was the
okay.
city was destroyed, or a rocket hit somewhere in the city? Those are two.
So what do you think's happening in Haifa?
The last time I checked, I saw that there were at least one something gotten through and hit the oil refinery, right where those coolant towers are. I've been to Haifa a bunch of times, so like everybody there would be seen.
Obviously,
Like
you got
everybody
the
knows that area.
okay. So Haifa has been okay. So you're saying the oil refinery has been hit, correct?
That's it. Has there been additional hits in the last couple hours?
Oh, there's been so many, Brian. You've missed it. There's been absolutely so many waves of hits on Haifa. It's innumerable, but it is numerable. But you know what I mean. It's a larger number of hits on Haifa. Haifa oil refinery, as you said, has been hit. Haifa port has been.
Anything?
Okay, continue.
Well, a refinery is in the port. It's all this is all the same. It's this whole big port area
It's
down there,
true.
right in the
You're
water.
quite right.
It's Israel's biggest port.
It's true. It's true. It is Israel's biggest
It
port.
was Britain's biggest port before Israel was even a state. They made that their main supply port for the eastern.
So if that port
stuff
is
there.
yeah, cool. So if that port is destroyed or damaged, what do you think the ramifications of that are?
Well, the thing is, the port it's spread out over. So that's one part of it, and there's like that refinery area. There's a lot of chemical and where that so that part was hit. I saw there was smoke coming from there. Are there more pictures where it's spread out to a wider area?
Yeah, there's loads, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if Haifa port is hit and Haifa becomes non-operational, what's the ramifications of that?
I don't think, from what I looked like, it didn't seem like anything was going to become non-operational. It just seemed like maybe the oil facilities were damaged, but that's not really the area where they unload and offload the cargo. It's a different part of from where those coolant towers are, you have to go to like a whole different part of the port.
You're right. I agree with you, by the way, on what you're saying there. So you're saying, your claim is, just to be clear, your claim is Haifa port is still operational, correct?
I guess I was being a little cute just because, I mean, literally, if two cities were destroyed while I was getting some pizza, I really missed something. So if these two cities weren't destroyed and they were just hit, how much damage, how many rockets got through, how many drones got through, were they cluster munitions, how many casualties?
I get you now. So you're just being pedantic.
Because destroyed would mean like the Hiroshima was destroyed in 1945. Nagasaki, Dresden, these were destroyed. So I mean, destroyed to me implies that's it.
Okay, I'll answer your questions. Okay, so I get it. So you're being pedantic in the sense of you're like, actually, when you say destroyed, it should be destroyed in the same way as a nuclear bomb hitting a city. And what we're saying, obviously, in terms of Tel Aviv and Haifa being destroyed, obviously some of it's hyperbole. In addition to that, though, what the most important,
Some of it, that's generous.
right,
Some of it.
Brian,
Okay.
do you want me to
Interesting.
wait 1 second? I know you're getting defensive for the Zionists, but just chill out, right? What the reason for when one writes Haifa being destroyed is because of the implications and impact of it. So yeah, Haifa has been hit really bad. The port has been destroyed really bad to the extent where it is non-operational. They are not operating at the moment. I believe it was just 2 days ago or 1 day ago when Haifa was hit hard enough that they had to stop operations just for a few days. Well, they said this for a few days, but they've not been operating since then. And now what's happened is you had additional hits and additional bombing of Haifa. Now, the importance of Haifa is that if, and it's something you were failing to answer because you wanted to be pedantic rather than have a real conversation, the importance of Haifa cannot be understated. And so when one says Haifa has been destroyed, no one cares about the city being destroyed. No one wants that. You are working in the Zionist Israeli American framework where murdering children, such as the 180 children, or murdering civilians is your target point, or destroying civilizations or civilian areas is your point of
You
destruction.
really
The
escalated
difference
that there.
between
I
the
started off
difference
making fun of
between
Trump. I
the
started off by pointing
difference
out he said
it
that he
doesn't matter.
obliterated,
It
right? And
doesn't
so
matter.
obliterated
Wait,
means
I need listen. Your mic's really loud, and because
because
your mic's
you
really
went
loud.
to a
One
much.
second, Brian. Your mic's really loud, and so because when you're interrupting me, people are not able to hear me finish my point. So I need to finish my point so that the people can hear me, and then I'll
Well,
come.
you really went way beyond what we were talking about just
No, I
then.
didn't.
He
I'm
tried
Like you
showing
went
you
literally
how.
completely
no,
beyond
I
what we
didn't.
were
He
I'm
tried.
talking
speaking to you. Okay, so I'm not going way beyond. I'm literally speaking about the specific point because I'll explain to you what happened in this conversation. So you were like, "Oh, Haifa City is it destroyed? Oh, I can't see Haifa City being destroyed." And then I said, "No, Haifa port's been destroyed. The oil refinery was hit. The docking area was hit. It's non-operational. It's been non-operational for the last few days." And you were like, "Oh yeah, but the city's not destroyed."
I mean, sir, the problem
And
is
so when
English
you
is still
said
English. It's
city,
destroyed.
when you said the city has not been destroyed, then I had to explain to you, well, guess what, Brian? The reason the actual city center has not been destroyed is because Israel is not targeting, sorry, Iran is not targeting the city center. They don't target civilians, unlike America and Israel, who target children and see that as a point of success. So when we say Haifa has been destroyed, we're talking about the specific important infrastructure. We know civilians are not going to be killed because in these spaces we've been quite clear that this has not been Iran's target. This is something we're against. And so you're looking at this based on your own framework,
I mean,
which is
Israel
the
has good
Western
air
framework
defense. That's
of
why there's.
destroying human beings and killing them, and you see that as a point of success. We don't see that as a point of success. We see that as a point of failure. So if Iran had actually bombed a civilian area where 100, 200 children are being destroyed, there's no situation ever that would be written in the title destroyed. I wouldn't even not write in the title because I'd be feeling so bad about what happened. I would feel so sad so sad about what happened. I'd feel so I'd feel be in a state of mourning. So that would never be in the title. So this is the difference between you and Iran, or you and me, because I will only put that in the title when
Well, again,
civilians
I
are being
started off.
bombed.
I see you missed. You forgot how I started.
Sorry, that wasn't me. Go ahead.
You forgot my initial point. You forgot my first point. My
Yeah,
first
your
point
first point is
was
because
I was saying, were
your
you being
first
like
point
Trump?
because you're a partisan wants to attack Trump. That I'm not bothered about Trump. Trump, Biden, left, right, Democrat, Republican, all of them are controlled by Israel.
Yeah, but that's
All
not
of
my
them are
point. It's
controlled by
not about Trump
Zionists.
right and left. My point was to show that the level of truthfulness has gone everywhere because Trump is saying he obliterated something that was not obliterated. You're saying a city was
Okay,
destroyed that
okay.
wasn't
So
destroyed.
now what you're doing is you're trying to manipulate and lie and make it look like we're not being honest.
No, I'm
I just
trying to say
explained
that
to you what it
this is
means, but
misleading
because
to your.
you're a deceptive sleazeball, you were not willing to answer the question when I asked you what does the part mean, because you're a manipulative Democrat shill who is here because you're a Zionist and you've been perpetuating a lot of their lies during these 3 years. Hence why you had to be exposed many times over these 3 years, and why you've had to be in and out of these spaces a lot. So now what you're doing is to try and basically demonize and try and discredit the actual exposing we've been doing of you guys in terms of your Democrat Party and the Republican Party. So this wasn't a lie. I just explained to you what it means by Haifa Port being destroyed. Someone wrote in a chat, American terrorism is the worst, is worse than Al Qaeda terrorism. Well, obviously this guy is a supporter of it, hence why he's trying to equivocate.
Dude, I'm a 44-year-old professional analyst. I don't
There's
need to
nothing
explain to you what
professional
the
about you. There's nothing
Shut up
professional
for a
about you.
second, Brian.
There's nothing
Suleiman,
professional about you whatsoever.
that says AI kind of terrorism. That
And by the
super
way,
chat.
I'm not a Zionist. I'm not a Zionist in any way.
Shut up, Brian. I'm trying to talk to Suleiman. Just shut up for a second. That super chat says American terrorism is worse than AI kind of terrorism.
Okay. I was like, I'm so far away. I thought.
All right, well, the terrorism against the English language by Trump and
Oh, shut up. Listen, Brian, English belongs
blatantly
to
not
us.
true.
You're occupying
Tell
it,
me,
right? You should be glad you even get to speak here. It doesn't
you're
even belong
misleading
to
your
you guys, so
audience. You're
shut up.
lying to your audience. It was not
Can you
destroyed.
just try and
Neither was
shut the
Haifa.
fuck
It's
up
Yeah,
for a
bullshit.
second so they can
Neither was
explain it to
Haifa,
Iran's
us?
wait, one
nuclear
second, one
program.
second. No, you're lying because you're a deceiver. Haifa, as you've been to it, because you've been to these Israeli tours, as you said, because you are a Zionist, you're given the ability to go while Palestinians are not able to go. Haifa, as per what I explained to you.
Dude, I'm not a fucking
Yes, you
Zionist. I've
are.
lived in
Yes, you
Jordan.
are. You've been on these spaces many times. Your lies have been exposed many times. You lied about October the 7th many times on these spaces. You lied about the mass rape on October the 7th many times on these spaces. You had to be debunked. You are a Zionist.
Why are you muting me?
You
Are you afraid
no,
of
it's
me
just because
speaking? Why are
no,
you
no.
muting me?
Listen, I'm
You're
muting you because I need to speak because your mic is really loud, and because I haven't got a mic, it means that when you speak, no one can hear me, and this is my space, so people need to hear what I've got to say. So that's the reason you've been muted. No other reason. So to come back to yes, you are a
fine. I'm
Zionist.
not a
Okay, did
Zionist, and I
you
will
let
debate
me?
you on
Okay,
that
let me
right
ask you a
now.
question,
Right
Brian.
now.
I'm gonna ask you a specific question. I want you to answer that question honestly and don't deflect because you're a sleazeball. You never answer honestly. So did you lie about?
I
Okay,
usually do.
once
I
again,
played a game
okay,
once
I'm gonna
today.
ask the question, then I'm gonna unmute, and then I want the audience to see whether this guy is gonna answer honestly or not. So, Brian, the question to you is: did you lie about October the 7th? Did you lie about some of the things that the resistance did on October the 7th, such as either and or rape, and or mass rape, and or 40 beheaded babies, any of those things? Please answer the question.
He's never been so quiet in his life.
His mic shows muted.
Yeah, I was muted, dumbass, whoever said that. Anyway, listen, okay? First and foremost, everybody that is even remotely factually understanding the world knows that there was never any proof provided for beheaded babies. That is not something that happened. Were there babies that were killed? Yes. Were they beheaded? No. That is a myth that even now still perpetuates. Was there mass rape? We don't know how much rape
Wait, what
happened.
babies?
There
What
was
babies?
rape.
Wait.
Mass rape
Let
is
me.
not.
Wait,
We
Brian.
don't know
Sorry,
math.
Yeah,
No,
finish your point. Finish your point.
no. This is
No,
like
no,
you
finish
trying to
your
do the
point.
World Trade Center. This is
No, no,
I'm
finish
not
your point.
doing this. I'm
Finish your
fucking
point.
out
Finish
here
your
and I'm
point.
not
No,
right,
no,
but you're
Brian,
an
finish your
idiot.
point.
You don't know what the fuck
No,
you're
no, finish
talking
your point.
about.
Okay.
He just ran away.
He ran away because
Little
he was going to be
crybaby ran
exposed.
away.
See, because what he tried to do
Little
is, what did he
weasel.
say? He said that babies were killed. And I was going to debunk on it. And then I thought, actually, wait, let him make all his points. So, no babies were killed by the resistance on October the 7th. This is a lie. No babies were killed whatsoever on that day. One baby was killed on October the 7th, who was Ellis Cohen. This is why he ran away, because he was going to be exposed. He was one of the. What did he say about rape, by the way, before I make this point? Because I couldn't hear what he was saying.
He said that there was no evidence of mass rape. We don't know the extent of rape, basically, or whatever the fuck
Yeah,
he was
okay, so
saying.
no rape occurred, no mass rape occurred, all of this was fake news. And the other one was about the babies. No baby was also killed on October 7th. This is a lie that he's perpetuated on the space, and he's done it many times in the past. And actually, he used to purport the mass rape. He's just changed his opinion because I destroyed him so many times in the past. But in terms of the baby, only one baby was harmed on October the 7th, and that was Ella Cohen, who was killed on Kibbutz Be'eri by Israelis themselves. So again, this is an example of him lying about October 7th. And actually, I'm glad he's changed his position a little bit, but still lying despite the fact that their lies have been debunked many, many times about October the 7th. Okay.
Sully, I really wanted to get in there with him, but you were decimating him anyway. But I wanted to go into the word demolished, or actually the word destroy. We have to look at the etymology of that word, and it literally means to disestablish, dismantle, destroy a structure or a system or a building. And see, it has been. By definition, the dismantling of the port system, exchange system, and several buildings associated with that have been removed and destroyed. So, of course, he's moving the false narrative. The reprobate comes in here, the idiot comes in here, and then tries to make that, oh, I don't see it. It's not like Hiroshima. The whole city, well, in Israeli terms, yeah, that's how they work. He thinks like one of them because he is one of them.
Exactly. Exactly, Andrew. Smashed him. Let's go to IWBIU.
Just before we go to IW, I think we need to be correct in our terminology. I heard you earlier, a little while ago, before that idiot came in, Andrew, and you were like talking about Haifa, the port. I think we need to now start saying a port previously known as Haifa, because I don't believe Haifa, the port, exists anymore. It's been bish bash boshed so much that it's like, remember when Prince changed his name to an artist formerly known as, we need to say a place formerly known as Haifa Port. I wanted to say that to Brian, actually make him cry a bit. That Haifa Port doesn't even exist, dude. It's a place formerly known as Haifa Port. That's what we're going to call it, right? That's it. We're going to start that from tomorrow.
He seems to be heavily invested in Israel and Zionists every time you talk about it, for him not to be a
Well,
Zionist.
that, and also, like, this guy has not come up on the space at all in the last 20 days to speak about any of the horrors that he's seen, especially those children being killed. But he wants to be pedantic about a title, which is just stupid, basically. But anyway, let's go to IW.
I joined the space. The title
Your
I
mic's not
heard
great.
was Camel Piss.
Your mic's not.
Can you hear me
No,
well?
your mic. You've been on the space for ages, and like you could at least sort your mic out. Okay.
Okay, is now better?
Sorry, speak again.
Yeah, I said.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I said I joined
it's
the
fine now. It's
space.
fine now. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Okay,
I joined the
one
space
second,
because I saw the title.
one second, IW. Yeah, your mic's much better. So, okay, look, give me your thoughts about what's happening in Iran and Israel. I don't want drama, so if you're gonna do drama, you can leave the space. It's your choice, IW. You can either give a cogent intellectual point, or you're just gonna be dropped. Go ahead, because I know there's a lot of people coming up here to derail the space. Hence why Brian came up. Go ahead. You'll have to unmute your mic. It's been muted.
Okay, I said I'm not here to derail the space or cause any ruckus. So I just wanted
The
to.
space
Okay,
is
so give us your
glitching.
thoughts. Yeah, give us no problem. Go ahead. Give us your thoughts about
Yeah,
Iran and Israel and the United States of America.
yeah,
Yeah.
I will. But I just wanted to touch on a point because I raised
No, I don't want you
my
to. I
hand.
want you to specifically talk about. Nope. I want you to specifically talk about Iran, Israel, and the United States of America. I don't want you to talk about anything else. I want you to talk specifically about that. Go ahead. Go ahead, or you'll be removed from space. Okay, he dropped. See, he was gonna. I realized, you know what it is? There's the people who come up here to derail the space, and when it doesn't work for them, they have to drop because they're not here to actually make an actual academic point. Okay, Andy, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, you were talking about the false propaganda and stuff on October 7th. And yeah, it's completely ridiculous how some people believe there's these beheaded babies and all of that stuff. If Israel had that evidence, they would release that because that would get more people behind them. But the fact that they don't have that evidence means it doesn't exist. Sean Hannity going on Fox News saying the IDF showed me that evidence, it isn't proof that that evidence exists. It's all so tiresome, the propaganda they keep using, and very few people believe it anymore because we know they're the masters of deception. That propaganda maybe worked for the first few months of the war, but it doesn't work anymore. And yeah, good job shutting down that person that came up to derail the space. And about Haifa being decimated, yeah, it doesn't mean that the whole city was reduced to rubble. It means that the ports are unusable, and they absolutely are unusable. We don't use decimated in the same sick, twisted way that the Israelis use it with Gaza. Decimated means that Iran accomplished their objectives, and taking out the ports means they accomplish their objectives because then Israel's economy goes into the crapper, which is exactly what Iran wants to do. They want to make Israel suffer economically. Iran's not trying to massacre civilians because they're a moral army, something Israel has never been.
Golden point. Andy, golden point indeed. Okay, Josie, jump in.
Sorry, what the hell? I was sticky
She was
button.
busy in the chat. She's busy in the chat.
Yeah, I'm in the chat with you.
Yeah.
But this phone had for some reason the sticky button again. Man, now I'm scared. But is BB still with us?
Where is BB Netanyahu? Where is BB? Okay,
Is he
Errol.
dead? Is he safe to say that he's
Ooh,
dead?
BB.
I mean,
Ooh,
I'm
BB.
agnostic about it. Errol, go ahead, jump in.
Hey, about the current conflict, for me the main takeaway is that if things progress the way they seem like they're progressing, this is such a watershed moment in history. Because a few days ago, I came on and I asked Andrew about the importance of the supercarriers of the United States and how it was historically an extension of gunboat diplomacy, and how gunboat diplomacy basically also factored into British interests in the oil fields of Iran. It's funny how that connects, actually, historically. But if things go the way they are going, and Dave also talks a lot about military innovations in Russia and China. I think we're for the first time in centuries at a point where um, military technology will be more cutting edge, better than that of the West since the Industrial Revolution. And keep in mind that military technology has been a very powerful tool to, quote unquote, project power. And with that, do geopolitics. I mean, just look at the map of the Middle East and all the straight lines, and you can see, well, these are imposed borders because there is somebody with huge firepower and technology that you have no defense against, so you just nod and go along with their dictates. And since starting with the 12-day war, I just had this idea like, wow, for the first time in so many centuries, we're seeing a shift, and this is, of course, all because of the proliferation of technology and the fact that cheap components are produced in China, etc. All those things. So that's the only contribution I wanted to make. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Hey, if I could weigh in on that, Earl, you are a very astute man, sir. You are witnessing, and Sully's been talking about this when we first went back to 12-day war, but very few people really grasp this. I'm not putting anyone down because all of us have our own areas of expertise and interest, but for historians, especially U.S. Navy historians, naval history, or even military analysts, you made the profound statement: we're witnessing a seismic shift in global sea power and military power, and it's all shifted to asymmetrical warfare. The United States has been playing a catch up in that area. Unfortunately, the gunboat diplomacy of our carrier battle groups is outdated. It's outdated, and now Congress is going to really get to vote on it. There's been a battle on this, even going back to my days, and I'm going into 2000s, late in the early 2000s, before 2001, before 9/11. We would make our we would go to the Senate Armed Services Committee with our budget plans, and the carrier people in the Navy, the Air Wing, would always have a dominant force in saying, no, we have to have these carriers. We have to put billions and billions into these carriers. When on the other side of the house, the Navy, this is the side of the Navy, the U.S. Navy is very tribal. We have three distinct tribes in our U.S. Navy. We have the surface, air, and submarine communities. And the submarine communities, we would battle for the majority because we sense, no, that we have to be looking at asymmetrical warfare. We have to really go extended into submerged submarine warfare. But you're absolutely correct. We just proved right there, goodbye to the days, just like the battleship became obsolete in the U.S. Navy after Pearl Harbor and Midway, the Battle of Midway, so has our carriers. And you are absolutely correct, sir.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, when the previous time I was as a speaker here, I mentioned something about the way I look at the difference between what Iran is doing with their weapons industry versus the military industrial complex in the United States is that the US has lost the ability to innovate and move quickly and find solutions for actual problems, it seems to me, whereas Iran is addressing actual real world problems. The US war machine has become so large and maybe bureaucratized and politicized to the point that it's all about making profit and stripping taxpayer money, and not so much about how do we serve the interests of our nation. If that makes sense, and that's why the nimble $10 billion budget of the Iranians seems to get you so much more bang for your buck, and especially if they, the report is true about the F-35. Again, like that, it's such a slap in the face of everybody who was waiting for the F-35 to actually enter actual combat. And that's the writing on the wall for me. It's strange times to be living in the West. And I myself, I live in Belgium. Like we're a NATO country, right? And I tell my friends, like I've been telling them for months, like you guys don't understand. Like the situation has changed dramatically. We have no response to what's happening around us, and I think also with the proliferation of technology and AI and 3D printing today, I saw some kid in the United States who built like a man pad with 3D printing, and it's uh, capable of launching and tracking objects. Okay, it's a hobby project, but this just goes to show you that in the coming decades we're going to be, we're going to be in a dramatically different world. Thank you again for your time, and thank you for your efforts, everybody. You too, Beatrix. Last time I was on, I
Thank you,
forgot to
Manuel.
mention you. Bye. Thanks.
Thank you. No problem. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Errol, you were doing
Suleiman,
such
just
a
before I
good
give
Is
it
it
job.
back
my
to you.
turn?
Errol was doing such a good job till the end. Go on, Beatrix.
No, yeah, exactly. Make America will let you know when it's your turn.
Is
I
it
just want
my
to say
turn?
something. Oh, Make, do you know what? I'm just going to drop you. Did you not hear me? I said, we'll let you know when it's your turn, right? I'm about to speak about something. It's like freaking 1 o'clock in the morning, and this is hard work, right? Yeah. So, Suleiman, just before I give the mic back to you, there's a couple of people on the YouTube chat, and one of them's definitely a long-time listener. And I think it's a he, but I'm not sure. Says the BB is dead. Epstein eats children, etc. Is becoming too much goislop. Please restrict it. They're laughing at us. And another one posted this quite a few times, saying, "All my friends think I'm crazy now that I told them Netanyahu is dead, and they all saw him at the conference today. Guys, I'm losing credibility out here, and I'm looking like a fool." And then we had a few of these comments from the same two people. And the first comment I read says to Josie, please don't stop challenging people who talk about Bibi is dead. Too much goslop. So I wanted to just address that, and I couldn't be bothered to write it all out because when you write it out, you're restricted for words. So here's the first thing: we don't do the Epstein eats children on this space, so you must get that confused with another space. In fact, when people go down that Epstein route, we stop it and say this space is not about Epstein, okay? Because we definitely want it to stay on Iran. Now, as far as is Netanyahu dead, what I would say is if your friends think you've lost credibility, then maybe you need to explain a little bit better that this is a wartime situation. The guy who started the war has not been seen apart from in shoddy AI videos. The conference today was AI. Suleiman's posted about it. You need to go and have a look at his wall. He's also done a couple of videos on Is Netanyahu Dead, which shows you the AI aspects of the previous videos that have come out. So maybe share those YouTube links. This is why he puts them out there with your friends. I don't believe it's go slop. I think this is a wartime situation. If one of the leaders has not been seen since the first day, he hasn't attended any of his security meetings, people are going to discuss it. Now, there are some people on this panel, like Jonah, who thinks he's alive. There are other people who also think he's alive. There are some people who think he's definitely dead. There are some people like me who are undecided, but definitely want to believe that he's gone, but I just want to see evidence. So we have varying opinions here. And it's just the way it is. I mean, you don't have to, you can make your own mind up what you think. If you believe he's dead, then talk to your friends. If you don't, then don't. Question everything for yourself and make your own mind up about something. But I think that to dismiss that conversation, it's just not, it's going to be an integral part of this going forward. He is the commander of chief for Israel. He has not been seen at all. His son didn't post for 7 days because of the period of mourning, which they have in Judaism called Shiva, I think it is, where you're not allowed to use social media for 7 days from the date that we were told he died. And if you listen to our spaces, you'll hear us discuss it again and again and again. And that's just the way it's going to be. So yeah, thanks. Back to you, Suleiman. And if he's going to speak, can you ask him to stop screeching? Because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And even if I wasn't on the space, I'd be able to hear him all the way in England from wherever he is in America.
That's hilarious. All right, Brian decided to come back up after running off. Brian, I pulled out one of your tweets. Let me read it to you. Because you lied when you came up with the space. And obviously,
No, I did not, sir. Read your shit.
I'm going to read your tweet.
Yeah, read it. Go. You said you're going to read it.
I'm going to read it, yeah. Can you not interrupt me, though? Is that okay?
Yeah, go
Can
read
I
it.
read it
I'm
on my
waiting for you
own
to read
space
it.
without you keep
You said you're going to read it. Just read it.
Okay.
Get it over with.
Okay, I'm going to. Just keep quiet. So, he came on my space, he lied, and this is part of the lies that he's produced in the last 3 years. So let me
No, let's let the audience decide. I didn't lie to anybody about
Brian, be
anything.
nice.
Read your fucking tweet, and then we can talk about it.
I'm going to read my tweet, you little bitch. Exactly. He's got no manners, you see. His parents never taught him it. Okay, so this is...
Yeah, please take a breather and be nice.
Exactly. Guy's got no manners. Okay, so...
I'm just saying, don't say I'm lying, and then
So,
get
I'm
this.
just going to prove that you're lying, right? And you're such a fraud that you were responsible for probably a lot of the deaths in Gaza.
Will you read the
I'm going to
goddamn?
read it, and you were responsible for a lot of deaths.
Shut up and read the
Right,
tweet,
shut
or
up,
I'm
you
out,
little
and you can
bitch,
talk.
and keep quiet, right? And this guy is so evil, he was responsible for a lot of deaths in Gaza because he perpetuated a lie, and that lie was used in order to wipe out a large part of Gaza. So you got blood on your hands, Brian. This is what the tweet was. Noga Tano Plodsky tweeted this, quote, she's a Jewish Zionist from Israel. She said, quote, UN envoy Pramila Patten delivers report and says there are grounds to believe Hamas committed rape, sexualized torture, and cruel and inhumane treatment of women during the October 7th attack in Israel, adding there are grounds to believe, quote, such violence may be ongoing in captivity. You, quote, tweeted that tweet, you lying fraud, you imbecile, you disgusting senile human being, and wrote the following lie. You quoted, it said, to all those rape deniers who think denying rape is somehow helping the Palestinian cause. You are a fraud. You are a liar. You try to push the lies about this to cause the death and destruction in Gaza, because these were the two nodes by which they attempted to do that. You perpetuated it, you promoted it, you attacked those of us, we remember you doing this at the time. This is why I knew you did it. I just had to find the evidence. You attacked those of us who pushed back against these lies and these propagandas. And why has he run away? Why has he run away? Why has he run away? Someone explain to me. So anyway, let me continue. This
I don't know
fraud.
why he ran away, but I'm just glad he ran away because seriously, like that, I can't even tell if it's a female or a male voice this time in the morning when he talks. Seriously.
Yeah, anyway. So this fraud and liar lied about that. I remember at the time he also attacked many of us who pushed back against these lies. There was a huge call for our cancellations for speaking out against this. And this fraud was saying this exact same thing. You, Brian, I brought him back up. Where's he gone again? Are responsible. Yes, you may say, how dare you put, yes, you are responsible for what happened in Gaza. Yes, you are. For each person who pushed this, they are responsible. Okay. See, I know all these frauds. I know all these frauds. I remember them lying, you see. I remember in my mind, I don't forget all these things. Every single person who lied and try and switch now, it's not going to work. The Kristen scene is another example of people who lied about many of the things in terms of Gaza at the beginning. Tried to get many of us censored because we were pushing back against it. And now they're trying to attack Trump for going to war. They think we're stupid. Yes, everybody else may be stupid, but we don't remember. We have a long memory of those people who pushed the lies and propaganda to cause the genocide in Gaza. And we will never forget it. Never forget it. I knew this fraud had done it because I remembered it in my mind. So looking for a tweet was very easy for me. Go ahead, Manko, jump in.
Wait, did I miss Brian Krasenstein?
Is Brian, is the other Brian, I forgot his name now. What's his name? Brian Friedrich or something? Oh, Brian Frydenborg.
Oh, different guy, sorry.
Yeah. He's
That
also,
Brian, he made Manco look good. The YouTube chat saying somebody said on here something like, "Oh my God, I appreciate Manco." He makes Manco look like a saint. Oh my God, Chiba Manu said he makes you look like a saint, Manco. Somebody's actually giving you a compliment for the first time on YouTube. I'm really pleased. Congratulations, Mancos.
we've got alerts in Israel right now as well. More alerts in Israel. Yeah, so that's happening. I'm gonna tweet that out. But yeah, sorry, Manko, jump in.
Yeah, so I was looking at the video of that
Oh my
guy
God,
Sweeney,
Mancos,
the
I just gave
RT.
you a compliment and congratulated you and gave you feedback and everything, and you got nothing to say. Our YouTube chat went out of the way to compliment you. Don't be so ungrateful.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt.
I just said to you that they
No,
said that
I
Brian
did a
made you
heart
look like a
emoji. Didn't you
saint.
see that?
No. A chat, he gave you a love emoji. Don't worry. Carry on, Mancos. Oh, they gave you another love emoji. Thank you, Mancos. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that the RT reporter who was in Lebanon who got hit with the Israeli airstrike, I was looking at the video and you can actually go frame by frame. The bomb that it hit very close. It was only like 30 feet away from where he was standing behind him. And there's actually a frame in the video where you can see the bomb clearly. And it is a paveway laser guided bomb. That's the only kind of bomb that has a distinctive tail like the one that this has, which means that there was an Israeli pilot looking right at him, pointing a laser designator right behind him. And so they absolutely knew he was there. It wasn't like they just dropped a bomb. Like a GPS bomb, you could just plug in some coordinates and then drop it and you never even look at it. This was a laser guided bomb, which means they were looking right at him and they did it on purpose.
Well, they've been killing journalists for a long time, targeting them.
Was that an IDF that did that? Uncles?
What did you say?
Did you say IDF?
Well, I mean, the IDF's the only one bombing in Lebanon right now, right?
No, just making sure. I'm not surprised. Like, it's like the IDF, hate to break it to anyone who thinks the IDF is good, which I assume it's not a lot of people here, they really freaking suck. They suck. Like my man's brother is a private security detail in the Middle East because yes, the Israeli government hires private security detail. They don't have their own secret service. Okay, there's like anytime they go across the border, 9 out of 10 times they get shot at. It's by the IDF. Like the friendly fire, they suck. Anyways.
Yeah, and by the way, he did a follow-up video where he was basically fine, except for he just got hurt in his arms. He got like shrapnel in his arms, but for the most part, he got let out of the hospital and he's fine.
It's good. I see Brian's requesting again.
Oh, please, for the love of God, no.
Yeah, what's the deal with the Jews that come into space and they just absolutely crash out? I thought they're supposed to have higher IQ and like better impulse control.
Is he even Jewish? Because a lot of people that come on here and crash out, they're not even Jewish. They're just
Josie,
like,
don't get defensive over your people, please. Do not get defensive. She's like the lawyer, bro. She's like the lawyer. She's like the legal team.
oh, I'm not that good.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, let me go to let's bring this guy up. Hamka, go ahead, Hamka.
Oh no, I just wanted to say happy Eid and inshallah we see the fall of Israel this year. I'm kind of busy tonight. I just wanted to get that out there. Love you guys and I love this space. Learned so much from you guys throughout this year. I hope we continue to spread the truth to everybody.
Yeah, 100%. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do for sure. So let me put this out then, since this will be a good. Did I put this video out? I forgot. Okay, here it is. Publish. Okay, I'm about to push another YouTube video out. Your boy is grafting. I bet. Oh my god, the other one only got 40 likes. You guys are so lazy, brovs. You guys are so lazy, and then you're telling me to miss Eid and do space. No way. I'm definitely gonna take a break. You guys.
Oh, come on, guys, on YouTube. I've been chatting to you all night. Go on that link, please. Come on, I'm going to do it with you. And go and give it a like. Come on, we're going to do it together.
These guys are so lazy. They're telling me to
Somebody
miss
say,
Eid, and they can't even do a like on a video or watch it. Like, forget that, bro. I'm definitely gonna
no,
take a
this is
break
the
on Eid.
coolest chat. This is the coolest chat. Friedrich the juicer hunter. I don't know who that is, but says, "Oh my God, Mango, I think I'm developing a crush." They're getting a crush on you, Mango. Come on, guys, let's click that link, please. Everyone, click that link.
Yeah, and everybody, you're gonna go on the comments and say commenting for the algorithm if you don't know what to put. Don't put emojis, say commenting for the algorithm. It's gonna help drastically.
Is it? So I'll put commenting. I'm doing it now, guys, for the algorithm. I want to see all the peeps that I'm chatting to. Listen, I'm staying awake and chatting and hanging out with YouTube. There we go. I've done it. I've done mine. I've said commenting with the algorithm. Who else has done it? Let's have a look.
Time to
Let's see
name
who else has
names.
done it.
It's time to name names. Let's start going, guys. Name the names.
Doc.
MJ has put they're part of the resistance. Saad has put excretion unit. I'm liking your comments, guys. Come on, guys. I want to see more. Winsully ITRCI has put Queen Finsov, appreciate you. She's put loads of emojis. Queen Finsov put commenting for the algorithm. That's what you need to put. And give it a like, guys. We need more likes than this. Come on, come on, come on. Right, I'm going to go back to that YouTube, right? The other live one, and I'm going to get everybody on here. This is terrible. I've not slept more than 4 hours and 48, and I'm here hanging out with you. Listen, Deborah, I know you love Suleiman and he rocks, but go over to that link. Let me post that link again. Hold on. Where's that link gone? Go to that link, please, to prove your love to him. Yeah, where's that link? Let me do it. Let me put it in. Maybe if I put it in, you can't see because Suleiman's a guy and he doesn't post it properly. Guys don't good do things like that.
Folks, the reason why
There you
Suli and the
go.
reason why Beatrice is making such a big deal of this, you have to understand YouTube analytics and how the logarithms work. If you don't have comments and likes, it doesn't get the SEO and it doesn't reach relevance. So people won't get the word out. We are fighting a psychological battle here, the hearts and minds of people, to stop the false narrative. So please do it. I know you're thinking, come on, Suli, we like your work. No, if he doesn't have the likes, he also won't be able to get big name people to come in and interview.
Exactly. Tell them, bro.
And real quick, Suleiman, I think when you say Tel Aviv on fire on the video, it might get restricted at first because of that. You just have to add a question mark to that video, the title.
I'm always scared that Josie's looking at my videos. Like, I don't trust these people.
Okay, then in the comments, I ask everybody how's the weather where you live. Go answer, go reply to my comment.
Wait,
Please.
how is this new video only got 76 views and literally 45 comments? So 36 comments and 45 likes. Like, how is that even possible? They're not even pushing the video out. Zios.
Zio attack.
That's weird.
So what am I doing in the comments?
Beatrice,
Where's your
go tell
comment?
me how's the weather where you live.
Yeah, let me find your comment and I'll go and do it.
That's hilarious.
I need to sit up. Hang on. I've got the lamp on and I can't even freaking see. Let me see. What's your comment, Josie?
Don't listen.
Jabba Frank is on.
Beatrix, you don't understand the rule. Whatever Josie tells you, you do the opposite.
So you want everybody to not comment?
Yeah, if you're saying it, don't comment. That might be a trap. That might be the trap.
Let's see how that's gonna work out for you.
Yeah, I'm literally gonna do the opposite of whatever you tell me to do. So everyone, don't comment now. Like, no, don't. I'm joking. Okay, let's.
Josie, I can't even find you. Where are you on this?
Resistance. A lot of people are attacking your position.
Go to most recent.
Hello.
Sorry?
How are you guys? Whoa. Whoa. Hey. Dude.
Resistance. What's your position about Netanyahu has been attacked quite a bit on social media. I've been checking it.
Well, guess what?
What?
Times of Israel confirmed it's a virtual press conference. No journalists were there in the room.
Really? So what was that?
I put it in the purple pill.
Hello.
Right. Let me drop this guy, bro.
What the hell is going on this
Yeah.
space, man?
I'm just gonna drop anyone who's kind of just gonna impact the space. Okay. So what I saw Resistance was I saw the video of him coming into the press conference. So you're saying when he was actually walking into the podium, what, he was in a different place?
Yeah, the Times of Israel had just said it's a virtual conference, virtual press conference. And there was no people in the room.
But there's a video of people asking him questions.
Yeah, but they're asking them questions, but they're not physically in the room.
So they're in.
It's a virtual press conference.
So they're obviously being virtual. They're in a different room and they're asking him questions, and then
Yeah,
he's responding to it. But obviously your
that's
claim
right.
is not even responding to it live, right?
Well, I mean, they could be responding to a live AI, of course. I mean, look, you can easily do live AI video in real time. There's literally no latency whatsoever.
That's crazy. Where's the Times of Israel article?
I put it in a purple pill.
Bro, I might post that out.
Some Zio came on the YouTube chat and he's like, you guys are effing dumb. My friend, I know somebody who was in that room with him. So I just gave him time out because I thought he's chatting.
So he was basically lying then.
Well, yeah, but it's
No,
Zio,
but
so
that what
you
you're
know that
saying,
comes with the
it says
territory.
virtual press conference with where President will give a telecom followed by a virtual press conference with foreign reporters. Will give a televised statement followed by a virtual press conference with foreign reporters. Then this will be the second press conference given. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So by that logic, anything can be done. They haven't physically shook his hand. They haven't physically seen him. That's it. And you can easily augment an AI deepfake on some guy standing there, right, to replicate a human body, and then just transpose a deepfake of Netanyahu on there. And then because the staffer, you saw the staffer, they put the script on there, right? So they all these questions were scripted. Clearly, they've got the script on there. He's got the script because the staffer was there before the press conference came, right? And that's it. And so he knows what the answer. He knows what the questions are going to be. There's a script for the answers, and all whoever is there has to do is just put on the AI sort of videographer has to just put the AI on top of the transpose over the overlay the AI deepfake of Netanyahu over that person.
What's your response
And he
about
just
him? What's your response about him walking into the room? Did you see the
yeah,
bit
but
where he walked in?
it's an AI virtual room. So you saw Netanyahu walking in a cafe in a mountain. You saw Netanyahu walking with Mike Huckabee. What's the difference?
So this room here, he's walking into the room. He's got like 2 people behind him.
Well, not he was next to Mike Huckabee.
Yeah.
Remember, walking through the corridor, and it was blatantly AI.
Yeah. So you're saying that's AI? Them guys behind him are AI as well, and that woman on the left is AI?
Well, the foreign journalists don't have physical access to him.
No. Have you seen the video I'm talking about?
No, I haven't seen the video. I'm just saying, but from what you've described, he's walking into the room. It doesn't really matter. It's AI because that room is virtually transmitted to the journalists who are in a separate room.
So I'm looking at this video. So he walks into the room. There's 2 guys behind him. There's a guy on the right. There's a guy sitting down as soon as he sees his head, as soon as he's walking in. Someone with a camera on the right. A woman on the left. And then he goes to the virtual bit. I'm not sure. Have you seen this? It's what Lucas Gage posted it 41 minutes ago if you want to take a look at it.
Okay.
Because I was just about to quote him because he was attacking everyone who...
Also, he mocked the people that were criticizing his Netanyahu's right hand, which was the reflection of the thumb on the podium pillar on the podium side of the podium where he's at. But that's not an accurate reflection. That shouldn't be the case. That reflection should be a lot thinner of his thumb. So Lucas Gage, that is. So I'm just seeing.
They must have a mole somewhere in Israel who's going to leak this. You know what I mean? They can't keep it. They must have a little snitch somewhere who's going to come out with that.
Yeah, it's definitely AI.
But what about
because
what about all those other people at the beginning is what I'm asking you about.
Yeah, because basically this is pretty straightforward. All right. So you have the people walking in, right? He's the one, he's the AI in there. He's the AI in there. And if they're all not there, look, they're not even looking at him. Look at the photographer. He's not even looking at Netanyahu. Like someone is coming in, he's meant to be alive. He's not even looking at Netanyahu, the photographer standing there, right? No one's really looking. The guy, get this, the guy sitting down is not even looking at Netanyahu. The guy behind him, none of them are looking. It's as if he doesn't exist.
Well,
Like
it's
if you're
likely
the
because
photographer,
they're
if you
looking at
wanted
a green screen, right?
Yeah, if you're the photographer, you'd be, as soon as Netanyahu comes in, everyone's saying he's dead. You want to take pictures straight away as he's walking in, right? The photographer is looking down on the floor. And because they said it's a virtual press conference,
Yeah.
because it's a virtual press conference, so which is it? Is it a virtual press conference or is it a real press conference? So the Times of Israel is saying it's a virtual press conference. And even AI, what was it? The Grok said there's no one physically present.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm still
Well,
agnostic
look,
about it, to
the
be honest,
proof will
though.
be in the pudding because you can predict it now. If he's alive, he'll make state visits. He's clearly in good health if that's the case, right? So people would want to go and visit him. So Jared Kushner, Witkoff, they'll want to visit him. Any other heads of state or deputy
That's
heads of state
hilarious.
will come.
AI is Grok, although I don't believe Grok, but anyway, Grok is saying it's AI as well.
Yeah. So they're also but you can predict if it's AI or if it's not. Then he will make his normal prime ministerial duties, especially during wartime. He'll be making regular conferences. He'll be making walking in the street or whatever, boosting morale. He'll also make a venture to United States again to lobby Trump and everybody for 200 billion. He'll do all these things if he's alive. So that's how you predict it. And look, if that's the case, then yes, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm just saying this is what it takes for you to confirm that you're alive. You don't come out in the first sentence and say, "Look, I'm alive." Do you see? I'm alive, and you're all my witnesses. Because then it means that you care about the fact that everyone's calling you out for being um, for blatantly being dead, and it's an AI. You just come in, you don't need to say any of that. Let's see when Jared Kushner and Witkoff come and visit him. Then,
The flags are fake too.
yeah, that whole that so there's a clear cut between the as he enters a room and then as he stands on the podium. So, and people could say, well, that's a green screen area. Sure, it could be a green screen area, but the fact is that no one's even looking at him as he's walking in.
Yes, big.
It's like they don't care. It's like it's which is unusual for someone that's supposedly gone missing in action, and they're asking where is he?
Remind everyone to like button on YouTube because I only see 300 and something, and there's like of you watching this. Um, don't be lazy, especially if you want to roast me the line at this point. Like I can't take you seriously if you can't even figure out how to smash a button.
I can't hear you. I
Yeah,
can't hear what
like,
you're
Yeah,
saying.
they can't hear you. Yeah, cannot hear you.
what?
Mike is horrible.
Well, I think she's talking to the Mossad. 1 second, guys. I was trying to listen to what she's saying. What instructions they're giving her. I was gonna say, go smash that like button, guys, on YouTube. There's like 300 something. You guys are like 550 viewers in there. There's likes missing. So please go smash that like button. Because if you want to roast me down the line, I'm not going to take you seriously if you're too stupid to even smash a like button. Like, that's just not a good look, right? Okay, go do that now. Oh, damn. How you letting a Jewish Zionist attack you guys like that, bro? How you land that, bro? There's only 74 likes on the Dawson video as well. She's actually roasting you with actual real things, bro. That's really bad. Can't let Josie attack you like that, guys. Come on. We need to get the likes up to 100 at least. Josie, like, you're letting Josie smash it like that. Come on, blood. That's a painful life lesson, that is. I think she was talking to the Mossad, though. I'm pretty sure I was trying to listen carefully. I don't think that's what she was saying. But anyway, let's go to Fizan. Fizan, jump in.
Hey everyone, Eid Mubarak to you guys all. My thoughts. What I'm really hoping for is for Trump to capitulate on this war, and of course, capitulation basically for him is we won, we destroyed them, we took them out, blah 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 blah. Personally, I think Trump cares too much about the economy. Like it's his. I think it's his number one goal. I think that's at the top of the rank. And if the brother that was up here, I think Resistance, um, if it's true, if Netanyahu is dead, then it's much easier to capitulate and get out of this war very soon. I mean, obviously, personally, I would love for it to happen, let's say this weekend, but I don't know. But he knows time is ticking. As he continues with this war, there's going to be more destruction to the economy. There's going to be more destruction to the fighters, more destruction to their equipment. That means loss of money. I mean, America runs on the bottom line. What are they producing in money? So in the end of the day, and you know what I noticed from him? He likes temporary fights. Back when he was president, I don't know how many plans did he have? Like I know he struck Iran and he killed one of their top guys and stuff. But that's what he likes to do. He likes to hit and run, hit, run, hit, run. And this one, I don't know, let's say this arrogance, power can be a very, very greedy thing. Taking out Venezuela, having, you know, winning some of these little back and forth that he's been winning, and power probably got to him and said, you know what, Iran's next. Or maybe, this is out of spite against the Supreme Court ruling. He's kind of, I was just talking to my dad yesterday and I was just like, the Trump today is not the Trump couple of years, just even a couple of years ago. I was like, Dad, I was like, he's getting a little he's not a little, he's getting pretty lost and slow, especially like the way he thinks, and like he's always, it's just everything's tactical now. And I was like, I don't know, what is it? Is it old age that's getting to him? Is it the greed, the power? Is he trying to, what is he trying to prove? Obviously we know he's trying to be like, look at me, I'm the best president that the United States of America has ever had. So, this can really cloud someone's judgment. And I think that's, I don't, and hopefully he can come out of this, snap out of it, and be like, you know what? I screwed up. Economy is my number one focus. I need oil to stay down. Obviously, I ran on anti-war, pro-peace, and I ran on keeping oil prices down. And he's failing. He's already failed at the war. You said you weren't going to do it. You obviously lied to us in our faces. You deceived us. And so you're already out of that. You're in the doghouse for that one. Number two, you ran on oil prices. You said that everything revolves around oil, and I'm going to bring those prices down. And right now, you're the reason why prices are rising. So time is ticking, and the sooner you get out, the better it'll be for your legacy, which he really, really, really cares about. We know that for a fact. He wants his name to be remembered for the rest of life. He wants to be in the history books. And so this is his thing. He needs to get out now. That's all I would say. The sooner the better.
Thanks for that, Faizan. Who has your hand up? Josie, go ahead.
You say you're not special on your profile, but I mean, you might be a little special if it's the short bus type. To be honest, with that analysis, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. It's just, it's incorrect.
What part is incorrect?
Like 90% of it.
What was the 10% that was correct?
10% that was correct is that, well, currently I would agree with you that Trump in 2016, we don't necessarily get the same guy. Personally, the reason why I wanted Trump to win was because first he wasn't a politician and he was like, I'm a businessman. I'm good at making deals. I thought that he would try to make a deal so that it wouldn't result in the worst case scenario being war. So that it would allow us to avoid war. And I think a lot of people are on the same page here. But what is this? Like we're getting more anyways, right? Like he went and shook Kim Jong-un's hand by his first term, remember? That's what we want. Not bombing Iran like that. He failed at making a deal. So I would agree with you on that. It's just to assume that he is the only one in charge making decisions. I mean, there's a whole machine that runs behind Trump, and so is Bibi Netanyahu. And that if he's taken out, don't believe for a second that the war is over and victory comes and we're all dancing and chanting. I mean, feel free to pop open a bottle of whatever bubbly non-alcoholic beverage of your choice, but there's a whole machine behind Bibi, and they're probably gonna double down. Like it's not gonna be good for anyone. Besides, maybe like you might get a bit of satisfaction. I'd say like, hey, celebrate, go for it. But it wouldn't be good, and it's not gonna stop certainly not gonna stop the war.
If America capitulates, 100% Israel cannot double down.
That
Sully, are you
was
there?
my point.
Sully, are you there?
5 minutes.
Just
Yeah, I'm
noticing
here.
some
I'm
other.
here.
So if you look at the guy as Netanyahu enters the room, the guy standing by the door, look at his hands. His hands aren't real.
His hands aren't what?
He's clasping his hands together.
Right.
Right, the guy standing at the door. Close up of his hands, and they all happen to be conveniently wearing a mask as well. Look at his hands when he's holding together. That's fake.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. Give me 2 seconds. I'll pull the video up. In the meantime, let's go to Andy. Go ahead, Andy. Andy?
I think part of this ambiguity of who's really running Israel might mean, hopefully not, that Israel's going to commit even more war crimes than they already have, because at the end, let's say Bibi has been dead this whole time. We have no clue who's in charge. So let's say, God forbid, I'm praying they do use a nuke. Then it's going to be, well, who gets held accountable? Bibi was dead. No one will know who actually gave the order for it. And then they can all just point fingers at each other, and then we won't even know.
That would be Yarib Levin. That would be Yarib Levin automatically. That's how it works.
Okay, yeah. That was just my theory that it's because then we're okay, thanks for explaining that. But it's pretty clear that at a minimum he's hiding somewhere like the rat he is at the bare minimum, or he's dead, or he's significantly injured or dead. He's certainly, because this is just beyond weird. Like just if everyone's saying you're dead, why not just do a normal press conference? Why not go on live with your BFF Sean Hannity and do it in Lindsey Graham and talk about how great murdering children is? Like, seriously, do something psychotic like that to prove you're alive. Do something that Bibi would do, but no. Instead, they're doing this weird AI talking about Genghis Khan comparing yourself to Genghis Khan fighting Jesus Christ, and it's like they're just messing with us at this point, and it's completely ridiculous. It's almost like they're saying Bibi's dead, but we still control Trump. Suck it, Goyam. We own you.
Look in the purple pill, guys. I took a screenshot of the video and I circled it. What do you guys think?
See it.
I mean, just give us some time. This is the first time I'm seeing this.
Oh,
What do you think, Sully?
yes, those hands clasped that looks like that's definite AI. That is not natural. Like, what even is that? That's not normal.
What do you think, Sully? Sully, come on. Maybe I'm getting some hate here, but I'll fight it back.
Just an
So
AI of Myron with a yarmulke that looks better than that.
yeah, nobody's looking at the camera.
Hello!
What's this?
Yeah, what was that?
Make America great again is getting a little too excited.
And that's thanks to Lucas Gage posting it. Thank you.
So, Resistance, you were saying about this video. I've got the video up. What am I looking for? Guys, can you hear me?
Sorry, look at the guy. Sorry, look, as Netanyahu comes in, there's a guy standing in the door just beside to the right of the doorway, right?
Yeah.
And he's clasping his hands together and he's wearing the mask.
Yeah.
Look at his hands. Freeze that. I've got it in the purple pill. I took a screenshot.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. What's so unique about it?
Have a look at his hands.
They don't look like.
Look at the purple pill I post.
Well,
Look at the
just
screenshot I
looking.
did.
Well, without looking at the screenshot you're posting, it looks like the hands are mushed together. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that's AI.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think we
Okay.
can all agree that's AI.
And then are the guys behind him, are they AI as well, or they?
Well, clearly, because this guy, he's supposed to be looking real, right? And he's AI. The cameraman, if you look at the cameraman, he's pointing his camera down as Netanyahu is approaching, as if Netanyahu isn't walking past him. Right? Then all of a sudden we see, as soon as he goes into the podium, it's a new sort of environment. It looks like a digital environment, not the room. Do you see?
Yeah, I
Almost
see
like
where
they
you're coming
spliced it
from.
together. Almost like they spliced it together.
You really think that nobody reviewed the video before it? Like, really?
What's the Israeli defense team saying? Josie, I never heard you. Your mic's not great. You need to get Mossad to give you a better mic, Josie. What did the Mossad? What she say?
I don't know. What did you say, Josie?
Hold on, I just gotta switch AirPods. It's annoying.
Look, we could give us some time, and I think the internet will pick apart this video. And these are just the obvious things. Oh, I just found a post, Sully. His ears got a double canal.
Bummer.
That was it. Yeah, that was a few days ago.
This is a screenshot of him coming in.
No, I've seen this. I've seen that post before. It's not this one.
Hold on a second. Let me have a look.
I've seen the double canal one like yesterday, the day before. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, let's go to, in the meantime, let's see. Make America Great Again. Go ahead.
Yo, what's good, Soleimani? So I want to ask you a quick question, especially to the space. Is it safe to say that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead? And two, will nuclear weapons will be used, and who will throw it first?
Bro, this cannot be real. I don't know if I've been on the space for a long time and maybe I'm having a low tolerance, but that cannot be real. That cannot be a real question. This guy's been on the space throughout. He's been on the speaker panel for quite a while. We've
Is
literally
anyone
been
speaking?
having we've literally been having this conversation for 2 hours. We've been discussing the Netanyahu video intricately. Resistance is making us go through snapshots every single millisecond. And then this guy's like, guys, do you think Netanyahu's alive? Bro, this cannot be real. This cannot be real. This cannot be real, bro.
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I disconnected.
What are you talking
Dude,
about?
this is great. Stop
Bro,
interrupting his crash out. This shit's gonna be content. Go on.
I'm not crashing out. What are you talking about? This is just, I just don't get it.
What? What?
So me and you have been discussing whether Netanyahu is alive or not. You've
Yeah.
been going through the intricate details. You've been
Hmm.
telling me to go through the frames and snapshots.
Yeah.
And then after 2 hours of that, this guy who's on the panel and has been on the panel for most of it asks me, guess what? I've got a question. Is Netanyahu alive? This cannot be real, bruv. Oh my God. I need some bros. This is
Are you on TikTok right now?
what's Masad saying?
Are you on TikTok right now? Can you hear me fine?
No, I'm not on TikTok.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
What do you want to say?
I
Bro,
just wanted a visual because it's always better for clips, you know?
bro, what the frick? I'm
What?
literally gonna start removing from people from the panel. This cannot be going on. She literally interrupts just to say, oh, can you hear me? This is crazy, bro.
Sully, you really think he's dead? Honestly.
Oh my God. What do you
No,
think?
no,
What
dead
do you think,
serious.
Joe? What do you think, Joe?
I don't think he's dead. I don't.
Explain, because
I don't think
resistance
he's
is
dead. I don't think
adamant
he's
he's
dead.
dead. He's not dead. He's dead, sorry.
Yeah, because everything I look at, look, he has the ring on again. It disappears again. The room, you could see that there's a blue sheet right before he turns. Typically, that is what a press room looks like. The fact the guy's not looking at him with the camera, he's behind, he's on the wall to his right. So he's actually probably part of the staff, not a press photographer. The hands, I just mimicked the hands. I can make my hands look exactly like his do. You take your right hand, you put it over your other palm, your thumb lays on top of your the ball of your other thumb, and it looks exactly the same.
That's
Um,
true.
you know, the thing with the six fingers, it's his hand is in motion. There's no six fingers. Like the only thing is the coffee. The coffee looks like maybe it's AI or CGI or whatever. Who
Coffee looks
knows?
fine.
But still, you know what I mean? Like none of this here to me is pointing to, hey, this is proof he's dead.
Except wait, but Joa,
This
you
is
said
proof
that
that
you
it isn't
said
AI.
Joa, you said that the ring disappearing and reappearing was normal. Like you used that as evidence
It did it
of normal
again.
behavior.
Look at the new look. If you
Well,
That's
look at the
even
new
weirder.
clip,
That's
that
even
would.
weirder.
it's not
That's even
weird for
weirder.
look, I've done a shit ton of commercials. Metallic objects like rings don't photograph well. That's why every single ad you see promoting rings is
They don't photograph
superimposed. Hold
well,
on.
but they're
Right.
but they
You
don't
have to
change
do it.
frame to frame. They don't
Yeah.
You
change
they
frame to
they
frame because
do.
of
They
one
do
inch of
because of the
motion.
reflection and because of compression. That guy with the $70,000 camera, he's right. If you have a $70,000 camera and you're transmitting it on a high quality TV, correct. You upload it to YouTube. Guess what? That shit gets sorry. That gets compressed. YouTube compresses the
Of
video. And then
course,
if you're
of
getting it
course.
off of and then if you're getting off of Telegram, even worse. Telegram is the worst at compressing images.
Joe, I have.
So I don't know, so Joe. I said I was kind of like I said some of this content, at least some of the scenes in the videos have been AI generated with uh, decent at least models, but I do think he's alive. So it's kind of like there's nuance there, you know. It doesn't have to be like it's all AI and he's dead,
Yeah, look,
or it's
he
no
can
AI
be
and he's
dead. He can be
alive.
dead. He can be in a coma. He can be alive. None of the AI videos prove any of
This is
those three
clearly
possibilities.
AI. Have a look,
100%. This I agree with. This I agree with.
Joa.
The video being AI has no bearings on whether or not he's alive. It makes no sense. I mean, it changes the probabilities. Yeah, sure, it lean towards one side, but
Yeah,
it could be a whole host of
disprove that.
things.
It doesn't 100% disprove.
But it's not proof. No, do you know what proof
No,
means?
it doesn't 100% disprove that he's, that he's alive. No. What it does do is it poses a lot of questions which suggest that he's dead, combined with all the other data points where Iran have said, the Russian intelligence have said he's dead. Iran has said he's dead. We targeted him multiple times. He's dead. His son took 7 days absence as part of the bereavement, Jewish bereavement ritual or ceremony or whatever it is. And Scott Besson clearly, when he heard the news that it seems like, not clearly, but it seems like it might be to do with Netanyahu. He came back from an interview. He came back from the meeting with Trump into that interview, incoherent, stumbling all over the place. Again, and then look at the press conference. He's not been in a national security conference for
Dude, they
8 days.
could have told him his aunt
He's,
died. They could have told him his
you
aunt
know
died.
what?
Like, what are
He
you talking about?
never missed a national security conference, or very rarely. He was
Russia has never said he's dead. By the way, that was going around, and they denied that they ever said that.
no,
Joa, the thing that the biggest thing that makes these guys sound like goy is like when you guys say Besant came back and he was a total goy. He was fumbling over his words. No, you're the goy. He could have been told that his aunt died, his cousin passed away, whatever, and that's why he came back stumbling over his words. Why the hell does that automatically mean that he was giving news about Netanyahu?
I didn't say that automatically means. I said that if you look at the AI videos and then you add all the data points together, like his son not posting for 7 days, and that's a 7-day bereavement ritual that they do, right? This is straight after the when we first confirmed that actually, or when we first heard from the Iranian side and Russian intelligence sources that actually that he is dead. Then all of a sudden he goes on a 7-day absence, right, as part of that Russian. And then you look
But
at
that's not true. We saw Iranian
all
media said it. It was not Iranian. It was not the Iranian
it
government
was the
or
IRGC.
military.
It was the
And
IRGC.
Russia has denied that they ever said that.
Okay, the IRGC spokesperson said it in Farsi.
Oh,
He
can
said,
you post it? Can you post it? Can you post any evidence that
yeah,
happened? That it wasn't the
let me
actual
find
media?
it. I'll show it to you. But let me find it. I'll show it to you. But look, even if I do, is that going to make you
No,
believe it
there's more. Look,
anymore?
if Iran said it, I give it more credibility because typically when they say things, it's true, right?
Yeah.
So if the Iranian government or military said it, I'll believe it. If it's the Iranian media, no,
No.
I still have questions.
Yeah, it's the Iranian government. And look, all the AI videos that we've seen, which are clear, and you even admitted there was one clear for you that it was AI, whereas for a lot of people, all of them were AI. All of them that they posted were AI. And now you scrutinize this press conference, and it's AI all over the shop.
Dude, who cares? Who cares? I literally had an AI photo of me as Che Guevara. Does that mean I'm not a real person now because I used an AI image once?
You're not the head of
It,
state of a country in war, right? And where the
it,
people are
it,
demanding you to be there. So it doesn't matter what you do. I'm talking about the
who
head of
cares
state.
what people are demanding? Who cares what people are
You're,
demanding?
no, it's not about who cares. He's got
You
he's
don't
got
know the reasoning.
war.
I'm saying that you don't know the reasoning. Why would an intelligence agency use a frontier model or something beyond frontier to create a video? You don't know. There might be a million reasons. Maybe they're trying to do this. Who cares? Like,
How
Million
about
reasons
that guy
why.
is in hiding because he's very targeted right now, and it's not the same mentality as Islamic leaders that like you're a coward if you hide. It's just different
Islamic leaders.
mentality. I mean,
What do you
if
mean
you go
Islamic
like,
leaders?
was the Ayatollah hiding? I don't know. I think it's kind of cowardly to like just hide like
Who's
that.
an Islamic leader?
I don't know.
He
Islamic
happens
leaders
to be
tend to.
Islamic, but he's not an Islamic leader.
Okay, like if you help me out.
Look, he is.
He's a
He is
coward
what?
Jew
He's
in
an Islamic leader.
hiding.
He is, but
He's the
I'm
leader
not
of
like.
the Islamic.
She said, who are all these Islamic leaders that's leading to this reputation? I'm saying.
No. He's the leader of the Shia Islamic faith. That's what he's the leader.
She's saying it's a reputation. It's a reputation
No,
Islamic
it's a
leaders have.
it's a different
Okay.
mentality that like you know.
Well, give me another
Jewish, he's
example
gonna go
besides this
hide because
Ayatollah.
that's what makes sense, like to them. It's just like it's normal for him to go hide because he's very targeted right now.
And for the Muslims, they want to be martyrs, right? And get the 72 virgins. What? What are you implying?
No, what I'm implying is that what I've noticed actually is that they're gonna go out there. They have more courage. They just have more courage. Like devout Muslim are just not afraid of anything. It's actually like I respect that.
So
I
the
think it's a good
belligerent
thing.
berserkers, kind of.
No,
Okay.
I just think it's like aura maxing.
So the
I actually
Ayatollah
admire
was
that.
oral
I admire
vaccine.
that. Yeah, I admire that of Muslims. Actually, it's actually good. I think it's very
So all I heard
And
was
what's not?
Josie was I just listening to some in the background there while I was grabbing some. Well, Josie just pushing Zaya propaganda there, right?
She said the
that Muslims are
Ayatollah
more
was.
courageous than Jews.
Huh?
She said
That
she
Muslims are
said the
more courageous
Ayatollah.
than Jews.
No, you
She
said
said the
something.
Ayatollah was aura maxing
Yeah, he's aura
because
maxing.
because he didn't get in a bunker and died. Met Shahid, met the
No, that's
martyr.
not what I
Oh, is that what
said.
she said?
ID,
I
come
thought she
on.
said something else. Okay.
No,
I thought she said someone's being cowardly.
no, it's more aura
Yeah, she's.
maxing. If you stay out there for your people in times of battle, that's just factual. If he's
Why?
hiding, I mean, he's hiding because I mean, our president would be hiding too. Let's
Why is
face it.
who's hiding?
I think BB isn't hiding
Who's
because he's
aura
very
maxing
targeted
is the
right
better
now.
I
question.
don't even know what she's saying, bro.
Can we stop saying aura maxing? Like, honestly, we're
But
like
I
That's
on
don't
a
what
even
I'm.
know.
news show. We're not
But you know
12.
what it
You
is?
don't like the grip
That's what I'm.
maxing,
Okay,
Joa.
listen, this is really annoying. This I can't have Josie and Abundance on the same space together. They're both talking, and I still don't even know what's
What the
going on.
f?
Okay.
That wasn't even me.
He doesn't really add anything to the conversations, to be honest. Okay, I don't understand the point Josie was making. Josie, what when you were making that point, who you're making it about in terms of the person is into hiding and scared?
No, because
I want one word.
somebody I don't know,
I want one word. I just want the name of the person you were talking about.
BB in
Okay,
hiding.
cool. Okay, no problem. Okay, let's go to David. David, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Suleiman. My point is, it doesn't matter if he's alive or suffering rigor mortis. The point is, he started the war. There's now an existential war for two countries, and we are engaged until the last, until one comes out. It's death to one, and the other guy is the victor. There is no in between now. I've been in a load of spaces today and enjoyed the conversations, listening, and even I was just in an Irish space for the last 2 hours where all they're talking about is every other topic has gone off the screen, bar a recognition that fertilizer is no longer going to 50% of the world that it was going to prior 2022. But this war that's going on between Iran and Israel, or Iran and America, this is not stopping. This is causing massive detrimental impact. I mean, I read some stuff about I was in on a space earlier this morning, and one of the speakers you've had in here quite regularly expounded, completely concisely on the topic. It's not just oil and gas we need to worry about, but the roll-on effects of everything else. And it was quite shocking to hear it. And I went off for a couple of hours today talking to people and looking at statistics. And it's more worrisome than anything that we are seeing with missiles being thrown at each other. Forget about the F-35s going down and all that. That's no surprise to people who have been looking at the ability of the stealth, and I use that with air quotes and a smile, the stealth ability of US weaponry. It doesn't exist and hasn't existed for quite some time. But what's happening here is that we have an existential risk for both countries. And it is seemingly that with Iran, they have just taken a clone of the verbiage and the demands of Russia, and they put it over on them. And there's a huge talk in Russia at the moment about here's Iran up against a superpower, and they're succeeding in ways that only Russia could dream of. It was quite condescending now to listen to it because of what my opinion has been for the last 4 years, which is true. What they have done in 3 weeks and what they are suffering is a hell of a lot more than what Russia has been able to do. And I'm saying this in a devil's advocate because I know the reason behind it, why Russia has taken four years. But we need to understand something here. This baby is not stopping to rock until one person is put down and the other person has their boot on their neck. And it doesn't matter about Bibi, same way it doesn't matter about Zelensky. When your opponent, Sun Tzu, rule number 1, is making mistakes, please do not interrupt him. And they are making mistakes by the day. They started this war on a mistake without the full cognizance of the power of Iran, and now we're seeing what's happening. But what the Russians, I'll just give you, I always say this, and I hate saying it, but the Russians. What the Russians are saying is this war is going 6 months. There was 3 video clips today from another Russian general I mentioned before, and that is all that has been said throughout all of the Russian analysts. And we won't go into, Putin gave another statement today in relation to military helping Iran. And he just basically said, well, we haven't been asked. They don't need us. We do know there's something going on behind the scenes. But can we just get back to the salient point here is that the world is choked up. The industries are going to fail. We're now hearing that even Rheinmetall, the chairman of Rheinmetall in Germany, said that within a month we have nothing. NATO has nothing. Whatever is going now to the war up against Iran, there's nothing coming after 3 to 4 weeks. So this, if anyone on the wrong side, which is the NATO side, let's say, this is the head guy of Rheinmetall saying this. I think I posted earlier, about 8-9 hours ago. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that as an opponent familiarizes himself that he's getting weaker and weaker, they begin to do stupider and stupider things, and that can be in effect here. But the opinion is that Iran has the capability to go 6 months. And if you remember, in the last couple of days, I was saying that even Gazprom yesterday, we're looking at 160, and then it went to 173, 175 today on contracts. I'll shock you by telling you that tomorrow morning, I believe we're going to see something come from one of the trading houses in St. Petersburg, where they're going to warn that oil prices can go to $250 a barrel. And these people do not say this stuff for press acquisition or fame or fortune. They are putting everybody on notice. $250 a barrel by the third quarter, with Iran keeping going the way it is. I mean, this is absolutely shocking. And again, I will state, what is happening outside of oil and gas is even more so. This ability to generate helium for technology and other secondary and tertiary products, it's going to freeze everything. And, one person in the room this morning, volunteered a conspiracy theory saying that, was this actually contrived to be the way it is coming now from the very start? Did they actually mean to collapse the world economy? Did they mean to do it because America is so much in debt that when you kill your creditors, you don't owe them anything? I mean, there was a guy, a horticulturist, he's in a university. He made a figure of at least a third of the world's population will die over the next 2 to 3 years if this is not fixed. He said stuff like, most of and I checked in the Irish space because there were farmers in there, and they said, yes, if we don't get fertilizer, then the tonnage per acre will be down by about 50 to 60%. Because the plants that they have in fields have been designed to work with urea and fertilizer, and then you have one growing season and boom, you take it out in late August, September. So if they don't get the fertilizer in 2027, there's no tonnage coming. And as we all know, Ireland is the land of green. So just imagine in other places where they don't have the luxury of our amount of rainfall and a limited sun. This is looking quite spectacularly bad. And honestly, I'm not being disingenuous, but it doesn't matter a damn if BB's alive or dead. I think we have much bigger problems to focus on. Thank you, Suleiman.
I read a report, David, today that said, I just read it, and it basically, oh no, it wasn't a report. It was Mersheimer saying, claiming that Trump had a agreement with Iran to let them sell oil in order to keep the oil prices down, and is the Israelis basically destroyed that agreement, that kind of understanding, not agreement, that understanding by bombing the oil fields. What's your thoughts on that?
The right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. It was laughed about even on Russian media boards that they were talking about that too. Look, I don't know which way these madmen are playing the game, because day by day they seem to be more and more in a hallucinogenic state where they're not tuned in with reality. I think we know this with Trump. How can we opinionate on a genocidal mass murderer in Israel? But they're not playing with their full mental capacity here. What they are doing in Iran, I mean, if this was any other corner of the world, like Southeast Asia, Vietnam, or say down the Congo, or Western Sahara, it wouldn't mean a damn to us. But is it not questionable that this war is taking place in a place whereby 50%, give or take, of the world's fertilizer and other essential products are coming out of, and now they're not. There's 3,200 boats stuck in the Persian Gulf. There's container ships stuck with medical supplies, foodstuffs, etc., that were supposed to be going on to Egypt and the Med and Europe, etc. And they're stuck there. I just seen reports an hour ago whereby crews who have no food and no water on their ships, because they're surrounded by salt water, are not being allowed to dock to get basic foodstuffs or even water. 3,200 ships. This is a massive catastrophe. Thousands and thousands of men are on boats, and they can't get out, and they can't get off the ship, and they're in the middle of a war zone. That's where all the Chinese sailors were getting the pictures of the missiles coming in or out. I mean, if you stand back and look at this, it could not be in a better place if you were intentionally wanting to cause a mass depopulation event. I mean, from Irish history, we had 4 years of a famine that killed about 1.75 million of our people and sent 2.5 million overseas out of a population of 8 million. It was a democide. When the Brits saw what was happening to our one source of main food, the potato, the fields were full of rye, barley, wheat, etc. The fish were in the rivers and the seas, and people starved by the side of the roads. Full families. It was like Ethiopia in 1985 and worse. 1.5 million people. But the point being is, the first year there was a mild famine. People went hungry, not many died. But in the second year was wipeout. And third, and it only started to get better in the fourth, when donations started to come and a change in government policy from London. London, the thought now is that, and I just say this thought, London used that the vast population of Ireland were stuck on one food, and when they saw people dying, they took the other food away from them and let them. They cleansed Ireland of over 4 million of an 8.5 million population, and sent the others into vast poverty for the next 2 generations that we still didn't get out of until the early part of the 20th century. That's just fact. So here we have exactly the same. I mean, you have to question, is this a setup? For one, now, I've never been a conspiracy theory on this depopulation of the world. I've heard about it, and we've all heard about it. But you could not have a better place, better time, better conditions, better protagonists than what you have here to cause what's happening. And especially, I mean, Ukraine took 30% of the world's fertilizer off the board. Russia are prioritizing the delivery of fertilizer to Africa. And that's why the Wagner and other PMCs are in 17 countries in Africa, trying to coordinate in the worst of countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, etc. And they're delivering sometimes at less than cost. You often see Putin saying, well, we've negated debt and we are supplying foodstuffs at cost or even less than cost. And we remember in the first 22, 23, there was this huge media campaign that Russia was going to cause starvation in Africa and India and all this kind of stuff. Well, it didn't happen because the Russians took it on the chin and they sent the foodstuffs out. But that was a breaking point. We've now gone way past breaking point. I was listening to an Indian guy today discussing this, and he said, yeah, we do have enough and we are self-producing, but next year we're not. And like there's 470 million people living day-to-day meals in India. Day-to-day meals, as in they eat today, and by the time they eat, they have to go look for tomorrow's meal. And never mind Africa, where I'm in and out of, I've been to over 30 countries in Africa, almost every single one of them. And I can tell you, a lot of them outside the main cities are living, living basic is the best way I can say it. But this is shocking. I mean, the space I was in today, really, the penny dropped on me. And then it was started to be explored. Aries, I think is his name. He often comes in here. I don't know if he's from Pakistan or India, but he proliferates talking on the aisle, et cetera, et cetera. And I was talking with him on it today, and shocking is all I can say. And it's not that easy to shock me. But again, I leave the statement. It's so perfect for you want to use the term, a mass casualty event over a specific period of time, that they are saying if this continues for 60 days, that means that there is no way. And you just saw Qatar's South Paris field as the next target. It is going to get hit. Remember, I said the other night that the Houthis are going to take out the field, the port in the Red Sea, and within hours the Iranians did it themselves. They're going for everything. They're leaving scorched earth everywhere. This is what the Russians are saying. Scorched earth everywhere. So yeah, I'm not a bit emotional on it. I'm very emotional. This looks very bad because the Russians are talking about this. We got the blame 3 years ago, and when we were fighting Ukraine and we couldn't get the grain out, and Odessa was bringing in now boats full of not just grain but munitions to kill us. Blah blah. And we stopped the boats, and then you were blaming us. Everyone's complaining we were at the edge. This is worse. 30% of the world's fertilizer. I ask those questions. And I think the answer is really shocking, even to anyone that does not believe in this conspiracy theory. Thank you, Suleiman.
Appreciate that, David. Just some more news. IRGC commander says Trump should know we have more surprises for him and Israel. He said this after the IRGC hit an F-35 fighter plane. Remember, they said the F-35s are untouchable, unviewable, unknowable. And now those F-35s, one, maybe two, have been taken out. So it's not looking good for them whatsoever. Not looking good for them. So anyway, guys, listen. I'm just going to let you know the plan for the space over the next few days, because it is Eid. And obviously we're not celebrating it based on what's been happening. People are suffering. It's not really a time for celebration. That being said, one needs to spend a little bit of time, especially in the morning, with the family. So what the plan is going to be is we're going to obviously continue the space on, but at some point during the night, we'll probably be ending the space for a very short period of time. And then we'll come back and restart the space at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. Just over this Eid weekend. So I'm not sure when I'm going to end the space. It's probably going to be late. The space will only be probably shut for a few hours, maybe 3-4 hours, 5, 6. I don't know how long it's going to be, but we'll be back at 1 p.m. So I'm going to obviously have this new stream scheduled and all that kind of stuff, so you're ready for it. and you're aware of it. Obviously, I can't schedule the spaces because what they've done in my spaces is if I schedule a space, it doesn't restart that space. It doesn't start that space because of the Zios. But I'll try. I'll try and schedule it, but I'm pretty sure it won't start. But then if you guys know that, oh, guess what, that space hasn't started, you'll know there'll be another space. But when we restart the space, it'll definitely start at 1 p.m. Eastern. So it'll start at 1 p.m. Eastern. But in terms of when it's going to end tonight, I'm not sure. I think we did a good job. We went for 3 weeks straight, but it is kind of abandoned everyone for these 3 weeks, which is fine. It's got to be done, but kind of need to, for the Eid morning, need to kind of, you know, do what we got to do. Everyone's got to do what they got to do. So anyway, but we'll really appreciating everyone on the space, everyone on the YouTube. We're going to continue. I don't want this to be a situation where we all kind of give up on the cause. That's my biggest concern. But yeah, that's it, kind of it. Beatrix, was there anything you want to add?
No. I hope everybody also takes some time out to spend with their family tomorrow, even if they're not celebrating. We won't be celebrating. But 1 p.m. Eastern, guys, at the moment, UK time will be 5 p.m. UK time. We will be live 5 p.m. UK time. But this space will keep going now for hours and hours and hours and hours. And then it will stop for a short time, just over the Eid weekend for now. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Suleiman.
Awesome. Yeah, if anyone's got any questions on that, do jump in and ask the question. But anyway, let's get into the conversation. Why is everyone bringing people up and they're dropping? This is what I mean. These spaces are massively attacked. Let's bring this guy.
Who's Fazan? Have you spoken yet? Because he's been sat up here
Yeah,
for
I spoke
ages.
loads. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We can drop him if you want though, but he is contributing. Okay. Let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in, and then we'll go to Matrix.
Yeah, so you have Sean freaking Hannity having Victor David Hansen on, and I just have Hannity's post notifications on, and they're pushing propaganda saying this is a master class. People are saying Iran's going to outlast America, but America's going to outlast Iran. That you have Al Jazeera posting that the American bombing's going good. This shows that the tide's turning. And it's just so ridiculous, the propaganda and cope that they're spewing. It's like, do they not realize that Iran can go for 6 months and that we can't? And it's just so tiresome. And then I made a post about how under the thing about Denmark and Greenland, and it's like, why the heck are we fighting in Iran? Like Trump promised to take Greenland, like, and now he's attacking Iran. Like, there's nothing in Iran for us. We're fighting for nothing. And someone's like, the way this is going, the U.S. is going to take Iran and charge for the Strait. And it's like, are you demented? You think America is going to conquer Iran and charge people to use the Strait of Hormuz? Like some of the things people are commenting are completely delusional. You have people actually thinking that we're gonna like conquer Iran and and charge people to use the Strait of Hormuz. Like I think people like I don't know where people get their information from, but that's literally impossible. Like what do they think we're gonna do? Sacrifice soldiers and then charge our allies to use the Strait? Like China would literally go to war with us if that happened. And then going back to what David was saying, yeah, I could see oil hitting 200 a barrel. There's only so much market manipulation you can do, and for anyone saying that these gas price hikes are temporary, they're only temporary if the war ends. And Trump and Bibi or whoever's running Israel shows no signs of making this war temporary because you have someone like Trump with his ego. He's not going to back down as long as he's been being told to fight. Israel believes that knows this is their last chance to try to take out Iran because support in America is completely against this. They're not going to be able to drag America into some other Iran war in the future. This is their last chance. If they lose now, they can't get America back in 8 months, 5 years, whenever. It's now or never. This is their last hurrah. So Israel has to go for it now, and they're losing. They've had this plan for 40 years and they lost, and it's absolutely glorious to see them lose.
Also, I just want to add one thing. I know resistance is not here anymore, but you have to remember, like, many of us think about AI as in the AI models that are used right now. But remember, there's a lot of advancements in AI as well. The model they give you guys, oh sorry, give us guys is like what we are now. Like, is it AI? Is it ChatGPT 4 or something? And they'll be on ChatGPT 9 or 10. Like whatever the military version is always a more higher, more advanced version than the version that we've got. Chris Rowe, is Netanyahu dead? Bro, Chris, you gotta be joking, my blood. You gotta be joking, my blood. No way you've been listening to that space and you asked this question.
I
Bro.
got some breaking news.
Who's speaking?
Jaffa.
Go ahead.
I'm in Dubai Marina right now, and I'm pretty sure they bombed that Oracle American facility that they announced to evacuate near Marina.
Oracle, like Oracle as in Ellison's place.
Sorry, say that again?
Did you say they bombed Oracle, which is Larry Ellison's place?
I have no idea if it's Larry Ellison, but the Iranians actually marked it a couple of days ago, and it's right near Marina.
But sorry, what did they hit? Oracle what?
Let me get the screenshot again.
So what I mean is like Oracle Studio is like so like if it's where Oracle is based, Oracle is like Larry Ellison's. Like I'll be bro, you just told me Dubai got hit. I was high. This was like Eid Mubarak for me anyway. If you're telling me it's Oracle, it's double Eid Mubarak, bro.
Let me just double check.
Oh no, bro.
It was
Oracle
15
got
minutes
hit.
ago.
Oh no. Oh my god, why is Cleese keep sending me videos trying to prove it's AI? This chick, bro.
Okay, here we go. Oracle Systems Limited.
Yeah, that's Larry Ellison's place.
Yeah, so they targeted that. I don't know if they, well,
Oh
from the sound of it,
no.
I know what bombs sound like, and I'm almost sure they.
Did they hit? Did they hit?
I was in South Lebanon for a year and a half, hearing all the bombs, so it sounded like it hit. My sister told me that the Emiratis have said that they intercepted, but it didn't sound like an interception.
Bro. Oh no. Oh no. Oh damn. Was Dubai hit? Oh damn. We don't really want Dubai hit, do we? So just to let you know,
Yeah,
guys, no, because like one of my friends, obviously, I think he's I don't know if he's still my friend anymore because he's upset because he loves Dubai, but he's like, oh, why is Iran attacking a Muslim country on Eid? Brovs, your country is consorting during Eid Ramadan. Your country is consorting with the Zionists during Eid and Ramadan. The Zionists attacked Iran during Ramadan. What do you expect him to do? The Zionists attacked key infrastructure during Ramadan. What are you meant to do? Oracle, what is Oracle? I'm glad you said this, Jafar. What is Oracle? Oracle is Larry Ellison's company. Oracle has data centers. Oracle controls a large part of AI. Oracle runs TikTok. Oracle runs CBS News, where they took over it, made Barry Weiss the editor-in-chief. Barry Weiss is basically, according to many, a Mossad agent. Unit 8200. He's now taken over Warner Brothers, which includes CNN, Paramount. This guy is one of the biggest funders of the IDF that has partaken in the genocide, murder of Palestinians. So why are you telling me it's Eid Mubarak and you're not allowed to hit them? Like, what world are you living in? What world are you living in?
on the bright side, Sully.
That was
My
the
sister
bright
said the
side.
same thing.
Wait, that was the
My
bright side. Is
sis-
there a brighter side?
no, no, my sister said the same thing. Why don't they give them a day off? It's Eid. I was like, well, the Iranians aren't celebrating Eid today. It's actually tomorrow on Saturday. They're Shia, so it's not really Eid yet.
Yeah, no, it's not even about that. It's the fact that these guys are bombing. Like, the issue is, this is why they started the war, but they didn't want the war. The war was thrust upon them. Matrix, go ahead, jump in. Well, let me see some of the chats. People say Eid Mubarak, Eid Mubarak. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Breaking news: BB is now in. It's not Oive, it's Goive. It's Goive. Sort it out. Oracle has your data, Sully. I know they do. They could do what they want, my data. Killing TikTok on the night of power. God is the greatest. Hilarious. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. Let's go to Matrix. Matrix, resist.
Hi, Suleiman. Thanks for having me up.
No
I
problem.
wanted to say it's breaking news. It's also American interest, just like you said, in the UAE, but also in Bahrain and Kuwait are under attack. We have no visual confirmation yet, but a trustable Telegram channel has reported it.
Oh,
And
no. Oh, no,
so
bro. That's so sad to hear. Oh, no.
So what we have seen, I think, and we can all say this and confirm based on the launches, based on videos and everything, the past 3 days, Iran has increased a lot of its launches and missiles. We have seen a major increase, right? At least averaging around 50 to 70 missiles a day the last 3 days. So my question for David, how do you see Israel being, or even America, interest in the region, being able to continue this for, let's say, another 2 weeks? Because we know they have now fired over 1,000 THAAD and Patriot and various other defense interceptors. And Israel has also at least fired hundreds of Arrow, David Sling, and the remaining the 1 or 2 THAAD batteries they have. So that's for one. And my other question also was, imagine we know Russia was heavily involved in Ukraine with the Shahed drones, right? They have flown at least hundreds of thousands of hours, and even though Iran basically sold that model, but Iran also learned a lot from Russia because Russia was so extensively using that program. Do you think behind doors right now, Russia and China are really wanting to gain knowledge by the Iranians? Because since I think in history, no country fired thousands of ballistic, over thousands ballistic missiles in such a short time and evading the most sophisticated air defense systems in the world. And this will only make them gain more knowledge and knowledge and knowledge. And we know offensive capabilities grow much, much harder than defensive capabilities in the modern warfare.
Well, number one, at the moment, the Russians have superseded Iran in the Shahed uranium type drones. They are using more advanced AI. They now have a Shahed type drone going out that is able to skim at literally treetop levels, and it is following roads. We often see with the normal FPV drones, the small ones you put in your hand, that they follow roads and go into tunnels and whatever else. But now they have like a Game Boy situation whereby there's a human player on the other end sitting in front of screens, and he's driving it like a game, and they're able to, there's no way to track them. Usually you see these drones going in straight line projectile directly for the target, but now they are zigzagging, they're going up and down. There's absolutely no way to do it. Number two, yes, this war that they are doing, I said
sorry
it
for
before.
interrupting, David. Also, the whole time, Iranian advisors, like the drone advisors, were in Russia. So there's a high chance Russia provided all these years of intelligence with the Iranians, right? Because we have seen
Yes,
the
there
upgrades
is.
on the Iranian too.
Yeah, there's a huge level of exchange. Look, Putin has said it and others have. They are saying quite clearly, we are not supplying direct munitions. There's no need for them to supply tanks, artillery, APCs, logistics. They have given over in the last 18 months some planes, some Ka-52s, normal generic stuff. But here's the big recognition. The big recognition here is that the radar system that was put in, which is a quintessential part of any defense mechanism, has been put in by Chinese and Russians. And also, how did they target so precisely these missiles? You need You need intelligence, surveillance, you need pre-targeting. They're not getting that. There was 3 satellites put up in 22, 23. If you Google, you see one of them went up in August 22. That was the Russians putting up in Baikonur, the space place in eastern Russia. They put up was termed, air quotes again, a weather satellite. And the Russians then follow it immediately after with 2 further. We now know that those were surveillance satellites. So it's the Russians that are providing. And be of no doubt, we know the Chinese are doing it because they're supplying it publicly, low resolution clips to the public. But you can bet your bottom dollar that they are supplying high resolution oversight of all the targets they need. We also heard that what China has is like live video feed that is being provided back to headquarters in Tehran of over 30 or 28 screens is what the rumor is. But this is coming like from analysts. Now, even Andrei Martynov, I don't know if Suleiman has done an interview with Andrei Martynov. He is Russian, lives in Washington in the States, and his opinions in relation to intrinsic military hardware that has been or has not been exchanged is quite good. And he said several times the Russians are supplying targeting. They're saying what's happening here is that it's the same as the Storm Shadow, the ATACMS, the HIMARS, etc., that was delivered into Ukraine. All of those were pushed by NATO soldiers. All of the men on the machines were all either Brits, French, German, whatever. They were not Ukrainians. And they needed oversight satellite surveillance in order to target. And that's what Russia is providing. They can't be doing it alone. But how
Also,
long?
David,
Yep.
what's your opinion on the oil tankers? Because today also some vessels, I don't know if they were oil tankers, but there have been reports and also like tankers, that traffic tankers, um, uh, they have been hit. And also, if you just look at the GCC countries, they have around 100 and 130 vessels and oil tankers. Imagine like over 20, 25 have been hit. It's not all oil tankers, of course, some were vessels, but not all oil tankers are very big. They have just a dozen of them, but not like 50 big oil tankers that carry millions of barrels. The others are small. Um, if Iran wants to, they can just take half of those fleet of the GCC countries. Their tourism is down. Their energy and oil revenues are down. It's connected to the petrodollar. And if they start attacking more American companies like Oracle, like the previous guy said, Andy, I think, sorry, Andy said, and if they attack more American-related companies that are literally AI companies or Amazon, or it doesn't matter, um, how long will these GCC countries be able to sustain this? And we know there are people who lived like pretty much like the Israelis, like comfort and this and that, but there are people who would revolt when their bread is almost not sustainable to buy anymore.
Fundamentally, my own personal belief is that I believe we're going to watch new heads of the 4 states in the Gulf. That the Al Thanis, the Khalifas, the Kuwaitis, the Al Maktoums, all these guys are going to have a change of a new boss. That the pure objective here, if indeed Iran is telling us the truth and they want to demilitarize the Middle East, then they're going to also have to force the capitulation or even under the yoke of the existing monarchs. A new OPEC level institution will have to be generated. Like, think about this. China has now sees that this is an existential risk for itself in the long term. It has 1.3 billion people to think of. It's not going to walk away from the Gulf. Russia perceives that this will be Ukraine 2.0 on the southern borders. They're not walking away. And what's in the middle? A bunch of despots, overpaid, underqualified despots. Get rid of them. Remember, in the UAE, only 15% of the army belongs to the local passport holders. It's even worse, I believe, in Qatar and Bahrain. Like
Bro, 15%, David. Stop doing propaganda, mate.
I'm sorry. I slipped out of my mouth.
It's probably like 1% at best. I'm not even joking, bro. Have you met them?
I lived in Qatar for 2.5 years, and I was always all around the place. I found the place quite disgusting. I have an office in Dubai. I try not to go there. I think I'm not religious, but I mean, this is the modern Sodom and Gomorrah. I think they're detestable human beings. What they did to the Indians and Pakistanis when they were billing the Qataris in the World Cup. I mean, how many hundreds died in conditions you wouldn't put dogs. Scott Ritter on Dialogue Works said it well the other night. He said, they need to be removed. He said Israel is a cancer. That's what you do with cancer. You get rid of it. But what's going on with the GCC, I have no loss of love for these people at all. I think they're pure scum. The whole lot of them, from MBS all the way down. They need to be gotten rid of. And there's no love for the local population on them. The only ones that care about them are the ones that walk in on a Thursday evening and get paid by check. And so if the checks stop, it all stops. They'll find new leaders that will write the check. And if Russia and China and Iran can put that in place, then so be it. Remember, like Russia went into the Donbass for 10 trillion in assets. That's oil, gas, lithium, the ports, etc. So they've lost 150,000 men fighting for the eastern Donbass. I mean, a little bit more than that, but I'm just mimicking this. Sorry, I'm so tired. But what's in the Gulf? Bahrain is 10 trillion. The Qataris are at least 6 to 7 trillion, and maybe more. How much is Kuwait? A couple of trillion. This is the greatest jewelry box on the planet. You think they're not going to try and take it? Like, America can't militarize this. They can't grab this anymore. If this was Ecuador or Colombia or even South America, they could project power. They can't project power over here. Iran is a fortress, and there's just no way this is going to stop. And America will fall before any of the rest of them do. We only have weeks to go. I mean, the banking system in Europe is going to go popcorn very, very shortly. Credit Suisse are going to watch, guaranteed, by the end of the month, even the first April Fool's Day, Credit Suisse will be issuing a warning. They're on the limit. And Credit Suisse 2 years ago went, and it was UBS under a gun of the central bank were made to bail them out. They're even worse.
That's 2022, right?
Yeah, they're even worse today. BlackRock bailed out Deutsche Bank in September 21. Behind the scenes, over 1.7 trillion in assets were put on the book of BlackRock, or in the book of Deutsche Bank. And if you look at it 3 weeks later, they were all in Zelensky's office, standing around a big map, and the picture is there. Everyone's smiling, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, blah, 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 all the big guys, because they were told by Poroshenko beforehand, and then Zelensky, see that Eastern Donbass is 10 trillion there, bring in your men. BlackRock were bringing in ore magnets from Australia, looking to invest in the Donbass and carve it up like a pizza. It wasn't for nothing that Poroshenko said, their children will live in the basements, ours will be in school, their men will walk the streets, ours will be gainfully employed. Now, that's what he said, out of context of a longer speech, but that was the mentality. So here we have it again. Here we have a jewelry box, $25 trillion of 50 to 100 years of oil and gas is worth a fortune. Remember, the whole objective of Ukraine was to cause the damnation of Putin and to carve up Russia and to keep this mass debt that America has going for the next 100 years. Russia has $100 trillion to $200 trillion of oil, gas, and everything. And that would have kept Western society, that would have kept Europe going. That is why England has such this hard-on as it is for Russia, because it's not that they don't like the Russian language. They want what the assets are. So this is it again. This is China's point. If they leave a fall and they have to accommodate this, it's not going to go well. They have stepped beyond the Rubicon on this. This is like the Punic Wars that the Romans went through. This is exactly it. This is all blood or death. So That's the way the Iranians are looking at it. Do you think if they went soft now that they wouldn't come after them? I mean, the Russians are telling them to keep going. So why wouldn't you? When you have number 1 and 3 in the planet in military power telling you behind the scenes that they're behind you. And as I said 2.5 weeks ago, Ukraine lost 2 million men, maybe a little bit more now at this stage. Iran should be prepared to lose 1 million. If they want to survive, be prepared to lose 1 million. Because I think that's where it's going. And a lot of people are saying it. By the way, going back to the original question, Andrei Martynov said that Iran has 6 months. Judging by what he's hearing and what he's saying and the slight uptick in what we were seeing in missiles and uraniums going across, Shaheeds as you call them, going across, this is limitless. They have multiple production lines. They have multiple assembly lines. We don't even know how many silos they have. It could be in the hundreds built into the mountains. And Rheinmetall boss is saying, hey, we have 3 weeks. And now you're seeing the F-35s encroaching on obvious airspace where the radars are working that can be taken down. Why? Because they're running out of long-range munitions. They're coming in closer. The Russians have the Kinjal, the Iskander, and the Zircons. They are much longer range, and they can drop them off of the Tu-22s and the Black Swans and MiG-31s, 29s. But the Western powers don't have that. They don't have the range, but the Russians do. So my opinion is that this has months to go, and the only caveat is how much really is in the logistics centers of the US. And from what we're hearing, they have zero because they've used it all up in Ukraine. They've killed 150,000 Russians using everything they had in the logistics centers for the last 4 years, and they have now nothing left. And that's why Suleiman was laughing the other day when they came in the middle of the night and they took out the air defense units in South Korea. They didn't even ask them. They arrived in the middle of the night and went straight to the site and started stripping them down because they know they're in trouble. But this is going much longer. They're not going to stop. Will Russia stop now that it has the upper hand? Absolutely not. No truce, no ceasefire, denazification, demilitarization, every blade of grass, every grain of dust, all the way to the Polish border is going to have a Russian boot on it. And I've said it for 4 years because that's what Putin promised. And they think the Iranians are not seeing that. They're copying Russia. They're going to go the whole way. Thank you, Suleiman.
Do you think I think one of the main questions people are asking, obviously I know my view on it, but you might have a different one. Do you think the Russians join this war?
I think there's a bigger risk. A lot of others do, Suleiman, that if indeed it comes to it, they will most likely sign a pact similar to what they did with North Korea. I mean, if you look at the reasons why they only signed a pact with North Korea to help Beijing, because at the time Kim was kind of losing himself. Little rocket man. Remember the disingenuous term that Trump was putting. I mean, it was only then that Putin stood in and signed the pact and gave them ICBMs and gave them the nuclear technology. But he did it for Beijing as a favor, not that it was an existential risk to North Korea. But what was happening was that, as we saw under Stoltenberg, NATO wanted to expand into the Pacific Trade Organization. And that the way to do it was to was to help Beijing, because whatever sort of issues between the North Koreans and the Chinese, it seems that Russia was the neutral party on it. And he got permission of Xi and the CCP to do that. However, with Iran, everyone in Russia is saying that if Iran falls, Russia's next on the southern border. So yes, this is an existential risk. This partnership agreement they signed in January 25, that has allowed them a little bit of leniency on what they have supplied, contracts for the Su-34s, Su-35s, Ka-52s, and exchange of military information and other is within that bracket. If they are to extend outside of it, it would need a higher calibration of contract, and that would be similar to North Korea. But then you're looking at, then you're technically looking at if the US throws bombs at Iran after they sign it, that's the same as throwing them directly at Russia. But are we not seeing that in Ukraine anyhow? 11 Storm Shadows from London, with engineers from London, pulled those triggers just over 10 days ago. They killed 11 people, destroyed a hospital and a school. So it could mimic Ukraine.
In terms of tech, what's the best type of tech that you think the Russians have given Iran?
Today's it's surveillance. It's been a critical factor in Ukraine as well. How many times have we heard Zelensky crying to Trump and indeed Biden? The first time that the information was turned off under Trump back in early last year, they freaked out, and Elon Musk had to turn it back on again. Surveillance is the critical factor, knowing where your enemy is, know where the targets are, and be able to pre-program those ballistic, what do you call it, GPS locations in. You see, here's another thing as well. China has its own GPS system. Russia does too. And what we are seeing in Iran is that there's a systemic practice by Russia to stop GPS working. So as soon as you hit within 100 kilometers of those mountains, even over the Persian Gulf, these missiles are losing their target. A lot of them are losing, and they're going off. This bullshit that we are hearing, that there's 90% of these missiles hitting targets, is complete rubbish. The Russians are laughing at it. There's a full activation of suppression with radar and otherwise going on. I did a post earlier, and I had a post linked to it from July of 25, where the Russians had just put in three new types of radar systems to cover the full bandwidth. I can't post it in the top bubble, but I can go find it. And I posted last July because it came up on the Russian Ministry of Defense. They gave the pictures. They showed us this is what we are doing with our friends in Iran. So 80 to 90% of the missiles that are being launched by the United States are not reaching target. I believe the latest figure I saw on targets hit is just over 2,100 bombs have got through. Out of how many sorties? And what I can't remember what Minister for War, let's just call it in Iran, I don't know the term. I mean, he came out there, when was it, on Sunday? And he gave a list of all targets hit. Now, he said there was 9,000 civilian targets, which I was surprised. And then I saw a post on a Telegram channel, Red Voco, where they broke that down. And they said when one missile arrives, it could damage 10, 15, 20 houses. Yeah. So they're not getting it. And there was another post shown by the Iranians have purchased up to 1,000 of these blow-up balloon props, silos, tanks, artillery pieces, planes, etc. They have heat signatures built into them. They have mobile platforms that can actually move. So these things, when they're on site, they can actually, there's a frame underneath them with electric motors, and they can also put in high explosive liquids so that when the missile hits, it looks like there's a secondary explosion of the unit. They're balloons. The rumors is they bought over 1,000 of them. So CENTCOM were very good for telling lies in Ukraine for 4 years and still doing it today. Are we to believe that they're telling us the truth now in Iran? They're absolutely not. So the exchange of intelligence and surveillance, Suleiman, is the number one priority in any army. You can have 1,000 tanks, 1,000 pieces of artillery. If you don't know where your enemy is, you're wasting munitions, and you're wasting your men's lives, and you're wasting your own logistics. So what the Russians are giving is back. And by the way, I mentioned the other night that the Russian member of the Duma stood up and he said they should forsake dual citizenship. I believe only hours later, someone stood up in the Knesset and said exactly the same. So I don't think they like the Russian Jews anymore. And there's 1.8 million of them. So both sides are saying, one side is saying, get out, pick us. And the other side is saying, if you don't relinquish your Israeli passport, then we're going to get rid of your Russian one. So they are caught in between two fires at the moment. So this is not going good.
And just the other thing, David, a lot of people asking, what's the cooperation between China and Russia and all this?
We consistently hear this propaganda from the West that, you know, there's going to be, it's only there that they're smiling wryly at each other and they don't really mean what they say. Look, yes, indeed, the last time that China and Russia went into a tete-a-tete was back in 1969 on the North Manchurian border, where the Russians did beat the Chinese and there was serious casualties in it. Not too many people know about it. I've lived in China for 3 years. I represented an American company as well as a company from Qatar, and I was invited everywhere because I'm stupidly Irish, and I never found any antagonism for it. But what we are seeing in political wise, you just need to look at the last meeting of Xi in Moscow when they were standing at the stairs, and they made the media listen to what they were saying, and they mentioned this is 100-year brotherhood, a partnership. 65%, I believe, give or take, of all exchanges going into Russia is Chinese currency. They're integrated. You know, the new Siberian lines running from Mongolia. You saw that big ceremony where Putin went to Mongolia as well, and Xi went 2 different occasions because they signed with Mongolia for the transit. These are costing tens of billions of dollars to go in. And when it's up and running, I think it's 80 billion cubic meters of gas a year, the biggest in the world. They will power northeastern China. There's no way that this partnership can be broken, because it would be detrimental to the flow of funds into Russia, and it would certainly be detrimental to the usage of gas into China, because we just found out in the Middle East, this is not just gas for heating homes, it is gas for the production of many, many tertiary products that China intrinsically needs. And they are now ramping up. I just saw a notice today that the Kamchatka is now ramping up to 200,000 extra barrels a day by the end of next month. And they are doing it all around. There's 1,410 ships under contract and flagged with Russia, and they are moving it away from Europe and into mostly into China. So they're going the Arctic route as well. And Russia has destined that over 100 billion will be spent in the next 10 years in upgrading the Arctic route with stations and pipelines, etc., going up the Ob River and all this other stuff. So this partnership is solid. It's an intrinsic part of Russia's future, Suleiman. You know, very much intrinsic part. I mean, for years and years, when I first went there in 1999, you know, destiny was Europe. 99% of languages learned, like were German and French and Italian, in universities. Now it's, I'm not joking, the most taught language is Chinese in universities. My own wife learned German and French fluently for a business when she was in university. And it's all gone. Nobody wants to learn German. French. So it's all shipped to Asia. And just listen to what Putin said last Tuesday week when he laughed about it. He laughed, he smirked. If these people don't want our oil and gas, let's turn off the taps now. And they turned them off. There's no more contracts. You saw the Belgian Prime Minister nearly crying on a podium. He said it 3 times in the last 5 days. I think we should be looking to Moscow, he said. The French sent 2 emissaries a few days ago. And the junior minister to Putin told him to fuck off in Russian. He said it to their faces. F off. Then that's just shows you where Russia is, and they have shifted to Asia. So anyone who says that there is a possibility of a breakup, you're just listening to CIA stooge bullshit.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
The money is flowing. Go ahead, Josie.
Yeah. How likely is it that the 2022 Credit Suisse scenario, how likely is it that it's going to happen again?
Can you explain that a bit further? I didn't understand.
Sorry. Know what's going on with my AirPods tonight. So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so how likely is it that the 2022 Credit Suisse scenario will repeat itself?
Maybe it's my Irish ears, but I'm kind of breaking up on the K part. You start this word and it has about 10 syllables and I'm just losing it. Maybe I'm just overly tired. What is it, 2022?
I could say it for Josie. Josie said that how likely is it the 2022 Credit Suisse scenario will happen again?
Now I'm tuned in. Sorry, I tuned out. It's there. It was only a bandage. It was only a bandage. I mean, look, here's a simple point. 140 trillion dollars worth of debentures went, and I think went tits up in 2007 with Lehman's and the other Bear Stearns and Lehman's. They are still unraveling it today. Some of those long-term notes were 25 years. Irish economy suffered more than any. How many amalgamations of banks happened? I mean, they called them IPs and whatever, but how many happened in those next years? Too big to fail was a $900 billion check with Ben Bernanke, if I remember correctly. You had 8 trillion of a debt load in 2007. What have we got now? 39 trillion, 150 billion. Where did the money go? It didn't go to bridges and infrastructure and our upgrades in the economy. It went into keeping too big to fail from failing. And a casino on Wall Street that they have now robbed 99% of Americans out of. But the banks in Europe are completely screwed.
Yeah, because
Completely,
I know
utterly
for a
screwed.
fact that last time when it crashed, it does like money lending mostly, like primarily for like non-owner occupied mortgages and everything, and it was like it would have cost 20 millions to keep the company open because of that crash, so the company had to shut down.
The only country in Europe that did proper was Iceland when they closed all their 3 banks, and they actually sent some members of the boardrooms of their banks to jail. No other country did it. We left it exposed. So now we have a system where even Christine Lagarde, the head of the ECB, is not even talking quantitative easing. I bet anyone here, go please search Christine Lagarde talking about quantitative easing. We do know that Germany is in a depression for the last 18 months at minimum. And why is there no discussion of quantitative easing for Germany? Nothing. And they can't even put 90 billion together to keep Ukraine war going in order to keep the foot on the pedal. They're threatening 2 member states of the EU and NATO with having an exorcism on them. And they're like, we've now seen 7 countries in the last 2 years having elections that we know have been pressured, including the Irish one. So it's a failed entity. But when they can't put 90 billion together for a little cokehead, what do you think? And they were talking about 800 billion with the coalition of the willing back in Paris when they're all standing around there trying to keep this war going. They're broke. And the banks don't want to deal with them. And if you looked at what was being said at the time, the Belgians were not letting go of Euroclear because they could have been sued by Russia. There's over 50, I believe, court cases ready to go, and especially in Singapore against Euroclear, that will bankrupt the company, who turn over 1.8 quadrillion a year. Yes, that's quadrillion with a Q, same as DTCC. If you look at it this way, the failure.
David, can I ask you
this is one
a
of the
quick
points.
question related to this Iran stuff, the whole situation?
Yeah.
I'll also love
Go
to
ahead.
give Andrew's perspective. I saw Silver was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in here, but Omar Bradley, great American general, said amateurs study tactics, professionals study logistics. The United States is now losing a lot of critical infrastructure, military infrastructure that can't be easily replaced because they don't have the rare earth minerals and the productive capability to replace it. Can you talk about that, as well as Europe is relying on, I think it's just one factory in Belgium to produce all of their artillery and all of their munitions. Can you talk about that and just the long-term effect this is going to have if this war continues for months on end? The United States and the collective West and NATO will no longer have the necessary military munitions to defend themselves.
Well, it's been said for over 2 years that, and this was done by Stoltenberg and now Rutte, is that Russia is outproducing the combined forces of all of NATO in military hardware by multiples, not just 100%, by up to 700% across the full range, from tanks to artillery, APCs, hypersonic missiles, nuclear ICBMs, everything across the range is focused. You have at the moment 2 to 2.5 million people working in the defense industry in primary, secondary, and tertiary business, directly employed by the Russian government. And now they're getting paid for it with higher oil prices. But look, the point being is that Russia is so far ahead that even if NATO started today, it would take them 10 years to catch up to where Russia is. And then Russia would still be 10 years ahead of them. All the major new technology breakthroughs have been in Russia. The Poseidon missile, a 200 megaton, almost the size of a submarine missile that is nuclear powered and go around the oceans of the world for 50 years. And they currently have them sitting off the eastern and western seaboard of the United States, just sitting there, and will be for the next 50 years. They have nuclear powered air missiles, cruise missiles, as you were. And they have the Sarmat, and they have, all the hypersonics that nobody else has, bar China developing. Now, when you talk about rare earth minerals, I was involved in some rare earth minerals and copper isotopes when it was being manufactured at Ekaterinburg in Sverdlovsk, 15 years ago. And at that time, China did not have any ability to do it because the partners were trying to get it done outside of Russia. There was nobody doing it. Now look at China, they're doing everything. But I read a report recently that stated that it would take 3 to 7 years, even if an order was given by the President of the United States today, to start manufacturing rare earth minerals to a fine purity that is needed in technology. 3 to 7 years. And the reason that nobody will
David, just quickly for
do
context, for anyone listening, we're talking about when China and East Asia has a dominance in these regions. It's not just like, oh, China has 50% of it. In some of these minerals, a lot of them, we're talking about 70 to 90% of the total global supply is controlled and dominated by China, Russia, or some consortium of those countries which are allied, geopolitically. So it's not as if the United States could, even if they wanted to, just like, okay, let's start producing a bunch of things. They don't have enough materials to start.
They have the materials. They have the materials which are spin-off from the excavation of other materials. I know this from being involved in some mining myself down in Africa, but the problem is that you don't have the facilities to do it. In order to bring up to the purity to 99.999, you need facilities that are very precise and they take years to develop. But private, let's just say private industries won't do it, because not only does it cost a fortune to do it, you cannot be guaranteed that you will be able to supply a contract to the government in this case, because the Chinese can do it cheaper. So they'd have to get an order from the president today in order to start building these industries, in order to provide you these minerals. And I believe China yesterday issued an order that 2 more types of minerals will not be supplied to the West. So this is going to strangle as well Taiwan. Russia has, Suleiman asked about the partnership arrangement. Anything that Russia wants, is they're getting it from China. There is no obstruction. None. And like they are producing, as I was saying, the top range of military assets on the planet at the moment. And I know a lot of Americans don't want to hear that, but it's just a fact of life. And within 14 years, China will have the biggest and best army, superseding even Russia on the planet. That's their target, 2040. They'll have more men under uniform, and look at their 6th gen fighters, look at their drone carriers. I mean, this stuff is just Buck Rogers 25th century stuff. Even the Russians are discussing it. And yes, some analysts in Russia are saying, should we be afraid of China? We just hope, like, countries that have business together, good business together, don't go to war. And nobody's going to touch Russia because they have 7,000 nuclear missiles. Who's going to touch them? It's like what Putin said, if anyone comes for us, we will launch everything. And then he was asked, being a good Orthodox Christian, what does he think about that in his religion? And he said, well, if I go to God on the day after we start this, I will go with righteous justification that I worked for the preservation of the Russian people. The Russians have a belief that if in the event of a nuclear war, that 60 to 70% of their people will be killed, but they will get 100% of the enemy. That's the mentality. And you can Google that as well. Putin did say it, and he said it more than once. So, but Russia has this Not too many people have concrete bunkers under their village houses. They do in Russia because it happened because of Hitler and World War II. They prepared in case he came at them again, or indeed Europe came at them again, and here we are again, 80 years later, and they're trying it for the third time, well, the fourth time you could say, in 260 years. So look, I have a family, several kids in Russia, and there's a lot of missiles pointed at Russia. And they've come at Russia through Ukraine, and they've killed, murdered 150,000 men and women, plus about 20,000 civilians in Ukraine trying to get at Russia in the last 4 years. And I'm Irish, but I can tell you there's a lot of very, 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 very angry people stuck currently in Russia, demanding that Putin takes the gloves off and hammers Ukraine. And not only hammers Ukraine, but sends a message to London, to Berlin, and to Paris, sending a Renshik in. They're demanding it. Even the top echelons of the military are quite frustrated with Putin and the cabal of advisors around him. You see in the last couple of weeks that Lavrov has gotten extremely frustrated in relation to his mannerisms in discussing this. So there's a problem in the fact that there's not too much longer where Putin is going to be able to keep these people under control, especially with what happened in Bryansk just 10 days ago, where the Brits are lobbing high-performance, high-explosive missiles into the heartland of Russia. I mean, think about it. If this was cartel gangs in Mexico being supplied munitions by Russians, with Russians, on the machines themselves as they launch over the border, what would Washington do? It'd be bloody all-out war. There'd be no holding back. So, and it's been China for the last 3 years that have requested Putin to not go and to focus on BRICS and to build a community rather than to go into a high-stage war and then maybe bring, more aggression from NATO. And that would destroy BRICS. So they had a choice: BRICS success, which has happened, or war and Russia win with a lot more casualties. So it's worked very well for Russia. And again, I would just say, you think that Iranians are not watching this? Do you think they're not seeing the mistakes that Russia has done? There's a lot of talk in Russia at the moment saying, look at the Iranians, boys. They've done more in 3 weeks than what we've done in 4 years of war against Ukraine. Why the F aren't we hitting Berlin and Paris and London and stop these maniacs from going to war against us? Screw Article 5. America is not going to lose Washington for Warsaw. Let's hit them now. And Russia does have the ability to do it because it has over 45 years of USSR munitions stuck away, and they can stick them into bombers and flatten half of Europe.
Yeah, and from a legal perspective, I mean, Russia will be completely justified. If someone's attacking me, and then I got 4 people standing around watching, and be like, all right, if he loses, we're going to jump in. I'm justified in neutralizing all of them, not just the one that it's currently being used as a battering ram. Which, I think most people understand in the space that Ukraine is nothing more than a CIA asset at this
Correct.
moment. They're cooperating at the highest levels of military intelligence and all that.
I mean, look at it this way.
David, can you talk a little bit about?
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about? There's a lot of discourse about China and Russia not helping Iran with the ongoing conflict. Can you talk a little bit about China supplying? A few months ago, they gave them air superiority fighters and surface air missile launchers, and there was talk of intelligence gathering information and equipment. Can you speak to that a little bit?
The only thing
that Iranian military cooperation.
Yeah, the only thing that I can talk on is what we have been told publicly. Suleiman, sticks to the facts, and the facts are, we do know that they have provided them electronic warfare and the radars. Those are verifiable proof. We also have several, Victor Gao, who has come on many places, and this has been verified also with primary partners, is that China has supplied them with ground-launched carrier killers, very, very similar to the Russian Zircon, which is a Mach 4 to Mach 6, depending on what stage of it's developing. And they have supplied them. They're not as good as the Russians, but they are enough to take down a carrier. at up to 600 to 800 kilometers. They just parked them on the beach and launched them. Very, very good. But that is as much as I can tell you. We don't know anymore. We do know they're given, the surveillance, the radar, and they've given them missiles. But it's not like as if with the North Koreans with Russia, where a brigade of North Koreans went into Kursk and fought the Ukrainians. Most unusual. Russians did not need them, but it was a favor done to Kim. And they lost 138 men doing it. But there's no more than that. There'll be no reason to do it. As Putin has said 3 times, we haven't been asked. We've offered. I mean, Putin did say, we offered, not directly from him, but through his subordinates. We offered, what more do you need? And Iran said, we don't need anything. We have enough. And remember as well, it wasn't so long ago that the Iranians were calling the Russians the little Satan. If you look at World War II history, when Stalin was around, Russia took possession of the South Caspian area, northern Iran. The Iranians didn't like that. And the Russians did support Saddam Hussein. They gave him leniency. So, these are old wounds that are being healed. But that is the reason they did not sign that the same partnership deal as North Korea. Iranians are still reticent about accepting help from people 2 generations ago that were on their territory. So it takes time, but the trust relationship is there. I mean, how many times has the Prime Minister gone to Moscow? And there's a lot of Russians currently in Iran working for the Russian government and otherwise. But if you're asking how much munitions that the Chinese are given, I mean, remember, China is still in business all over the world. They do not want to ostracize the Europe and America at this stage. I mean, Merz is gone, Starmer is gone, Macron has gone to Beijing. It's a very delicate diplomatic issue. Look, we know who the antagonizers are in these wars. It's obviously Europe in Ukraine against Russia, and it's obviously the United States with now the little seals starting to bark and clap in the background coming in to start helping. That's about as much as I can say on that.
Hey, David, I wanted to ask, if this war continues, then eventually they will need more ammunitions and missiles, and they will need their friends to help, right? It's only until a certain point that you can have that pride and say, no, we're fine, we can take care of it ourselves. But duration speaks volume. The extent of the war, how long will this continue? Then you will eventually need that help, and when that help comes, I was trying to figure out what would the logistics look like, in the middle of a battleground. How does Russia and China deliver those to them? And even if it's possible, then they're gonna do it in front of the United States of America. They're gonna do it in their face, in your face. We're delivering these to Iran because they've asked for help. And I wonder how
But
that changes the whole theme.
honestly, I don't think it changes much, because what we're witnessing here is a war that we have never seen the likes of change in over several hundred years. The last time we saw this was gunpowder. I'm not joking. What we're seeing here is there's no tanks, there's no mass infantry attacks like Iran-Iraq war from 30 years ago. There's nothing of this. So they are focused solely. They've already done all the work. They've built the silos. They've done they've done the tunnels. They have their mobile units in place. They have their manufacturing underground assembly. They don't have to focus on, like Russia had to do for the first 2.5, 3 years, which is large-scale mobilization of factories. The tank factory in Ekaterinburg, southern Moscow, artillery, munitions, logistics. There's nothing moving. There's no mass movement of stuff. There's no mass casualties of men engaging in over-the-top trench warfare. There's nothing. So when you have all your power focused on just one aspect, which is missiles and drones, and remember, this is a huge economy, 90 million people. They have oil coming out of the ground freely. They have their infrastructure. And what else do you need? Like, in all fairness, they could go for years being supplied with just, now they do have to get, you've seen with the uraniums that they are getting chips from Russia, and Russia is not taking them out of washing machines. They are getting them, which are upgrading their targeting positions. They are getting, we have acknowledged that some of the missiles that they're using on their Hader 100 boats have parts from technologies from China and Russia. But they don't have to go down there and start supplying, as what Russia was doing, 50, 60, 70,000 artillery shells a day, or Katyusha rockets, or anything like that. There's nothing to supply.
So do you think it's just because you know today I was listening to Trump's press conference. I think it was with the Prime Minister of Japan or something, and obviously most of the questions the media was throwing out was in relation to the war with Iran, and Pete Hegseth, who's the Secretary of Defense, or I don't know, I guess they changed it to Department of War. He said today, which I caught attention to, and I'm just going to take it at face value. Do I 100% believe him? No, but let's just take it at face value. And he said that we are the strategy. He didn't say the strategy, but I'm kind of paraphrasing. He said the strategy is that we're taking out their basically their manufacturing of the missiles or drones or whatever they're building, and we're taking those out one by one. So we're trying to deplete their stock. So one, is that possible that they can take it out?
No
Because my
proof.
initial reaction was that, brother, their defense contractors are Russia and China. You're not taking those guys out.
Just some breaking news, and then I give it straight back to you, David, to answer what he said. Houthis have officially joined the war. The military spokesman of the Houthis in Yemen said they'll target all US ships in the Red Sea. They will be targeting all US ships in the Red Sea. He said, quote, "The war is the war of the entire Ummah. The US, alongside Israel, attack Iran, aiming to leave the region under Israeli control." So, like, basically, US is trying to take the region and put it under Israeli control. That's the latest news. Sorry about that, guys. Back to you, David.
Hey,
That is
David.
absolutely massive.
David, let me jump in on that real quick, please. That we've been waiting for this, and it came out later than I thought it would. And go ahead, David. Go ahead. But U.S. Navy involved in that. That now has opened up basically a global impact here.
I was just going to mention your name, Andrew, before you came in. I was just saying, there you go, we've been justified. That has been a viewpoint coming from Russia since day one, is that the Houthis, I mean, for God's sake, revenge. They put a war on, and they kill men, women, and children by the tens of thousands. They deserve everything. I'm not saying, again, I don't want to say it's the American public. I'm just saying this is a military machine, and when you put on a uniform, yes, you put on a uniform, it doesn't matter. You're still on a uniform, and you're part of the structure that has been bombing and killing people. I remember in my spaces I have a man by the name, I shouldn't mention him, but he's an ex Top Gun fighter pilot, Colonel Burton. He's in a lot of spaces, and he was a young man at 29 years of age, had a uniform on, and he bombed Belgrade, and he killed, along with his group, hundreds of civilians in that illegal bombing of Serbia. And he went on Mario, who's a very famous podcaster from Serbia, Belgrade. He has this priceless mustache, bald head. He really is fantastic. And he got very, very angry with him. And what Gannon said is that, look, I was a man who put on a uniform. Had I known then what I know now, I'd never do it. I'd never do it. And yet we still listen to some people here who were in uniform, now retired, that have absolutely no apologies whatsoever for bombing weddings in Afghanistan. And they knew there were civilian targets. I get very emotional over the issue with Ukraine, because, you know, I've been in Ukraine, I live in Russia most of the year, blah, blah, blah. There's a thing called the Alley of Angels. There's 2 long documentaries on YouTube called The Roses Have Thorns. There's 16 episodes of an hour each. There's nobody talking over. This is live documentary of the war from 2014 until 2022, including Odessa, the massacre in Odessa. It is quite the most emotional 16 hours that you could ever watch in your life. And it shows like the callous disregard for human life that was perpetrated on the Russian people in Ukraine by NATO, by America. And there was some of those planes that are now flying now have American pilots. They have Polish pilots. They have French pilots. They just take their insignia off their left shoulder and change it over to Ukraine blue and yellow flag. And they're still killing to this day children, men, women, and children, which is quite horrific. So vindication is that you do what you must do in a time of war. I'm delighted the Houthis are doing it. Andrew, that opens up a complete new arena. I mean, we said this the other night, or at least I said it, that they're just waiting for the go-ahead to take out the Red Sea port. And that's what, 3.5 million barrels of oil. That is Europe cooked. What we've just heard, hopefully in a few hours, that's Europe cooked. These people must learn a lesson. But we should be more talking about the repercussions of this. What's going to happen in the sowing season of 2027. I was just reading the post while I'm talking here. I am able to do two things at the same time. And there's projections that we'll see a 40% reduction in the overall output of farming in India and Africa next year. 40% reduction. I mean, that's catastrophic. India and Africa is what? 3 billion people. We don't even want to think about this. I mean, it's off the charts. Andy, yes, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time the Houthis get in. Like, yes, obviously it's going to cause economic pain, but if this is what it takes for Israel to learn a lesson, and for everyone who supports Israel to learn a lesson, this is what needs to be done. And we know the Houthis can lock down the Red Sea. They've done it before, and they haven't even shown even close to the full extent of their capabilities either. Saudi Arabia has dropped $700 billion in bombs on them, and they have not been dislodged at all. I mean, the Houthis basically already showed from the beginning that the operation we're doing against Iran is a complete failure. If the Saudis couldn't bomb the Houthis into submission, what made us in Israel think we could bomb the Iranians into submission? And for everyone who is thinking that $200 a barrel oil is crazy, it's not crazy at all. If the Houthis fully block off that Red Sea, and if they go after that Saudi pipeline, we're going to hit $200 a barrel oil very quickly. That's entirely possible.
It wasn't so long ago that $500 billion was being voiced as a bond to put up for German industry needing new energy. This was back in 22, 23, just after Nord Stream. So maybe now Christian Lagarde is waiting to issue a load of quantitative easing for the purchase of rapidly dwindling supply chains of energy. You know, with this amount, like Europe is down 35% in oil and gas. I think a little bit more in gas. I mean, that's the cessation of either industry or residential. It can't be both. So how much are you going to pay, Andy, for your barrel of oil to keep your industry going? We already have seen, like, I think 6 of the top 13 aluminium smelters in Europe are currently either dead or are going. Steelworks. There's not one steelworks in the heart. The country that created the Industrial Revolution, there's no steelworks. England, UK, not one. So if drastically reduce, how much are you going to pay for a barrel of oil? The Russians are saying 220 to 240 as we speak now. There's future contracts being booked for that. And as was being said earlier today in the space, and I heard it eloquently put better than what I can do now, because it's now 7:20 in the morning where I am. The sun is already up. That when these tankers get out under contract, they're sold and resold before they hit their end destination, or indeed a different destination, and the prices are going up and up and up every time. So some of these tankers that are currently on the sea have barrels of oil in them at 180 to 190 when they reach their destination. People are paying well over premium, but we're not hearing about it. It's all being downplayed. We're being taken like fools.
Thank you, David. Just thank you for the insight. Just got a couple questions for you, mate. The as they say, it's politics with a K, and I think Russia has played its hand perfectly. As right now, it's the only military base in the Middle East that's under no threat whatsoever. And I see a lot of reports and saying that it will remain the only foreign military base in the Middle East that's going to be under no threat whatsoever. And a lot of people tend to get frustrated with Russia sort of dragging their feet as they describe it, but I believe it's very intentional diplomacy in the way Russia plays its hand in not jumping the gun too early. As they say, as carpenters measure twice, cut once. I think that's Russia's diplomacy, and that's how they undertake the diplomacy on the world stage. The question I want to ask you is, under the guise of the current the current war in the Middle East, would Russia entertain a decapitation strike to sort of finish off the Nazi regime in Ukraine and put an end to Europe's hopes and dreams? I know Putin said last week that they might entertain turning off the gas. At what point do you think that will come at hand? So in terms of apologies, I'll rephrase the question. Was that comment made to sort of keep the pressure on the Europeans, or is that a genuine thing that the Russians will do, and they're going to follow through with that?
Well, if you look at the way they've executed protocol for the last 4 years, this is a war of attrition. The Russians do not care about the acquisition of land, but the slaughter and decapitation of the current existing Ukrainian army, which is now down to minimum. 80% of those that currently have Ukrainian uniforms on are forced conscripted. They're losing currently a net 25,000 men a month. I mean, it's upwards of 1,000 to 1,300 men a day are being killed on the Ukrainian side. It's almost a 30-to-1 ratio. So Ukraine, by any other previous wars between two sides, should have surrendered 2 years ago. You look at the exchange of bodies. I mean, 1,000 Ukrainian bodies come for 20 to 35 Russians. They found 2 trainloads of bodies in Odessa. Russia is saying there's 500,000 bodies currently in body bags sitting from Kursk all the way down to Zaporozhye, Kherson in various different locations that Kiev is unwilling to receive back. Various journalists have written on this, like Lucas Lieiras has done quite a few good threads on it. He's a Brazilian journalist who lives in and out of Russia, and he has speculated in relation to, he's spoken to persons on both sides. It's all about financial, and also the fact that Zelensky keeps saying, only 55,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died, when more than half the cities are dead, and women and men have to dress like women just to walk the streets, and you have to run faster than a dog in order to escape the TCC units. Ukraine is a failed society and has done it to itself. But the problem here is as follows, and this is a brief history. The war in Ukraine did not stop in 1945 with the submission of Hitler, and I can't say his name, just one of these things I can't do. I have Tourette's. When Stalin made Hitler eat a bullet in 1945, the war continued in Western Ukraine until 1960, and it kept there because of the MI6 in London, and also CIA. The first international CIA Black Ops room was in Lyov in Western Ukraine. So it continued for 15 years. Thousands were involved in it. Thousands died. It was guerrilla warfare. The last person was killed in November 1960. And CIA kept funding it. And that's how this war kept on going. So now you have a position whereby the infrastructure of Ukraine is all but, well, in eastern Ukraine is all but decimated. There's 9.5 million people have left. They're never coming back, including almost 150,000 in my country, Ireland. They've been polled in Poland, Germany, Italy, all over Europe. And over 90% have said, hell no, we're not going back there. So what's going to happen to Ukraine? Demographically, it's completely screwed. Demographically, the Russians are now east of the main river, are now in the majority. So when an election is held, you will see about 40% of the country go to Russia, including Odessa, including Transnistria, and Russia will hand over back, which Putin has said 3 times, to Poland, to Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania, and even a bit to Belarus of their 1939 borders. What will that mean? There's 200,000 Banderites still want a war. Most of these haven't even put on a uniform yet, and they're being kept in reserve by the intelligence agencies in Western Europe, because they are going to go back to what they did in 1945. They're going to have a guerrilla warfare against Russia. You've heard NATO say that they need 800 billion to build up their army. They're not buying ice cream. They want to go with Russia again. Russia is of a doctrine with Rostec, the Pentagon division, that they're still producing. Look, the lights are burning in Chelyabinsk and Perm and Novosibirsk and Yekaterinburg and Moscow, in Smolensk, all over Russia. The military hardware is still being produced. There's still 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. New contracts are being issued to soldiers, volunteers coming up. There's no conscription in Russia. My own son went in for 12 months. So everyone is still on board the war game in Russia, because the belief is that they are going, NATO is going to persist. They're going to augment the guerrilla warfare in Western Ukraine. And they're going to keep on looking for a chink in the armor of Russia, in the hope that the 30,000 sanctions will eventually cause, a major earthquake in the Kremlin and in financial society that will allow a wedge to come, and NATO will have a go.
Well, thank you for that, David. And yeah, the chickens have come home to roost with regards to those sanctions. So look at what the oil market has done now. And just as a segue from that, has there been any discussions in Russia for opening up the market to sell to, let's say, Korea, South Korea, or Singapore as a transit with since the Middle East Strait of Hormuz is closed, sort of to capitalize on the oil prices as well?
I believe there's already gestures going to Japan and South Korea, who would not be amicable at all to Russia due to the taking of land at the end of World War II for the provision of supplying energy. But you have to look at this master control that they want to do, that China and Russia want to do, is to take control of the Middle East and to incorporate new vassal states into a new OPEC-type group. I mean, as Suleiman rightly said, there's no love lost between the local populations in these kingdoms and the guys at the top. They're not particularly liked by the vast majority of people. As soon as those checks stop, as soon as people stop being employed, I will state, there are 3,200 ships currently sitting in the Persian Gulf, full of products for the world, and they can't get out. They're prisoner. The men don't have food or drink. This is a systemic failure all around. I don't think that anyone is seeing the full 100% here. And Russia and China are playing this by the day. Of course, they have manifested a proper doctrine as regards, and I would believe that Beijing has spoken to Moscow and vice versa to see what we're going to do out of this. Because Russia is deemed to make, if this thing goes bad, as it is, Russia is deemed to make hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 12 months in an increase not only in volume sales, but an increase in the price of oil and gas. And they're taking preferential treatment on who gets to be receiver. I mean, if you look at it this way, India, up until 3 weeks ago, was buying a barrel of oil, discounted. I think it was $48 a barrel, 45 to 48. They're paying full price now, 100. And if it goes more, they'll pay more again. So
Yeah, well, that came from their
India's
own
come
doing,
off the
didn't it?
worst. Sorry?
I said that came from their own doing, and it's
Yes.
rightfully so. They should be paying full price for their treachery, to be honest with you. And another, the previous speaker was talking about with the current destruction of the Gulf states and the constant talk about the implementation of sort of furthering the notion of boots on ground and more military hardware and assets and whatnot. If I can get you to shine some light, if you can, please. One is, since obviously logistics is king, and Iran's the first wave of attacks for Iran was targeted towards logistics. I personally don't foresee any return to those logistics anytime soon. So I don't know how the US is going to muster a force in that sphere of influence between the GCC, and a follow-on question from that would be the there are reports that, and I had again, you said we only know what's stated facts or not. There are reports that anti-ship missiles, high-end anti-ship missiles from China, has been sold to Iran. I don't know if you can confirm that or you've seen some of those reports as well. Have you heard anything with regards to that?
Yes, I did post on it. I heard that it was a quantity of 80, and these are hypersonic missiles. I just mentioned a few minutes ago, launched off the back of trucks like a Katyusha missile system. And they skimmed the sea at 10 to 15 meters and hit a target at Mach 4 to Mach 5, which is terminal to the ship that it would hit. So yes, Victor Gao, who you see on a lot of interviews, one of the main English-speaking Chinese journalists or authorities, has mentioned this more than once. And recently, I posted, I think earlier Thursday, his interview when he actually stated it. So they have supplied, but this is normal transaction of military munitions between all governments. I mean, Russia does it with India. They even do it with Pakistan. I mean, it's an international market. Lords of War was a film that showed it. Everyone deals. You sell to both sides.
Well, that part is true. And then what I was looking at yesterday, this is just a personal observation, why I don't believe that defense pact is not worth the paper it's written on between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan is because, from my understanding, Pakistan is bankrolled militarily by China, and I don't foresee China to continue to bankroll that military if they choose to go into war with Iran. Thoughts on that?
I don't really know much about the Pakistan-Saudi arrangement. I haven't really been keeping up with it. All I can say, I just focus in relation to Russia and Ukraine and NATO, etc. And I am following on the Iran thing because it is now perceived to be an intricate part of Russian security. And the partnership of BRICS, I mean, it's Russia and China that is pushing this. And now the I in BRICS is no longer India, it's Iran. Isn't it amazing that in 3 weeks, the founding member of BRICS in India is no longer considered an amicable partner? I mean, they've
wild.
really done. I know it's crazy.
David, so is that how you look at it as well, saying that in the sense of that now China and Russia do deem as Iran to be the pillar or the regional power moving forward in the Middle East, and then there'll be vassal states in between all of that?
Yeah, well, if you look at the physical structure of Iran, I mean, China is spending billions and billions of dollars with rail links, etc., linking up. You can hop on a train in Fujian or Xiamen on the south coast of China and end up in the bottom of the Caspian Sea, on the south side, I should say, the Caspian Sea, with your goods. You know, this is, I think it only opened up in November of last year, and they spent like $15 billion, $20 billion on it. It's the longest one-piece railway line ever built, including like the one from Moscow to Vladivostok. So look, they're not going to let this go. The supply of, we've heard recently that, there's raw material sitting in Afghanistan worth a couple of $1 trillion. China is looking for a very long-term partnership with all the stands. And being part of BRICS is it. Look, there's rumors at the moment. I heard rumors that that China had 40,000 tons of gold unofficially. Yeah, I heard Simon here the other night say it's 60,000. I went off and I checked it and I asked a question and said, yeah, Dave, it's a possibility. I mean, China was digging gold out of the earth, 10,000 years ago before we were even in houses in Western Europe, or indeed had a wheel. Not to mention the vast quantity of gold that the Indian subcontinent public holds, possibly as much as China. So to say that, they're not targeted on setting up their new one world currency, let's just call it the multipolar world currency, getting away from the weaponization of the dollar that has half the world under sanctions. And as Johnny Mearsheimer said just last week, referring to a peer-reviewed study that shows from 1971 and 2023, up to 37 million people have died on planet Earth due to sanctions put down by the Fed, Washington. 37 million people, almost as much as World War II, have died directly from sanctions instigated by the militarization of the dollar. Now, who the hell would want that? China does not want to go back to what it suffered in the 19th century with the Opium Wars, and that is exactly what they're trying to do. I mean, do you think China is blinded that they don't see what they tried to do to Russia in the last 4 years? You know, I was in Russia in the 1990s when the oligarchs ripped it apart. When you remember Jeffrey Sachs sat in the office with Boris Yeltsin as he verified that the USSR had been disbanded illegally, by the way, because it disbanded against the laws of Russia. Should never have been. But Jeffrey Sachs was one of the team there operating for the World Bank, and he asked, right now that Russia has gone, or the USSR has gone, we need to give them loans in order to make sure their economy does not collapse. However, a decision was made, more military than financial, to desist from providing financial support to Russia, and we all know how that went. Regional wars, Chechnya, Nagorno-Karabakh, and the complete collapse of Russia, that caused the early death of over 30 million Russians during the 1990s, where men who usually should live to 73 years of age were dying on average at 56 to 58. Russia fell apart, and a certain clique of people stripped the assets of that country and totally destroyed it. And that's what they tried to do again. You know, it's been several times in the last 4 years, like where this message that, you know, you're pissing off Russia too much, they may throw a nuclear weapon. And honestly, they did not care about Article 5. So it's gone right up to the line. But I can say that we are very lucky that Mr. Putin is the president of Russia. We are all very lucky. Because if it was Medvedev, or if it was any number of the other subordinates that are currently in around the cabinet, if indeed there was a coup, and the military, who are still intrinsically strong within the confines of the Kremlin, they could install, you know, a Brezhnev, or indeed a mad Khrushchev, in order to go in there and say, well, screw you guys, you're not going to kill another Russian, and take this, push that red button, Dmitry. And that is very close.
I really appreciate your insight, David. Thank you very much. Just one final question before I hand off to another speaker. I was going to ask, as a layman like me, and this might be a very dumb question, but what would it take to brute force an opening in the Strait of Hormuz? Are we talking complete military might? What are we looking at to open the Strait of Hormuz? Because I know that it's very narrow in the sense of, as well, ships could only pass through the location due to the depth. Is there any force on Earth right now that could brute force that open?
Well, it's either they get 100,000 troops with 6 months of munitions to back them up on a multitude of carriers, and where are they going to stage it? There's no place to stage it. Or they go hardcore and they just start mass bombing Dresden, Dusseldorf, along the southeast coast and open it up. You're looking at hundreds of thousands of people dead. They have no choice. Like every Morandi, Ritter, Andrei Martinov, every analyst has said, if they go at Hormuz, it's their graveyard. So it's either mass bombing, which they will not physically be able to do because the Russians have supplied us 3 full lots of S-400 systems with S-300s upgraded. The Iranians, you have to believe, have upgraded in conjunction with Russian advisement, air quotes, their own munitions to be incorporated into the S-400 systems that can take down airplanes at 450 to 500 kilometers. How are they going to get their munitions there? So yes, the answer to you is nobody can see a worthwhile endeavor by America and Israel to go in and open up the Strait of Hormuz, it will become a graveyard. Think of, if you know your history, there was a very famous battle called Gallipoli. This is a
Yes,
magnitude
sir.
of Gallipoli.
Just bodies and bodies.
Yes, on top of bodies. That's correct. I mean, you're looking at Saving Private Ryan storming the beaches. Except this time, you're up against a mountain. There's not just a cliff of 100 meters that you got to scale on some of the beaches. This is much, much worse.
Thank you, David. Much appreciated.
I'm talked out, Suleiman. I got to hit the jacks before I completely collapse.
David, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suleiman. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good evening.
You too, sir. You too.
G'day, Andrew. How are you, mate? I just had a question for you. I remember a couple of days ago.
Just before you
sorry,
ask the question,
Yep.
I want you to ask a question. Just we got a super chat, 31 Australian dollars. It says, "Oive," although it says "Ive." I think that's the Aussie version. "Ive." Shout out to Spidey Sal. About time we got more Aussie accents on this space. Go ahead, Spidey.
Yeah, why didn't you give him shit to put it towards the bed that you were talking to me yesterday?
Well, to be honest, I'm like half asleep, so that's the real reason. But yeah.
Oh, good, brother. Oh, good. Mr. Andrew.
Sully,
Yep.
I didn't know Sully spoke Yiddish, man. I'm impressed, Sully. You're amazing.
Andrew, I remember you. It was a great insight. You spoke about a couple of days ago, where the way Iran sort of has these mines and drones in the Strait of Hormuz, they're not scattered. It's to sort of narrow the corridor. I thought that was a great insight from your end. Just want to ask: is the Strait of Hormuz, in terms of the corridor, is there only one? This is again, pardon my my layman question: is it deep enough to carry multiple ships, or for ships to pass through on this sort of more towards the Saudi Arabia side, if that makes sense, or Bahrain side? Sorry, on one side, or is it more towards ships need to get close to the Iran side to pass through because that's the depth they require?
Yeah, the thing is, most people have no idea how the draft, and by draft, you know what I mean, right? Below the waterline, those tankers go. When we would run I was in fast attack submarines mostly. Most of my career was submarine warfare. When we're coming up from depths, I mean, we're running great deep depths when we're operating, and then when we're coming up to a certain depth, when we're anywhere around shipping, you have certain shipping lanes. Those massive tankers draw over 100 feet. I mean, 100 feet of depth of draft. So, yeah, those can't go. They have to be in very specific. That's why they have a pilot come aboard. A pilot is someone who's trained and certified to navigate through narrow, difficult channel openings. The pilot will board. The pilot will help the captain and give direct orders to the helmsman. The helmsman leads them in the person that controls the throttle speed and direction of the ship to make sure they don't run afoul or run aground. So, yeah. Now, I don't have in front of me the actual fathoms, meaning the fathometer measurements, the depths below keel in those areas. I'm sure you can find it on Google. But, yeah, there's only certain parts. And mines, you got to remember, with the mine warfare today, and mine warfare is certainly not my expertise, but I'm knowledgeable about it. With the asymmetrical threat of Iran, they've taken that to a whole new level. And man, we've got the evidence. The U.S. with those LCHs, which were constructed to be littoral, very shallow operating ships, they've got major problems. I'm not really wanting to go into that. Our mine warfare capability, we've got helos that can pull sleds. We've got little icy, little mini searching submarines. Not really knowledgeable going that, but we got a big problem there with their mines. Leave it at that. And they do place mines and move mines to restrict, to even make a kill box even tighter. But forget mines. I mean, take mines into consideration, but then you have those little mini submersibles, and there's not 10, 20, 30, there are hundreds of them, and they can replace them and they can dump them. And imagine these little mean little fast little submersibles that are autonomous. I'm talking a little mini submarine. You don't have people in there. No, they're little they zip around at super high speeds, and they are kamikaze. They can use them as kamikazes or do intel, get signatures, do whatever you can imagine there. And then you got the surface boats, the fast ones. They said, "Oh, it's no problem. We'll just come and blow them out of the water." Okay, well, tell me how that goes. They also can conceal their missiles
Well,
on.
that
Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
that was going to be my next question, Andrew. Those fast boats. If you can sort of shed some light on that as well, please. Why are they such an issue, especially in a constrained spot? I think they'd be shooting ducks in a barrel, obviously, if they were in open waters, but especially in the Strait of Hormuz, where it's in sort of more confined. Why are those speedboats such a nuisance and such a hassle, so hard to take down?
Yeah, I'll let you answer that. Imagine taking on 5, 10, 20, 30, and they've done many test harassing. We've been harassed by not me. I've never been me personally. I've never been afloat inside the Persian Gulf. I've operated very closely and operated in major choke points off the Mediterranean, Red Sea, but never in that Gulf area. But my comrades or shipmates that I've talked to that have been in that area, it's very strenuous. It's a very, very difficult place because they're constantly harassed. And harassment and interdiction, we continually, the enemy, in this case, looking at it from a Navy perspective, uses harassment and interdiction to test, probe. They look at our electronic measurements. Every time we light up a radar, they measure those frequencies. They know how to jam. They practice on jamming. The Russians are helping them. The Chinese are helping them. Yeah. But it's mass. It's mass. It's called the swarm effect. Like imagine a beehive. You get 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, and then they'll just keep coming. And it overwhelms the defensive posture. Does that make sense? Just overwhelming
Yeah,
odds.
that does. Yeah, no, I get you. Thank you for that. And then it's
Yeah.
more of so you get a tank to take out infantry, and then you get a chopper to take out a tank, and then you get a jet
Yep.
to take out a chopper. What is typically used to take out, let's say, speedboats or in that nature? Is there a particular hardware that? So
Yeah,
obviously,
the
if
gun.
it's a chopper,
I'm not
obviously
a.
a chopper can't hover in that area because it'll just get shot down. Is that the
Yeah.
issue?
Yeah, you got it. Do a battle
Okay.
scenario. Just
Yeah.
you
Thank you.
got it.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you, Jay.
sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I'll just land it here. I said this from day one. I got a lot of pushback. I was told that I was just a fear monger. I was just spreading fear, but we've proven that I was right. Not to say, "Oh, look at me, I'm right," but no, I don't. I'm not. I don't care about being right or wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But I have the evidence. But it's a kill box, and make no mistake, if any commander would put his men, and I was a commander, okay, I would never put my men ever, and knowingly in harm's way to be a kill box. That would be unethical, immoral, illegal, and I would defy any order given to me. I've locked horns a couple times. It was a junior officer with senior officers before, and believe me, they appreciate a good, godly man appreciates an officer that resists and says, "No, we're not going to do this. Here's why, sir." But a very dangerous individual in the military and corporate in the world is a yes man. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, yes, sir. They're weak. They're little simps. They're sickening. I have no respect for them. In fact, I have hatred, and I use hatred in the most actually divine. I just want to say in righteous indignation for any simp any piece of excrement that would literally sacrifice his men just to get a pat on the back or to get a promotion or get money. They're bastards, and I use that word bastard biblically. They're the devil. They're demonic. I have the I can't. Every single officer, if I've ever met them, if I will get their names right now, I want them exposed for being lying bastards and psychopathic maniacs. And they're no different than Netanyahu, that reprobate, psychotic, bloodthirsty psychopath. And I pray to God he is dead. I believe he is, and all of his kind. They will answer to God.
Thanks,
Amen to
Andrew.
that.
Thanks for that. Let's bring in Silver Sailor into the conversation. Silver.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Thank you, Sullyman, for the microphone.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, we can
Chief.
hear you.
Hey, this guy's the guy. This man speaking's the chief. A chief in the Navy's a backbone, man. Love
Yes,
you
sir.
there, brother.
Yes, sir. You remind me of the days of because I used to be a helmsman. I started as a deck seaman in the Navy, and I got pictures of me on the lee helm, on the helmsman. But I remember particular going through like the Saint Juan de Fuca over there in Washington. Yeah, it's restricted maneuvering. They would bring on a special detail of
Maneuvering watch.
helmsmen and quartermasters and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, you remind me of that. Yeah. But I'm gonna do my segment real quick. I know how much longer are you guys going tonight, Sullyman? Because I know you guys are gonna
Yeah,
cut out
24/7.
quite a while, yeah. Quite a while, yeah.
a little while. Okay. All right. Let me do my thing, and we'll let the conversation keep on going. All right. Here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'm going to read a quote from George Washington. Here we go. My first wish is to see this plague of mankind banished from the earth, and the sons and daughters of this world employed in more pleasing and innocent amusements than in preparing implements and exercising them for the destruction of mankind. Thank you.
Thanks
Wow,
for that.
that's awesome, bro. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, Silver Sailor. Let's go to Essen. Go ahead, Essen.
Hi, Sully. How's my mic today? Can you hear me properly?
It's not great, but it's not bad.
I swear every time I come up as a speaker, the whole voice and the sound changes.
It's
I
because
never
you're
have this
using
problem when I'm listening.
Bluetooth. That's why.
Oh, that's why. Okay. I will just quickly just wanted to talk about and compare, give a compliment about your suit, mate. I don't know why people are hating on your suit, but you look very well good on that suit.
Don't hit on the
You
suit,
should
bro. Don't
definitely.
hit. It's legendary.
Mate, I'm telling you, you should trademark it. You should make a suit with that color, sell it under the Suleiman Ahmed suit, and I'll be the first one who buy it, mate.
That's hilarious.
That's it. But beside that, I just wanted to ask, why would Russia ever want to join the fight? It seems like they are really benefiting from the fact that the sanctions are being taken off of their hands. They're making up to 10 to 12, $20 billion per day from this, and the price of oil and gas is going to go up and up. So they might just want to, continue the war and not join in because they're benefiting from it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So just to answer your question, so Russia's loves this current situation. You're quite right. And yeah, I don't think they'll join the war. I think for them, the ideal situation is that this war continues as it is, in the same manner it is, where they're basically providing support and intelligence to Iran. And their dream scenario would be that basically this war continues on and becomes like a forever war, as per what Russia stuck in with Ukraine. Because that way they continue to make money, sanctions are lifted. If they can somehow make it into a proxy war like their own one against Ukraine, that's their dream scenario. But if you mean in terms of will Russia ever physically join the war, as in add military assets, no, I don't think so. I mean, in terms of military personnel, no, it won't.
Yeah, I thought the same because if China and Russia ever join the war will be over in like a couple of days because they're just not going to play around. And obviously they're both the nuclear power countries, and yeah, that's just gonna kind of end the war. But at the same time, Russia is really enjoying this sanction lift, so they're not going to. I mean, even with the sanction lift, I believe Russia is just going to say, "Hey, just continue the war. We're making money, and we are draining the West of the ammunition." And after that, even China is rubbing their hands, saying, "Hey, all the missile interceptors are being taken away from Southeast Asia, and that's the way towards Taiwan." So they're really enjoying what's happening now, and they might as well just let this thing continue.
Yeah.
And I mean, on top of that, I think in the past few days, everyone been very surprised, saying, "Oh, these Western leaders don't care." And I agree with you that both Bibi and Trump are over 80 years old. They're just about to die from an old age, and Trump is flirting with the jail because he's about to go to jail after the next Epstein file release, and yeah, they just don't care anymore. They just might as well, destroy the world while they're at it. And that's the sad part when I hear Iran is winning and the West is losing, because when I hear the fact that the West is losing, I hear they're just going to be too desperate and use a nuke.
Cool.
And yeah,
Thanks for that.
it's
Yeah, awesome.
very sad. But yeah, thank you, Sully, for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Just want to welcome Inevitable West onto the stage, represented by the number one influencer, Ian Miles Chong. How you doing?
Is that the account reveal, or what is it called? The admin reveal for Inevitable West? Because that would actually make a lot of sense.
No way, bro. How would it? What, you mean like he's playing both sides or something?
Probably, yeah. Well,
That's
no,
hilarious.
but no. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been well.
Yeah, doing good. How you doing? Tell us
Man,
what's happening with China.
look, I've been trying to ask around about that F-50, or rather that F-35 takedown. I've been trying to figure out exactly what's been responsible for it. I've been, I think one thing that was floated out, but I don't have much more, is just potential like electro-optical or maybe even a IIR seekers possibly. That's been one thing that's kind of been part of the option. There's a chance that something could have somehow temporarily. Um, I guess some. I think the problem is they say that the latest Chinese radars are deployed, and I just don't quite. I don't really see enough of that, right? And if the U.S. says and the West says, "Oh, those radars failed," then just show me by destroying one, and then give me a picture of it. It should be easy, right? Just give me a satellite image. Can somebody do that? That doesn't exist, right? So when they say that, that the HQ-9Bs have been deployed, which is the radar that it's been rumored to be sold to Iran by China, when people say that, I just kind of, I'm like, well, okay, can I see it? Especially if it's being called a failure in the first place. But no, look, and obviously the Hoffa attack, I think that was the last thing that was discussed. Actually, it happened while I was here this morning, kind of towards the tail end before I had to log off. And that was something that, look, they can do way worse than Hoffa. They hit that plant, of course, I believe, or yeah, it was that plant or whatever, but they didn't really, they can still do way more to the ports itself. And that's something that I think is going to be left for later in the scale of, or rather in the ladder of escalation, right? So between the Hoffa attack and the F-35 takedown, it's been a wonderful day for Iran. But I am just trying to figure out like where exactly what was done to take down the F-35, because it doesn't seem like it's completely conclusive as of right now. And if I find anything, I'll definitely bring it onto the stage.
So what I do know is that the F-35 was definitely taken down.
Yep.
And the reason we know that is because and it was taken down, and they don't know where it is. And the reason we know that is because I've actually seen satellite imagery where actually they're searching for it for a while and they can't find it.
Yeah, no, it's toasted, and the collision footage, I didn't really see like much of a heat signature that would suggest that it would be any sort of what would it be, like a homing, right? There's no like real radar homing to it that would have been responsible. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly did it, because the plane, again, it's not giving off like enough different heat signatures for it to be like some sort of like infrared tracking system that was done by Iran. And obviously the stealth F-35, the stealth of it is designed to evade radar. But if you have advanced radar, especially AI driven ones, especially if they're operating in conjunction with satellite monitoring, then you'll have a range of options. I have a feeling Iran just did something, again, as they've done many times before. Iran's more than likely just innovated something along the lines where and look, it wasn't this movie-esque explosion of the entire plane in the sky where every single piece of it just like is blown to smithereens like you see in the movies, but it was shot down. That's just the fact. That's the fact. And the fact that it could be touched means that it was monitored more than likely ahead of time. So I'm really interested. I'd love to see what did it. If that ends up being like a modification of the 358s, then you're looking at something the world has never seen before. Because the 358 missile, to begin with, that's been, and again, that's been a loitering missile that's been responsible already for taking out like I think well over a dozen Reaper drones. But if they're really using that on F-35s, or if they're modifying it in any, because they do have a modification, mind you, they have I think it's actually called the 359, but I could be wrong. But there is a modification that they have been working on in order to target stealth fighters. So that's what I'm looking for. I'd love to find it. I hope someone gets back to me on that sooner rather than later, because this is world changing. I think people need to understand that, like, the US has spent trillions of dollars on stealth. Like that entire sector alone, it's trillions of dollars. So an F-35 being taken down is kind of a big deal, especially when it's Iran doing it. And especially because it's been two F-35s, by the way, because the second one did get hit as well today as well, within the last 24 hours. So, yeah, big day, huge day. Like, I think people are really coming around, Suleiman. People are really understanding, like, the lies that we've been told all over the world, mind you, not just in the US, not just in Britain, not just in Canada, but, the lies that are being perpetuated everywhere as far as how this has gone. It's completely falling apart.
Well, yeah, well, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. What's your and yeah, I do think the F-35 was taken out. I do think that it just demonstrates, they claimed it had the stealth, it had there was no ability to take it down. Has this tech been given by the Chinamen? Like, how they managed to pull it off?
That's what I'm really wondering, because again, the HQs, the HQ radar rather, that would take quite a while to set up. That the HQ, I think it's B9. I hope that's the right name. I'm pretty sure it is.
HQ9B, yeah.
HQ9B, yes. If that does generally take about like a year to set up. So the first time we heard about a potential deal for it was late last year. And of course, obviously with Iran, they're able to implement a lot quicker than most. They're pretty good at implementing new systems. They also have been reverse engineering and modifying the S-400s from Russia too, which is a pretty good anti-air system in its own right? But like, I don't think it's designated for stealth. That's my thing. The HQ B9s, they are. So that's why I'm wondering. And Iran does have this CFR radar, and I'm wondering if that's it, right? Because there's an over the horizon radar called the CFR, and I believe, like, from my understanding, it's a space-based radar system, and it's got the range that I think would be applicable to what was hit today by the F-35 that was hit today, because I think the range is around like 5,000 kilometers. But they've been working on that for a decade. But the CFR is probably the one that's most open to modifications and implementation of Chinese and Russian detection systems, as well as I really wonder what projectile was hit though. That's the other thing. I'm trying to figure that out. I can't wait until that's more clear. Yeah, maybe I should look at what the Iranians say. But yeah, look, it's happening. We're in. I think look, people, the world is a different place now. The world is like never going to go back to the way that it was before. The concept of war in and of itself is never really going to go back to what it was before. Um, I know one other thing too, Sully, and maybe I should have, because this has been kind of something else that's become a bit more clear to me, just with information that I might have and other stuff. But the the Iran has pretty much what it needs to nuclearize quickly, like really quickly, in terms of like actually getting warheads, like nuclear warheads. And I think when this is resolved, whenever that may be, um, if for any reason there's some sort of deal or ceasefire, Iran needs to optimize and use that time and just get a nuke. Just do it. Just build it. They have the stockpile of 440 kilograms of enriched uranium at 60%. 60% purity, and at least according to the IAEA, like you really only need 42 kilograms of that enriched uranium for one bomb, right? I think it would be like a dirty bomb, but it would still be effective. So 440 kilograms. If 42 kilograms can get you a bomb, what can 440 kilograms do theoretically if you wanted to? Um, so, and obviously it's still intact. Like it's already been confirmed, even by the IAEI. IAEA. Iran offered to let Russia hold the enriched uranium, and Putin on the phone with Trump also offered, "Hey, look, I'll just hold it for them. I'd be fine." And Trump kind of took it as a personal fuck you, right? And then he got attacked, or Russia got attacked the next day after that in Donetsk, I believe. No, in Bryansk. That's when they were attacked. But anyway, uh, I just think just based off of that, like there's already been no evidence that Iran was currently enriching at scale to pursue weaponization. Um, but like at the end of the day, just from free like war data that we have, if you want multiple weapons, you can probably get that done in a week. You can build covert centrifuges. In fact, I'm almost certain that Iran already has them. Um, Yeah, you really don't need too much more. I think Iran needs to do that. I think that needs to be like if they can put a pause to this, if the world ends up kind of acquiescing to Iran's demands and needs, I think that's when you do that because the world is going to try to hedge away from the strait over the next coming months and years. If it all stopped today, of course, right? Um, but they're going to return because it's existential in Israel's perspective. So, knowing that, I think Iran needs to make nuclear the next hedge. I don't know what you think.
I mean,
Yeah, if I can weigh in on that, absolutely.
I've been always critical of Iran for that reason. I think they made a mistake not getting nuclear. That would have been a deterrent. I know they wanted to follow initially the IAEA, and then afterwards kind of like just agree to not doing it, and it was based on the fatwa of the supreme leader Sayyid Ali al Khamenei. But I think that was a gross error on their part. I think they should have went for it. I think if there's one mistake they made, that was it. What's your thoughts?
Literally, Andrew. I know you were getting in there.
Yeah, sorry, Sully, I didn't mean to jump in on you. Yeah, I agree. It's solely 150% inevitable, and absolutely, I know you do too. We wouldn't be here. I mean, come on, we wouldn't be here, would we? I don't think so.
Hey, I heard there's like this new deployment that they're trying to do from the west coast of the United States to the Strait of Hormuz. Is that true?
That yes, the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group, which is that's an LPD, or actually it's the dock landing ship. That's the big platform dock landing ship left San
Oh,
Diego.
really?
Mm-hmm.
So the MEU doesn't have the one that they've already been sending. They didn't have that, the dock landing ship, did they?
No. Now, I did. That was the big thing when Sully and Mango came in and jumped on, saying no. I said no. They do. See, every amphibious ready group carries a landing a transport for the Harriers and helicopters, right? And they will always carry dock landing ships with them to carry the boats inside to actually launch. You know, the LCU launches. And so I don't have the names of the ships right here on top of my mind, but the Tripoli, they are primarily an aviation assault, but they do have in their battle group, if you will, the dock landing ships, the LPDs, for the Marines to deploy on in boats, you know, for water to shore landing. But this Boxer is an LPD. Well, it's called the excuse me L. LHA is the Tripoli. The Boxer is a little different. It's an L. P. I forgot the designation, but anyway, they did not have that in my battle group that I was in. We used the equivalent of the LHA, but they're deploying it. They're on their way with the big landing carrier deck and the two smaller LPDs, and of course they'll have destroyers or cruisers and escort for screening. Yeah, they deployed them, so that's another 2,500 Marines headed there from the West Coast, San Diego. That's a real long route for them to get there, even at flank
Yeah.
speed. So, again, this is all just posturing, I think, though inevitable. And solely, I think this is anyone listening here. I think this is just, okay, we're going to come and get you. We're going to put the threat on. But my God, I can't in my wildest imagination actually do a ground assault from an amphibious assault. I can't picture it because every doctrine, the Marine Corps doctrine, you have to have air superiority. You have to have it. Without that, it's just a turkey shoots, a bloodbath.
Why do you think what is this messaging about then? Why do they say that they have air superiority and why are they acting upon that pretense?
Yeah, they have this false sense of security that they do have it, and they don't. They don't even have what's the three levels? That's not my area of expertise. You have air superiority, then you have air dominance. Anthony Aguilar, excuse me, was talking about it. We don't even have air dominance. Yeah, come on,
Air
come on.
supremacy? Is that it? Supremacy? I
Well,
don't
air
know.
supremacy is the highest level when there's
Right.
not zero threat,
Right. Which, by the
and
way,
then
they've
air
used that term. I'm almost
dominance.
positive they've used that term, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then air dominance is a second level. It's inferior to air supremacy. Means you have threat there, but you can, if threat it rises, you can put it down. Most likely, I don't know what the percentages are. Like, so it's crazy. Like 80% ability to put down any aerial threat, but they don't even have that. And then this more than any, than most. I'll say, especially what's the talking heads in the Pentagon. And you know what's scary? I mean, think about this. How could they look and lie, literally lie to the people, which is terrifying to think they're lying to Trump because he will fire anyone. He fired Vice Admiral Ketcher. He fired and Elvin, he retired.
Well, Andrew,
And
I think the lies are just to manipulate the market. I think they're very well aware of the current situation. But with regards to the from inevitable, the question of air superiority, is it an indication? Can I draw parallels in saying that due to the stock depletion of cruise missiles, we're now starting to see air raids. Hence, why we saw that F-35 being shot down because now they're resorting to air raids with JDAMs to get closer to their targets as to cruise missiles far from the hip from a distance away. Can I draw correlations to those?
I think so.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, I think yeah.
But go ahead, Neville. I'm sorry. Neville has more on that.
No. And there is a meaningful parallel that can be drawn. Like just so well, for one, Iran's missile stocks before the war. I think that was around like a public estimation of around 2,500 projectiles, but since then they've had to redo those estimations because of the capacity. Well, for one, and for two, the type of releases that have been um, put forth. But I'm just still trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out why an F-35. Like, what was the cause and purpose and intention for that F-35? Where was it going? What was the objective for it being out in the first place? Um, I think just projectile capacity from Iran is not going to be an issue at all. They have pretty much enough for the rest of the year and maybe even more. I honestly think they've got like 12 months worth of what they're doing right now. If they didn't change the rate at all, I think the next 12 months, and that's obviously excluding continual production, because production is happening. Don't get that wrong at all. And obviously there's been travel back and forth between China and Iran, and what's needed for the production of missiles is still definitely transferring, right? Like there's still the precursors like ammonium perchlorate, for example, or potassium perchlorate, for example, right, among others. Um, so I think just with what you're saying and what you're asking, I think that's gonna be, yeah, like just in terms of what happened with the F-35 today. I'm kind of stumped. If it doesn't sound like it, if it doesn't already sound like it, I think it's just, to be clear, I'm pretty stumped as to exactly what did it, because it's not just a matter of what hits it, it's a matter of what allowed Iran to lock into it. And obviously we can go by what's been publicly disclosed, or we can go by assumptions. If I were to assume that it were a Chinese radar, um, then my next question is, well, where have do they have it positioned? And obviously, they're not going to make that obvious, right? I don't even think most intelligence within Iran knows, quite frankly, because they do have to start to segment that information, right? That's not central, but because otherwise, if they even have one mole, the U.S. and Israel will find it and take it out, and they would love nothing more than to have a Chinese HQ-9B picture of it, like in smoke, basically, right? They would love to see it. They would love to share it on X, a picture of the Chinese HQ-9B on fire. But yeah, obviously we haven't seen that. So yeah, no, it's interesting, man. What do you
Yeah,
think?
well, look, I think I give the roses and flowers to Ryan Dawson, as he accurately tweeted a couple days ago. As standoff munition runs out, you're going to start seeing more planes being struck, and to the letter, it happened overnight or today. And as we tend to see as well, we had a couple of B2s that turned around. I think that was a big warning and a big internal victory. What I personally think, my personal view is, a lot of these radars, I think it's a layered system. I think the more expensive Chinese purchased early warning and air defense radars are situated deeper into Iran, where I presume most of your military manufacturing stockpiles are happening, and your more um, uh, Iranian-made air defense radars and systems are more towards the coastline. However, my assessment is, I think Iran is more than willing to eat a lot of the flake at the front end and try to draw as much military assets deep into Iran, where they can then switch it on. That's my personal belief, and I think that's how they're going to catch him out.
Well, you remind me, by the way. Remember, they were sending B-2s from Saudi Arabia to attack the shoreline, like I guess near Kharg Island. Yeah. They were sending like missile and bomb strikes. I think this was like in like probably a week ago on the 13th or the 14th. Um, and they use JDAMs. Obviously, they have the standoffs. The U.S. at least potentially employed the JDAM standoffs delivered by the B2s, and I think it were like 40,000 bombs that were 40,000 pound bombs rather carried, um, and they hit what, like close to 100 targets. The U.S. did. The U.S. hit around 100 targets in Iran, and they made sure to target pretty much everything but the oil uh, itself, right, when they did that. And I felt like at the time, well, it's not really going to be effective because, well, for one, the infrastructure is reversible, It can be fixed in about like a few weeks. But they're also not really addressing the A2AD network. Iran's missile launchers are still very much capable of like, obviously we've seen it over the last week, right? And the daily drone launches alone have been something that just like it's at their will at this point. So that's why I'm just, again, if you think that you're going to win this by a bombing campaign, even with an aerial assault, as mentioned before, I just don't see how that makes a difference, right? They have to essentially break the strait open. That's like, and they have to use overwhelming force to do it, and they can't really afford to do that. But and really, I don't know how they'll be able to handle the political cost of the lives that are sacrificed in an attempt to break the strait open, because that will be what happens, probably by the hundreds, if not thousands, probably within the next month, right? But like, what else is there? What other option does Israel think that they have in the US by proxy? So I can understand that pathology. It's like, look, if the only way through is the most grueling, excruciating, bloody way, then I can see why they're taking it, because the only other option is surrender, and it's not one, right? Not in the eyes of Israel, not in the eyes of the US. Another thing too, so when they say, okay, we're going to unsanction Iranian oil, I see why they're doing that. They basically want the usual. I can see how it can be a little bit of a dig, or at least an attempt of a dig to China. It'd be really funny if that backfired, because like, if you unsanction the Iranian oil, what that just means is that when the tankers leave and you unsanction them, and you tell these tankers, hey, actually, you can trade with whoever you want. It's not, you don't have to just use the shadow tanker or the shadow fleets, right? And you don't have to do like switch offs, around. And I won't get into too much detail of that, because obviously it's pretty clandestine and complicated. But if you just tell them, hey, look, actually you can trade anywhere, then that's when you start getting this bidding war, right? A tanker from that perspective, if you're, especially because most of these are from private companies, if you start getting higher bids, then you can fulfill for other countries. You can. So if another country offers you way more money for the same oil you were just about to deliver to Shandong, for example, then you do have that option. So I can see how that's sort of a dig to China. I hope that's kind of clear as to why they're doing that. It's not because they're like cucking, even though I'm sure they'd love to. It's just like another way of trying to take the assumption, and like you said, it's for the markets. It's trying to sort of purport themselves as being in control somehow, right? It's just more
Oh yeah,
optics. That's just the game they play.
that's exactly what it is. It's optics. But like as I was saying, I think the fact that we're starting to see F-35 raids, I think that speaks volumes on their standoff munition and cruise missiles. And I think it's if we look back a week from now, we're going to be saying, okay, yeah, that was the nail in the coffin. If the situation continues as is, because as they get deeper and deeper with their air raids, it is only going to get more painful and more costly for the US. And they're going to end up looking like schmucks when they say they've got air superiority, but hence one or two planes get damaged, or as they say, an incident happened, as they want to call it, whatever they want to call it. It's going to start looking really, really politically bad. And I think they only have about a week or two to get themselves out of this sort of shitstorm of a rhetoric that they currently keep spouting of saying they've got air superiority, they've got air dominance. It's being proven right now in real time to be an absolute farce.
I am starting, and now that I think about it, obviously breaking the strait open involves, a full scale naval invasion, right? And the groups that are being sent out, the Boxer and the Tripoli so far, those are going to need way more where that comes from, and to way bigger of an extent. I guess here's my thing. I'm starting to be, again, because some of this is clandestine. Um, the anti-ship missiles that have been reported, I'll say reported, the CM302s from China, right? Those anti-ship missiles, those are supersonic, I believe. Like, they're like what, Mach, whatever, Mach 5, Mach 6. Um, these are pretty easy to deliver. Um, and they can become operational very quickly. So they were reported as being sold, or potentially being sold, around November, maybe December. Even if, let's say that didn't happen yet, right? Because I'm going to be honest, the concrete information that I have about the CM302s is as of like November, right? And as of November, there was no concrete information that I could see and I could find that said that China actually sold them. I believe it was even denied publicly by the PRC, whatever spokesperson they have doing that. So um, let's say that this agreement was made on the 28th of February. Right now, we're in the middle of March. Look, Iran has the capability of not only agreeing to it, but China has the ability, first of all, of routing delivery in a clandestine way and getting them perhaps through another friendly country, perhaps across the Caspian Sea and through Azerbaijan, right? That's probably one of the most likely ways of delivery, methods of delivery. So obviously, we already know who that third party would be for delivery. Um, so anyway, after that's delivered, it would really only take about like 2 or 3 weeks to get it to get it all together within Iran, because I think Iran does have the capability of because again, you can launch them coastally, like you can send them from like mobile trucks, you can send them on the back of speedboats, and I'm talking about the anti-ship missiles. So if you do that, like you have widespread use of crews that can be able to just send them out from remote control from far away. You have the logistics for all of it. And chances are, I mean, obviously, the most high priority place to put them is going to be off the Strait of Hormuz, probably on, man, I'm losing the name of the islands, but there are those three islands, the ones that were quarreled over with the UAE. There are three islands of Iran that the UAE thinks are theirs, but they're not. Um, those islands would actually be a pretty good place to put them. I was looking at it on the map earlier. Okay, I'm sorry, but like I don't know the names. But in terms of where they might park them, I can see why. The other place I think they would put them is on the Gulf of Oman, because obviously you're going to have to pass there, and that would extend the reach of these anti-ship missiles beyond the strait. And it would actually be good to do that because if you're the amphibious units, if you're sending them out, if I were the U.S., I would keep them like loitering around the Arabian Sea for a while. I wouldn't actually try to penetrate the Persian Gulf yet. Like I would wait once they get there, and again loiter either again on the Gulf of Oman or the Arabian Sea. But if you're Iran, that's where you may also want to park those anti-ship missiles as well, right? And it would force the naval forces to operate at a greater distance. And oh yeah, Kashem Island. I think that was one that um, I was thinking of as well. That would be a good place to put it because you have good coverage of shipping lanes. I don't think though that that's going to be necessary just because of the way that the rhetoric has changed. I think most of the world understands that Iran is the de facto controller of the strait. So yeah, like but if you want like mobile truck based systems as opposed to parked system, somewhere else, you can have them on the Marcon coast for like redundancy. So they have so many options, man.
It's not out of the question of parking them along somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I'm posting in here. In
The
fact,
ultimate
it's down the
surprise.
purple pill. I'm going to post some purple pill. Those many submarines I was telling you about. There's a graphic. Someone put together a wonderful graphic of it, and it shows you how lethal those are. And but yeah, with both you gentlemen, kicking this around back and forth. I mean, good stuff. Yeah, exactly. And I agree with you, Inevitable, 100%. And
Mr.
also,
Neville, yeah, sorry, Andrew.
who's
Sorry.
talking? Who's talking in here? The other gentleman, with my buddy from
Oh,
down on
Spidey
land down
Sal.
under, the Aussie accent. Who's that?
I
That's
think
me, Spidey Cell.
Oh, okay, okay. I was trying to figure out who, because sometimes the screen doesn't work. Okay, hey, yeah, great input, buddy. Thank you.
No, thank you, Andrew. Mr. Neville, I got a question for you as well. I
Just
haven't heard
just
much any
before,
information on
Spice,
this. Oh, sorry, sorry.
apologies. Yeah,
Yep.
just before you go for your question, I'm gonna don't do it. Boom boom slim. Okay, boom. I don't want to say. Okay, guys, we have to restart the stream, and then obviously not the space. The space continue, but the YouTube stream. So if you're on the YouTube stream, the stream is gonna be restarting. So be ready for it. I'm just about to end it, and then we're gonna restart.